Two women, elegant and stunning. Dressed in a green palace dress, wearing a veil that does not show her true appearance, her temperament is as elegant as a lotus, elegant and beautiful. The exquisite figure still has the charm, and there is a kind of detachment that surpasses all living beings. The other one is wearing a star skirt, moth eyebrows, picturesque brows, and eyes, full of autumn eyes, which seems to contain a side of the universe, and the faint light of stars embellishes her whole body, like a goddess above the nine heavens, peerless and extraordinary. The strange thing is that the left eye of the woman in the star skirt is actually closed, and only one eye is opened. The quiet and dignified posture makes people feel relaxed and happy with a mysterious hazy feeling. Yi Qingguo felt the uniqueness of the two women. The higher the cultivation level between people, the more temperament they transformed. The temperament of these two women gave her a unique and unprecedented feeling. It's like on weekdays, I'm used to seeing beautiful mountains and rivers, blue sea and cloudy sky. Suddenly one day I saw the most beautiful fairyland in the world. Mountains are still mountains, but mountains are not just mountains. Such a strong sense of sight. The beautiful woman in the green palace dress smiled gracefully at Yi Qingguo. Your bloodline is the blood of the mysterious daughter of the God realm. Without the special energy assistance of the God realm, it can only be activated by the pure yang energy after the man has intercourse. Now you should be very clear about your own situation, your life is at stake. Jian Qingqing was shocked. In peril? Could it be that Yi Qingguo's life is already facing Jian Qingqing's gaze? Yi Qingguo dodged with a rare guilty conscience, while Yi Lishu sighed faintly beside her. Jian Qingqing asked, Sister Qingguo, why didn't you tell me? Yi Qingguo said helplessly, so what if I say it, I don't have a man I like. What about Lin Chen? Jian Qingqing called out the name of the man in his heart almost subconsciously. The two God realm women glanced at each other, curiously. Is it Lin Chen again? He is my good friend, I don't want to burden him. Yi Qingguo's eyes dodged. Jian Qingqing said unwillingly, he has done so many things for you, such an important matter of life, you actually hide it from him. Yi Qingguo was speechless for a while. Suddenly, the beautiful woman in the green palace dress flicked her fingers, and a mysterious stream of light poured into Yi Qingguo's eyebrows. Boom! The holy light has skyrocketed, and the sky is full of radiance. Yi Qingguo's cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. Even the holy power has transformed several grades. Most importantly, the blood of God hidden deep within her body was also activated. Yi Qingguo said in shock and bewilderment, This is? The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled Ying, I activated your bloodline for you, just now you have a person in your heart, which calms your bloodline rarely. Come on, this person is very important to you. Yi Qingguo clenched her red lips tightly, and gave a soft, At this moment, the beautiful woman in the palace dress looked at Shen Lingshuang, her eyes became dignified rarely. Shen Lingshuang stared at her suspiciously, meow meow. The beautiful woman in the palace dress turned her eyes and muttered to herself, in those days, when the granddaughter of King Wushan was lost, many forces in the God realm were in chaos, and countless people thought it was the enemy forces in the God realm hiding, but unexpectedly it was He Xingchen. The same lost the mortal world, but her bloodline is not comparable to the stars, which caused the mortal world and the human race holy world to not collapse. Then, the beautiful woman in palace dress walked into Shen Lingshuang and smiled sincerely at her, What's your name? Shen Lingshuang shrank, Ling. Shen Ling Shuang. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was shocked, and then said, "Then are you willing to return to the realm of the gods with me? I know your background, and can find your parents for you." Shen Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into brilliance, and she said, with surprise and joy, can you help me find someone from my family? Do you know my background? The beautiful woman in palace dress nodded slightly and smiled. Immediately, she lightly stroked her hair and smiled at Yi Qinggu, "Of course. Including you. The talent of your mysterious daughter's bloodline is placed in this holy world of the human race. It's too wasteful. Why don't you go with me to the realm of the gods? How about blooming your own potential and brilliance?" At this time, Shen Ling Shuang pointed to the opposite, and said timidly, "No. I can't make a decision. I have to ask the master before I can. If the master does not have the master's permission, I can't run so far." The girl in the star skirt said slowly, "Then, can you take us to your master? If your master doesn't allow it, we won't force it. We people in the realm of the gods, without special means of protection, generally can't. It directly affects the fate of the creatures in the lower world. Otherwise, we will suffer a lot of backlash. If you have no will, we will not force it." Hearing this, thinking of Lin Chen's current situation, Yi Qinggu had a plan in her mind and smiled slyly. "Okay, then let's take her to find Lin Chen and ask for clarification, and by the way, ask the two seniors for help." Jian Qingqing was about to say something, and Yi Qinggu immediately gave her a beckoning look. The beautiful woman in the green palace dress nodded slightly. "All right. If so, hurry up, we don't have much time left." The woman in the star skirt flicked her sleeves and took the two girls away. Sword Domain, now Fei Sword Palace. After Yi Qinggu explained everything about the future, Lin Chen was dumbfounded and his mouth was slightly open. It turned out to be the big boss of the god realm who came to the lower realm. He looked at the second daughter, and for some reason, the beautiful woman in the emerald palace dress gave him a very faint but very wonderful intimacy. Lin Chen didn't bother to think too much, and smiled casually. "You too, since it's for the sake of my disciple's future, let's untie my shackles first, and we'll have a good talk." The star skirt woman shook her head slightly. "No, untangle your bondage. You are afraid that you will destroy your enemy at the first time, that's right." Lin Chen was startled. Good guy, how did she know? The status quo of this time and space prohibition is a great opportunity to destroy Nangong Xianyuan, the 8th in the list of saints. Knowing Lin Chen's intentions, the star skirt woman said indifferently, "We people in the god realm cannot affect the fate of people in the lower realm. If they die because of the two of us, or indirectly because of our actions, then we will have a greater risk in returning to the realm of the gods. The fate of the two realms will not be connected, and there will be major changes." She looked directly at Lin Chen. "So, all we can help you is to send you away. It's impossible to help you kill the enemy. We don't have this relative preparation for the lower realm, we are just here to find someone, and we cannot attack the lower realm without authorization. Direct or indirect slaughter of living beings." Lin Chen's eyes looked around. Anyway, there are not many attribute light balls, and even the Gate of Luck in the Sword Domain has not left anything good. If it is evacuated, Lin Chen is now the most profitable. In the current situation, even if Lin Chen insisted on fighting to the death, there would not be a good outcome. The two sides have no decisive battle strength, and if they continue to fight, they will only lose both. Lin Chen said, "Okay, take my people away." The woman in the star skirt gently swiped her slender fingers, the wormhole in. The void split open, and the space turned around. Fang Ling and the others, including the Yi family's women, all disappeared. Together with Lin Chen, he disappeared without a trace. Next moment, the space was lifted, and everyone in the Wuxiang Sword Palace regained their freedom. All of them showed their heart palpitations for the rest of their lives. God Realm, it turned out to be a person from God Realm. Nangong Jichen showed deep fear. The God Realm, an existence that even the true gods of the Holy Realm valued extremely. Today there will be a human race from the God Realm descending here. Nangong Zuanyuanlin's eyes narrowed, as if seeing through a deeper relationship. The matter is not complicated. The human race in the God Realm has little to do with Lin Chen. Otherwise, Lin Chen's son would not have let us go. This proves that the relationship between them is not enough to threaten us. The fate of the sword field is liberated, and those guys will also be dispatched. The next time we meet, I will kill him personally. Sword Domain, in the empty primordial sword city. Lin Chen and everyone returned. Standing beside Lin Chen, Xiao Linger looked at the second daughter of the god realm, her eyes flashing with brilliance and fear. The space movement method used by these two people is obviously a completely different realm. It's not so much a technique as it is terrifying to say that it is as terrifying as crossing the dimension. The universe where the Kamigawa galaxy is located is a three-dimensional universe, while the God Realm is a four-dimensional universe. In principle, as long as the four-dimensional creatures do not reduce their dimensions and appear, the three-dimensional creatures cannot even perceive the existence of the four-dimensional universe. Therefore, as long as they are in the same realm, the creatures of the God Realm will definitely be stronger than the Holy Realm. Lin Chen returned to Primordial Sword City, and when facing the two women of the God Realm, he hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, "Although you helped me, I'm sorry, I can't let Ling Shuang go with you. Even if it is possible for you to know her life experience, I can't trust you." Then, Lin Chen turned to Yi Qingguo and smiled casually, "If you want to go, little goblin, I won't stop you, but Ling Shuang is too young, I don't want to take her as a bet. One day, I will replace her. Find your parents." Shen Ling Shuang hugged her master's thigh tightly, and she was so moved that she was so soft that someone in Lin was heartbroken. Yi Qingguo smiled charmingly, and replied to Lin Chen, "There is no world where the most handsome man lives. Even if the gods go to the world, what fun would it be?" Lin Chen said solemnly, "You know, what I admire most is your heart and honesty. It's amazing." Yi Qingguo said with a half smile, but not a smile, "Then I'll show you the best when I have a chance." Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, the beautiful woman in the green palace dress shook her head and said, "Forget it, since you value them so much, we are not forced." At this time, the divine light on the two of them began to float, flickering and flickering. The star-skirt woman frowned and said, "It seems that we have moved the space of the three-dimensional universe without authorization, and our spirit is not enough, and we can no longer stay in the lower realm." Seeing that the other party helped him, Lin Chen always felt uncomfortable. Owed to others, and suddenly said, "You said just now that you are looking for someone. Who?" "I still have a little knowledge in the holy world, maybe I can help you." The beautiful woman in the green palace dress smiled casually, "The person we are looking for is a bit more unique. He can absorb the power of the stars and call him Lin Xingchen." Boom. The moment he heard this name, Lin Chen was struck by lightning. Even Yi Qinggu was surprised. This name, she and Lin Chen, are all too familiar. If there is anyone in the holy world who is an opponent at the same level that Lin Chen cannot defeat, perhaps only this Lin Xingchen. Lin Chen's primordial spirit fluctuated for a while, and was noticed by the star-dressed woman and the beautiful woman in palace dress. The star-dressed woman stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes that were as bright as stars, and she was about to see through everything about him. Young Lin Chen, do you know someone named Lin Xingchen? Just now, she noticed that Lin Chen has great emotional fluctuations. In this way, his life must have something to do with a certain Lin Xingchen. Tear. Lin Chen stepped away from the movement, protected the two daughters, the five-piece suit of the god of war once again possessed, and the power was mad. Now that the opponent is aware of it, prepare for battle. Although Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun and others did not know about it, they immediately protected their lord. Lin Chen said solemnly, "Who are you guys?" "I did meet a guy named Lin Xingchen, and he is very strong, and he is good at using a strange sword." The star-skirt woman was surprised. "Extremely strong? Shouldn't it be? According to what my aunt said, he no longer has the talent of divine blood. But he doesn't rule out the possibility." Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman in the palace dress was even more excited and moved, and rushed to Lin Chen anxiously, even making him unable to react. However, the other party was not malicious, and anxiously took Lin Chen's arm and said anxiously, "Little friend Lin Chen, do you know what the news of Xingchen is? Can you tell us that we have been looking for him for too long? Our Lin family in the God realm cannot without him." Lin Chen was so frightened that he almost punched out. The speed of this woman is terrifying. Seeing her tears flashing, Lin Chen said in surprise, "I have only played against him a few times, and there is no winner or loser, but I don't know the specific situation." At this time a faint starlight flickered on Lin Chen's chest. But it was covered up by the golden light of the god of war suit. However, this did not escape the eyes of the star-skirt woman. Her delicate body trembled, and even when she opened her left eye, which had been tightly closed, she was dazzling, as beautiful as a precious jade in a splendid star. Star pupil appeared, her eyes seemed to pass through all the protection of Lin Chen, but was blocked by the five-piece suit of god of war. Even so, she still saw faint starlight. The demeanor of the star-skirt woman suddenly became excited. She immediately rushed in front of Lin Chen and said urgently, "Take off your clothes now." "Someone Lin?" Lin Chen was stunned. Are all women in the god realm so open? How long does it take to meet? People have to take off their clothes fast. Too fast. Anyway, you have to find a good place, open a good bottle of wine, and choose a good time, right? Yi Qinggu, is he so handsome? Why didn't I see it? Shenling Shuang, I understand, this sister also wants to play games with the master. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun looked at each other, and the team's voice called, "Professional." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm a righteous 8-foot man, how can you just take it off?" The woman in the star skirt interrupted him anxiously, "Hurry up. You are babbling, take it off if you want." Lin Chen wanted to say, "I get off." Lin Chen. "Your uncle, you forced me to draw a gun." Lin Chen removed the armor of the god of war, and untied the robe of the star chasing sky, revealing the streamlined and healthy chest muscles. Shenling Shuang covered her face, peeped and exclaimed, "Wow, master, you are so strong." Yi Qinggu charmingly smiled and said, "I can't see that you are so predictable." Xiao Linger put her hand over the red snow scorpion, and stared at Lin Chen with her eyes. Lin Pingon stared at the two of them intently, showing a look of great interest. Only the woman in the star skirt stared at the birthmark of the stars on Lin Chen's chest. At this time, there was a faint starlight. The star skirt woman almost suffocated. She was ecstatic and burst into tears, grabbed Lin Chen's other arm, stroked Lin Chen's palm with her jade hand, and trembled. Second Yinyang, he is Xingchen. He is the cousin Lin Xingchen we are looking for. The beautiful woman in the green palace dress trembled, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes were full of shock and joy when she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, and stared blankly at the second daughter of the god realm in front of him. This time, it was Lin Chen's turn to be stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What are they talking about? Lin Chen's face was stunned. At this time, when he looked down at the birthmark of the stars on his chest, he was completely stunned. This birthmark only reacts in rare cases. The last time I had a reaction was when I encountered Lin Xingchen. Why did my birthmark react? They said I was the one they were looking for? Lin Xingchen? I was Lin Xingchen? What happened to Lin Xingchen before? Why did my birthmark react to him? For the first time, Lin Chen felt that his brain was not enough. A bunch of mysteries. Where is this? The beautiful woman in the palace dress took Lin Chen's palm in excitement and disbelief, caressed the birthmark on his chest, and burst into tears. Xingchen, you are really a star. There is still hope for our Lin family. It really is as my sister said. She left the stars in the lower realm, and the energy of the blood has all disappeared, but the stars are not dead, not dead. The beautiful woman in palace dress was incoherent with excitement. Lin Chen frowned and said, what exactly is this situation? I'm the person you're looking for? Are you sure you're right? The woman in the star skirt said resolutely, that's right, you are the Lin Xingchen we're looking for. She grabbed Lin Chen's hand and separated from the beautiful woman in palace dress. I saw that the faint starlight flickering from Lin Chen's birthmark began to fade away. But as long as Lin Chen held the jade hand of the beautiful woman in palace dress, his birthmark would react again. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and a mysterious heart palpitations rose from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chen finally knew where that strange intimacy came from. This beautiful woman in palace dress is very likely to be a blood relative from his line. Dear, is his true relative on the bloodline? Lin Chen was shocked, but he was completely stunned, and thought to himself. She is my relative? Could it be that Lin Xingchen is too? However, the Lin Xingchen I encountered last time, even from a long distance, can make my birthmark appear. Reaction, does he also have blood relatives with me? The beautiful woman in the palace dress was full of tears, grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder and said excitedly, I am your aunt Lin Wanqian, you are the direct descendant of the Lin family in the god realm, your father wanted to protect you. Boom. At this time, a huge vortex of luck was created above the heads of the beautiful women in palace dress and the women in star skirts. Lin Pingan's pupils shrank as a disaster of pain. She can feel the energy contained in the vast and huge vortex of luck, which is enough luck to convert into a massive amount of calamity energy in an instant. Lin Pingan's face was tense, and he said solemnly, that power of luck may be transformed into a large amount of calamity energy at any time. Yi Qinggu was surprised, can't you absorb them? Lin Pingan shook his head, no, the scope is too large, I can only absorb a Small part at most of the disaster energy will cover most of the holy world, and countless human races will suffer disasters. The star-skirt woman looked up at the sky, her luck suddenly changed, her pretty face was slightly pale, and she hurriedly said, Aunt Wanqian, our time limit has come, we can't stay here any longer, otherwise the human race in this three-dimensional universe will suffer disaster. The woman in the star skirt looked at Lin Chen. Follow us back to the realm of the gods, we are here to bring you back to the lower realm. Impossible. Lin Chen blurted out subconsciously, this holy world still has things I have to do, I can't go to the gods with you. The woman in the star skirt said anxiously, then I'll bring your people there too, so it's all right. Lin Chen's tone was very firm, no, it's not a question of who to take. There are too many things to solve in the holy world today, it's not a matter of leaving. Are you concerned about all these people? No, Lin Chen didn't have that kind of ambition, he never wanted to be a savior. He stayed here just to protect the people he loves. The news of Luo Yao's demon race is unknown. If he just left like this, Lin Chen couldn't do it. The star-skirt woman held the void with her jade hand, and the time and space stopped for a moment. Lin Chen couldn't move. She pursed her red lips, since that's the case, I can only take you away by force. Lin Chen said coldly, it's true that I may not be able to beat you now, but if you dare to take me by force, I can also have my own way, but save my own life. No, Xingchen, don't do this. The beautiful woman in the palace dress turned pale with fright. Lin Chen frowned and said seriously, my name is Lin Chen, not Lin Xingchen. The star-skirt girl bit her white teeth and hesitated, but the vision above her head became more and more violent. Lin Chen stared at the second daughter and said fiercely, don't force me, you should know that I dare to do anything. I want to stay here, and I will go up when I finish the matter here. The star-skirt woman's left eyes are vast and secluded, as if to see through Lin Chen's fate, but in the end, she can only see nothingness. I can't see through his fate? I can't even see a trace of it. This. The star-skirt woman was horrified. This is the first time she has encountered this situation. How many monstrous gods in the god realm have also been informed by her about the general trend of fate, but now she can't see through his fate? The star-skirt woman and Lin Chen looked at each other, and finally their expression softened a little, releasing the stillness of time and space. She sighed helplessly, it seems that he doesn't plan to go with us. How can this be? The beautiful woman in the palace dress was pale, full of powerlessness and unwillingness, and she burst into tears, it's hard to find the stars, sister, how many days and nights did she wait for? Aunt Wanqian. The star-skirt woman grabbed her wrist and said very seriously, you know that we agreed to each other's conditions, we can't hurt the fate of the mortals in the lower realm, stop here, the human race here will be we are facing extinction. The chances of our lower realm are very slim. Lin Xing. Lin Chen, this is for you. The woman in the star skirt pulled Lin Wanqian away and handed one thing to Lin Chen, which was a space jade slip. Her snowy face was full of solemnity, and she said seriously, this records part of the situation of the human race in the god realm, the situation of the Lin family, and a little bit of your background. Lin Chen took it as soon as he took it, and a storm surged in his heart. Your own life experience? Lin Chen almost never thought about this question. The star-skirt woman also added, as for the Lin Xingchen you met, remember, if his origin is from the god realm, then he is very likely to be your lifelong mortal enemy. If you encounter him, try not to do anything with him. Enemy, now you are not his opponent. Wait a minute. Lin Chen suddenly said, if you want to leave, take them with you. Lin Chen looked at Xinling Shuang and said with a smile, Nizi, haven't you always wanted to know your own background, and now is the time to reveal it? Xinling Shuang was stunned for a moment, her expression both surprised and dazed. Master, what do you mean? Lin Chen smiled and said, go, find your family back. After speaking, Lin Chen looked at Yi Qinggu. Yi Qinggu suddenly said, didn't you trust them? Lin Chen smiled and said, why, you can't bear me? Yi Qingwu's eyes turned, her beautiful eyes flashed with autumn waves, and she smiled sweetly. There's one thing, you can't do things with the most handsome man in the God realm. It's not the God realm I want. Lin Chen joked and laughed. I'll go up one day, whether it's rushing up or hitting up. In the ruins of the God Emperor, the 5 gods are gathered together, which is hard to see for all ages. Hearing that Wu Jiuchen mentioned the word remuneration, Yangshan laughed. It's really a pleasure to work with you. The young god flicked his fingers, and a ray of divine sun ripped apart the world. Boom. 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 Vulcan and Sun God are fighting together. In a battle at the level of the gods, the aftermath of every spill is enough to hang countless holy kings, and it is not enough to watch. The nebula stirred, and the battle of the 2 gods crushed countless stars into pieces, but couldn't smash them. The space of the God Emperor ruins was enveloped by a unique energy. Time and space have become particularly strong, and they cannot be easily shattered as strong as a god. Not only the location of the 5 gods, but also the aftermath of the battle. No less than here. There are other true gods fighting. The ruins of the God Emperor, the battle of the gods to destroy the world, completely broke out. As long as they snatch the secrets of the God Emperor's ruins, the 3-dimensional universe will no longer be worthy of their nostalgia. More monks and less porridge, this battle will decide the fate of the gods. Water reflects the sky. At this time, the water god suddenly attacked, and the god's finger repeatedly flicked, and the magical power of the water system's divine light swept the direction of Wu Jiuchen. The martial god held the red halberd, and was about to shoot. The Yin god blocked in front of him and transmitted a voice in an instant, you go and take away the divine source and divine position of the ruins, and I will deal with him. With a wave of Yin Shen's hand, the divine light shook the world, piercing the starry sky like a divine sword, pointing directly at the water god. Boom. 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 The terrifying explosion destroyed the stars within tens of millions of miles along the way, and the space was violently distorted. Wu Jiuchen nodded and said, no problem, if I get the source of the gods, I will get your share. Boom. Wu Jiuchen stepped on the martial god's step, riding the gorgeous streamer, and the red halberd split the layers of barrier, turning into a divine light that surpassed the attack speed and shot into the miracle. Shing. With a roar of dragons, Vulcan pulled the blazing divine bow behind him, stepped on 10,000 fires to break out of the siege, and took aim at Wu Jiuchen, the god of war. Want to run? I want you to become a god of war today. Vulcan pulled the bowstring, and a deadly and dangerous murderous intent enveloped Wu Jiuchen. The bow of Vulcan is not a complete divine weapon, but in the hands of a true god, it can also exert terrifying power. Wu Jiuchen's face sank. Does this lunatic want to fight with me to the end? What trump card does he have? 2 gods versus 3 gods, is he willing to play his trump card with me? Brush. Yangshan immediately followed, standing in front of Vulcan, with a deep voice. Transmission, go ahead, don't hesitate. Boom! The water column shot up into the sky, as if it turned into a thousand-headed water dragon. It crushed the stars for thousands of miles, and slaughtered Wu Jiuchen. The Yin god made another move, and the water god's ultimate move was blocked. The elegant and handsome water god snorted coldly. Are you actually willing to be his subordinates? Hearing this, a mysterious light flashed under the eyes of the enchanting and glamorous Yin god. Yin god charming sneered, why, you start playing tricks if you can't beat it? This seat prefers to play in another place. Take the trick. The battle circle between the two groups of gods has intensified. Wu Jiuchen stepped on his body and was about to pass through the interior of the miracle. Suddenly, a terrifying chill spread throughout his body. Boom! 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 Four divine lights blasted towards the martial god at the same time. One fire, one water, one yin, one yang. God fell to the sky. Wu Jiuchen slashed the endless divine light with one halberd, pulled the divine halberd with thorns and thorns at high speed, turning and cutting into cuts. The sharp edge of its halberd swept the Tianzhu, cutting the Tianzhu. Wu Jiuchen stepped on the martial god's step, radiant with brilliance, and suddenly retreated for millions of miles. The corners of his mouth overflowed with divine blood, and when he was covering the wound, a thumb-width wound was split in front of his chest. God, it is generally extremely difficult to get hurt. In the case of divine body protection, it is by no means an easy task for an opponent of the same level to break the defense. But once injured, the battle situation will be seriously tilted. Previously, when Wu Jiuchen entered the ruins of the God Emperor, the battle with other true gods consumed a lot of energy, and he was attacked by the water god and the fire god once again. Now, it's the second time I've been attacked. Moreover, the four gods aimed at him at the same time. This is absolutely no coincidence. Wu Jiuchen turned his eyes and stared at the four true gods who were aggressively attacking him. His demeanor was very calm as a tiger that devoured people with rage. You actually betrayed me too? The Yamshan dressed in the divine light of Yin Yang gave a yin and cruel smile. Martial god, your reputation lives up to the legends. Even if you are wounded, you can still pick up the sneak attack of the four of me. You are the one who threatens the most. Boom! The four gods surrounded the gods of war, and they fought in an instant. If they don't make a move, they are already deadly murderous. Changhong swept away, and the halberd swung wildly. Being besieged by the four gods, with collateral injuries, the martial god suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The offensive of these four gods is completely on the same level as the previous procrastination war, and the offensive is so fierce that I don't know how many times they are determined to get rid of the Valkyrie. The Yin god giggled, your threat is so great, if you want to distract the source of the gods, you must be eliminated first. The killing intent in the eyes of Wu Jiuchen, who was struggling to resist, skyrocketed wildly. So cruel. Although he would not join forces with the two gods of Yin and Yang, but the interests of the three of them are the same at the moment, he can't think of the benefit of the two gods of Yin and Yang betraying him. How difficult it is to kill a god. Even if it is a siege by the two gods, if the other party is dying to counterattack, it will be life-threatening. Not to mention, this true god is still the top 3 martial gods of the human race, Wu Jiuchen. If you want to get him, the 4 true gods are the most stable. Therefore, during the battle between the Yin and Yang gods, they reached an agreement with the water god and the fire god. In the ruins of the God Emperor, where the gods of the human race came together and the gods fought melee'ly, being seriously injured means that you will lose the possibility of competing with the true gods of the same level. 3,000 worlds of water and fire. Inyang illusory god domain. Such is the enchantment of countless water and fire double dragons roaring. Dragons dancing wildly, the power of water and fire merged with each other. And it came in an instant, covering the side of the God Emperor's ruins. Then, the two chi of yin and yang turned into 9 suns, and the divine power of the yin system turned into 9 yin chi acupoints, exuding the power of dazzling death like a vortex. Wushan Wu Jiuchen narrowed his eyes. Come on. These guys, the purpose is not only to force themselves back, but to really kill him. Slaughter God. The 4 gods slaughtered the martial gods? Wu Jiuchen's shoulders suddenly burst, and the power swept over the ruins of the God Emperor, and he drank coldly. 1 god fighting 4 gods, even if I, Wu Jiuchen, can't defeat all 4 of you, but just because you want to take my life, I'm not qualified enough. Boom. A beam of divine light rushed through the heavens and the earth, and a golden armored man stepping on a golden dragon appeared out of the sky, crushing countless stars along the way. The cold shouts full of coercion and domineering spread around the ruins of the God Emperor. If they are not qualified, then add the old man, is that enough? The sound of anger is rolling in, and the divine might shocks the quartet. Another true God has come. Wu Jiuchen's pupils shrank slightly, and all his retreats were blocked by powerful divine power. 5 gods of war, God of war. The history of the gods in the holy world of the human race, from this moment. A new page has been turned. Outside the ruins of the God Emperor, behind the powerful energy barrier, there are a group of humanoid figures hidden. Their physiques are like a sea and abyss. Although they are humanoids, their chi and blood power is stronger than any human race, terrifying. It was as if a mighty wild beast was standing here. These people are actually the dragons of the dragon race. There is a special enchantment in the ruins of the God Emperor, and the true gods who are not the human race cannot enter, otherwise they will be punished by the power of the God Emperor, destroying the world and slaughtering the gods. Among them, a man in a golden robe headed slightly shook his head and sighed. The human race is going to change greatly. The red-robed man with a stern appearance, with red hair fluttering, stepped out in one step, frowning in confusion and said, "Why don't they fly to the realm of the gods and stay here for so long?" The oldest man in the golden robe before said solemnly, "It is actually not difficult for the human race to ascend to the god realm. Unlike my dragon realm, if you want to ascend to the god dragon realm, you need to go through the painful process of transforming the dragon body from 3 dimensions into 4 dimensions." The golden-robed man said indifferently, according to the ancient dragons book, the human race god world is an extremely vast world. There are more than 3 different ecology alone, and there will be no major wars and riots after hundreds of centuries, has absolute rule, and even the human saints there don't even know the basic fighting methods. The man in the red robe showed an unprecedented look of surprise. Jean, the fighting method is not good. The dignified human holy realm can't even fight? What is the principle? In terms of battle, even the human race war emperor and Yuan Zuanjing have a lot of ruthless characters. The man in the golden robe nodded, recalling the thought. It is said that in that area, the holy land of the human race only needs to supply holy power regularly, and can get the corresponding reward to live. If you don't want to fight, you don't even know how to fight. The realm of the gods is divided into several regions, and the gods ruled by Each region are different, but there are also individual regions that have no rulers, and those regions are basically all ruthless people who devour life and destroy the world without blinking an eye. There are also established order. The region of the world, one God informs, and all gods revere. In short, the human race God realm is a magnificent world with a prosperous history. There are so many rules that it is even more complicated than our divine dragon realm. And the current human race gods, if they ascend to the God realm, they must give up everything they have, once again become an existence like a soil hegemony, soaring up. The golden-robed man shook his head and said, the God of the three-dimensional universe, when he ascends to the four-dimensional universe, he will be randomly teleported to any place. And the true God without background is very likely to be targeted. The true God of the same level, the three-dimensional God. Entering the four-dimensional universe, if you can't get used to the four-dimensional space-time, you will be easily killed by the four-dimensional true God of the same level. The red-robed man's eyelids jumped, and he said in surprise, is the God of the four-dimensional universe so powerful? The golden-robed man said seriously, accurately, there is a gap. But the actual combat power gap is not large, but the power gap between the two sides does not come from divine power, but from dimension. As soon as these words came out, all the dragons present had solemn expressions on their faces. Dimension, this is the concept that represents the contents of the world at the beginning of the universe. In the three-dimensional universe, there are only the concepts of length, width and height. In layman's terms, three-dimensional creatures can feel the three-dimensional concepts of up and down, front and back, and left and right. And four-dimensional, there will be one more dimension. In theory, beings in the three-dimensional universe cannot even see four-dimensional beings clearly. Even if a four-dimensional human race is standing in front of a three-dimensional human race, if the four-dimensional human race does not deliberately reduce the dimension and appear, the three-dimensional human race cannot even see each other. Not to mention, use anything from the 4D universe, or fight the creatures of the 4D universe. The difference between the two is not in strength, but in essence. The man in the golden robe said solemnly, only when you are accustomed to the four-dimensional universe can you have the power to protect yourself. There will be no suspense. And the benefits of killing a true God are naturally self-evident. So if they fly up, they will become fish on the chopping board, and there is a greater possibility that they will be slaughtered by others. As soon as these words came out, the dragons couldn't help being silent. The realm of the gods, the realm of the dragon, is a step that is always in front of them and cannot be taken lightly. Boom. At this time, the ruins of the God Emperor were crumbling, and the martial god Wu Jiuchen wanted to enter the ruins of the God Emperor. When he wanted to break the net, the 5 true gods were chasing after him, and the battle intensified. At this time, another beautiful woman in a red skirt sneered, this group of human race true gods usually have a detached attitude, and when they eat meat, they are like mad dogs. The old man in green robe, who was drinking from the pot, gave a weird laugh. You laugh at others? It's better to laugh at yourself, as if you are very pure, and I don't know who sees the little male dragon and will take them back to the lair. You. The beautiful woman in the red skirt glared angrily, murderous. The old man in the green robe joked and said, why, do you want to have a dragon battle here? The family is fighting fiercely, so you want to warm up too? The graceful man in white raised his hand to stop the two, with snow-white dragon horns on his head, elegant and handsome, but looked at the man in Golden robe with worry. The man in white said solemnly, speaking of which, according to your opinion, are you worried that the human race will kill each other too much and cause other races to invade? The man in the golden robe nodded, and when he turned to look at the other side of the starry sky, he seemed to be looking into the distance of the void. The human race of the holy world has always been an important existence to balance the major forces. The civilization of the human race is no less than the origin of our dragon race. Today, the gods are fighting here. The human race will be greatly reduced, and the strength of each race will begin to tilt, which will inevitably trigger a war. Talking about this, the beautiful woman in the scarlet skirt said sternly, "You mean, the demon race?" The golden-robed man squinted his eyes, and his deep voice was full of worry. "No, it's the demon race." All the dragons were startled and looked at each other in astonishment. Although the talent of the demon race is superb, it is not enough to threaten the current races. The history and time of their existence is too short, and the background is not enough to shake the foundation of all races. The golden-robed man shook his head and sighed. Back then, the amazing and brilliant true God of the human race created the demon race, but left behind a load of hatred, which made the demon race become the most exclusive existence between the human race and the demon race. The first group of demons who were born at the time also had the existence of gods, but what worries me the most? The golden-robed man's expression was particularly solemn. What I am most worried about is the only female emperor of the demon race today. I had a relationship with her once, and she was tainted with so much hostility, which can be described as the most today. I don't know how many innocent creatures have been killed or harmed to accumulate such terrifying hostility. He looked around the scene and continued, just relying on all the dragons we are present, the total amount of hostility is less than 1/10 of her. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, all the dragons took a deep breath. Slaughtering living beings, especially slaughtering human races, will lead to a reversal of luck and anger. If you can control it, your strength will increase. If you can't, you will self-destruct. As a result, the demon race will launch a general attack on the human race. Just a matter of time. The golden-robed man sighed, now that the spatial orientation of the demon race has completely disappeared, I'm afraid the things we expected will break out ahead of schedule. Once the situation of the human race changes greatly, it will affect the whole family. The powerhouses of other races will definitely not sit idly by. The first among them is the demon clan with the most ferocious ambitions of the wolf. At this time, a beautiful woman in a palace phoenix skirt walked slowly to the golden-robed man. Ying smiled. Maybe there is a ray of mystery in the dark. I have something to tell you. A human race has entered the dragon plane of our dragon race. The speaker is the divine water dragon of extreme prison. The dragons looked at her curiously. Human race, enter their dragon plane? The beautiful lips of the beautiful woman lifted slightly. I also found out that this human race has an ambiguous relationship with Luo Yaoer. Perhaps, he will become a breakthrough for our dragon race. More than 20 days have passed since the Battle of the Gods. It was when Lin Chen just liberated the luck of the two domains, and the family of martial gods ushered in a shocking change. Sigh. Bang. A divine thunder descended from the sky and slashed the family of martial gods. On this day, all the elites of the martial god family came out, facing the coming of this thunder. There was no means to resist and no defense cards. Boom. The red divine thunder split open the family of the martial gods, the smoke billowed, and the wind swept through. Divine thunder shocked the world and cut through the space. Released a very strong energy fluctuation, completely turned the martial god family upside down. What happened? My mentality is so broken. I was comprehending the exercises, and at the most critical moment, I blew up the old man's nest. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't do anything to the old lady, my family has been hacked. Who the fuck has such a big guts, dare to overturn my martial arts base? It's a godsend. It's true that no one in my Wu family can't succeed. His grandmothers go out to meet the enemy. In the martial god family, many elders and guardians who stayed behind rushed out one after another, looking around the martial god family. Those who didn't know thought that a powerful enemy was coming. Just when everyone was looking for a circle, they hadn't found out who was the culprit. The space ripples, the divine might is vast, and the divine might is like the sea. An invincible martial god pressure swept across millions of miles. This? The pupils of the last holy king elder, who stayed behind the martial god family, shrank sharply. Several very old elders shivered and said, Wu, the might of the martial god? Could it be said that venerable Wu Jiuchen has returned? You can't go wrong. This coercion must be him. Such pure divine might, only the one above. Wrong. But the elders of the Holy King suddenly vetoed, his pupils trembling with fear, staring at the center of the ruins of the martial god family. Boom! With a loud explosion, the boundless holy energy billowed away the ruins of the martial god family. The wild laughter echoed in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It's back, everything is back. I saw a person standing in the ruins, majestic and domineering, his eyes bursting with divine light, and one person stood, opening up the world. It's Wu Pianju. His divine might is far more than ever before. Lin Chen, I want you to die. After this time, I want you to die without a place to be buried. I want to drink your blood, peel your skin, cramp and eviscerate your bones, so that you can experience all kinds of pain that you don't have in the world. Kill you, too, it's cheap, it's so fucking cheap. I'm going to torture you to the point of going crazy, torturing you to the point of stepping on a shit pile of shit. Wu Pianja laughed like a maddened smile, and the wind and thunder changed with a smile, and the divine might came to all living beings. What's more terrifying is that he flashed 67 holy acupoints all over his body, and rushed all the way to the 68 holy acupoints. On the top of his head, a vortex of red light was madly spinning, raging like a storm, releasing the suction of swallowing stars and moon, and constantly spinning. The elder holy king shivered and trembled, its young master, Pianju. He has the blood of the god of war on him. It's not his own, but the god of war. Wu Pianju turned his head and swept over, and the mad power of the gods, surging like a river curtain, was released at once. The power of the gods is like 1,000 mountains pressing down on them. Boom! 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 All the direct descendants of the Wu family knelt down in an instant. Sweat flowing. This divine power is exactly the same as the one on Wu Shenzun. The powerhouses of the direct line of the Wu family who were suppressed by the divine might, even in the open heaven realm, were as weak as ants. Wu Pianju raised his hand and waved, and the holy light passed by like a knife. Sigh. The blood was like a column, and the head rolled down. Even the spirit was wiped out in an instant. The head of the elder who did not wait to see Wu Pianju in the 7 weekdays Everyone is like falling into an ice cellar, and the cold light is piercing. These 7 people, who had never seen Master Wu Pianju after he lost his divine blood, were killed in an instant. Wu Pianju put away the previous madness, restored the elegance and unity of the past, gently wiped his fingertips, and chuckled casually. You can forgive the little things you do on weekdays. But from now on, the Wu family will only have one person to talk to, and that is me, Wu Pianju. Those who violate the order will fall to the ground. Thousands of strong martial artists shuddered and said respectfully, I respectfully obey the orders of the young master. Wu Pianju raised the corner of his mouth slightly, waved his hand, the space opened wide, and stepped into the secret cultivation realm, leaving a sound transmission. I am in retreat, you have to stick to the Wu family until I leave the customs, when the Wu family takes revenge. When Wu Pianju left, only the frightened members of the Wu family were left. 2. What's going on? Could it be that young master Wu Pianju really successfully recovered his bloodline after retreating? No, there may be other reasons for this. After the owner of the god's blood dies, he will return to the closest thing to him as soon as possible. If he wanted to find it, he would have called it back. When everyone was talking about it and couldn't find the crux of the problem, the only elder, the Holy King, suddenly showed a look of horror. Why is this? No, it's not true. The Holy King Elder suddenly screamed and collapsed. In the palm of his hand, the blue-yellow jade tablet was already dimmed. When the elders saw what he was holding, they were completely terrified. At that time, only the supreme elders of the Holy King realm could hold the seal of the divine throne. The seal of the divine position represents the life and death of Wu Juechen, the martial god of the Wu family. Now the seal of the divine position is almost bleak to nothingness, which means that the god of war has encountered a crisis of powerlessness. And Wu Pianju's sudden outbreak illustrates all this. Generally speaking, after the fall of the gods, most of the blood of the gods will return to the body closest to the original host, that is, the divine blood clone. Many true gods will try their best to keep their clones condensed by a trace of their own blood, even if it is extremely difficult to condense the clones of divine blood. Therefore, even if an irreversible crisis does occur, God will not completely die. However, the family of martial gods fought against Lin Chen first. He was smashed by Lin Chen. They used the divine blood clone of the god of war. The whole family pits Valkyrie series. As a result, the divine blood had nowhere to go, and could only return to Wu Pianju. A generation of martial gods was besieged by 5 true gods in the ruins of the God Emperor, and completely fell. Since then, there is no more martial god, Wu Juechen, in the Holy Realm. However, it was replaced by a crazier rising star, Wu Pianju. Divine blood is a part of the cultivation base attached to the original host. Once this part of the cultivation base is under control, Wu Pian will definitely surpass the ordinary saint talent list. Even, it will approach the top 10 or even surpass the saint talent list in a straight line. The family of martial gods has undergone an earth-shattering change. Someone Lin, who arrived at the Xianxia historic site, just landed and sneezed. Suddenly, this made Lin Chen touch his nose and laughed at himself. Lin Chen, you are a bit outrageously handsome. Why are there beauties who are thinking of you behind your back all the time? This is a bad habit, it must be changed, System, this shameless habit has to be changed. The Xianxia historic site, like a peach blossom town, is suspended to the very Center of the galaxy. The bridge is flowing, and the cranes are soaring. The high mountains stand. The cliffs cover the clouds. The peach trees are in pieces, and the holy water is like a spring. The five-color streamer of the Changhong spans the sky, and the clouds are steaming and the clouds are splendid. The people who just teleported here are simply stunned. Which of the saints among them is not a highly respected existence in the secular world, and he has seen amazing scenery. But this is the first time they have seen such a vibrant, prosperous, and beautiful scenery. This place is like a fairyland on earth. Ning Qingxian, who likes tranquility, can't help holding her lover's hand when she sees this scene, and she can't help but sigh. It would be a wonderful thing if the rest of my life could be spent here. Lin Chen whistled with a smirk and approached Ning Qingxian. Yeah, such a good place. It's a pity not to use it for barbecues and drinks. Wouldn't it be beautiful to do something you like to do with a few fairies? Ning Qingxian smiled and rolled his eyes at him. Lin Chen turned to everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, let's retreat here in a short time." Yes. Many hidden world powerhouses and servants said respectfully. At this time, what was assembled here is already all the power that Lin Chen can mobilize. Those who are lower than the open heaven realm do not constitute combat power, and Lin Chen does not intend to let them participate in this battle. There are more than 1,000 people in the Kaitian realm, 421 people from the first rank to the second rank, 303 people from the third rank to the fifth rank, 139 people from the sixth rank and seventh rank, and 108 people from the eighth rank and above. This is still under the premise of not counting the Xinyan Palace. But next, this group of people will usher in a moment of leaps and bounds. Here, there are one of the few ninth-rank holy-level pharmacists in the holy world, and there are high-level pharmacists from the alchemy domain gathered. The most accomplished wizard. This lineup alone is enough to create a strong team. At this time, Shang Guanju suddenly stepped out of the air and said in surprise, "Little guy, Ruoyan is awake." Lin Chen was startled and rushed into the Xinyan Palace in a hurry. In the palace, on the jade bed, Bai Ruoyan's beautiful snow scorpion appeared. Pale, but her vitality had begun to slowly recover. "Sister Ruoyan." Lin Chen walked over quickly. Bai Ruoyan saw her lover, and finally let go of her heart. Fairy endured the pain, got up from bed, and hugged Lin Chen, who was worried, and ran over. The morbidly beautiful Shui Tu showed a bit of relief and resentment, slightly annoyed. "I thought I would never see you again, so don't always worry about your actions. Why do you always have to go to danger alone and go alone?" "Dragons." Lin Chen said helplessly, "Okay, I promise, never again." The slender jade finger pressed against Lin Chen's lips, and the fairy said slightly angrily, "If you do such a thing again in the future, you will be fined not to touch me and Ling Yueqi for 1 year. Ling Yueqi rarely agreed. "I think it can be." Lin Chen wanted to cry without tears. "My brother is too difficult." The crowd covered their mouths and laughed. No matter how clever Lin Chen is, he can't say anything about his sister Ruoyan, so he can be punished with peace of mind. As for Bai Ruoyan's awakening, the elders of Xinyan Palace had to take care of each other day and night to increase the recovery speed of the holy fire for her by using her mind. After the incident, Lin Chen instead strengthened all the supreme elders of Xinyan Palace to +15, and their strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. 2 days after Bai Ruoyan woke up, Lin Chen's phantom clone was responsible for assisting Yu Xingxing in alchemy. And he will start his strongest support road. Xianxiao Historic Site, on a grassland, there are 10 gates standing. Lin Chen stood in front of the giant gate. Xiaolinger smiled sweetly. 9 of these 10 giant gates correspond to the inheritance of Xianxia Gate. And there are 8 duns, called Qimen Duanjia, which are divided into 8 duns, including Tian Dun, Earth Dun, Human Dun, Wind Dun, Cloud Dun, Long Dun, Tiger Dun, Ghost Dun. And the last 2 gates, only the last heirs of Xianxia Gate can enter. Xiaolinger introduced them one by one, and pointed to the heavenly escape gate first. Now they are retreating inside. The Tiandun gate you are standing on, my lord, is the retreat leading to Qi Fian. Lin Chen said with admiration, my dear, this Xiangxiaman's family is really terrifying. Lin Chen and Xiaolinger stepped into the heavenly escape gate together. The space shifted and Lin Chen was transported to a desert, with starry visions everywhere. In the desert, holy flames billowed, and Qi Fian sat cross-legged in the void. Amazingly, the 3 ancient coffins stood in front of Qi Fian, and there were actually 3 mummified corpses? The 3 mummified corpses formed an energy cycle, and were injecting violent and majestic energy into Qi Fian's body. The 100th holy acupoint between his eyebrows is accumulating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is about to completely break the desire. The most important thing is that there are still a lot of primordial spirit memory sent to Qi Fian through the 3 mummified corpses. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Are you accepting inheritance? Very good. System. I want to activate the attribute transfer function, and transfer all my cultivation technique essence, enhancement points, and all to Qi Fian, so that he can speed up the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Enable the attribute transfer function, consume 350,000 top-level Tian Dao points, 2.9 billion intermediate strengthening points, and 1 million saint level martial arts essence. Qi Fian, who was in a state of retreat, was suddenly enlightened. Numerous inheritances gave him the difficulties of cultivation, and the tide rose in an instant, and the trouble was opened. Not only that, but Qi Fian's mental skills and exercises are skyrocketing at a multiple speed. This feeling is, the Lord. The Lord is here, and I really have eyes. And eyes. The Lord can actually help me speed up the inheritance of the techniques of Xiangxiaman. Qi Fian reacted instantly and was ecstatic. However, at the critical moment of retreat, he could not interrupt, knowing that the Lord's intentions were well-intentioned and absorbed and inherited. Xiaolinger said in surprise, my lord, you can actually speed up Brother Qi Fian's inheritance? This is too amazing, and there is such an operation? The speed at which Brother Qi Fian absorbs inheritance is at least 10 times faster. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, no way, I know too many things. I often say that being handsome is my most inconspicuous advantage, and being playful is my most proficient specialty. Xiaolinger covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, the specialty is really long. Lin Chen waved his hand, go, next stop. The door of the earth escape, in a pitch-black Tianqi, the majestic treasure that screamed like a dragon, frantically poured into Qin Jiuxia's body. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, system, attribute value transfer function. Consumes 400,000 points of top-level Heavenly Dao value, 2 million points of holy level martial arts essence. Then, Lin Chen hurried all the way and entered the 9 escape spaces. Respectively. Every escape door has a servant. Each escape door has the unique inheritance of Xiangxiaman. There are special exercises passed down, the powerful energy body accumulated for countless years, the special cultivation secret realm derived from the universe, and the strange and mysterious powers are obtained. There are all kinds of inheritance. All his servants enter. Qi Fian in the sky, Qin Jiuxiao in the earth, Situ Chongxing in the human, Jiang Weiner in the wind, Yuntiangguang in the cloud, Dragon 9 mountains in the dragon, the ember and the tiger, and the death in the earth, and Ji Wuchen in the ghost. In less than 2 days, Lin Chen upgraded all the 9 servants who accepted the inheritance. Not only does it speed up their acceptance of inheritance, but it also enhances and strengthens the exercises they are currently learning to the top. Once they leave the customs, they will be a strong team that is enough to shake the holy world. Xianxia Historic Site, inside the 9th Space Gate. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, looking up at the vast and rotating, colorful galaxy. There are infinite attribute light balls scattered all around, as strong as. Lin Chen is also stunned. The 9th space gate of the Xianxia Historic Site is actually filled with infinite blue burning treasure energy, Jiuyang holy energy, Jiuyin holy energy, 5 elements, chaotic acupoints, yin and yang nebula, and so on. Every special holy energy contains great energy. These energies are not very rare, they can only be regarded as medium and above, but the problem is that there are so many of them. Similar to blue burning treasure qi, a mysterious energy body that contains a form like soft water, but exudes a fiery temperature. Normally, a fist-sized blue burning treasure is worth a high-quality heterocrystal. At this time, in the 9th spatial secret realm of the Xianxia Historic Site, the amount of blue burning treasure qi alone is the size of a star. Some special energies are even more terrifying, the size of a nebula. Lin Chen was amazed, this family is too rich. The 9-rank sect has emptied the family, and it is not half as good. Brush. Zi Qianqiu stepped on the golden bowl Dao palace formation, respectfully clasped his fists and said, "My lord, I have already set up 70 giant spirit gathering formations nearby, and 50 heavenly star receiving spirit formations. You can mobilize the formation at any time. Energy is ingested and refined at the highest speed." Zi Qianqiu said with some worry, "My lord, although the formation and energy are sufficient, it is almost impossible to refine it in such a short period of time." Lin Chen snapped his fingers, looked at Jiang Taishu, Xiao Linger, and Fei Wushuang behind him, and then jokingly said, "With me here, there is no concept of impossibility. I said that you can become holy kings next, then you will. It can be done. Create a holy king." If it was once, Lin Chen really didn't have this background. But now, he has repeatedly raided the strongest sect in the sword domain, the Genesis Alliance, and has a huge amount of attribute values and Xiangxiamen to fight the battle. This can't create a few holy kings, he can just find 2 big white steamed buns and kill them. System, turn on the attribute transfer function, and strengthen the giant Spirit Gathering Array and Tianqing Spirit Array. Consumes 1.4 million top-level Tian Dao points, 39 billion intermediate strengthening points. Boom. 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 Surrounding the vast and gorgeous energy body, more than 100 super large star palace formations burst into a burst of light. When the speed of running the formation was getting higher and higher, Zi Qianqiu, the founder of the Generation Formation, was completely stunned. This is too heaven-defying. The master's magical skill, to improve the mind, can actually be used in the formation. Finally, after the strengthening stopped, the operation efficiency of all super large star palace formations increased nearly 7 times. Fei Wuxuang and Xiao Linger were amazed, Xuetu was shocked and horrified. Jiang Taishu's mouth twitched wildly. The Lord's methods are simply not normal for a single moment. Lin Chen nodded and smiled with great satisfaction with the current formation. It is enough for you to hit the half-step Holy King and even the realm of the Holy King with maximum efficiency in a short period of time. There are also the 18th and 16th floors below. Beauties, let them all come in, this wave. I want to make everyone's strength soar all the way. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen looked at Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, and said, seriously, the two of you also go in. Instead, your cultivation base is your only shortcoming now. If you want to be tough with Genesis, we need stronger strength. Yes. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun took the lead. Then, Lin Chen released the holy dragon without a word, wandered in the space of the ninth escape door, took away all the attribute light balls, and the attribute value of the element class, climbed all the way. When the holy light came and all the servants entered, they were completely shocked by the vast and majestic special energy body in front of them. Xiao Linger covered her mouth and chuckled at the servants. Everyone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that the Lord has given us, don't let it go. I'm waiting for orders. With this sky-defying formation, a lot of treasure energy, and the help of the holy pills of the seniors who traveled to life, if I don't become a rank 9 saint, I will not pass the test. Lin Chen said seriously, okay, very energetic. The servants stepped into the formation, and even Lin Chen's holy dragon chose a group of yin-yang nebula to refine. The more you can improve your frontline strength, the more opportunities you have to protect yourself. After everyone entered a state of complete retreat, Lin Chen exited the ninth space gate. Sitting cross-legged on the top of the Xianxia historic site, Lin Chen pondered deeply. Zi Qianzhou's 12 Dao Palace Formation Manual and the last 2 volumes have not been practiced. Not only that, but also Linger and Wuxuang's unique magic. Compared with other inheritances, they need the growth of cultivation base more. Fei Wuxuang's healing magic, Jiang Taishu's Peerless arithmetic, Xiao Linger's space magic, Zi Qianzhou's 12 palace formations, etc. The exercises that the 4 of them actually possess have not been fully mastered, and even the most core part has not been learned. For example, Xiao Linger's most core space magic skills require at least the cultivation of the Holy King to activate, so attacking the Holy King is their primary task. Everyone's retreat has come to an end, and it's my turn next. Lin Chen opened the Shi system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Sacred Realm 5-layer Consummation, Sacred Essence, 423 trillion points. Ultimate Strength, 650,000 Zuanli, Awakening of the Shell, plus 500%, Saint Level. Qi and Blood, 195 trillion points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 1,920 billion, the peak of the primordial spirit. Holy Level Cultivation Technique, Soul, 62 million points, Holy Level Rune. Energy, 45.58 million points, Top Heaven Value, 35.29 million points. Top Talent Points, 99.86 million points, Set Essence, 212 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 130 billion points. Holy Elemental Energy, Fire 90.89 million, Earth 90.09 million, Wood 81.03 million, Gold 83.66 million, Water 83.54 million, Thunder 89 million, Wind 85.67 million, light 88.46 million point and dark are 88.43 million points. Set column, Gold God of War set 5-piece set, incomplete. Treasures with special attributes, 12 holy artifact promotion coupons, divine. Material fragments, 3/3, 14 orange level exclusive talent treasure chests. More than 4 treasure chests, there will be high-level orange level talents. And there is a very small probability that top-level orange or the top one. Time talent of the orange rank. If there are more than 10, there is a high probability that the top talent of the orange rank will appear. Talent bar, bloodline status bar, exercise status bar. Life awakening column, nirvana column, characteristic rune column. Godhead column, idle 2 of 3, Godhead fragment, cooling, remaining, 148 days to activate. Godslayer's cooldown has ended. Next time I start a battle, I can use Godslayer again, enough for those guys in Genesis to drink a pot. It's time to witness the miracle. With so many talent treasure chests, I still can't believe that a top-level orange talent can't be found. Lin Chen immediately issued an order, system, I want to integrate all the orange level exclusive talent treasure chests. The host integrates 14 orange level exclusive talent treasure chests, and begins to integrate. Lin Chen's heart beat into his throat. In the end, is it the high-ranking orange or the top-ranking orange? Fusion is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top permanent talent of the orange rank, Divine Rebellion. Lin Chen was completely stunned. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top permanent talent of the orange rank, Divine Rebellion. When Lin Chen stared blankly at the new talent description, he took a deep breath. A shudder went straight to the Heavenly Spirit cover. This is definitely the strongest talent that Lin Chen has ever acquired. No. 1. Orange rank top active talent, Divine Rebellion extreme attack talent. Exclusive to God talent. Talent effect, the host consumes talent points to select a designated individual or group target to activate, and enters the God Rebellion state, which has a very long cooling time. Consuming talent points can speed up the cooling recovery. Note, the target that can be selected must be above the realm of the true God. It cannot be activated below the true God. It is invalid for beings below God. The host who enters the state of deity will ignore all the rules of heaven and earth. All attacks can make the enemy above the God realm unable to defend. If any attack of the host can hit the God, it will cause substantial damage to the opponent. Lin Chen calmed down for a long time before he stabilized his emotions, and his excitement was hard to hide. It's too strong. This talent is equivalent to nothing to ordinary creatures, but it is the most powerful killer to gods. The stronger the divinity, the stronger the talent. And the host's attack will have the effect of 100% penetrating the defense of the gods, which can cause the deepest damage. A talent that transcends all rules, Divine Rebellion. Still forever. Lin Chen TSK exclaimed, it's exciting, really exciting. It's better than facing the true God. I'm no longer helpless. In front there is the idol and the Godhead, and in the back there is the God's Rebellion talent, the two major pair of divine killers. Lin Chen's killer is particularly powerful and perverted. Then, Lin Chen continued to issue orders. System, synthesize divine material fragments. The host synthesizes 3 divine material fragments and begins to obtain divine level materials. The fusion is successful, and the host obtains 2 feet of red gold divine iron. The red glow is shrouded in golden light. The red golden iron that is more than 6 meters long floats into the system space as if it were divine. The terrifying coercion alone is enough to crush ordinary sacred minds, and even the powerhouses of the open heaven realm. The name of the gods is well deserved. Lin Chen, it can't be such a coincidence. The red gold iron is exactly the main material that Lin Chen needs to make the last God of War helmet. Now, there are only the last 10 gold-type top-grade heterocrystals left. Top-grade heteromorphic crystals are too rare, let alone designated gold-type ones. So far, Lin Chen has only seen the power of top-grade heteromorphic crystals in the top 10 of the Saint Talent list. It is also necessary to designate someone who is looking for a gold element. I am afraid that the difficulty is not ordinary. There is always a breakthrough. The 2 most difficult gods have been found. And I am afraid that I will not be able to find the top-quality heteromorphic crystals. Lin Chen opened the Qi transport capsule, and immediately refined a large number of middle-grade and high-grade heterocrystals into his body. Lin Chen already felt that he was getting closer and closer to the next realm. With just one more accumulation, he could break through 51 or 52 holy acupoints in one fell swoop. His accumulation is too majestic. You must know that no saint in the condensation realm dares to overturn the divine blood avatar of the gods, the will of the true gods. The foundation is too strong, and the progress will be more difficult. At the time of retreat, 10 days later, among the 8 escapes of Xiangxiamen, a vision opened up first. Sigh. Boom. 10,000 fires roared, arrows flew. The flame-like fire dragon circulated in the sky, and a beam of fire rushed out from the gate of the sky, opening up the world, and the holy fire came to the world. Everyone looked sideways. Inside the pillar of fire, a handsome man with fire eyebrows stepped out slowly. The burning arrow Saint Qi Fian. He actually advanced to the Holy King stage. Perfectly. Ha ha ha, Brother Fian is very imposing, so I can't fall behind. Inside the 9th space gate, a heroic and hearty laughter resounded. Boom. 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 The laughter shook the wind and thunder, and thousands of thunders roared into the sky. Bathed in layers of thunder, the straight man stepped on the thunder and appeared, with a thunder gun on his back, his brows and eyes like a tyrant. Holy King Realm, Battle Madness Shangguan, Invincible. Another 19th floor boss is out. 2 more Holy Kings were added to Lin Chen's team. These 2 people were already half-step Holy Kings before, and they are still 1 step away from the Holy King's realm, but now it's just a matter of time. No, the vision is not over yet. In an instant, blood flowers emerged, and huge waves swept through. The ghost escape gate among the 8 escapes suddenly opened. In the monuments where the dazzling other side flowers are blooming, a Huangquan Road is spread out. On Huangquan Road stood an old man in a blood-robed robe with a childish face and a smile full of deathly silence. The blood-robed old man leaned on a cane and smiled slightly. After 3,000 years, if you know who is there, why bother to report? Peace. 100 burials of old people, Ji Wuchen. The disciples of Xinyan Palace and the hidden powerhouses were moved. He actually came from behind, and at the same time, he stepped into the Holy King realm with Shangguan Wudi and Qi Fian. Ji Wuchen stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, the ghosts of Xiangxiamen are quite beneficial to the forbidden art that this old man specializes in, and with the master's protection, this old man was able to use the forbidden art to break through the realm in one fell swoop. Become a king." At this time, the vision changed again. A massive Yuanshan hurricane as vast as a star nucleus swept the audience. Like a storm, swept away everyone's mental fatigue. From the door of human escape, a figure walked out, elegant and handsome, his demon eyes like jade, blooming with the power of Yuanshan like a sea. His clear male voice reverberated, the wind is xiao xiao and Yi Shui Han is easy, and the strong man will never return once he's gone. The people of Xinyan Palace and the 8th rank powerhouses from all walks of life were ecstatic. Another holy king. Moreover, this holy king has broken through a whole new realm in the primordial spirit realm. Above the middle stage of Yuanshan realm. The amazing son of the past, Situ Changsheng. In their lifetime, they could witness the birth of 4 holy kings at the same time. Ha ha ha. You are all so strong, how can I, Yun Tianguang, be willing to fall behind? The master's method is really shocking, crying ghosts and gods. Wanner has to call it a stunt of the world. Holy King's realm, this realm was my ultimate goal when I was young. I didn't expect to be in the realm now, but I'm not shocked. Another 3 breaths shot straight into the sky. A ray of multicolored fairy glow rises from the Hongqiao, the holy light. Stretches across the sky, and thousands of cloud shadows pierce the sky. The door of earth escape, the door of wind escape, and the door of cloud escape open at the same time. Blood Lord Yun Tianguang. The Peerless Saint Qin Jiuxiao. Xianxia 5 Wonders Jiang Wanner. Everyone was trembling in their hearts. 7 Holy Kings. The birth of 7 holy kings at the same time is a miracle. Everyone knows very well that even with the inheritance of Xiangxiamen, becoming a holy king is by no means overnight. He was able to create such a miracle in a short period of time, all because of him, Lin Chen. Those who were once the sons of the era have now completely surpassed their own legends and will reach a new height. Ji Wuchen smiled knowingly. It seems that their team is about to undergo a major transformation. Yun Tianguang immediately walked over, stepped into the Bingxin Palace, and clasped his fists respectfully to Fairy Crimson in front of the palace. Fairy, I don't know where the Lord is now. Fairy Crimson covered her mouth and chuckled, your Lord is still in retreat. She changed her voice, however, his clone has moved. Action? Yun Tianguang wondered. The Crimson Fairy smiled slightly, and her smile was peerless. He went to send the gauntlet to the Genesis Alliance domain. After the Genesis headquarters recuperates for a while, the powerhouses at the top are still calling, concentrating, and standing still. However, the mid-level powerhouse of Genesis has started again. The wind slowed down and the rain stopped. Lin Chen rested, and they felt that they could do it again. So, I tried to start a war on mortals in a region, aiming at the spiritual realm that was closer to the Holy King's realm, to launch an attack, to clean up the mortals. Holy Kingdom, Genesis headquarters. Atsingi Xingkai sat on the side of the headquarters, with a stern appearance and a fierce temperament, and glanced at the middle-aged man in purple robe, who asked the mortals who privately led people to clear the spiritual realm. Didn't they say that they should concentrate their strength and prepare for the general attack? The purple-robed man smiled and clasped his fists. Don't worry, Your Highness, we're just going to the spirit realm to release some bloodworms. First, we need to clear most of the useless garbage mortals, and the process will not prevent us from carrying out the next action. Not finished yet. Boom. 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 The streamer fell and smashed into the Genesis headquarters head-on. Heartbroken Red, who was sitting cross-legged above the headquarters, opened his eyes and looked suspicious. A powerful enemy attacked? Why didn't the old man's arithmetic work out? Heartbroken Red flashed and stepped into the hall. I saw that at this moment, there were more than a dozen corpses of saints hanging on the hall. All of them were saints with rank 7 or above. Wearing a silver robe, he caught the heartbroken eyes, and his pupils shrank. It turned out to be you. Lin Chen. Brush. 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 All the powerhouses of the Alliance headquarters were waiting in an instant. There was a shocking surprise. Dude single-handedly broke into their Genesis Alliance as soon as they disagreed? Can't this guy do something human? Lin Chen raised his leg and stepped on a sage's corpse. The corners of his mouth were slightly lifted, and Lin Chen sneered coldly, I advise you to stop playing such tricks. Could it be that the dignified Genesis Alliance will only bully mortals? Try to bully me in some way? All the saints are waiting. Last time, this guy has killed more than 40 saints, and this time he must not be allowed to succeed. Lin Chen. This son is Lin Chen? The thief who killed my fan Jaya Shankai? Yes, I'm going to kill him. Killing my beloved son, my Dai family, and him will not share the sky. If you don't kill this son today, I will write my name upside down. A large number of old monsters in the headquarters were instantly provoked. They were all the forces behind the saints of the He Shinkai list. They came in response to Jiufeng's call. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen went straight to the Genesis headquarters and killed him. Brush. The 9-color Chonghong crossed the sky, the clouds steamed, and the beautiful and extraordinary figure of Ying Jiufeng appeared in the hall. Ying Jiufeng shocked the audience by herself, raised her hand and drank coldly. No one is allowed to shoot. Then, Ying Jiufeng glanced at Lin Chen, and suddenly said with a smile, Lin Chen, you dare to offend my Genesis Alliance again, shouldn't you be venting your anger by killing these people? Lin Chen looked directly at Ying Jiufeng, and said calmly, you caused the chaos in the holy world. Ying Jiufeng, it's humiliating to play these trivial things and play these trivial tricks. Isn't it the top 10 on the list of saints? How about we just play big? Ying Jiufeng smiled playfully, without concealing the killing intent in his eyes, and said casually, how do you want to come here? Brush. Lin Chen handed out a jade post and turned it into a streamer lazing. Ying Jiufeng raised her hand to catch it, opened it and read it carefully. Half a year later, in the boundless sea of the sword domain, the two sides will fight to the death, until they die. Lin Chen immediately said. Before the final battle in the unbounded sea, you and I are not allowed to let your subordinates act without authorization. If you dare to slaughter mortals, I will kill more powerful people in your alliance to repay. If you have anything to do, you have to wait for you to win us, do whatever you want. After hearing this, Ying Jiufeng laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, naive. Too naive, you still want to protect mortals? Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and all things are dogs. How can elephants care about the lives of ants under their feet, and just want to bind my alliance with your proposal? Lin Chen sneered jokingly. Is it naive or not, it's not your turn to force lie. If I personally kill the powerhouses of your alliance, you should know very well how many people you will lose in Genesis. Lin Chen pointed at Broken Heart Red, and sneered, if you don't believe me, ask this old man. Can he infer my location and orientation when I came in? I'm afraid he didn't even find any clues. Lin Chen's remarks immediately stimulated the Heartbroken Red, and his old face became completely gloomy. Indeed, Lin Chen is the only freak he can't calculate any results. If Lin Chen were shot to kill the strong man of the alliance in person. Heartbroken Red couldn't figure it out, and couldn't stop him. From Lin Chen's point of view, the best policy to weaken the alliance now is to use his personal strength to defeat each other one by one before all their strong men gather. In a word, do it alone. But Lin Chen took this as a condition. At least Lin Chen didn't want to wait until his own people left the border. And most of the mortals in this holy world were wiped out. At that time, even if Genesis was one, the Holy Realm was more than half of the hell on earth. Once the number of powerhouses gathers, Lin Chen also knows that it is extremely troublesome. Gathering these guys together will inevitably increase the burden of the war. This is equivalent to exchanging the lives of the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance for the short-term lives of hundreds of millions of mortals in the world, a real gamble. Lin Chen is even more aware that even if he makes a sneak attack now, he can defeat the 9-rank sects of the Alliance one by one. If he cannot defeat the Holy Prison Team and Ying Jiufeng and others, he will never be able to shake the foundation of Genesis. In the Holy Prison Team, the so-called strongest Holy King, Jin Taichu, and Jiang Pui, who stepped into the Sword Intent, and Jiang Pui, can't be dealt with by annihilation and starburst. Not to mention the other 15 people in Hell's Eye. If that's the case, then gather them all together and let Godslayer reach an unprecedented peak. And, half a year, it happens to be when the cooldown of God Idol ends. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, as bright as jade. Since I can join your Genesis Alliance like shopping, I can take the lives of other 9-rank sect powerhouses as simple as finding things in a bag. Ying Jiufeng frowned and immediately understood the benefits. However, he immediately laughed and said, Lin Chen, there are many flaws. Why is this battle agreed to be half a year later? I am afraid that after half a year, you can use the mysterious trick that destroyed the holy prison to deal with me. It's Genesis. Lin Chen shrugged on the surface, and said indifferently, who knows? In his heart, he thought to himself, his grandmother's, this guy's guess is really accurate, it's really hard to deal with. Ying Jiufeng clenched the jade post and sneered. This seat, I only give you 3 months, Lin Chen, you don't want to follow your own plan. After March, if you don't appear in the boundless sea of the Sword region, I will personally lead the team to purge the mortals from the 36 regions of the holy world every quarter of an hour later. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he smiled cruelly. Let's start from the strange domain you like to protect the most. Lin Chen didn't change his expression, and said indifferently, 3 months. Is 3 months, a gentleman has no jokes, handsome and no nonsense. After 3 months, only one side of you and me will be able to live. Ying Jiufeng flicked his sleeves. Genesis, I'm never afraid of challenges. Just let the horses come over. See a visitor out. Ying Jiufeng's seeing off made many strong people stunned. No. The head of the enemy is standing in front of us. If we don't do it now, when will we wait? A special delivery? Send a ghost. The next moment, the aura of annihilation in the sky dissipated, returning to the cold and indifferent state of the past, with a very low sense of existence, just like a killer attitude. Can it be recovered? When everyone was surprised, Lin Chen didn't tell everyone his real intention. The elders of Xinyan Palace became more and more expressive. In this way, Lin Chen's team has 2 more holy kings. If you think about it carefully, it's shocking. Lin Chen's team already has more than 10 holy kings. In addition to the strength of his own clone and main body, he can even rival 20 holy kings. Terrible, this power. Without the Genesis Alliance, Lin Chen would be a well-deserved overlord of the Holy Realm. However, the elders of Xingyan Palace knew very well how perverted the enemy Lin Chen would face next. During this period, the strong, no matter how many, will not be too little. Let's go, there are Wu Shuang and Linger left, as well as Xingxing and Taishu, let's help them and break through the realm. The 9th Space Secret Realm, a large number of servants, are retreating here. During this period, there have been many strong people who have broken through and advanced. At this time, seeing Lin Chen and others coming, Yu Xingxing temporarily exited the retreat, and when he swept to Lin Chen, he could not help but sigh when he saw that the servants had transformed into holy kings. Then, swim to the path of life. My lord, the differentiated version of the 9-year Saint King pill has all been prepared. He opened a jade box, which contained 29 holy pills that were shining. In a flash, 9-year Saint King pill is a defective half-ninth grade holy pill that Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun once took. It can stimulate the vitality of the saint into potential, and thereby break through the realm and become a king. Once the person who takes it stimulates the power of the medicine, there will be a sharp pain that pierces the bones, and the vitality of the Sacred Heart. And the potential of the holy acupoint will continue to flow away. The 100th holy cave is sure to die. Lin Chen used the attribute transfer function to allow Yu Xingxing to quickly master other 9th grade pill recipes. After improving with reference to other 9th grade pill recipes, he worked with Lin Chen to finally decipher this volume of pill recipes and the core. Lin Chen took the essence of it and got rid of the dross. Lin Chen divided the medicinal power of one 9-year holy king pill into 5. In this way, it can perfectly neutralize its shortcomings while retaining its advantages. The only thing that needs to be changed is that when taking the refining medicine, it needs the assistance of a Saint King stage powerhouse. A strong man in the Holy King realm, someone Lin dare not say that he can grab a lot of them, but it is enough to slaughter an ordinary 9th rank sect. Lin Chen distributed the medicinal pills in the jade box to everyone, and said with a smile, "This is what I told you about helping them refine the medicinal pills, and then we will see your performance." Ji Wuchen and the others looked at each other and smiled, took the medicinal pills from the treasure box, or came to the vicinity of Fei Wushuang, Xiao Linger, and Jiang Taishu. Everyone pushed the palms of their hands and used the holy power of the Holy King realm to disperse the medicinal power at full speed and directly transport it into their bodies. If Jiang Taishu, Xiao Linger, and Fei Wushuang are in a good relationship, they will immediately run the mental method, breathe in and breathe out, and refine a huge amount of medicinal power. The elders of the Danyu elders who were standing beside them were dumbfounded. And, this kind of operation? Even Lin Chen joined the team to assist in refining the medicinal pills. Time flies, 1 month later. Boom. When Yu Xingxing was the last person to leave the customs, the densely empty Danxia gradually disappeared. When Yu Xingxing stepped into the air, he showed a gratified smile. Unexpectedly, the old man has become a holy king. Yu Xingxing sighed like a dream, and then exited the customs strongly. In the Xianxia monument, all the hidden world powerhouses and the elders of the Xingyan Palace, looking at the team on the top of the mountain not far away, can be described as amazing. Xiao Linger, Fei Wushuang, Jiang Taishu, Yu Xingxing, and they were promoted successfully. Everyone, holy king. In the whole world, there should be no one except Lin Chen who can do such a crazy thing. In less than a year, he personally created 15 holy kings. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Even a storyteller wouldn't dare to make a fool of himself like this. But Lin Chen abruptly did it. On the top of the mountain, Long Jiushan couldn't sit still, he was eager to try, and his face was full of excitement. I really want to go out and fight Genesis now. Yun Tianguang glanced at him and laughed jokingly. What are you in a hurry for? You're not entering the bridal chamber. You have to take off your pants in a hurry, don't you think? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen said. No, you are not their opponents now. This statement made the servants feel a little dissatisfied and curious. Lin Chen said unhurriedly, I personally went to their base camp to test a wave. There are many ruthless people in the current Genesis. Those monsters hidden in history that came out of the holy prison and the eye of hell are outrageous. Especially after Lin Chen and the ancient god got to know each other, he has a deeper understanding of the 17 people. To tell the truth, it is better than the current Lin Chen's team with all members of the Holy King realm, plus all the exercises, enhanced, plus 17, and they can only be infinitely close to 55. Even, there are not even 5 or 5, only 4 or 6, others are 6, and Lin Chen only needs 4. Of course, it's just the comprehensive strength. Lin Chen joked and said, I admit that you are very strong now. But what I want is not a battle of equal power, but a battle that can ensure greater confidence in killing the enemy. Everyone looked at each other, and Jiang Wan'er took the lead in saying, but my lord, the means we can use to improve our strength recently have been extremely versatile. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I still have a trump card to play. Lin Chen's remarks aroused great interest among the servants. They know that Lin Chen seems to be cynical, but when it comes to business, he always does what he says. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and laughed. This trump card can only be played when you all gather together. Everyone is curious, what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of the Lord? Immediately, Lin Chen said seriously. Listen, you just need this. A quarter of an hour later. Yun Tianguang was completely stunned in place. Ji Wuchen was struck by lightning. Long Jiushan's mouth is slightly open. Fei Wuxuan lightly covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. Qi Fian looked at his lord as if he had seen a monster. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. The master's plan can't be called a plan at all. Lin Chen laughed. How, as long as you do this, you can really soar into the sky and have enough possibilities to kill those old monsters before the creation of the holy world. That's right, Lin Chen's plan is very simple. The final highlight of the systematization of all staff. Only Lin Chen can do it, learn from each other's strengths. The host activates the attribute transfer function, which consumes 30,000 holy level martial arts spirits and 50,000 martial arts spirits. Except for Jiang Taishu, when the servants sat cross-legged and entered the cultivation state, they completely let go of their minds, and a huge amount of cultivation memories poured in. After everyone stabilized, Lin Chen quit briefly. Seeing Lin Chen's return, the hidden powerhouses in the Xianxia historic site were surprised. Is this done? Lin Chen shrugged and said with a smile, dare to be alone, there is no challenge. Lin Chen turned his eyes, and when he stared at the 9th space gate, he smiled playfully. My accumulation is about to break through the limit. If I Accumulate a little more, I will perfectly open 51 or 52 holy caves at the fastest speed. The corner of Lin's mouth rose wildly. At that time, I will give Genesis another great gift. At this time, Jiang Taishu asked suspiciously, "My lord, where did your body go?" Everyone was astonished. The emotion standing in front of them is not Lin Chen's body? Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Are you spying on the Genesis alliance with the happy flag? Jiang Taishu sacrificed the Xiaoyao banner and obtained Lin Chen's +17 enhancement. Jiang Taishu now uses every fortune-teller tool, such as waving his arms. In addition, after breaking through to the Holy King realm, the durability of Jiang Taishu's arithmetic has greatly increased. When witnessing the situation at the Genesis headquarters, Jiang Taishu was gradually stunned. The headquarters of Genesis, Shanhaitang, is one of the halls in charge of the new forces joining. At this time, in Shanhaitang, a silver-robed youth holding a white paper fan, with sword brow and star-eyed eyes, has a handsome and extraordinary demeanor, with a bit of vicissitudes in his eyebrows. I saw that the young man in silver robe walked in front of the steward of Shanhaitang and smiled coquettishly. "Hello, my name is Chen Lin. I heard that Genesis is recruiting people. I'm here to work." The administrator impatiently wrote down his message and threw him a jade card. "For you, take your ID card." The young man from Chenlin nodded slightly and smiled. Brother has worked hard. After speaking, he raised his hand and quietly put down a na ring on the table. The administrator's face softened a little, and then said, "This jade card means that you have joined Wangjiantang at the headquarters. You have to follow Wangjiantang to perform tasks. In Genesis, the most important thing is to obey orders. Any unauthorized action will be judged as undercover behavior, and you will be killed on the spot." Chen Lin cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother, for your appreciation." When Chen Lin withdrew, he walked towards the direction of Wangjiantang of the headquarters, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Jiang Taishu, who knew all this, with the help of Xiaoyao banner, was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What the hell is this? The main body of the Lord went to the Genesis headquarters? Chen Lin? Lin Chen? Good guy, is he still pretending to be like this? If you don't practice well, go to Genesis to work part-time? Crazy? Jiang Taishu turned to look at Lin Chen's avatar beside him in astonishment, and said in amazement, "No one can really guess what the Lord will do next. I have to say that no one would have thought of this move." Lin Chen's body is actually in the Genesis headquarters at this moment. Heartbroken Red's arithmetic can't calculate Lin Chen's position, and secondly, Heartbroken Red's heart has ghosts, and it is definitely not loyal to Genesis. Genesis belongs to the growth stage. When recruiting troops, a large number of strong people pour in and join, so it is impossible for Broken Heart Red to carefully screen every strong person who joins Genesis. This is not realistic at all. Jiang Taishu could not see through the meaning of Lin Chen's move at all, and there would even be a great risk. In the current Genesis, the soldiers are strong and the horses are strong, and the strong are like clouds. The team stationed in the holy prison alone can be called a terrifying lineup that sweeps the area. But Jiang Taishu can be sure that as long as Lin Chen makes a move, he must be sure of it. In the Wanjian Hall, Chen Lin jokingly smiled. "Next, it's time to show the real show. Hey, new guy over there. What are you in a daze? Come and remove these mountains." Your uncle, why are you laughing, you 8B shit? You laughed so happily. Okay. I'm here. Time flies. 40 days later. Sword domain, boundless sea, a sea of chaos and space without rules. The space is distorted irregularly, rolling up the waves like a tidal wave. This is the most fringe area of the sword territory. Those who are not in the open heaven realm are not qualified to approach at all, or they are caught in the chaotic sea and strangled to death. However, those were normal times. These are not normal times. There are countless pairs of eyes, staring at the chaos sea from a long distance. There are still 5 days left until the date of the war agreed by the two sides. The two new overlords of the Holy Order will fight for life and death from here. Not only high and low, but also life and death. Inside the Xianxia historic site. During this time, Lin Chen's clone hardly had a moment of idleness. And the retreat of the 17 servants ended perfectly. At this time, Jin Wuxia found Lin Chen's clone. Jin Wuxia bowed respectfully, "My lord, according to your request, there are a total of 12 new sacred artifacts here." Lin Chen's clone nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "Very good." Since Six Fingers Shan Yuan also followed Lin Chen, his and Jin Wuxia's casting skills have skyrocketed, and with the help of Lin Chen's enhanced functions, the two have entered the ranks of 9th rank makers. However, the difficulty of casting the 9th grade holy artifact is still extremely high, and only the 8th grade holy artifact can be cast in a short time. Lin Chen's eyes looked at the 12 8th grade holy artifacts floating in the void, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. System, all strengthened. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen strengthened all the 12 8th grade holy artifacts to the highest level. It's not over yet. System, I will consume 12 holy artifact promotion coupons to upgrade all the holy artifacts in front of me. Boom. The holy light is like a tide, and the clouds are steaming. Xinxia rose into the sky, reflecting the shocked appearance of the two masters of forging. They witnessed a scene that subverted the perception of this life. 12 8th rank holy artifacts have increased their power by more than 6 times in a very short period of time, and suddenly soared to 9th rank. The upgrade was successful. The host designated the holy artifact, and all of them were upgraded by 1 rank. 12 9th rank holy artifacts. There are leg armors and gloves, circular scimitars, battle halberds, and giant axes, holy whips and giant sickles. It can be said that they have everything. Jin Wuxia and Six Fingers Shan Yuan are like children who discovered a new world. Their eyes are full of shock and admiration. You must know that a 9th grade holy artifact can increase the combat power of the Holy King by about 30%. The Lord actually created 12 9th grade holy artifacts in such a short period of time. Not to mention that the 9th grade holy artifact created by Lin Chen is still far beyond the existence of the same level. Jin Wuxia shook his head in amazement. "My lord, you are indeed my holy human race, the only miracle." Lin Chen said shyly, "Low-key, low-key." Jin Wuxia, "My lord, always drop God." Lin Chen waved his hand and put away the 12 sacred artifacts that had not yet been recognized as the master, and the fighting spirit in his eyes kept rising. "Almost, it's time. Gather everyone and prepare for war." In the Xianxia historic site, everyone is full of breath, swallowing mountains and rivers, and the air is like a rainbow. Today, all servants go out. Everyone gathered in a gorge of the Xianxia historic site. Lin Chen's servant lineup is terrifying. Rank 8 Peak Saints, 120. Rank 9 Peak Saints, 55. Half-Step Holy King, 27. Holy King, 17. This is not to mention the power of the hidden powerhouses and the Shenyan Palace who follow the servants. If you count it, the number of people participating in this battle alone exceeds 5,000. The minimum cultivation level is perfect for the open heaven realm. Rank 3 Saints and above, more than 1,000 people. It is rude to say that Lin Chen's team can push any domain within the 36 domains horizontally. Lin Chen stepped on the top of the mountain, looked around at everyone, and said loudly, "Everyone, this battle will determine our future destiny. How strong our opponents are, I don't want me to explain more. I just say one sentence, those who want to follow me, be prepared to give up their lives." Lin Chen laughed wildly. "This time it's our turn, take the initiative to attack and overthrow all the enemies in the holy world." Boom. Terrible pressure rises into the sky. Destroy all the enemies of the holy world. The servants shouted. Lin Chen shouted, "It's boring, I can't hear you, say it again." Still want to do the holy world in such a low voice? Boom. 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 Space shakes, heaven and earth change, and thunderclouds shroud. The power of everyone is even more fierce, and the anger is shaking. Dry over the holy world, all enemies. Lin Chen said with satisfaction. Well. Very energetic, let's go. Genesis headquarters. Today, the superpowers of all parties are gathered together. The entire hall contained tens of thousands of strong men. Many saints in the open world were sweating like rain. Just standing inside, that terrifying sense of oppression is about to make him urge his holy energy to carry out an instinctive defense. The powerhouses gathered in the current headquarters hall can be described as a top lineup. With a stomping, the holy world will also be shaken 3 times. In the holy prison, the real dragon, the 1,000 foxes, the heaven and the earth, the ghosts, and the heavenly phenomena are the 5 holy kings. As well as the 17 Xeon criminals in the eye of hell, tens of thousands of vicious criminals. The martial god family, 2 ancestors of the holy king, 5 elders of the half-step holy king, and 100 guardians with a rank 3 or above. There are also 7 holy kings and 12 half-step holy kings from many sects that have not yet joined Genesis. They were originally hidden forces, but they were destroyed by Lin Chen because of their own saints. Direct control is regarded as a kind of reinforcements. Next, Genesis. After Ying Jiufeng's personal training and the conditions of recruiting people, there are many strong players in Genesis now. Holy King, there are 20 in total. They are from 12 9-rank sects, and they send 1 Holy King, 2 half-step Holy Kings, and 5 rank 9 saints. And above to represent them, plus 50 saints with a cultivation level of 1 rank or higher. And there are more than 100 saints in the 9 ranks. Plus more than 1,000 rank 2 saints, 8,000 open heaven realm. There are 99 saints on the list of saints, including Ying Jiufeng himself. There are exactly 100 saints. Everyone, call everyone today. Just to produce our common enemy, Lin Chen. Ying Jiufeng showed up in person, full of aura, as the 10th on the list of saints. She showed enough battle and power to calm the audience. In this kind of scene, any ordinary saint king can't sit still, only the top 10 saints can convince the crowd. If this person doesn't die, our Genesis alliance will never grow bigger. I should promise Jiufeng to everyone that anyone who annihilates Lin Chen's team with me will be the elders of Genesis in the future. The luck, chance, adventure, all will be there. Whether I, Ing Jiufeng, is someone who draws cakes out of thin air, you should know very well. This seat, do what you say. Ing Jiufeng's voice was not loud, but it clearly touched the spirit of every strong man. I'll wait, willing to follow Lord Ing Jiufeng to create a prosperous world. Genesis should have created the world. The alliance goes on an expedition and is invincible. At present, I am the only one who created the world and is called a ghost. And I will still be an alliance person in the next life. A group of strong people are enthusiastic. As long as the number one enemy in front of them is eliminated, it is time for them to leap into the Dragon Gate. There is only a group of people who are the most calm, even indifferent. That is the people of the Holy Prison, and the unique 17. Each of them had an arrogant expression, indifferent and indifferent expression, as if they had not heard Ing Jiufeng's domineering declaration at all, more like a quietly burning fire that would burn more and more fiercely. After defeating Lin Chen, their fate is unknown, so for this battle, they plan to be an ultimate paddling monster. Ing Jiufeng flicked his sleeves and drank coldly. Go to the unbounded sea of Sword Region. Heavenly Sanctuary. Inside the pavilion, the young man in linen was undecided, and after a long time, he sighed. Hey, after this battle, the situation in the holy world will definitely change drastically. As a member of the Holy Talent List, I cannot take any responsibility for all the living beings in this holy world. The beautiful red-robed woman beside her held her brother's palm and comforted her. Senior brother, don't blame yourself too much, it's all Lin Chen's fault, if you don't rob the holy prison. The young man in linen looked at each other coldly and said indifferently. Junior sister, pay attention to your words and deeds. Your Excellency Lin Chen, who has fought for the common people in the world, is 1,000 times better than those hypocritical hypocrites. The woman in red robe said helplessly. Senior brother, you don't understand. A good person will never end well. It is precisely because of this that the master has been slow to let you out. Hearing this, the young man in linen stood up angrily, and the woman in red immediately stopped. Senior brother, you are too upright, why do you have to pity the people in this world? Do you know that mortals are destined to suffer for a lifetime, so it is better to let them leave quietly and create a world with only saints. Again, the suffering of the audience. The young man in linen gave his junior sister a deep look. Is the influence of Genesis so far-reaching? The young man in linen ignored it and walked away. I want to leave the customs and go to Jianyu. This time I leave the customs. Not for the common people, but for myself, I want to fight the Genesis Alliance. 5 days later. Sword Region, near the unbounded sea. There are more and more powerhouses hiding in the major ancient cities of the Sword Region, all staring at the area of the unbounded sea. Today is the appointed time, and the two sides have not yet appeared. Are they cowardly? It's unlikely. With Ing Jiufeng's temperament, he won't be afraid of Lin Chen not coming. When the powerhouses were discussing, an exclamation broke the suspicion. Boom! Zheng! Zheng! A sword intent splits the chaos, a sword intent divides the universe, and, between the chaos of heaven and earth, cuts open the vast avenue of space. Hiss! Countless people took a deep breath. Sword intent is enlightened, and sword intent is escorted by God. What a great handwriting! I saw that on the Space Avenue, a mighty team appeared. Here comes the Genesis Alliance. The 5 existing holy kings in the holy prison are all here. The 2 great ancestors of the martial god family, all the elders, are here. 2. The representative holy kings of the 12 ninth-rank forces, Wanjian Hall, Shuiying Hall and other 24 halls, which are known as the backbone of Genesis, are also here. Out of the nest. Genesis has come true. Even the base camp doesn't stay behind any power, and it's all out. As soon as the Battle of Genesis appeared, it immediately changed the expressions of countless powerhouses. At the forefront of the team, the aura released by the first group of figures turned into a rolling suffocating aura, like a vast dragon, and the monstrous bloody aura swept the boundless overseas. Those saint criminals, who were once imprisoned in the holy prison, who were extremely sinful and brutal, were all released. In the unbounded sea, in the avenue of space, the strong gathered in a mighty manner, and the holy prison criminals standing in the front row were ready to move. A bald criminal licked the sharp knife embedded in his wrist bone, and said, with a savage smile, "I hope they can bring more people. I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of an outsider for a long time. I've tried my mother's healing for the past few months, and I'm going to drive me crazy already." The enchanting beautiful woman with a snake and scorpion tattoo on the snow neck glanced at him and giggled, "Ji Lao Gue, I think about eating people all day long, don't wait to be eaten by others, I can't help laughing." The many powerhouses hiding in the shadows of the sword region are becoming more and more dignified. It's so fucking mad, how did you let this group of lunatics out? When the fight starts, you can't easily go up and pick up leaks and join the fight. This old man has already seen several old lunatics get out of prison. These are all lunatics who eat people and don't spit out bones. Did the holy prison actually let them out? After this battle, I expect Lin Chen's side to win. If Lin Chen's son is defeated, these lunatics will return to the holy world, and the world will be in chaos. Countless strong people are afraid of it. The holy prison detains not only the proud and dignified people, but also many treacherous and murderous people who have touched the core interests of other major forces and have been detained. This kind of powerhouse is the most difficult to fight. The holy kings, represented by the ninth-rank forces of each family, stood at the rear of the team and took their respective sides. The people of the martial god family are waiting in earnest, and the hundreds of saints have formed a lineup in the shape of a character, looking around, not daring to relax. The group at the top of the holy prison's combat power is calm and calm. At the end of the team, Fangying Jiufeng was lying on the phoenix chair in the void, shaking the paper fan gently, like a king of a generation, in charge of the overall situation, calm and composed. At this time, a sage frowned and said, "I haven't come yet. Could it be that Lin Chen regrets his cowardice? No. Whether it is the powerhouse of Genesis, or the hidden master watching the battle, all of them have exploded. No matter how exquisite Lin Chen's avatar is, it is impossible to break through the realm. Therefore, the person standing in front of Ying Jiufeng at this time must be the real body." The two sides went to war, and the head of the enemy was lurking in the headquarters of Genesis. "Your uncle, why does this guy never play cards according to the routine? Can you do something human?" In this level of war, as a leader-like figure, who would go to the headquarters of the other party to be an undercover agent? Call out. Call out. A few of the 17-member team from the Holy Prison Party responded quickly and acted immediately. Led by Jin Taichu and Jiang Pui, the only descendant of Zhou Baichuan, the son of the silent god of time and space, Qing Wangu, and the god of light, Lin Yuguang, immediately took action to protect a large number of alliance powerhouses who could not escape. And it was almost when Ying Jiufeng just got up and reacted with desire. Lin Chen's 51st, 52nd holy point, holy light skyrocketed. 2 hexagonal stars shot up into the sky, and the clouds steamed, and Xiao Wei, almost centered on Lin Chen, exploded in an instant. At this moment, like billions of dragons destroying the heavens and the earth. This scene is like a divine light that shakes the heavens and the earth. This explosion is like a 9-color star explosion blooming in the universe. Boom. 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 The infinite holy power that pushed the 3,000 planes horizontally erupted from Lin Chen's body instantly. 9 stars flashed in succession, a series of holy power explosions, like a momentary arrival, spread all over the sky, blooming in the Genesis team. A beam of 9 color beams of light bloomed between the heavens and the earth, expanding rapidly, enveloping the Genesis team. The world-destroying energy directly stirs the world, the space trembles, and the world crawls. All the criminals of the holy prison, the entire Genesis team, were all affected. Lin Chen's clone snapped his fingers, the Taishi ancient dragon let out a long roar, and when the dragon's body retreated, Qixia came into the world and was sheltered by Shenhui. A red-golden halo shrouded everyone above the dragon body. Lin Chen's current sacred dragon has broken through to the level of 2 million powers. With the ancient dragon bloodline that has been strengthened to the top, you don't even need to use bloodline supernatural powers, just spit out a breath of dragon energy to protect everyone. This move, starting with the king's explosion, surprised the servants, and directly ignited the excitement and high fighting spirit of everyone. They thought that Lin Chen would like to have a strange soldier, but they didn't expect it to be so strange. Standing on the side of the team, Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes were full of autumn water, ripples like light, and he muttered to himself almost obsessively, "Lin Chen, who are you, holy?" As we all know, breaking through the realm is usually a matter of course. It is possible to explode acupoints. It is a matter of accumulation, sudden opportunity, and opening multiple holy acupoints at one time. It is powerful. If it is another Tianjiao explosion hole, the cultivation base explosion hole in the life and death realm is simply a small trouble for the powerhouses present. What kind of monster is Lin Chen? 50 holy caves alone are comparable to the monstrous evildoer of the Holy King, a unique existence in the history of the human race. The energy of this explosion is an unprecedented metamorphosis. You must know that when Lin Chen returned from the dragon realm, after many battles, he killed the Holy King, the will of the insect god, destroyed the strongest sect in the sword domain, and obtained the massive attribute light. Balls all burst from this moment. When the powerhouses hidden in the sword territory looked at the blooming 9-color beam of light in the distance, they were completely stunned. Then, in that beam of light, the aura of life and death has just begun to be contaminated. That is to say, Lin Chen's son has just become a life and death situation? What a fucking joke. There must be some degree of nonsense, right? This motherfucker is the power of the explosion of life and death? It's so fucking terrifying, I almost pissed. The power of this explosion is comparable to that of multiple holy kings, blowing themselves up at the same time. Isn't it that Lin Chen forbears the third era, a young man on the surface, but an old demon in reality? Has the cultivation base of 100 holy acupoints already broken through the Holy King? What's the situation? What's the fucking situation? Countless strong people are crazy and messy. This is completely beyond the scope of their understanding. Lin Chen's perverted combat power is actually only the 6th level saint, the cultivation of life and death? Did you mention it in the book too? Don't blow it like that. Sword domain, above the abandoned primordial sword city. The 1,000-feather Saint King from Qianyu stepped into the air, and his handsome face was full of dignified and solemn words. I didn't expect Lin Chen to do this as soon as he came up, such a heavy move. If Genesis knew in advance and prevented it, it would be fine, but this is an outbreak in the center of the team, hit the key. The Holy King of Tianyang from the Flame Domain, leaning on crutches, his old eyes flashed a gleam of light, and he said with conviction. That's right, just the aftermath of this explosion, the power is comparable to that of 4 or 5 holy kings and self-destruction at the same time. If this move is carried out in the Genesis team, it will greatly change the trend of the next battle. When the holy kings were talking about it, the voice just fell. Zheng. 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 The sword intent is vertical and horizontal. The sword intent cuts the void and cuts off a large number of aftermaths of the 9-color holy light. The silver-white space radiates like stars, moving out the wounded teams of Genesis. It is the powerhouse of the Holy Prison Party who has taken action. Holy does not save the world, the devil moon Pudu. A dark moon is rising. Yu Ling Long, known as the exquisite face with thousands of faces, has a graceful and enchanting figure, with her back against the dark moon, blooming with a surging magic in the beauty. She waved her hand, and a large amount of magic moonlight was like shining light, bathing and embellishing many injured alliance powerhouses. Their wounds are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Standing high in the sky, Fei Wuxuang frowned, the magic of the devil? Lin Chen's servants did not act rashly. If they attacked them without authorization at this time, it would affect the Lord's acupoint explosion, and the power would be weakened. Since Lin Chen's whole exploding vision does not belong to the hostile attack determined by the system, this wave of whole bursts did not trigger extinction. Crack. However, even so, Lin Chen's wave of explosions gave Genesis the most powerful blow to the head. Half an hour later, when the 9-color starlight slowly disappeared, Lin Chen's figure floated into the Genesis team. 104 6-pointed stars circulated all over him, shining brightly. 52 main body holy acupoints, 52 Tai holy acupoints. Lin Chen's face was intoxicated. This power is so wonderful. Saint 6, life and death. Let the holy power be contaminated with the breath of life and death, have a strong power of life and death, and improve the recovery ability. And 10 holy acupoints of life and death, every time 2 holy acupoints are opened, the total basic holy power will be doubled. Lin Chen's total basic holy power is exactly the same as the holy power cultivation base of 1,000,000 gods. Doubling this base is 2 million. And the Tai time and space possessed by the mind will automatically re-engrave the sacred acupoint of the body, which is doubled, and the 300% mind magic effect of extreme spirit possession is tripled. That is to say, Lin Chen's holy power can burst into a holy power comparable to 6 million gods. The cultivation of holy power alone has surpassed many old-fashioned holy kings. One step to the sky. A real step to the sky. At this time, even though Lin Chen was in the center of the enemy's team, he didn't show any fear. The current Lin Chen is only stronger or weaker than when he activated the God Killer, stayed in the Dragon Realm. Cowardly. Done. Lin Chen turned his eyes and looked at Ying Jiufeng, who had a particularly Ugly face in the sky, the corners of his mouth raised, and he smiled. Playfully. Master Ying, the last knockout match was not over, this time we have a final match. I don't know if you should, or if I am tougher. At this time of Genesis, more than half of the people were injured. Even with the strong guards of the holy prison protecting each other, Lin Chen's vision of bursting holes still made these people disappear without even a little resistance. Lin Chen. In response to Jiufeng's roar, Zhu Keifeng's wings unfolded, and the mighty divine blood pressure instantly descended to the sky. 9 different screams and roars echoed in awe, and 9 completely different phoenix phantoms wandered around Ying Jiufeng. Many saints were slightly surprised. Ying Jiufeng actually activated 9 divine bird bloodlines as soon as she came up. This is the trend to go shopping to the end. The next moment, Ying Jiufeng suddenly swept towards Lin Chen and shouted coldly, "The whole army is ready to take down Lin Chen. It doesn't matter if you live or die." When Ying Jiufeng attacked Lin Chen aggressively, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and the cloud shadow flashed when he stepped on it. The two turned into all kinds of afterimages, flashing across the sky, intersecting and flashing at extreme speeds. Phoenix blade fierce heaven. 9 burning heavenly palms. Lin Chen shoved a palm horizontally, splitting the shadows in an instant, and the 9 layers of burning flames turned into 5 giant palms that covered the sky and rolled over. Ying Jiufeng tore it off with one claw, and the Phoenix clan dancing in the sky slashed the sky with chaotic blades. Both of them have a palm. Sigh. Boom. When the aftermath of the terrifying energy surged, Ying Jiufeng's expression changed slightly. You actually broke through 2 holy acupoints and skyrocketed such a terrifying combat power. His face is particularly ugly. Although they haven't fully exerted their full strength, in the palm of their hand, the 2 sides were evenly matched. You must know that when he opened the Jiufeng bloodline last time, he completely suppressed Lin Chen's body and his clone. Now, he alone broke out such a strong offensive. All these improvements are only 2 or 2 holy acupoints that break through the realm of life and death? The 6th level of the saint is so perverted, if he is rushed to the starry state, the holy state of mind, or even the open heaven of the 9th level of the saint, wouldn't it be possible to pull over Ying Jiufeng with one hand? Boom. Countless strong men came one after another and completely surrounded Lin Chen. The only one that didn't act was the holy prison party. They need to be vigilant against Lin Chen's team, not to mention that they and Genesis are only in a cooperative relationship, and they won't work for them. However, the true Dragon King's expression became more and more solemn. The strange thing is that the Saint Kings of Genesis all surrounded Lin Chen. Why, Lin Chen's team hasn't moved yet. There was no one in the entire team that was carried on the back of the ancient dragon? What kind of way is this? With Lin Chen as his opponent, he can't figure out the opponent's moves at all. The Holy Dragon King immediately looked at the former number 1 mathematician, Heartbroken Red. At this time, the heartbroken red-handed executor ordered a life and death judge pen to outline a scene like hell. Heartbroken Red's expression gradually became crazy and frenzied. After being silent for a long time, he finally met a mathematician opponent who could fight head-to-head. So is Jiang Taishu. He held the happy flag in his hand, his robe was rolled up, and he was calm and radiant, like a generation of gods who came into the world, knowing nothing. Jiang Taishu turned his palm into starlight, and saw the galaxy with a swipe of his 5 fingers. He ran arithmetic frantically, covering up the team's trend. and spirit, and then calculated the opponent's fate in reverse. Boom. 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 Luck roars, the avenue trembles. The deduction of the arithmetic operations of the two supercalculators turned the fate of this world into confusion. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a series of disintegration explosions erupted in the space near both sides. Jiang Taishu and Broken Heart Hung each took a step back. Heartbroken Red can't figure out the other party's intentions. The two sides were evenly matched. Heartbroken Hong smiled pitifully and said, I didn't expect that during this period of time when the old man was imprisoned, such amazing and talented people would emerge from the human race, and the old man could not figure out their intentions for the time being. The true dragon Saint King looked gloomy. This kind of top-notch duel, rashly attacking, without realizing the opponent's intentions, is likely to fall into the opponent's trap. In fact, even the servants didn't know what Lin Chen wanted to do. The Lord gave them an order, continue to wait. And Jiang Taishu covered up the breathing time of the qi machine, which greatly bought time for Lin Chen. Call out. Call out. Call out. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and he was in the sky, frantically dodging the attacks of more than a dozen holy kings. The moment he was completely surrounded, Lin Chen suddenly smiled, his face full of spring breeze, coquettish but not lewd. When Ying Jiufeng saw this guy smile, goosebumps and vigilance instantly exploded. Not the way. Every time this guy laughs like this, it's time to do something. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly, and said meanly, don't you think that my king bomb is only one time, right? Ying Jiufeng, who was chasing him, was struck by lightning immediately. The next moment, Ying Jiufeng suddenly roared, all spread out. It's too late. Peace, it's your turn to show. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, the sky fell into a divine light, and the black-haired girl with a pink peach skirt descended from the sky. It was Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan smiled charmingly, I've been holding back for a long time, let you have a taste of what a real, painful disaster is. Painful disaster? Ying Jiufeng responded quickly, the holy fan in his hand abruptly waved, and the fierce wind blade slashed Lin Pingan, trying to cover the retreat of the strong men. Brush. Brush. Clang. Clang. Lin Chen held the holy spear of slaughtering demons in his hand, and he even picked up and swept away all his attacks. Lin Chen's spear battles directly blocked Ying Jiufeng. Taking this gap, Lin Pingan's weak and boneless hand plucked up. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen instantly activated superspace talent, and a superspace entrance opened wide above her head. Boom! The boundless aura of calamity, like a storm of energy, burst out from Lin Chen's superspace plane. That kind of terrifying disaster energy, even the Holy King can't help but change his face. The purple-brown Aaron condensed from calamity energy roars in the sky. Go! Lin Pingan pointed from a distance, and rushed to the Holy Kings represented by the major ninth grades, as well as the two ancestors of the martial god family. The Holy Kings wanted to retreat, but the speed of the calamity frenzy was too fast, and the dragons slaughtered and swept away, and exploded in an instant. Boom! 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 The catastrophe exploded, the holy power of the Holy Kings was quickly corroded and dissipated, and the severe pain like tearing the holy body flooded the whole body of the Holy Kings. During the time that Lin Chen's servants were in retreat, Lin Pingan was not idle. Lin Chen sent a clone, and she has been in the Kamigawa galaxy, to collect a lot of calamity energy. Logically, apart from Lin Pingan's body, there is no space between heaven and earth that can store the energy of calamity. However, Lin Chen's superspace plane can, which belongs to the time and space that Lin Chen absolutely masters. As long as no creatures are stored, Lin Chen will consume a lot less talent points when he activates the superspace, which can be activated for a long time. Then, Lin Pingyan placed a huge amount of calamity energy in Lin Chen's superspace plane. Then, let it go in one breath. Wang fried early. The entire Genesis team was beaten face to face by Lin Chen and was about to disintegrate and collapse. Lin Chen's move completely stunned the powerhouses in the sword domain. He started with 2 anti-routine combination punches, which directly damaged Genesis. Things didn't go the way everyone predicted. There was neither Genesis's initial crushing, nor Lin Chen's struggle, but Lin Chen's single person and a painful disaster, which directly stunned the entire Genesis team. A large amount of calamity energy madly spilled out, and more Alliance powerhouses were forced to flee farther away from the team. A calamity of suffering is in full swing at the center of the Alliance team. That is a very terrifying fact. As strong as the Holy Prison Party has also been affected a lot, and many criminals have been eroded to the point of screaming. The Holy Dragon King was completely furious. He turned his eyes coldly, and immediately coldly shouted to everyone, "No more waiting. This painful disaster is Lin Chen's backhand, attacking all and destroying Lin Chen's team." Boom! As soon as the Holy Prison made a move, a terrifying momentum broke out. Immediately, and a large number of Holy Prison criminals swept away. Lin Chen's servants, the Guardian Hall of Xinyan Palace, and the Hidden World powerhouses finally started to act. War is imminent. On the other side, the Holy Kings who were attacked were injured one after another, and while they retreated, they still greeted Lin Chen cordially. The calamity energy enters the body, the misery is unbearable. It seems that the whole body is covered with centipedes, constantly biting their flesh and blood. Tear. Only 2 figures tore through the void and marched forward, attacking Lin Pingyan. They are the 2 ancestors of the martial god family. The 2 of them have a deep cultivation base, 2 grades higher than ordinary Holy Kings, and have a mentality of vigilance in advance. Only the 2 of them have swept through the pain and frenzy. Lin Pingyan was preparing to gear up for a big fight. Brush. Lin Chen's figure swept away. He immediately returned to Lin Pingyan's side and hugged her away. Lin Pingyan pouted, "What are you doing? I still want to fight them." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. "You really want to fight in someone's camp? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Pingyan smiled innocently and said with a grin, "Of course it's your courage." When Lin Chen heard it, he laughed out loud. "After we've finished our 3 axes, it's time for people to fight back." The light of the ultradimensional transmission flashed, and Lin Chen's body finally returned to the head of the ancient dragon. When Ying Jiufeng saw that she couldn't stop Lin Chen, her eyes darkened completely. Lin Chen, the establishment of this seat. At this time, standing on the top of Gulong's head, Lin Chen looked around. And the Genesis team collapsed. After being swept away by his wave of explosions and Lin Pingyan's massive calamity energy, the powerhouses below the rank of saints alone have perished. Nearly half of them. Rank 5 saints and below, all fight with injuries. Rank 8 saints also suffered many injuries, and only the rank 9 cultivators were able to be protected from the previous 2 offensives. That's right, being protected. If it wasn't for the Holy Prison, they would have died. However, a strong person who can become a rank 1 saint or higher is by no means weak. While many strong men quickly evacuated, they quickly took the holy pill, prepared by Lin Chen and the Alliance, to heal their injuries. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "System, how much rune energy is needed for my clone to synchronize with my body's cultivation base now?" The system answers the host, on the premise that the phantom clone has not died and the holy power has not been greatly consumed, activating the phantom rune to synchronize the existing cultivation base requires 3 million points of holy rune energy to be used once. Lin Chen raised his brows. Yes, 3 million points are used once. Isn't this because all his clones want to synchronize his current cultivation? At least 21 million points of holy rune energy are needed. He is now full of holy rune energy of about 46 million points. If this is to synchronize 2 waves of cultivation, the rune energy will be emptied directly to the bottom? Lin Chen pondered in his heart, as the cultivation level rises, top level exercises such as instant light splitting will also consume more talent points. It seems that my annihilation starburst can't be used easily. Otherwise it will run out of saints in one fell swoop. Level rune energy. At this time, the servants began to act. Lord, let's go. If you don't break the alliance, you won't pay it back. I've been holding back my mother for too long, I have to have a good time today. Do 1 break even and earn 2 blood. What a fight. Lin Chen's servants fought with high fighting spirit and went to the Genesis Alliance. All-out war begins. On this side of the holy prison, a large number of criminals in the holy prison are killed without fear of death. Genesis does not have the ability to heal all the wounds of tens of thousands of prisoners in the holy prison in a short period of time. Just the 17 people who healed the Eye of Hell consumed too much money. Therefore, most of the low-level criminals are fighting with injuries, and their actual combat power is less than 50% of the heyday. But even so, they win in the number and style of battle. Once the battle begins, they are evenly matched with Lin Chen's team for a short period of time. Then, headed by the previous generation Xinyan Palace Master, along with 20 Supreme Elders, plus 18th floor servants who became half-step Saint Kings and 9-turn peaks, stood in front of the Saint Kings represented by the 9-rank sect. When a holy king represented by a 9th rank saw the lineup of Xinyan Palace, he couldn't help but be shocked. Palace Master Yanran of Xinyan Palace, you actually broke through the holy king. Shangguan Yanran responded with an elegant smile. I'm no longer the palace lord of Xinyan Palace. All of this, thanks to the contemporary palace lord, by Ruoyan's man. Brush. 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 The supreme elders of Xinyan Palace stood in front of the holy kings and half-step holy kings represented by the 9-rank sect. Compared with before, they are radiant and full of vitality, and they have no injuries in the past, and even their mental skills, breath, and cultivation have improved, and even several grades. Now they, fighting together, can even stop the half-step holy king. Not to mention, there are servants on the 18th floor to help. 24 of them have all stepped into the ranks of half-step holy kings. Shangguan Yanran said calmly, I won't let you disturb them. The elders of Xinyan Palace obey the orders and form a great formation. Let us follow the people of Your Excellency Lin Chen to experience the 9-rank forces of the 12 families. Powerful. Boom. 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 In the chaotic battlefield, a group of peerless divine flames immediately ignited, and the brilliance swayed. Humph. Just because of your group of half-step Saint Kings and 9-turn Saints, you also want to stop many of our saint kings? Courting death. Although the holy kings, represented by the 9th rank, were injured by Lin Chen, the background of the holy kings is still alive, and they are not afraid to fight head-on. In an instant, the space opened by Xinyan became one of the main battlefields. In the battlefield, on the other hand, the saints of Genesis are showing their unique skills, leading the coquettishness of one side's battlefield. And the servants on the 15th floor on Lin Chen's side were not far behind. After obtaining Lin Chen's system enhancement, their combat power skyrocketed. They all take the saint talent ranking as their opponents and go to war head on. The entire boundless sea instantly turned into a big melee. Dazzling. Many powerhouses in Jianyu watched intently. Some attentive powerhouses were even more horrified to discover that the combat power of the Protector Hall of Xinyan Palace had soared by several levels compared to the past. It's not just the skyrocketing cultivation base, the mental techniques, exercises, and even the sacred artifact they envoys have all soared by more than 2 grades of power. Xinyan Palace was approaching its decline, and it does not have the foundation to instantly rebound such a powerful combat power. Could it be that all this is Lin Chen's handwriting? The holy kings who watched the battle looked at each other in horror and saw each other's shock. Genesis really picked the wrong opponent. If Lin Chen doesn't die today, in time, he must be the one who most shakes the list of saints in the holy world. No one. In the high sky of the unbounded sea, the powerhouses on both sides were turned upside down. A radius of 1,000,000 miles, tens of millions of miles, tens of millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles away, are all fierce battle groups. However, only the numbers on both sides of the highest void have not acted. Standing on the dragon-shaped holy air are the 5 holy kings of the holy prison, Ying Jiufeng, and 17 people from the Eye of Hell. Also, the 17 people on Taishi Gulong's back, Lin Chen, Lin Pingyan, Elder Xianyue and Shangguan Ju. Many powerhouses inside and outside the sword territory couldn't help but hold their breath. Especially some old monster holy kings, when they saw the people in Lin Chen's team and the 17 people in the holy prison party, when they saw the identities of both sides, their faces changed greatly. One is the unparalleled overlord, before the creation of the holy realm, all of them are ruthless characters below the true God and quasi-God. On the one hand, it is the proud people of the era after the creation of the holy world. Everyone, the children of the era who stood at the top wave of the era. Completely a giant-like character, he is a towering existence in every field. In the confrontation between the two sides, anyone with a discerning eye can see who is stronger. But this is still an unprecedented showdown. I'm afraid, apart from Lin Chen's boldness and the hegemony of the holy prison, no one has been able to subdue and convene such an epic team. It's a fantastic matchup. I'm coming. The real peak matchup. The hidden saint kings who were hidden in the sword domain have emerged into the void one after another. They were either from the 9-rank sect, or from hidden families in various domains. But today, this battle has shaken all the old monsters out. I am afraid that, below the quasi-god, no one in the world would be willing to miss this duel. The confrontation of those who stand on the apex of the Holy King. As if he had a consonance in his heart, Gulong danced and took Lin Chen away from Fang Ling and the others. Lin Chen smiled at them casually. Let go and fight as much as you like. The servants did not answer, but locked on each other with all their concentration. The real dragon Holy King stepped on the soles of his feet, and the real Dragon holy energy under his feet danced and flew down. Ying Jiufeng looked back, and Jing Taichu and Jiang Pui, headed by Chong, asked seriously. You guys, are you sure? I saw that Jing Taichu ignored him. His stern appearance ignited a hint of fighting intent, and slowly pulled a red sword behind him, and the blood moon-like sword light shot up into the sky. The terrifying sword intent ripped apart the void of the boundless sea. Seeing everyone's confident appearance, Ying Jiufeng withdrew to the side. From now on, it's time for fairy gods. As strong as Ying Jiufeng, it is not a level that can intervene at will. Being surrounded and beaten by this group of people, even he will have an accident. Because this is not a one-on-one duel, it's a group battle. Still a great battle. Call out. Call out. The two mathematicians were lifted into the air. Jiang Taishu was holding the Xiaoyao flag alone, and Heartbroken Red was holding the judge's pen. 2. Mysterious air machine swept like a hurricane, opening up a unique space domain. At this moment, the space domain actually enveloped most of the sword domain. The heroes are shocked. A holy king lost his voice and said in horror. It turned out to be the field of mathematicians. In the field of mathematicians, only the top saint-level mathematicians can perform one of the unique skills. Anyone who is in the field of mathematicians, any creature's every move will be instantly understood, the strongest battle prediction. Since the history of the human race, no more than 5 people can use this technique. Unexpectedly, I saw it as soon as it opened today. The two urged the fortune teller to move their fingertips. Jiang Taishu and Broken Heart Red spoke at the same time. Do 6. Jia Shengung position. The 4 afterimages collided in the void, and the hob and sword intent rushed into the sky, condensing and not dispersing. The sky roared, as if the sky and the earth were shattered. In the void, for silhouettes were stopped, the swords intersected, and the sword shadow and sword light. It is the strongest trump card of both sides. Fang Ling to Jin Taichu. The waves turn the clouds against Jiang Pui. God open the sky. The waves and the rain are gone. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's unique skills exploded, raising their swords and slashing furiously. Sword intent burst out, and one sword turned into 10,000 swords. The waves turned the clouds and drew a knife to cut across the sky, rolling up countless rains and hitting the void with one knife. Jin Taichu and Jiang Pui showed their fighting spirit for the first time after being released from prison. As soon as you step on the space, you rush up and face it head-on. Jin Taichu held the sword and stabbed violently. The sword protruded like a dragon. The dragon chi shrouded in a sword shadow violently crushed Fang Ling's countless sword shadows, and one sword broke 10,000 swords. Jiang Pui had a knife in his hand, his domineering intent was soaring, and he took a step with the knife, using his body as a knife, shattering all the rain-like knife aura of Lang Fanyun. However, the first wave of offensive is only a test. The 4 of them rushed to each other almost instantly. Zheng, clang. Double swords and double swords collide at the same time. A terrifying sword intent was stirred up, and the sword intent stirred up the sky. As soon as the war starts, the strongest of the two camps will be the strongest. Boom. Laugh. Laugh. The atmosphere suddenly burns. The blood-robed man carried the halberd entwined with the flame dragon, stepped on the flames, and stabbed the crowd with a halberd at the speed of the flames, pointing directly at Jiang Taishu. LOL. A thunder light appeared out of thin air, and the thunder gun picked up the flame dragon halberd. There was hardly any precursor. The man in the blood-robed halberd swung his halberd at high speed and struck 1,000 strikes in an instant. Boom! 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 Thunder dragons appeared one after another, dancing the vast shadows of the guns, advancing layer by layer, all of them crushed towards the blood-robed man. With an explosion, the two sides retreated from the frenzy of thunder and fire. Thousands of thunders roared, and thousands of fires blazed. The two looked at each other, and the violent fighting intent rose to the sky. Fire madness Sun innocent. War madness Shangguan invincible. Terror. Almost at the moment when the former had just fought, the sound of the wind breaking on both sides sounded like a mad knife, and the cloud shadow and divine light swept across the sky. Too fast. The Holy King outside the field can't see clearly at all. One person lifts his leg and cuts it horizontally. One punch is as fierce as a dragon. Boom! 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 In the void, a fist and a leg collided in the air, and then retreated. The two sides stood still, and it was evenly divided. One person is surrounded by light, possessed by divine light, and transformed into a bright, holy king. One person stepped on the cloud shadow, the body was in the sky, and the blood-red cloak was slightly rolled up, chic and awe-inspiring. Blood Lord Yun Tianguang. Descendant of the god of light, Lin Yuguang. The next moment, a majestic figure suddenly rose above the heads of the two of them. Long Jiushan raised his hand and held the ghost dragon holy axe. The blue veins on his arms were exposed, and the dragon-like dragon energy swept across the holy body. The terrifying pure power shattered the sky, and held the axe to cut across the sky. Qin Wangu held the world-destruction thunderhammer in both hands, swallowed the stars and absorbed the moon, and the endless universe storm seemed to be brewing in his holy body, and it burst out in an instant. Yun Tianguang and Lin Yuguang's figures immediately tilted slightly. Brush. When the two showed their sky-defying movement speed and retreated, they fought against each other again in an instant. And the two behind them waved abruptly. Sigh. Boom. 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 The entire boundless sea instantly smashed into an infinite space storm. The terrifying air waves are rolling in, stirring mountains and rivers, and shattering thousands of rivers. The overlord of Tai Huang, Qin Wangu. Dragon Zun, Dragon 9 Mountains. The two took 3 steps back each, and Qin Wangu was a little surprised, as if surprised that Long Jiushan could compete with him. He smiled sternly, a little strength. Long Jiushan grinned, you're not bad either. Come again. Qin Wangu swung up the world-destruction thunderhammer. The hammer shook the sky, and smashed in anger. Long Jiushan slashed away violently with an axe, opening and closing, brazenly. Not afraid. Boom. 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 The two of them fought together, and the wind continued to blow. The corners of the mouths of many spectating Saint Kings twitched wildly. Yeah, it's so scary. These two people are simply ancient holy beasts in human form. This kind of body training power is simply not human. Almost at the moment when the two body refinement overlords went to war, Jiang, Taishu and Broken Heart Hong did another arithmetic and transmitted sound at the same time. Jiazi seat. Ugly time. In an instant, the space roared. The two camps rolled up a terrifying vision. One side was the wind and thunder, and the other side was burning the sky with raging flames. Across the sky, a man in a blue shirt held a sky-shattering bow and slammed the string to shoot an arrow. When the arrow came, it transformed into a sky shattering thunder light, violent and fast. It turned out to be aiming at Longjiu Mountain. Long Jiushan's face did not change, and he was unmoved. He swung the giant axe and fought against Qing Wangu, slashing and slashing all the way, aggressive. Sigh. Boom. A beam of divine flame shot between the heavens and the earth, and the arrow of lightning suddenly exploded, and the flame scattered in the void. It was shot and intercepted out of thin air. The man in the blue shirt was slightly surprised and looked up. Qi Fian holds a red bow in his hand, treads on flaming waves, and wears a purple gold robe. He is very handsome. Son of Fengshen Tang Fenglei. The burning arrow Saint Qi Fian. Qi Fian raised his hand and pulled his bow to shoot quickly, and a divine flame arrow that pierced through the sun, moon, and stars shot through. Good job. I want to see this seat. You can take a few arrows from this seat. Tang Fenglei's arrow was on the string, and the light of the arrow turned blue and dark, and he shot sharply. The speed skyrocketed. The firepower of the two sides was full in an instant. When the arrows were shot at each other, they shot arrows from time to aim at the people of the other camp. Suddenly, a wind and thunder arrow of Tang Fenglei suddenly fell into the twisted void and disappeared. When it appeared the next moment, it appeared on top of Jiang Taishu's head, pointing directly at the head of the opponent. What? This strange one-handed sneak attack directly left the Holy King watching the battle stunned. What's the situation? However, the silver-white space glowed like a screened flower, and the lightning bolt was less than 1,000 feet away from Jiang Taishu, and disappeared in an instant. The handsome man in white stepped into the air, hovering in the void like a ghost, looking down at the bottom. A beautiful figure like a fairy floats awe-inspiringly in the void. The two sides looked at each other, killing intent soaring. Zhou Baichuan, the only descendant of the silent god of time and space. The only holder of space magic, Xiao Linger. The previously elusive and fleeting arrow was entirely due to the handwriting of the two of them. Xiao Linger smiled beautifully and coldly. You have always taken the initiative, it's up to us. With her slender command, the silver light flashed, and the space was moved. In an instant, two ghostly afterimages swept across the sky, and flying knives swept across like a stream of light, trying to take the head of Zhou Baichuan. Zhou Baichuan's hair stood up in an instant. The cold light is biting, like falling into an ice cellar. The terrifying killing intent even slowed his reaction a beat. It is annihilation. The two were moved by Xiao Linger's space, and the timing of the shot was almost perfect. Clang! Clang! The two horns erupted like sharp thorns. The attack of the flying knife was blocked, and two figures that appeared out of thin air suddenly stood on the left and right of Zhou Baichuan. The appearance and temperament of the two indifferent youths are exactly the same, except for the horn on the top of their heads. One is gold and the other is silver. Twin holy infants, golden horns, deadly, silver horns, return to heaven. Destroy the twins, destroy the sky. The two of them immediately disappeared into the void. The sky and the earth, who had failed the sneak attack, were destroyed, and the two people who turned into darkness in an instant disappeared again. Xiao Linger smiled knowingly, and snapped her fingers like Lin Chen. Pa! The position where the previous sneak attack failed has changed into a series of spatial silver lights. Zhou Baichuan's face was moved, and Tianjin Di Mia still had a hand. When the silver light in the space melted, it turned into 3 stars with flickering cold light. Brush. Between the heavens and the earth, the starlight flashes continuously. There are 12 kinds of Taoist formations. A golden bull descends into the world. A collision destroys the sky, an afterimage of a dragon is entangled, and a tail swing sweeps away thousands of miles. Heaven and earth return to one, no self-star palace. When the cold drink sounded, the handsome Zi Qianqiu held the Bihai longevity flute, and when the flute played, 12 shining star pillars suddenly bloomed. Between the heavens and the earth, each beam representing a kind of star. The palace formation method turned into a star and now sinks into the sun, moon, and rivers, aiming at the heartbroken red. Zheng. Fingertips pluck the strings, the sound is loud and clear. Sitting cross-legged in the void, dressed in elegant white clothes, plucked the strings lightly with his fingertips. The sound of the piano was like waves, and the mountains and water were endless. Wan Dao Guizong 8 Qin's overlapping sounds. The sound of the piano is like waves, and the climax after wave after wave. The melody of the entire battlefield becomes chilling and cold. The sound of the piano was transformed into countless arrays, and they were superimposed on each other, surrounding the space near the heartbroken red. The sound wave shook, and it suddenly shook the 12 star pillars head-on. Boom! 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 The star pillars dissipated, and the sound wave disappeared. A song is heartbroken. Where can I find a soulmate in the end of the world? The man in white put his fingers on the strings and stared at Zi Qianqiu in front of him. The founder of the 12-star palace formation, Zi Qianqiu. The only successor of the way of returning to the sect, Xiang Bei's. Zi Qianqiu turned his eyes and stared at the elegant white-clothed sun in the distance. Zi Qianqiu suddenly smiled, entering the battle with the sound of the voice. He is superb, and the subtlety reaches the extreme of the extreme. He really deserves to be a master of the generation. Xiang Baize said indifferently, friends are hard to find, please enjoy this song. While chatting and laughing, Xiang Baize raised his hand, 10 fingers shook the strings of the piano, and the sound waves were twisted like countless sword blades, radiating in all directions. Zi Qianqiu didn't say a word. They used the formation to fight the enemy. Both sides covered each other's teammates, and the firepower was full. In the space where the two formations were wide open, suddenly, the situation changed suddenly. Two unfathomable primordial spirit power suddenly twisted together. Unleash the primordial spirit barrier that envelopes the sky. Inside the primordial spirit barrier, the boundless primordial spirit's edge turned into arrows, and shot at Jiang Waner and Situ Chongqing. The opposite of them are two graceful and enchanting women. They have no body, their lower body is like a cloud of smoke, their appearance is the state of the country, and the appearance of sinking fish and geese is like a heavenly concubine coming into the world, and their youth is peerless. Yuanshan Taoya flowers fly thousands of miles, Taoyayao, Ta Zizi. Tao Zhizhi giggled and said, Sister, their primordial spirit seems to be very powerful. Sister Tao Yaoyao's lilac lip curled her red lips, then let's suck them up. Jiang Waner picked up dozens of primordial spirit arrows in a row, and as she stepped back, she stroked the body of the sword, her eyes getting sharper. Situ Chongqing stood side by side with her. The power of the primordial spirit shrouded each other. The entire space is crumbling, and the terrifying power of the primordial spirit spills out of the world. At this time, the external phenomenon suddenly changed. Heartbroken Red smiled sternly, as if she had come up with some kind of trump card to win. At this time, a cold screeching sound spread all over the sky. A bunch of rubbish, go away to this king. The beautiful woman in a black dress twisted her slender waist, and when she waved her jade hand, the holy power, entwined like a poisonous snake, called out. A pitch-black space. Jiang Taishu frowned. He felt an extraordinary world-destroying aura. When he saw the change in the sky, all the holy kings trembled in fear, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. There is a sage king muttering to himself. Is this really the power that the human race can control? I saw that in the darkness that covered the sky, brilliant aurora flashed, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 10,000. Tens of thousands of vast stars turned into meteors, burning with fire, rolling in, piercing the night sky all the way, falling from the sky outside the clouds to the sword domain. The range, shrouded by the falling vast stars, is the entire battlefield. The area where it fell is almost 1/5 of the sword field. Once this world-destroying meteor shower arrives, there will be countless casualties under the rank 9 saints. Ha 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 ha. It's so beautiful, your despairing appearance, this king accepts it with great compassion. Dressed in a black dress, the stunningly beautiful woman folded her arms around her chest, laughing so hard that she burst into madness with a frantic and deadly beauty. Crazy. This woman is a total lunatic. Quick, run. It's too late, the scope of the cloud is too large. Whether it is the prisoner of the holy prison or the powerhouse of the Alliance, they all show a look of despair. There is no time to escape. Only Lin Chen's servants all looked resolute, as if they always believed in Lin Chen's team and would never lose. Oh, if you let this crazy woman continue to make trouble, Jihai will be unable to hold back. While chatting and laughing, an old figure was standing above the sky. The old man's crutches tapped the void and laughed casually. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and all things are regarded as cud dogs. The 6 paths do not change, and evil ghosts are used as food. Boom. The situation changes again. A towering gate opened above the old man's head, and the breath of death swept the hearts of all the strong. Creep. The giant gate opened, and countless evil ghosts from hell, including the Kuanping clan who had already annihilated their families, turned into Kuan ghosts and rushed towards them. There are the dead Zerg-devouring ghosts, and the Azura evil ghosts who have a history of immortality. They are fierce and evil. There are ghosts of the descendants of the 5 disappearing beast gods, Suzaku Xuanwu, and so on. Countless evil ghosts came from hell, slaughtered out of the giant gate, rushed to the sky, and crashed into the vast stars of the sword domain. The intrusion of the evil ghosts caused the meteor shower to be completely shattered into endless stars, scattered in the high sky of the entire sword region. The stars under the night sky are embellished, reflecting the appearance of a beautiful woman in a black dress and an old man with a cane. Forbidden magic flower black rose. 100 burials old man Ji Wuchen. Black Rose held her cheeks flushed with excitement, and smiled obsessively and madly. Holy world, there are people like me, you are amazing. Ji Wuchen smiled slightly. I'm not here to satisfy you, lunatic. Forbidden secret technique versus forbidden secret technique. Seeing this scene, even many of the powerful alliances who were enemies are relieved. Fortunately, Ji Wuchen stopped her. When this crazy woman fights, she is simply indistinguishable. But this kind of person has mastered the most terrifying forbidden technique in the world. All the powerhouses who had tried to fish in troubled waters saw this scene. And they all lost their thoughts. Oh, isn't this courting death? The big melee in the unbounded sea has become the most terrifying battle circle in all the main battlefields. Other powerhouses, and even the battle circle of the Holy King, are nothing compared to these 34 people. How is this possible? The true dragon Saint King and Ing Jiufeng, who stepped aside, looked horrified. When he looked at Lin Chen's eyes again, he was full of unconcealed shock. They are very clear about the strength and background of the 17 people. In the eyes of hell. With Lin Chen's team, even if all the members break through the Holy King's cultivation base, they simply don't have the ability to fight against them. Their cultivation techniques, mental techniques, holy weapons, all transformed to a new level. He is the only one who can give them the possibility of such a terrifying breakthrough. Lin Chen. Only the sun's handwriting can do such a maddening thing. The Holy Dragon King stared at Lin Chen stubbornly, gnashing his teeth. This kid is so strong, if he were given a few more years, wouldn't he have to go to heaven and earth every day? Feeling the gazes of the two, Lin Chen turned to look and smiled. Are you surprised or not? There are more surprises left for you next. While everyone was in full swing, the other side. Qin Jiuxiao stared at the indifferent Yi Qianquan, with unprecedented solemnity and cold sweat. One punch supreme Yi Qianquan, all the exercises and mental techniques are only for one punch that is cultivated to the extreme. The shot is at the peak, and the shot is fatal. After one punch, the outcome is decided, life and death. Qin Jiuxiao cursed inwardly, how annoying these people are. He actually left the most troublesome guy to him. People and ghosts are all showing off, only Jiuxiao is not beaten. He wanted to beat him, but he didn't dare. The central battle circle of the unbounded sea became more and more chaotic. And many powerhouses retreated again and again. The battle between the two most terrifying epic teams in the world is simply a fight between gods. Whoever gets close will suffer. Ordinary holy kings have to stay away. Ying Jiufeng didn't act immediately, but when she looked around all the battle circles, she became more and more frightened. Except for the 17 people, everyone in Lin Chen's team, everyone is extremely powerful. Ying Jiufeng's eyes are so vicious, she can see the leopard in her tube, see the tricky, and her heart is shocked. These guys, like the 17 people, all use the sacred artifact and exercises, all of which have exerted their power beyond the original rank, far above the same level. Almost as long as Lin Chen's people, all have the combat power of leapfrog, or even two-level battle. In addition to being shocked, Ying Jiufeng's heart was filled with intense jealousy. Yep, jealous. The top 10 of the Saint Talent list should have stood at the top of the holy world. Except for a few monsters in the top ranking, there should be no one better than him, Ying Jiufeng. But today Lin Chen showed the means, heritage, and potential. No matter which one it was, it crushed him. Ying Jiufeng. It's not overtaking, it's crushing. Holy world, how could such a monster be born? The killing intent in Ying Jiufeng's eyes became stronger and stronger. In today's battle, he killed Lin Chen, the last chance. Brush. At this time, the two ancestors of the martial god family walked in a flash. The two old men stared at Lin Pingyan and Lin Chen with a gloomy expression. The outbreak of Lin Pingyan's pain caused a large number of strong warriors in the Wu family to directly rest. There were even a lot of strong men who were plagued by disasters and left the arena before participating in the battle. The little devil of the disaster, the old man will kill you first. When the two ancestors were furious, before the two sides had time to fight, the vision of heaven and earth suddenly changed again. Two beams of divine flames descended out of nowhere, and the sky and the earth were crimson red. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my Xinyan palace to experience such a huge and famous scene. I haven't seen it for many years. I didn't expect that today's Xinyan palace could grow up to this point. I am really pleased with the old lady. At this moment, two old figures, bathed in firelight, slowly walked out of the divine flame. One is a beautiful woman in palace dress, with a slender figure and a charming charm. The other, an old woman with a cane, occasionally flashed light in her eyes. Elder Xuanyue's face brightened. You two immortals are finally back. The beautiful woman in palace attire glared at her. Speak with respect, no matter how big or small, who will be old and not die. Lin Chen glanced at the two people in the sky. Their breath was unfathomable. And they were even stronger than Elder Xuanyue. The old woman looked around at the people around Shangguanju and said with emotion, the disaster of pain. Can even such an existence be surrendered? She took a deep look at Lin Chen and smiled kindly. You are the young man. Xuanyue said, Lin Chen. Very good, very good. My holy world has given birth to a genius like you, Xinyan Palace. In the future, I have to look forward to your support and care. Lin Chen said with a half smile, but not a smile. After Xinyan Palace? If I lose here, there will be no future for Xinyan Palace. Seniors are so confident that I can win. The old woman laughed. It's up to you, you have enough courage. Lin Chen called professional and gave a thumbs up. Have vision. These two people are the only two ancestors left in the Xinyan Palace. Elder Xuanyue had long ago communicated the two of them with the secret method of Xinyan Palace, and informed them of the current situation of Xinyan Palace and Lin Chen's situation. They are also very interested in this young man who turned the tide and disrupted the Holy Realm by himself, and rushed back to the Holy Realm from a distant galaxy to fight. The two elders of the martial god family were moved and lost their voices in horror. Luo Yan, Yu Fei? You two old guys are not dead yet. The beautiful woman in palace dress turned around and sneered sternly. You two old things are not dead, how can we die? The old lady stood in front of Lin Chen and smiled casually. Today's battle, the old lady will stop these two old things, Lin Chen boy. Let your people let go of the battle as much as you like. These two old things will not have any impact on you. The expression of the second elder of the martial god family instantly became gloomy. The two sides are also strong in the same era. Before the creation of the holy world, they were already the all-powerful holy kings. It is really impossible to decide the outcome in a short period of time. Miss, I'll go first. The beautiful woman in the palace dress swept away and flashed to the two. Damn it. Stop them both first. Lao stepped on the martial god step, punched each other, and faced a tough enemy. The beautiful woman in the palace dress raised the corners of her mouth, her snow-white jade hand turned to the sky with a palm, hurricane flames, and the flames burned the sky. 9 Ju burning heaven palms. Boom. 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 The four go to war. The highest level of the Xinyan Palace and the Wushan family, the fiercest confrontation unfolded in an instant. Then, the Holy Dragon King stepped out. His expression was gloomy, and he looked directly at Lin Chen. The strongest Holy King in charge of the Holy Prison finally intends to go shopping to the end. Lin Ping'an's petite figure crossed and stopped in front of Lin Chen. He gave it to me. Lin Chen was surprised, nodded, and said, Be careful yourself. He could feel that Lin Ping'an's current aura was more terrifying than before. The Holy Dragon King sneered. Back then, it was this king who was ordered to capture your misery. Even if you condense into a spirit body now, this king can still take you down. Lin Ping'an's lips were slightly raised, forcing Lai. There is so much nonsense. Lin Ping'an stomped his foot. The sky and the earth roared, and 10 bundles of Vast disaster storms of hundreds of thousands of feet suddenly appeared out of thin air, shrouded the audience, and pushed the kings of the holy prison away. The true dragon Saint King's sleeve robe shook, his 5 fingers were pulled horizontally, and the golden true dragon formed by the 5 holy powers smashed and attacked. Boom! The two confronted each other, and the chaos of the unbounded sea added 3 points. Elder Xuanyue's action of desire rushed to help Lin Ping'an, 100 fox. Shadows came rushing, and the holy king of 1,000 foxes appeared. The holy King Qian, who raised his orchid fingers, and his fair face showed a wicked look. He chuckled lightly, "Chief Elder of Xinyan Palace, let me play with you." Elder Xuanyue said indifferently, "Yin and yang people, rotten ass." Lin Chen burst out laughing. "What?" Qianhu, holy king, was furious. "Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I have been professionally trained, so I usually don't laugh unless I hear the truth." Boom! The holy king of 1,000 foxes crushed the phantoms of foxes in the sky with one palm. The fox tails swayed, the ceiling fell, and the holy light swept across Lin Chen and Elder Xuanyue. Elder Xuanyue flicked his sleeves and shattered the phantom of the fox, and immediately said, "Leave this guy to me." Lin Chen and Shang Guanju looked at each other and said with a joking smile, "Can you stand it?" The always strong Shang Guanju gave him a playful smile for the first time in the world, and gave him a wink. "Isn't this still you?" Lin Chen shuddered like an electric shock, and thought to himself, "The young woman is throwing a wink, and the dragon spear can't stand it." Immediately, Lin Chen's holy dragon came out. He smiled casually, "My holy dragon will assist you, and the 3 holy kings left in the holy prison will be handed over to you." Lin Chen is very confident in Shang Guanju, but all of his people have gone through system enhancement, and Shang Guanju's combat power is also not what it used to be. As soon as the holy dragon came out, the vision between heaven and earth changed again. The situation is changing, and the 10,000 zhang red holy haze has been cast from the 9 heavens to form a divine avenue, stretching down from the sky. At this moment, the expressions of the holy kings hidden in the sword domain suddenly changed. Shenhui Avenue is entwined with densely packed ancient urns, and there are many visions. On Shenhui Avenue, there are sunflowers in full bloom, 10 bright moons hang in the same sky, 9 red suns burn across the boundless sea, ancient blue. Dragons walk through clouds and rain, scorpions roar in the sky, unicorns dance, carrying a the Jueba halberd smashed through the endless void and stabbed to it. Ying Jiufeng's demeanor was particularly ugly, and he sensed 4 unusual auras. The person who comes is not inferior to him at all. The 1,000-feather Saint King at the height of the primordial sword city was shocked and muttered to himself, "No, what the hell is going on here?" Even these adults were dispatched. Boom! Shenhui Avenue came to the boundless sea, and the space shook, pointing directly at Lin Chen. I saw that the avenue of divine brilliance at the high altitude of the unbounded sea slowly walked down to 4 figures. The breath of the ancient well was unwavering and unfathomable, but the power had a tendency to rely on the sky and cover the earth. Boom! 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 Many criminals in the holy prison were near Shenhui Avenue, and were even blown away by the terrifying aura. A silver-armored man with sharp eyebrows and tiger eyes, carrying a holy halberd, the tip of the halberd pointed obliquely at the sky, and stepping on the ancient blue dragon, he was domineering. He sneered disdainfully, "What crooked melons, and cracked dates, smelly fish, and rotten shrimps, dare to be in the same space as this seat?" The handsome young man in a sunflower robe next to him chuckled lightly. Jiufeng really enjoys playing this kind of house game. Another young man in white came, his face was pale, with 4 ears on the tip of his face, his pupils were blue, as if hiding a bright moon, and he was very open, looking at the situation around him. He smiled. That's why I said that he is not in the stream and will never be able to reach our realm. This is the pattern, and this is the gap. The handsome young man with his feet on the red sun flowing with fire and wearing 9 rounds of red sun smiled scornfully. A guy who only knows how to rely on blood and talent is not qualified to stand at the top. The 4 of them walked side by side, and when they walked down from Xinhui Avenue, it could be said that they suppressed the audience and overlooked the heroes. The holy kings who fought outside the boundless sea were all horrified. Saint, the 7th on the list of saints, Sunflower Evil Lord Jin Wuxia. And the 6th on the list of saints, Yaoiwa Chong'er. It's burning red, and the sun wheel is 9 layers. Could it be that, the Holy King of the 9 Suns, who is 5th in the list of saints, Jin Tai? Also, there's that magnificent man like Overlord King's Landing. Could it be Overlord Yang Qianfan, the 4th peerless figure on the list of saints? Hearing the horror of the holy kings, countless strong people changed their faces. He is actually the top 10 of the saint talent list. This level of powerhouse, Shenlong sees the beginning but not the end. Not to mention them, even the powerhouses of the Holy King realm have a hard time getting the chance to meet each other. Especially that overlord, Yang Qianfan. That is second only to the top 3 existences on the saint talent list. It is rude to say that the 3 monsters in the top 3 of the saint talent list are not born, and in the same era, Yang Qianfan is the dominant existence. Powerhouses from all walks of life exploded the pot one after another. What's the situation today? This is his mother's old Sao Ritian. Has it turned upside down? The 4th on the list of saints is here. Why is it so fierce? I set it up. The powerhouses hidden in the sword domain were both excited and mad. The top 10 on the list of saints are halfway there. What a big scene this is. Jiufeng's expression was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Aren't you guys not born? Do you still want to stop me from doing things today? If you want to target me, Jiufeng, I'm not easy to bully." Ha ha ha. Yang Qianfan, the leader, seemed to hear a big joke, and the corner of his mouth was full of ridicule and disdain, and sneered. "You are only a few kilograms and a few taels. Are you qualified for us to target?" Jiufeng's face turned red, like a throat soaring. Yaoiwa Chong'er sneered, "We didn't come to you today, Jiufeng, stand aside." Jiufeng gritted his teeth in anger. If someone dared to speak to him like this, he would do it without saying a word. But this demon moon has a heavy ear, but it is the 6th on the list of saints. The top 10 rankings are all genuine. If they fight, he only has to lose. Then, Yang Qianfan turned around, his eyes were sharp like a knife, and his eyes turned, and even cut a crack in the space. He looked at Lin Chen. Under Yang Qianfan's calm demeanor, crazy killing intent was brewing, and his voice was as cold as a bone-scraping knife. "Are you Lin Chen?" In this scene, the powerhouses from all sides of the sword region were instantly stunned. Lin Chen? These 4 outstanding saints on the list of saints actually came for Lin Chen. Did this kid stab the sky, or did he cuss something crazy? He was able to recruit these 4. It's not enough to recruit a Genesis Alliance, it also attracts the top 10 legends on the Saint Talent list. This motherfucker is crazy. There's really no one who can cause trouble like this. Go back another 100,000 miles, the top 10 battles on the Saint Talent ranking list just swept over the aftermath, and we will lose layers of skin. Even if we don't rest. The powerhouses from all walks of life retreated and cursed, and this battle has completely surpassed their expectations. Still want to pick it up? It would be nice to get a little life back. Someone Lin put on sunglasses very appropriately, raised his collar, and laughed jokingly. It seems that the news of my number one handsome in the holy world has spread like wildfire. That's right, I am the best player in the Dark Horse generation. The Dark Horse takeaway delivery is the fastest. The Dark Horse Club is the most handsome head, and he is called handsome. Forcing the little black dragon, a big black gun in the waves, luck liberates the little expert. Lin Chen, the number one arsonist. Sunflower Evil Lord smiled softly, revealing murderous intent. I still have the heart to joke. It seems that I will try it later to see if your mouth is still so hard. Lin Chen, sorry, I'm handsome, my whole body is hard. Boom. The void of the unbounded sea trembled suddenly. Above Yang Qianfan's head, there is a violent murderous aura sweeping across the 8 wastelands, Zhenfu, Tianlong, Kuanping, etc., the endless illusions of alien beasts are madly disillusioned, roaring in the sky. Yang Qianfan suddenly grabbed the holy halberd behind him. The entire sky was instantly dimmed, as if a world-destroying disaster was about to come between heaven and earth. Yang Qianfan said coldly. Boy, dare to use the luck of this seat, bet on the name of the saint list. Today, if you don't die, the name of Lousy will give you this wild dog. Lin Chen sneered, what shitty tyrant, chicken tyrant is almost the same. What kind of skill is it to brag with your lips? Look at the gun. Lin Chen pulled the demon-slaying spear. The spear shot out like a dragon. The thunderous thunder, the dark thunder burst into the void, and gathered on the spear. Yang Qianfan held the halberd in both hands, tearing apart the sky with imposing aura, and slashed out a magnificent flowing blade. Changhong. The sky is cracked. Half of the sky in the unbounded sea was split open in an instant. All the holy kings in the war in Genesis are fascinated. With this move, there are only a handful of powerhouses within the holy kings territory. Yang Qianfan is here for real. The first shot is the ultimate move. He is not arrogant enough that a person who can liberate the double domain of swords and swords is a weak person. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The thunder light blew up, countless spear shadows flew to Changhong. Lin Chen danced the spear body at an extreme speed, smashed all of them, tore them apart, and penetrated the opponent's offensive. Yang Qianfan's eyes narrowed, but Lin Chen was able to take his killer move and skate? This is not right. Even Ying Jiufeng noticed something abnormal. When they noticed that Lin Chen had a hand, Sunflower Evil Lord Jin Wuxia and Yaoiwu Chong'er acted almost at the same time, flashing out from left to right. Clang! Clang! Boom! In the void, Jin Wuxia and Chong'er were blocked. Immediately, it attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. It's already outrageous that Lin Chen can block Yang Qianfan with one move. And can he block the other 2 top 10 figures in the Saint Talent list? I saw that the thunder light rolled and dissipated, and 7 silver-robed figures were born. They stood proudly beside Lin Chen, like the stars holding the moon, and their appearances were exactly the same. Phantom clone. At this moment, many powerhouses all stood up, stunned. Lin Chen laughed wildly. There are 7 more hanging like me. The top 10 on the list of saints, right? I'll hammer one of them today, come. 10, and I'll hammer them all to death. The powerful Saint Kings who watched the battle in the sword domain were dumbfounded and even full of disbelief. 7. There are 7 Lin Chens. It's rumored that this child has a unique avatar, but this motherfucker is exactly the same as the main body, there is no difference. You can't go wrong, those 2 clones blocked Jin Wuxia and Chong'er, this is not at all the level that ordinary clones can possess. The corners of the Holy King's mouths twitched wildly, and their eyelids jumped. Lin Chen's avatar's unique skills once again subverted their knowledge. You must know that the higher the cultivation base, the more difficult it is to display the clone, and the clone of the powerful garbage will be dragged back and consumed strength. Therefore, a strong person who has reached a certain level will basically not have any unique skills, because very few of them play a role in actual combat. Lin Chen's hand, the phantom avatar, the impact on everyone is no longer shock, but fright. The host consumes 21 million points of holy rune energy and activates the phantom rune 7 times, all of which have synchronized the host's cultivation. The moment the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen's heart was bleeding. Synchronized a wave of avatar cultivation, instantly using nearly half of the holy rune energy. If you can't make money from these people, it's really a blood loss and blood loss. Yaoiwa Chong'er doesn't believe in evil, her claws are like mysterious eagles. Dozens of claws are strung out like lightning, piercing through the void, and her claws are brutal and ruthless, all attacking the heart of Lin Chen's clone. Let's kill. The clone reacted as quickly as the main body, instantly revolving the wind. Type holy power, slamming his fists, urging the jade claws and Chong'er to bang frantically, and slammed the claws with fists. Boom. 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 The 2 fought each other in an instant, and when they separated, Chong'er took 7 steps back, and the clone took 8 steps back. Seeing this scene, someone as strong as Yang Qianfan showed a hint of disbelief. Is there such a thing? Lin Chen's avatar is as strong as the main body. Boom. At this time, a azure light bloomed from the sky, and a young man in linen slowly walked out of the beam of light. His eyes were tightly closed, and his temperament was detached. The powerhouses in the sword domain were surprised again. Actually, there is another big man in the top 10 of the saint talent list. The 9th on the list of saints, Tanghua Wanfo Li Ziki, came uninvited. Ziki deeply admires the righteousness of His Excellency Lin Chen. Today, he will fight against the enemy with His Excellency Lin Chen without authorization. I hope you will forgive me. Brush. That Li Ziki was actually standing in front of Ying Jiufeng, who was 10th on the list of saints. Lin Chen was surprised. Oh? There's actually an allied army here? Fight as long as you want. I'll take care of as many people as you want. You can do whatever you want. Ying Jiufeng was uncertain. You ignorant wood, are you going to stop me too? Li Ziki said calmly and calmly. What Genesis has done is disgusting. What is the difference between slaughtering mortals and purging all living beings? What is the difference between this and the evil way the human race should be? In full bloom, everyone has a way to seek, and a reason to be found, not your Genesis family. A arrogant person, don't think that you are arrogant and arrogant if you are ranked one higher than me. You have only read Ji Hongchen and read a few books before you dare to talk about the Tao and the truth. The world is a joke. Ying Jiufeng laughed in anger, and slapped her palm away. Li Ziki shook his head and sighed. closed his fists and assumed a fighting stance. One is 10th on the list of saints, and the other is 9th. The gap between the two is not very big. The sense of oppression during the war continues to overflow, and when the space is about to collapse, boom. When the two fought, Lin Chen's momentum rose, stepping on the cloud shadow, and his body suddenly flashed against the sky. Clang! Lin Chen's demon-slaying spear smashed Yang Qianfan's head violently. He swung his halberd sharply and blocked it. Yang Qianfan laughed angrily. Want to win by numbers? You didn't take this sage as the fourth in your eyes. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, take it in your eyes? You are a chicken. Tyrant. Insanity. Yang Qianfan picked up the halberd, clenched the halberd with both hands, and stabbed in an instant. Lin Chen swirled the demon slayer spear from side to side, the spear tip and the halberd front clashed frantically. Lin Chen kept fighting and fighting. Yang Qianfan head on. Clang. 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 Boom. The two stepped on the movement method, like two divine lights escaping and flashing all the way, and the sky was torn apart. Lin Chen's first feeling was very heavy. Each of his halberds is particularly heavy. This guy ranks 4th on the list of saints, and he really hit it with pure strength. And Yang Qianfan was even more shocked. Lin Chen's marksmanship was sharp and swift, and each shot was divided into 5, swiftly hitting the dead end of his attack. His combat experience is so old, it seems that he has already fought against countless powerhouses. It seems to be evenly divided, but in fact, in terms of psychological level, Yang Qianfan already feels that he has fallen behind. Can't suppress Lin Chen, that's why Yang Qianfan lost half of it. Almost when Lin Chen and Yang Qianfan fought together, all the clones acted together. Each of Lin Chen's avatar's holy power cultivation base can explode with lethality comparable to 6 million gods, plus many talents in hand. He has the ability to directly compete with the top 10 of the holy talent list. As soon as they met, Lin Chen's 3 avatars stopped him, Jin Tai and Jin Wuxia on the spot. King of 9 sons, Jin Tai ranked 5th, facing the top 5 Peerless talents. Lin Chen's clone immediately showed a difficult state. However, the clone is not afraid of death, and under the premise of fighting for his life, he still stops Jin Tai. Instant light and shadow, dark thunder Wan Jun. Baji, shocking feather. One shot and one halberd, the front stabbed violently, the sky and the earth flashed with thunder, and the sky was full of flying feathers. Lin Chen's terrifying combat power once again caught the eyes of the holy kings. Perhaps it is slightly inferior to Yang Qianfan, but Lin Chen still has 4 clones ready to attack Yang Qianfan. Under the siege of multiple clones and the main body, no matter how strong Yang Qianfan is, he has to be pressed and beaten. However, the battle situation seems to be changing rapidly. Boom. 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 Unbounded overseas, the earth suddenly cracked, the space swayed, and the angry sea shook. Countless waves were raging, and the waves were choppy. The demonic energy that has turned into reality is like a demonic dragon spewing out suddenly from the bottom of the boundless sea. The powerhouses of both camps were suddenly shocked. This is magic. At this time, the mathematicians on both sides transmitted voices almost at the same time. Ing Jiufeng, there are a large number of demons lurking. My lord, there are demons attacking us, all of them are demons, we should stop the battle and retreat. When Jiang Taishu's voice transmission, Lin Chen shouted coldly, it doesn't matter, you take advantage of the moment when they are distracted, and beat me. Hard. Beat these bastards to death. Jiang Taishu hurriedly said, however, if there is no support, our people will most likely be severely injured. However, Lin Chen deeply agreed with the voice transmission to all the servants. If there is support, there will be. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were particularly deep, unfathomable, mysterious and vast. Quack. Humans, don't be surprised, don't be surprised. A lot of holy kings, I'll have enough to eat later. Human Lin Chen, bring the dog's life. The raging waves are rolling in the sky, and the waves are in all directions. When the demonic energy exploded, a group of figures with monstrous, demonic energy emerged from the sky and stepped on the sea. The powerhouses in the sword domain sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be all demon lords. Moreover, all the 4 major demons are here. The most perverted thing is that these demons are all coming for Lin Chen? What the hell did this guy do? The heavenly demon venerables of the 4 great demon races actually came a bunch. Lin Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qianfan, smiled knowingly. Come on, continue. Don't stop, how prolific the enemy is, and how bold I am. The heavenly Sun Saint King and Qianyu Saint King, who were suspended in the sky in the sword territory, quickly released their holy power perception and stared at the chaotic position of the boundless sea. 5, 8, 15, 25? My day. Hey. 25 heavenly demon lords. Is this a fried fish or a fried devil? What's the situation? The double king was shocked again. In this short day, their cognition has been subverted too many times. What kind of handwriting is this Mozu? What is the situation? What is the concept of 25 celestial beings? Equivalent to 25 holy kings. I remembered it. Some time ago, the demons besieged the city and broke into the battlefield. It turned out to be them. Yes, there are signs of demons coming and going in all regions. During that time, there were many 9th grade sects gathered to join forces to suppress demons, but they have gathered here today? What do you want to do? Many powerhouses in the sword domain looked at each other in astonishment. If it was a heavenly demon venerable who sneaked into the holy realm, they would not be so shocked, but this is 25 heavenly demon venerable. Such a terrifying lineup is enough to push multiple ordinary 9-rank sects horizontally. Suddenly, a holy king was stuck in his throat, his teeth chattered, and he pointed at a bloody and enchanting figure, and said in shock, no. Look, is that guy, the descendant of the Scarlet Heaven Devil Emperor, the Red Moon Devil Princess. And that unparalleled monster next to her. This aura can't be wrong, the old man will not admit it if he turns into ashes. He is the son of the heaven burying Devil Emperor, and he is absolutely alive. Only then did the holy kings discover that the 4 supreme demons, who were respected and protected by the 25 heavenly demons, were so noble and domineering that they were like emperors. Moreover, these are all the most powerful demons among the 4 major demons. It can be said that Zhu Jiuxing and the Red Moon Demon Princess are even the strongest young generation of the 2 demons. It turned out to be a demon. The situation is not right. They seem to act with a purpose. As far as I know, the 4 major demons of the demons should have their own masters. Jin Wuxia, Jin Tai, Ying Jiufeng and the others on the saint talent list instantly became solemn. Visitors are no small matter. An existence that can stand out from the crowd within a group of heavenly demon venerables, and is also a descendant of the demon emperor who cultivated as heavenly demon venerable. At least, these 4 demon races are on the same level in the top 10 of their Saint Talents list. Scary. This kind of lineup, let alone a rare encounter in 10,000 years, is simply unheard of in the life of an ordinary holy king. Never seen before. The long-haired, waist-length crimson moon demon princess giggled and said. With a gloomy smile, the group of demons obeyed the order, and no battles are allowed to disturb this princess food. I will suck this child up. Zhu Jiuxing, the son of the devil emperor buried heaven, said indifferently. It's not your turn to grab my prey. Brush. A ghostly shadow swept up in an instant, the afterimages of dark crows all over the sky spread across the sky, and there was a loud laugh. Jiuxing. Whoever grabs it is whoever gets it, don't force it with you. A 4-armed prince of a demon race glowed with demonic energy, and laughed evilly. I really don't know what this Lin Chen's flesh and blood tastes like. I must taste it today. Between the lights and flints, the 4 princes and princesses of the devil emperor attacked Lin Chen aggressively. Lin Chen's 4 phantom clones were suddenly shocked, and the holy power shook the world and crushed the world. The phantom avatars are not what they used to be, and they motivated, instant light splitting, to perform many unique skills, which exploded one after another, and suddenly slammed into the sons of the devil emperors. Huh? The situation is not right. This guy still has a clone? Things are getting more and more interesting. The more struggling the prey, the fuller the sense of achievement the moment you get it, and the more flavorful it will be when you breathe it. The sons of the devil emperor suddenly revealed the body of the devil race, and the characteristic body shapes of the 4 great devil races were born, facing the 4 avatars of Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart-pounding laughter shook the sky. What about the prince and princess of the devil emperor? Come 1 today, and I'll kill 1, come 10, and I'll kill 10. Boom. 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 Lin Chen and his clone stepped on the cloud shadow and skylight and danced wildly. Many powerhouses in the sword domain were stunned, and their eyeballs almost fell. Those holy kings who can see the details of the battle a little bit, all of them look like they have seen a ghost. What kind of crazy thing did Lin Chen do to provoke such a lineup? In the past, there were the top 10 4 Peerless saints on the list of saints. And the world was turned upside down, and then there were the direct descendants of the 4 great demon emperors. It's not just that the gods have come down to the earth to fight for this motherfucker has beaten 8. It can be said that at this moment, Jianyu has gathered the top young talents of the human race saint talent list, and the strongest young evildoers of the demon race. If the front and back humans and the demons were fighting against each other, it would make sense. However, the heavenly macho, this Lin Chen is fighting from both sides. Absolutely. 1 pick 4 is outrageous, 1 fight 8? It can even be asserted that there is no holy king present who can withstand the siege of the 4 peerless saints and the descendants of the 4 strongest demon emperors. Only Lin Chen did it. It also played an indistinguishable situation. And Jing Tai, Yang Qianfan and the others did not stop the demons, but concentrated on dealing with Lin Chen. All the powerhouses now have only Lin Chen as their target. In order to achieve the goal, even at the expense of ignoring the ravages of the demons, Lin Chen fought fiercely all the way. The spear was fast and sharp, and he fought with Yang Qianfan's halberd again and again. The battle was enjoyable and dripping. Lin Chen laughed heartily. The sound waves ripped apart the sky and the earth, carrying the strong power of Yuan Chen. Ha ha ha, be happy. No matter what kind of human race or demon race you are. Dare to stand in front of me and do it right. If you don't agree, come up. When the rain and dew are all wet, only children make choices. My lord, I will do it all. Lin Chen's wild laughter made the scalps of countless strong men numb and goosebumps all over their bodies. Amazing. Why is he so fierce? In front of Lin Chen, all living beings are equal. How can there be such a fierce man in the world, the future supreme powerhouse of the human and demon races? He has completely defeated him. Between the amazement, another powerful Yuanshan force broke through the boundaries. Lin Chen's Yuanshan strength actually broke through in the battle. The middle stage of Yuanshan realm. His spiritual attribute value has long accumulated to the critical value of breakthrough, and now the fighting spirit is bursting out. It is a matter of course. The descendants of the demon emperor became more and more solemn as they fought, and completely lost the mentality of playing before. They found that these Lin Chen clones in front of them were very strong. Rather than being strong, it is better to say that it is the same strength as the main body. Almost nothing has changed. Is this equivalent to having 7 more Lin Chen fighting? They immediately realized the seriousness. With the 4 of them, they really might not be able to take down Lin Chen in person. Human Lin Chen, as expected of the person who was personally named by the Devil Emperor. The descendants of the 4 great demon emperors finally showed a somewhat serious demeanor. 25 heavenly demon venerables looked at each other, tacitly, and began to swept towards Lin Chen. Jiang Taishu, who was on the side, witnessed this scene, and the old face turned pale in an instant. The heavenly demon venerable, who is comparable to the 25 holy kings, begins to act. The big melee is intensifying. At this moment, Lin Chen's battle circle became the most terrifying battle circle that surpassed the team of 17 servants. In the entire Jihai, almost all the powerhouses except Lin Chen and his 17-member team were expelled from the Wujia overseas to fight. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Taishu said in a fiery voice, "My lord, if you don't withdraw, it will be too late. Our people will not be able to survive this battle." Lin Chen instead said, "Stop talking nonsense, concentrate on what you have to do, and I will bear the rest when the sky falls." Jiang Taishu's heart trembled. He didn't care about being distracted anymore, and concentrated on fighting the enemies heartbroken. The current situation and battle is simply unprecedented. 5 of the top 10 talents on the list of saints are enemies of Lin Chen, the Genesis Alliance, the Holy Prison, and even the heavenly demons of the 4 great demons. The battle of the demons is too terrifying, whether it is aimed at Lin Chen or at Lin Chen's servants. Both sides will be devastating blows. Clang! With one shot, Yang Qianfan was repelled, and Lin Chen threw out a slow rune. With one hand to delay the time. With a single step, he swept away in the direction of the 25 heavenly demon lords. The 9 colored stars were spinning like a constellation. Lin Chen flicked one hand, and the stars of 9 tribulations came out. 9 robbery stars split their shadows in an instant, turning into 5 9 color aurora across the sky. What? Not right. 25 heavenly demons are terrifying. From the 5 beams of starlight, they sensed the sense of crisis before death. Heavenly demon sacrifice. Mingzuan demon body. Bloodthirsty swallowing dragon Dafa. A vast demon body that covered the sky and the sun was born, and the terrifying magical powers of the demon race swept away like a frenzy, and they displayed the strongest magical powers one after another. Laugh. Laugh. Space collapses, void disintegrates. When the 5 beams of 9-color light that penetrated the sky and the earth rose, a huge vortex formed on the sea surface. The 9-color beam of light slowly revolves, exuding an aura of destruction. Magnificent and majestic. The surrounding atmosphere did not break open, and the empty vacuum was smashed into chaos. A group of huge demon figures flew out. The demon bodies of all the heavenly demon venerables burst apart, and the demon blood shot out. The monster even made a bang bang bang. Totally injured. Hiss. The corners of the mouths of the holy kings in the sword domain trembled. Actually knocked back. What kind of monster is this Lin Chen? With just one move, he actually repelled 25 heavenly demon venerables. At this moment, the descendants of the 4 great devil emperors and the 6 top 10 saints on the list were all horrified and moved. Stronger than Yang Qianfan, he asked himself that he could use his trump card to repel the demons. One can imagine that under the premise of repelling and severely wounding the 25 heavenly demon venerables, even when Yang Qianfan did not help some external forces, it was difficult to achieve this level. The strong team-up is far greater than the effect of 1+1. In particular, the 25 heavenly demon venerables are connected vertically and horizontally, and the effect is even more terrifying. Moreover, among the 25 heavenly demon venerables, 8 are comparable to the 2 ancestors of the martial god family. As strong as the lineup, it was still cleaned up by Lin Chen with one move. The 2 ancestors of Xinyan Palace, Luo Yan and Yufei's second daughter, shook their heads in amazement. What a terrible little guy, I'm afraid we can't take that move, the king. Xinyan Ming, who sacrificed the Xinyan Palace. By Ruoyan. Let's go meet up when we have time. This disciple's eyes are really vicious. To be able to find such a man. I heard that Lin Chen was born in the mortal world. It's a miracle. And the 2 ancestors of the martial god family who were fighting with them. Their eyes were a little scared. Too monstrous. It has only been a few months for this child to be able to use such a terrifying weapon. The most perverted thing is that this is still the combat power of life and death? If you give him a few more years? Not to mention reaching the Naxing realm, I am afraid that with his cultivation of life and death, he will have to fight the invincible Handan. The holy realm. The first person under the quasi-god. The current Lin Chen is second only to the top 3 geniuses in the top 3 geniuses list. Thinking of this, the ancestors of the martial god family were even more aggressive. As of now, there is no way out. At this moment, the sons of the 4 great demon emperors came for him, and the Genesis and Holy Prison powerhouses gathered, and now is the last chance to kill this son. With Lin Chen as an enemy, they don't think that if they let him escape afterwards, he will let the family of martial gods go. This is impossible. It hurts. This damn human race, what kind of trick is this? The deity's demon vein is broken. Actually, it can't be cured. What kind of trick is this? The demons were screaming all over the place. Lin Chen was panting, but the fighting intent in his eyes was extremely high. This move, 9 tribulation stars, is even fiercer than when I was in the Dragon Realm. When the Dragon Realm launched, God Killer, his cultivation level was comparable to that of the current one, and Lin Chen's 9 robbery stars even wounded the dragon clone. Although it was a sneak attack at that time, the power was still terrifying. Now, it is only natural to knock over 25 heavenly demon venerables with one move. A thunderous roar suddenly shook the sky and spread all over the world. Who dares to move him? Oh, my dragon clan's distinguished guests can be moved. By you poor demon clan. The demons have been really uneasy in recent years. Just in time, today I'll let you know who is the one you can't mess with. The mere 25 celestial demons also want to be the benefactors of my dragon clan? Go and call all the celestial demons of your 4 major demon races. The billowing dragon roared the sky and shook the earth. The sky actually shone thousands of miles of dragon light, and the unparalleled giant dragons cast thousands of miles of miraculous, descending from the sword domain. The holy kings in the sword territory were in a cold sweat. What kind of battle is this? The dragon king leads the team, and the dragon Zune is in groups. A group of descendants of the dragons followed. Such a huge team of ancient dragons actually went to the holy world of the human race. Lin Chen whistled. It's a bit late. If you guys don't show up again, I'll finish the fight all by myself. The leading dragon kings dashed over and clasped their fists in amazement. Little friend Lin Chen has long guessed that we will come? It's really predictable. Lin Chen shrugged, with a half-smile. I guess half of it. If you don't come, it's just that I'll be more busy by myself, and I'll settle it as usual. This light-hearted sentence can make many dragon kings moved by it. This young man declared his sovereignty in a simple sentence. If the dragon clan does not come to help, he can still settle it. This remark not only proves that they are not giving help in the snow, and they did not use this support as a capital to blackmail him. Lin Chen. These words made those dragon kings who had other thoughts in their hearts immediately put their thoughts away. That's right, if others say this madness, they will definitely not believe it. But the injuries of the 25 heavenly demon venerables in front of him are hard facts. The water dragon king of the extreme prison, headed by him, came to Lin Chen with a long blue dress and a cool and beautiful appearance, but bowed to Lin Chen and smiled sweetly. The old people in the clan were stubbornly opposed, and it took a lot of time. I hope it's not too late. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smiled confidently. Don't say too much, settle these demons. Don't let them interfere with this handsome one-on-one fight, and don't let these alliance thieves hurt my people. If you can do it, I will send you dragons, a good fortune, a creation. Lin Chen's words aroused the fighting spirit of all the dragon kings and dragon venerables. The dragon king raised his head, and the group of demons shook. Ying Jiufeng, who was blocked, set off a storm in his heart. What kind of handwriting does Lin Chen have? With such a light-hearted word. Let these dragons work for him. A taste of complete defeat rose from Ying Jiufeng's heart. Somewhere in the sword domain, the sound transmission carrying the sword intent is transmitted to each other. Do you want to start? No, it's not the time yet. I don't know if the 2 women were still there. Besides, he hasn't come yet, so wait. As soon as the time comes, kill him. Lin Chen immediately. Hundreds of giant dragons swept in mighty, boundless overseas, dragon mighty. Mighty, Xingxia soared into the sky. 100 dragons cover the sky, and the dragon king is born. The mighty dragon shakes the universe, and the ancient dragon roars the universe. Such a scene is like returning to the miracle of the dragon of the ancient dragon clan. The dragon king led the team, and even the great dragon king of the extreme prison water dragon clan personally represented, and his might was soaring to the sky. Dozens of dragon kings and dragon venerables were fighting to the sky, and surrounded the 25 wounded heavenly demon venerables. Dragon? How can these tricky guys get out of the border? Damn, don't care so much, call them out. 25 heavenly demon venerables have no way to retreat, and they have released the monstrous demonic energy, casting them into a heavy demon gate. Creep. As soon as the demon gate opened, a large number of demon legions were born. All of them are the demon elites of the demon race. This time, the actions of the 4 major demons were not leaking, and they had planned to start a war to encircle and suppress Lin Chen, carrying a group of powerful demons, hundreds of them. Everyone, let them see the background of our dragon family. There is a reward for killing the enemy, as this king said. Even if the demons and his ancestors came today, he would have to give me the fuck to the death. The dragon kings are even more excited than the descendants of the dragons, turning into huge dragons to rampage, crushing the position of Tiamazon. As soon as the dragon clan joined, Lin Chen's team, who was still at a disadvantage, immediately regained a city. Jiang Taishu's heart was full of shock. Could it be that the Lord expected that they would come? Speaking of which, the Lord can make the blood of Long Jioshan improve several grades, like a cultivation technique. Linking such a method to the blood rank of the dragon clan, Jiang Taishu thought of some extremely terrifying possibilities, and couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Taishu felt once again how lucky he was to be able to follow a master like Lin Chen. The thoughts in his mind were nothing but lightning, and the next moment, Jiang Taishu turned his attention back to the battle of the 17 people. Now, the battle of 17 people on both sides is at a slight disadvantage. The others are not a big problem, but the most troublesome are the opponents of Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, as well as Qing Wangu, who Long Jioshan is facing, Tang Fenglei, who is fighting against Qi Fian, and Ri Wuxia, who is fighting fiercely against Shangguan Wudi. These 5 people are the most difficult level. Even with Lin Chen's short term, comprehensive strengthening, he can't surpass it, and there is even a long way to go. However, even if there is a gap, the 5 people did not completely fall into the disadvantage, because this is a team battle. The 17 people in the holy prison, each with their own thoughts, only joined forces for a short time because of the battle. On Jiang Taishu's side, not only did everyone have a good heart, but they could cooperate with each other through Lin Chen's Zhou Tian Dai seal, and they even had the courage to risk their lives to bet on this battle. The tacit understanding of such cooperation is not a level in itself. In the case of mutual cover, the opponent's highest combat power cannot take them down. On the opposite side, Heartbroken Red sneered and said, "Your thoughts were interrupted for a moment. This is not your style. It seems that you have other ideas." Finally realized that you are not our opponents. Jiang Taishu said calmly, "Don't think about ruining your brain, I just think that it's time for you to see the trump card that the Lord left us." When the voice just fell, the battle situation changed suddenly. The colorful amber light swept the sky above the boundless sea, and the battle situation changed suddenly. The heartbroken red pupil on the opposite side shrank. The dragon clan's aid had just arrived, and Lin Chen found 2 fiery eyes staring at him. Someone Lin suddenly looked back. It was Luo Shueyue and Princess Xingyue. Luo Shueyue was okay, Princess Xingyue seemed to be angry but not angry, her eyebrows were slightly raised, and she glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen whistle and voice transmission, "What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a handsome boy? Don't you hate me? You're here to support me. You won't be greedy for my body, will you?" Having said that, the Dark Horse Club has found a treasure. You. Princess Xingyue immediately became annoyed, smelly, shameless. After speaking, Princess Xingyue angrily killed the demons. Luo Shueiyue smiled, and then her eyes flowed, and she gave Lin Chen a careful look. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at her, gave a thumbs up, and grinned. The flirting is over, is it over? When the cold voice sounded, Yang Qianfan stepped into the air and suspended. He was surrounded by the sacred aura of the Cunlong, stepped on the real scorpion, looked like an ancient overlord, and his eyes swept across Lin Chen. As cold as a scraper. Lin Chen carried the demon slayer gun and smiled casually. No way, what kind of flirting is this? It's just a few words at most, and it can't wait. Are you so eager to be defeated by me? Yang Qianfan said in a cold voice, the person standing in front of you is the fourth on the list of saints. Lin Chen, don't be too arrogant. That move just now involves your source of holy power. In a short period of time, it is impossible for you to use the second rate. Lin Chen waved the gun, holding the gun in one hand, with a half-smiling smile. The eyesight is good, but maybe I have a stronger killer move than this? Yang Qianfan's expression instantly became solemn. On the other side, the holy kings in the sword domain are looking at the scene like purgatory on earth. The giant dragon danced in the sky, and the demons fought and fought, as if returning to the war of various races in the ancient times. This Lin Chen, what's the ability to invite the dragon kings of this group of dragons? It's a big deal to bring the descendants of the dragon to the battle. For a Lin Chen, how many powerhouses is this going to alarm? When the holy kings in the sword domain were amazed, they saw the trend of the next battle more and more clearly. Even if there are demons to help, the current situation is 5-5. That's right, no matter what, Genesis is destined to fail Lin Chen today. As long as the Dragon Clan firmly becomes his shield, sooner or later, he will grow into a more terrifying existence. At that time, even the top 3 on the list of saints might not necessarily be his opponent. Unless there is a more powerful decisive force pouring in. However, this situation is basically impossible now. The end is set. Now is the time to stand in line. The Genesis Alliance harms all beings, and everyone can be punished. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell will go to hell. Today, this old man will come to practice the Tao for heaven, and return this world to a piece of Danqing. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? The old man will come to meet you. Your Excellency Lin Chen has the world in his heart and acts justice. This old man is willing to follow you, go up the mountain of swords, and go down to the sea of fire. I will lead the charge. Chen is here. Ollie, fuck you guys. The sound of one after another echoed in the sword domain. A large number of strong men rushed from the sky to the boundless sea from the sword domain. This group of powerhouses are all rank 5 saints or above, and even the Qianyu Saint King of Qianyu is among them. They joined the battle with righteousness and awe and assisted Lin Chen's team. To fight, everything was so smooth. As soon as he opened his mouth, he knew it as soon as he made a move, the old wall was sloppy. Since it is a 5-5 situation, it is natural to stand on the side with the most potential, so that it is possible to eat meat in the future. If Lin Chen's team were in a situation, this group of people would have to target Lin Chen to fight. The Thousand-Feather Saint King repelled many prisoners of the holy prison with one palm and shouted with a straight face, "Don't worry everyone, we've..." Suddenly, a divine light slanted down. Pft! Tear! With a cracking sound like a brocade, Saint King Qianyu had an unbelievable expression before he died. He looked at the holy body that was torn into 2 halves, and his spirit disappeared and annihilated. At this moment, the situation changed suddenly, and the blood rained. This is a sign of the fall of the Holy King. I saw that behind the torn 1,000-feather Holy King, a man in white clothes, with a height of 8 feet came, pulling his hands horizontally, and throwing the torn 1,000-feather Holy King like rubbish. When he raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes, he looked at Lin Chen. His murderous aura was overwhelming, his divine might was unparalleled. All the saints of the Genesis Alliance changed their expressions in an instant, and they lost their voices in horror. Wu Pianju? An unprecedented murderous intent aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and when he turned around, he unconsciously clenched the Demon Slayer spear. He felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. When he saw who was coming, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Pianju? How the hell can he cheat a corpse? He was turned into a muggle last time, and this guy didn't die? My day. What kind of skill is this? System, you don't even give me one of these? You can't say it. Heaven's path picking system, no such function. Lin Chen, can I change the system? Heaven's path picking system? Wu Pianju? How can that be? Almost everyone's subconscious reaction is that they have seen a ghost. However, Wu Pianju's unique martial god might clearly shocked everyone. The two ancestors who were as strong as the martial god family were also stunned. What's the situation? Young Master Wu Pianju was resurrected? After Wu Pianju obtained the blood of God, he blocked the news in advance. The only people who actually knew his current situation were the few backbones of the Wu family and the group of people who cooperated with him. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good guy, the attribute light ball on this guy is too much. It turned out to be more than the attributes of the sons of the top 10 and 4 major devil emperors on the Saint Talent list. However, Lin Chen suddenly said, Wu Pianju, what brand of cheating corpse are you using? Why don't you give me a black horse club as well? Or you are in love with me, you are reluctant to part with me on the Huangquan road, and you still want to cheat the corpse. Come back to me? Many servants almost laughed out loud. The master's temper can make a person angry. Boom. Wu Pianju was furious, and without saying a word, he pointed with 2 fingers. Tear. A space fault, a black finger pierces the sky. Lin Chen, who broke through the middle stage of Yuanshan realm, has a very fast perception of Yuanshan, and he used his body technique in advance almost as soon as he finished speaking. Moreover, breaking through the middle stage of Lin Chen's Yuanshan realm, far surpassing those of the same level of Yuanshan realm, because of his Tai Fu Tianju mental method, he can also have Yuanshan power equivalent to the main body, and also obtain the increase of extreme spirit possession. This is equivalent to a 4-fold increase in Lin Chen Yuan's power in the middle stage of the divine realm. Coupled with his spiritual awakening, the reaction speed is simply not comparable to ordinary saints. Brush. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and his body was in the sky, and the layers of afterimages spanned thousands of miles. After Lin Chen quickly dodged, Yang Qianfan was too late. In the face of this powerful finger, Yang Qianfan swung the halberd, and the holy power surged out, and the halberd slashed down. A skycrack greeted him. Boom. Boom. The black light burst, the sky trembled, and the light was dim and distorted, as if the world had been turned over in half. Lin Chen whistled, very good, it hit the friendly army perfectly. However, at the next moment, Lin Chen was a little surprised. Yang Qianfan, who took this finger, quickly retreated dozens of steps. His blood was churning, and his face was a little ugly. Even when Lin Chen fought with him just now, he couldn't make him show such an expression. At this moment, everyone in the top 10 of the Saint talent list changed their expressions. Even the sons of the 4 great demon emperors showed surprise and solemnity. All the top powerhouses are all focused on Wu Pianju. He stepped on the martial god step, and the magnificent and majestic, dazzling light flashed past, swept up to the sky, overlooking the audience. I saw that Wu Pianju was shining with hundreds of holy acupoints all over his body. The splendid 6-pointed star of the holy cave illuminates the sky, brighter than everyone's holy cave. Today in the holy world, from now on, there is only one martial god, and that is my Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju has announced that the overlord of the holy world is only me in charge. Lin Chen's life belongs to me, Wu Pianju. Violators. Beheaded. Block. I, destroy the 9 clans. Wu Pianju's voice spread, and the heroes were shocked. Holy King? Wu Pianju turned out to be a holy king? What kind of medicine did he take to fly up? The most terrifying thing is that his casual move actually repelled Yang Qianfan. What level is Yang Qianfan? 4th on the list of saints. That is a super monster, second only to the top 3 outstanding saints on the list of saints. Even if Wu Pianju stepped into the Holy King's cultivation base, depending on his background, whether he could enter the top 10 of the Holy Talent list, it is still 2 things. Not to mention that he is on a par with Yang Qianfan in such a short period of time. It's like a baby suddenly repelling a tough adult, isn't that nonsense? Lin Chen suddenly realized, I see, he also has a system. The case has been solved. System, you're happy. The Dragon King of the extreme prison of the Dragon Clan frowned and said solemnly, he is the son of the martial god that Xiaoyu Lin Chen once defeated. Why does his bloodline feel more like a real martial god than I do? Another Dragon King said, do you need us to support little friend Lin Chen? The prison water Dragon King shook his head, his beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance. Looking at the appearance of little friend Lin Chen, he is calm. And calm, obviously he has enough confidence. We are responsible for our respective opponents, let's take care of the changes first. If we can kill one Heavenly Demon Venerable, you have also made a great contribution to my dragon clan. The group of dragons fought fiercely against the demons, and the offensive did not stop, and they chose to change, despite the changes. Feeling Wu Pianju's martial god's divine might is completely different from the previous one, more like Wu Jiuchen, the 2 great ancestors were completely stunned. The ancestor of the Wu family lost his voice. Master Wu, you inherited the blood of the god of war? They have been in seclusion for many years, and they have never been in charge of the divine imprint left by the Valkyrie, so they did not receive the news of Valkyrie's death at the first time. Wu Pian can definitely be resurrected from the dead, and there is only one possibility, and that is the death of the god of war. And they used up the divine blood clone again, so the destination of the divine blood would only be Wu Pianju, who is closest to the blood. Wu Pianju glanced at the 2 ancestors coldly, and said indifferently, I am the only master of the Wu family. Do your job well, follow me, and I can forgive the things you have done. Then, Wu Pianju flicked his sleeves and shouted coldly, come out. Brush. 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 One after another sword light slashed away, and the terrifying sword intent swept the heavens and the earth, shrouded the universe, and the vision of the unbounded sea changed again. In the light of the sword across the sky, a group of people walked out, all of them were the most powerful swordsmen. There are 3 sword kings in total, plus a heavenly butcher sword king. Nangong Jichen. And the man at the forefront with a luxurious temperament and a fierce demeanor is the 8th best sword in the world, Nangong Shenyuan. The appearance of these 5 people made the battle even more chaotic. The powerhouses who stood in line with Lin Chen before were immediately dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is. Lin Chen jokingly said, you actually went to Wu Pianju to join forces? No. Wonder it took you so long to show up. Nangong Shenyuan smiled scornfully, last time, I let you have good luck and escape disaster. This time we will see if you can still have such good luck. Lin Chen said with a playful smile, really, I heard that handsome people generally have good luck. Wu Pianju immediately stood in front of the 5 people and said coldly, don't talk nonsense with this kid, remember, this time I want to live, and the 5 of you are responsible for blocking his escape route when he was defeated in battle? Although Nangong Shenyuan was displeased with Wu Pianju's order, he still complied. Leave it to us, you can go. Lin Chen made a frightened expression. I'm so shocked, the escape route. After the defeat, so, you Wu Pian absolutely decided me? Wu Pianju flipped his hand, and the divine light soared into the sky, condensed into a giant palm covering the sky, rolling to destroy Lin Chen, and the cold shout spread all over the sky. Lin Chen, 100% of this god's blood has been merged, and there will be no one under the quasi-god who is my opponent. You will die today. Wu Pianju's shocking palm shocked all the holy kings. Even Yang Qianfan was astonished. There is no doubt that at this moment, Wu Pianju already has the combat power of the top 3 in the list of saints. Lin Chen, you are going to lose. The blood of God contains a very small part of the cultivation base of the martial god, and it is only the very small part that makes the current Wu Pianju the most powerful holy king. In the past, there were the sword kings of Wuxiang Sword Palace, and then Wu Pianju made a comeback to suppress Bafeng. The big picture is set. Lin Chen will definitely lose. As soon as the situation was wrong, the saints who had come to help suddenly changed their offensive. Little thief Lin Chen, a family of martial gods made great achievements. What is it to sacrifice a little mortal, dare to stand in front of the future? Martial gods, you should kill. Martial god has a righteous heart, eradicate this Lin Chen thief, and return my holy world to a bright and peaceful world. The saints defected collectively. They fought side by side with Lin Chen's team just a moment ago. In the next moment, the enemy will immediately become the enemy, turning your faces faster than turning a book. Fortunately, the hidden powerhouses who followed Lin Chen's servants were all rich in experience and equally old-fashioned. When the rebellion happens, immediately attack them. Dozens of ancient dragons and descendants of the gods rushed to help. Immediately, and the situation stabilized again. The descendants of the 4 great demon emperors and the top 10 people on the Saint talent list suddenly slowed down their battle rhythm. Their goal is both Lin Chen, since Wu Pianju intervenes, then see who can snatch Lin Chen down first when he is defeated. After all, who can beat the powerhouse here, who doesn't have a few killers? Brush. Lin Chen's body is in control of the sky, and his movement is as fast as a flash of light, and his primordial spirit perception once again predicts in advance, and continuously steps on the movement, trying to give Wu Pianju a world-shattering slap. However, Wu Pianju's attack relentlessly pursued him, as if he wanted to chase Lin Chen to the ends of the earth, and the speed was extremely fast. Wu Pianju's exercises and unique skills are even better than before. The divine blood he inherited not only contained the cultivation base, but also some martial arts skills that the martial gods did not pass on to the martial family. Lin Chen suddenly laughed and said, "Since you, Wu Pian, have revealed the ultimate move, then I, Lin Chen, can't be polite." Huh? Wu Pianja suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a sense of crisis quietly emerged. Boom! Above Lin Chen's head, a talisman with orange light suddenly appeared. Heaven is mighty and mighty, surpassing all sentient beings. Today, Wu Pian absolutely dares to be called a god of martial arts, then I, Lin Chen, will kill the god. Godslayer. Boom! The talisman that flowed with orange light suddenly exploded, billowing red clouds surging, pouring into the body, with a long history. Lin Chen's holy aura is like the sun, moon and stars, one breath can swallow the world, the sun, moon and stars, and one breath can destroy thousands of planes. The 104 six-pointed stars that flickered all over Lin Chen's body began to generate a new scene again. Almost in a very short period of time, Lin Chen's strength soared all the way. Boom! 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 The palm that chased after Lin Chen was shattered into the afterglow of the sky. Lin Chen's pure power is like a dragon possessed, falling into the galaxy. The strength of the body training has never been less than 700,000 zun, and it has broken through 1 million zun, and it has soared to 4 million zun strength. Lin Chen's primordial spirit is like a god in charge of the universe, and it has soared all the way to the late primordial spirit realm. It is more than 100 times stronger than the previous Yuanshan. His holy acupoints were cultivated to the level of navigating the universe of the galaxy, and they broke open to the 114th holy acupoints. Lin Chen, temporarily step into the 7th level of the Saint Realm and accept the Star Realm. At this time, Lin Chen's holy acupoints were opened in a total of 62, of which 52 were cultivated by Lin Chen himself, and the next 10 holy acupoints were temporarily opened by Lin Chen with the increase of his God Killer talent. The host activates the God Slayer talent, which consumes 29.86 million top talent points, the Holy King who is hostile to the host, 62, the gods who are hostile to the host. A total of 51,142 enemies, a total increase of 3,890 times the comprehensive strength. Godslayer cooldown, 59 days. When the saints accept the Star Realm sevenfold, when they put the holy power they have cultivated in their whole life into the new holy cave, they condense into a stalwart holy power like a planet. Open 10 pieces, it is twice the holy power of the total cultivation base of life and death. Lin Chen was amazed. I entered the Naxing realm in the state of a godslayer. The 53rd to 60th holy acupoints in the life and death realm are not subject to the increase of the mind, 2 times a million power, 84 million powers. That is to say, my total cultivation level in the realm of life and death is exactly equal to the holy power of the same 10 million powers. Only in the realm of life and death, the 8 holy acupoints are not subject to the increase of the mind, and there is a holy power comparable to 10 million. 2 Naxing holy acupoints, the total base is 40%. 40% of the 10 million gods, that is to say, theoretically, my current holy power can explode. Equal to 14 million gods. Powerful lethality. 14 million holy powers. This limit has initially surpassed the scope of the Holy King realm. At this moment, countless strong people seem to have seen a ghost. Especially the powerhouses of the Holy King realm seemed to see something unbelievable from Lin Chen. They stared at Lin Chen's 114 hexagonal stars, completely subverting their cognition. Stronger than Wu Pianju and Yang Qian Fan, they couldn't help but lose their voices in horror. Is there such a thing? 100 holy caves for a saint is already the limit. What kind of monster is this Lin Chen? 114 holy caves. This is not some illusion and fantasy, it is a real existence. The dragons who came to support were stunned. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from Lin Chen. The servants were ecstatic. The Lord actually has this killer move. The orange light circulated, the red glow rose. Lin Chen stepped out and looked around the audience with a playful expression. His eyes suddenly fell on the deceased saints before, and he stretched out his hand and pretended to beg, "Come on everyone, please start your performance now. If you don't perform well, I will give you a ticket to the West Sky. Later, free of charge. Send you there." The corners of the mouths of the deceased strong men twitched wildly, their mouths full of bitterness. Damn, how can this kid still have such a killer move? This battle has come down not only with twists and turns, but with twists and turns. The strong spectators in the sword field almost laughed out loud. This Lin Chen is the most unpretentious evildoer they have ever seen, and this guy died. OM. Dozens of primordial spirit fluctuations swept out like shocking electricity, shuttled through the void, and hit those who tried to defect at once. Boom. 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 Then, the primordial spirit, like water hitting thousands of miles, hit Yulong Manyan, catapulted and shuttled through countless powerhouses. A large number of holy prison criminals and hundreds of alliance powerhouses have fallen from the sky. Ying Jiufeng's face turned pale. One moved to directly reverse the tide of the battle. What kind of realm is this guy now? In the realm of the middle stage of the Yuanshan realm, there are not many people in the holy realm. And when Lin Chen entered the state of God Killer, he showed his power in the late stage of the Yuanshan realm, and directly crushed a large number of strong people with his Yuanshan. Even an ordinary holy king can't bear the impact of Lin Chen's primordial spirit now. The two sides are not on the same level at all. From now on, everything is unknown. Brush. When Nangong Jichen stepped on the sword and turned into a dragon, and flashed to Wu Pianju's side, he said solemnly, "He is now beyond the scope of the Holy King, and we must join forces." Huh? Wu Pianju was furious. Are you teaching me to do things? How long can he last in this state? Just give me responsibility for his retreat, just be obedient. Leave the rest to me. Just obtained the blood of God. Wu Pianju is confident and proud. How can he tolerate Lin Chen to slap him in the face? He swore that Lin Chen could not survive or die. When Lin Chen turned to look at the furious Wu Pianju, he raised his hand and the palm of his hand suddenly burst into red flames, and the holy power shone high in the sky. Boom. The 9-layer burning heaven palm splits the shadows in an instant. One is divided into 5, and the 5 giant palms that cover the sky roll down. Wu Pianju gritted his teeth, activated the blood of God, and entered the martial God state again. He suddenly slapped his palm up to the sky, and the 5-colored dragon energy swirled into a giant palm. Martial God palm. Boom boom boom. 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 The sky split open, and the chaotic space around began to completely collapse into chaos, turning into nothingness. Most battles are forcibly terminated. Brush. Wu Pianju stepped on the martial god's step and flew towards Lin Chen in an instant. Nangong Jichen couldn't help but scolded in a low voice, "This damn idiot, one person can't take down the current Lin Chen." Lin Chen stepped on the movement method, flashed like a gallop, and the slaughtering spear slammed and slammed, a face-to-face fight alone. The time and space trembled, and the unstable and solid space as strong as the unbounded sea began to completely collapse. The battle between the two has evolved into a life-and-death duel among the top 3 on the list of saints, and it is also a death sentence for ordinary saints to be affected. Run. The Lord is about to start killing all yo-yos. Friends of the dragon family, please step aside quickly. From now on, the Lord will take over the whole situation. Lin Chen's servants and the hidden powerhouses were in a good mood, and immediately retreated into the sword domain, taking one step first. Many holy prison criminals did not have time to withdraw, and when they were directly affected, they were smashed into nothingness and scattered into a large number of attribute light balls. The two people in the boundless sea, like two rays of divine light, battled from the sky to the bottom of the sea, and wherever they passed, they caused a tsunami, and the space and time collapsed. Tear. A touch of Peerless sword intent slashed like an evil dragon, Lin Chen swept his fingers, and a force of primordial spirit was ejected like a full moon, colliding face to face. Boom. With a sound of explosion, Nangong Jichen came with a sword, drew his sword, and slashed at Lin Chen, and joined the battle with Wu Pianju without a word. Among the many powerhouses present, in addition to the 17-member team, the True Dragon King and the top 10 on the Saint talent list, only he is the most qualified to fight against Lin Chen. At this time, Nangong Shenyuan suddenly stepped into the air, stood beside Yang Qianfan, and smiled sternly. Yang Qianfan, how about cooperation? Yang Qianfan frowned. He is hesitant now. Lin Chen's combat power is no trivial matter. He has time to retreat now. If he goes up to fight again, if he can't kill him, he will face Lin Chen's crazy revenge. Yang Qianfan said indifferently, "If you want to win me over to deal with Lin Chen, then I will tell you clearly that I have no plans to become an enemy of him now." However, Nangong Shenyuan said, "Don't you want to share the secrets on him? With his means, the opportunities he has grasped may make us go further." Yang Qianfan narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to say?" Nangong Xuanyuan's secret voice transmission. According to the information I have collected recently, since Lin Chen's son appeared in the Holy Realm, he once owned many armors, arm armors, and leg armors that were suspected to be semi-artifacts. Moreover, he also being able to use this half-artifact proves that this artifact can be used by creatures who have not become gods. Yang Qianfan is moving. Demi-artifact? Are you serious? Artifacts possess divinity, and there have been very few semi-artifacts in heaven and earth, which are incomplete artifacts that were cast before the creation of the human race holy world. Nangong Shenyuan immediately said, "Indeed, even Wu Pianju doesn't know the details of this matter." Before he was killed by Lin Chen, he had not seen Lin Chen use this divine weapon, and after obtaining the divine blood of the god of war, he fell into seclusion. "I don't know anything. He wants Lin Chen's life. You and my Nangong family join forces, and we divide up Lin Chen's treasures that are suspected to be artifacts. How about it?" Nangong Shenyuan threw his chips. Yang Qianfan immediately sneered and said, "Nangong Shenyuan, what are you supposed to be in this seat? When the 7th rank sacred artifact goes up, the sacred artifact will begin to have spirituality, and the 9th rank sacred Artifact only recognizes one master, unless the previous master takes the initiative to inherit it, otherwise, it cannot be used forcibly, let alone a demigod. Even if we grab it, how are we going to use it? Could the demigod recognize us as masters? However, Nangong Xianyuan smiled confidently. You are right, we are indeed not qualified to let the demigods recognize the master, but also, Lin Chen will not. Yang Qianfan's eyes flashed. You mean, Lin Chen may not be its owner? The only possible relationship between the two parties is cooperation and similar alliances? Nangong Xianyuan said with a smile, yes, that's what it means. If so, if many demigods are snatched, we might use them. Talking about this, Nangong Xianyuan's eyes turned a little hot. If you make a move, Ying Jiufeng should also use his move. Genesis wants Lin Chen to die, and Wu Pian absolutely wants Lin Chen's life. We want to share the semi-artifact on Lin Chen's body, everyone. The direction is the same. Yang Qianfan pondered for less than 3 breaths, and his expression suddenly became fierce. Okay, if that's the case, then do him. According to what you said, Lin Chen still has a number of semi-artifacts, which means that he is very likely to have trump cards now. Nangong Xianyuan nodded. That's right, so I have to use your trump card. The two looked at each other, tacitly. If you want to win Lin Chen, it's impossible not to take out some of the family's assets today. These two actually set their sights on Lin Chen's god of war. However, Lin Chen, who was fighting with Nangong Jichen and Wu Pianju, smiled knowingly. These two seemed to be secretly transmitted by sound transmission, but in fact, they were all clearly understood by Lin Chen. Perceptual awakening in the late stage of the Jiayuan divine realm is really powerful. I am afraid that apart from the true God, no creature can achieve sound transmission near me. A veiled killing intent flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to this Yang Qianfan, and if he retreated in spite of difficulties, it would be fine. But it's different when he's staring at his god of war suit. Boom. Finally, Yang Qianfan and Nangong Xianyuan attacked Lin Chen aggressively. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, there are a lot of enemies to kill this time. But it doesn't matter, I will force today, and I won't let any of them go. Seeing that even Yang Qianfan and Nangong Xianyuan came to help him, Wu Pianju was instantly furious. Oh, I just looked down on him, Wu Pianju. Call Lin Chen and want you to come to support? You didn't take my martial god in your eyes. Fighting Lin Chen, so many people came to support me, Wu Pianju? Wu Pianju felt that his dignity and arrogance had been insulted. Lin Chen's movement turned abruptly, and when he smashed Nangong Jichen's sword intent with one shot, Wu Pianju punched him horizontally, crushing it with pure power and holy power. Wu Pianju punched in the face, brazenly not afraid. Sigh. Bang. When the smoke of the wolf exploded, the two sides punched each other, and it was evenly divided. When Wu Pianju was planning to pursue her victory. It's okay to be so close to me. Lin Chen's sudden remark made Wu Pianju Hanmao stand upside down. Boom. Lin Chen punched again, and suddenly hit Wu Pianju's chest. Supernatural talent. When a green light passed by, Wu Pianju's expression changed in shock. Shit. It's that trick again. Wu Pianju recalled that before he was killed by Lin Chen, he was dragged into that weird space plane. As the saying goes, the stronger the strength, the more self-confidence. After Wu Pianju's strength skyrocketed, he didn't plan to take Lin Chen's trick in his eyes at all. Today's me is not the same as the Kaitian realm. Lin Chen, I don't believe that your tricks can still work. Wu Pianju's shoulders trembled, and when he received Lin Chen's punch, his holy energy swept away, like a raging wave, like the eruption of millions of volcanoes, shattering the void. However, brush. The green light disappears, and Wu Pian absolutely disappears. Wu Pianju's confident cultivation was still unable to shake Lin Chen's move. Because it is neither a cultivation technique nor a secret skill, but Lin Chen's unique talent. Succeeded in launching the supernatural talent, successfully included in the target, consuming 7 million top talent points. Nangong Jichen lost his voice in horror. What trick? Is there such a way? Lin Chen laughed and said, next, I will draw all the lucky viewers and give a take-off gift. Nangong Jichen was shocked and angry, holding a knife and slashing Lin Chen. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, system, shapeshift. When the violent and sharp sword intent slashed diagonally, Lin Chen's figure disappeared instantly. In a single thought, Lin Chen's position was exchanged with Yang Qianfan. In the face of Nangong Jichen's knife, Yang Qianfan was shocked, and the sense of crisis was like a cold light. Boom! The sword intent exploded, rolling away like a dragon, and Yang Qianfan took a few steps back. Hit allies again. This scene caused Nangong Jichen to be stunned for a moment. Lin Chen, who exchanged positions with Yang Qianfan, happened to appear near Nangong Xuanyuan. Nangong Xuanyuan's pupils shrank. Damn, why is this trick again? This guy also used this trick when he liberated the Gate of Luck in the sword domain last time, like a ghost. Brush. Lin Chen is in control of the sky, and his current movement speed is terrifyingly fast. The other party couldn't react at all, so Lin Chen slapped Xuanyuan in Zong Nangang. With a flash of light in the green space, Nangong Xuanyuan also disappeared. Succeeded in launching the supernatural talent, successfully included in the target, consuming 3.5 million top talent points. Tear. Lin Chen tore through the space and walked, stepping on the cloud shadow. Thousands of miles in an instant, barely giving anyone time to react. Yang Qianfan suddenly felt the blood-colored sky light flashing in front of him, and when he reacted, Lin Chen had already appeared in front of him. Oops! Yang Qianfan's heart was shocked, and he quickly pulled the baji to slash and slash. Lin Chen was like a wandering dragon, and while avoiding all of them, he hit Yang Qianfan with a punch. Too fast. Lin Chen, who is in the talent state of God Killer, is faster than before by more than 3 grades. Yang Qianfan didn't even have a chance to retreat, and he was also included in the superspace plane. It happened so fast, almost in one breath, the 3 great saints disappeared in the melee, leaving only one Nangong Jichen. Lin Chen didn't give the other party time to react at all. Ambilight, cloud shadow skylight. The colorful streamer surging around the whole body, Lin Chen once again urged the movement. He was surrounded by the bloody sky, like a blood moon under the night sky. His speed skyrocketed by another level, and he came to Nangong Jichen in a flash. The increase in Ambilight has made Lin Chen's movement faster by another level, completely beyond the range that can be perceived by the Holy King. Realm. What? Nangong Jichen wanted to retire, but when his face was full of horror, he wanted to slash with a knife. Lin Chen swung the spear with one hand, and when one lifted up his blade, his palm was like a mad dragon, and he suddenly slammed into his dantian. Nangong Jichen was approached to take Lin Chen's palm in a close fight, but instead, he punched Lin Chen's palm, and brought out a touch of the divine sword intent attached to the fist. Boom. Bang. The fists and palms collided, and Lin Chen's 5 fingers spilled a little blood, which was as strong as Lin Chen's current cultivation. However, what Lin Chen wants is close range. At the moment when the fists and palms collided, a green light flashed. Space tremors. Nangong Jichen was also taken away. When most of the powerhouses reacted, Nangong Jichen, Nangong Shenyuan, Wu Pianju, and Yang Qianfan, who had previously attempted to surround and suppress Lin Chen, all disappeared. When the Crimson Moon Demon Princess, the daughter of the Demon Emperor, suddenly used force to shake Lin Chen's avatar back, the demon pupil trembled. Lin Chen's main body shows such unique skills, even her bloodline supernatural power Qianyue universe can't do it. However, when Lin Chen turned around suddenly, his eyes just met the red moon demon princess. He smiled knowingly, like a child. The red moon demon princess suddenly got goosebumps. Killing intent. This guy wants to kill himself. For the first time, the red moon demon princess felt fear in her heart, and was about to issue an order. Transfiguration. The positions of Lin Chen and his avatar were swapped at once, and the movement method unfolded. Lin Chen's coquettish smile instantly appeared in front of the red moon demon princess. For the first time, the daughter of the born supreme devil emperor was so frightened that her face turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. The horror on her face seemed to be written, "Don't come here." Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped it. The Red Moon Magic Princess was included in the list of lucky audiences. Do not. Where did you take Princess Hongyue? Despicable human race, this king is fighting with you. Hand over the princess, boy, or you will definitely taste the pain of your heart and bones. Many demons lost their minds on the spot, roaring furiously. Lin Chen casually threw a sentence. I can't beat it and I can't blow it up. I really don't know what the use of you demons is. You are the worst demons I have ever seen. Climb for me. Boom. 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 Lin Chen showed off his movement skills and used the talent of shape shifting many times in a row to incorporate all the descendants of the 3 remaining supreme demon emperors into the superdimensional plane. Then, Lin Chen turned his eyes and looked at Jiuyang Saint King Jin Tai, Sunflower Shijuan Jin Wuxia, Yaoiwa Chonger and the head of Genesis, Ying Jiufeng. The saints who were stared at by him were all horrified and their hair stood on end. No, hurry up. Something's wrong, let's talk about it after slipping away. You can't mess with this bastard, can you? I can hide. Jin Tai, Chonger and the others were about to escape, but they knew that Lin Chen Kong's 4 avatars had already anticipated that, stepping on the movement method, they immediately blocked their retreat. 1 avatar can compete with them equally, and when 2 avatars are on, Jin Tai and others are not allowed to leave. Even if the phantom avatar is not suitable for the God Killer talent, it is too difficult to escape from Lin Chen's current original cultivation base and primordial spirit power. There is no chance of escape. Another clone, directly intervening in the battle between Ying Jiufeng and Li Ziki. When the clones are chasing after the 4 saints, let them use their escape trump card, and Lin Chen's primordial power can also be predicted in advance. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Chen would also win the 4 saints tear, the space was torn apart, and Lin Chen's talent 4, transfiguration, actually switched places with Lin Ping'an. When he stepped on the body method, he came to the Holy Dragon King in an instant. Countless powerhouses were stunned. This is such a faint shot. Lin Chen's goal is the holy prison. And this kind of operation? Too insidious, this guy, why is he so skilled? It's just an olding ratio. True Dragon King? Good guy, this fake shot fooled everyone. Lin Chen's next target turned out to be the true Dragon King. For Lin Chen, the threat of the leader of the holy prison is much greater than that of other saints. The other saints may not dare to provoke him again after running away, but this guy is different. He won't kill him. The seriousness of the problem is not a single star. For this king? The Holy Dragon King was so frightened by Lin Chen that he was in a cold sweat, and his heart skipped a beat. However, because of his rich experience, he was not easily deterred, and when he concentrated his energy, the 100 holy acupoints suddenly shook. The holy energy in the holy cave was rapidly depleted, and the palm of the hand condensed the roar of millions of dragons. A large number of cloud shadows were shattered by blood, and they were after images. The real dragon, Holy King's pupils shrank, and he caught loneliness. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, and with a flash of light from the sky, he avoided his ultimate move layer by layer, came behind him in a blink of an eye, and raised his hand. Another lucky audience. Take it away, the next one. Sending away the Holy Dragon King with one palm, Lin Chen laughed. When his eyes turned, he was again talented in shapeshifting, and he exchanged positions with Elder Xianyue, and then he punched the sissy face of Qianhu, Saint King Kai's death. Boom. Boom. The Thousand Fox Saint King was also brought into the superspace plane. Too fast. Lin Chen's hands are neat and tidy, like a smooth dance. Lin Chen knew that if he used shape-shift from the very beginning, he would probably be guarded against, and only the effective sneak attack would be the best. Moreover, the most important thing is that, in normal state, it is extremely difficult to fight close combat with a powerhouse of this level and pull into the superdimensional plane. Only when you enter the God Killer state is the time when your movement skills are at full speed and when you are caught off guard. With the cooperation of the three, Lin Chen won it strongly. Brush. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen's movement of cloud shadow and skylight reappeared. When the next moment appeared, it was already directly above Ying Jiufeng's head. Lin Chen smashed down with one punch. What? Ying Jiufeng's mouth twitched, and the blood of the divine bird was burning. Brush. Ying Jiufeng, carry it away, and enter the superspace plane. Regardless of Li Ziqi's reaction, Lin Chen's avatar was already ready, and Lin Chen changed his shape 3 times in a row. At this point, the melee in Jihai instantly calmed down by half. The main force was all dragged away by Lin Chen. Only the Dragon Clan, the Demon Clan, and a large number of Holy Prison criminals in the Holy Prison are left. Even Lin Chen's servants, the guardians of Xinyan Palace, the elders, and the hidden powerhouses all retreated. There are also 4 phantom clones, taking away the 2 ancestors of Xinyan Palace, Shangguanju, in an instant. Sheng. The clone handed out the Juyan knife, Lin Chen grasped it, and the main body held the knife and stepped into the air. The great Dragon King of the Jiu Prison Water Dragon Clan seemed to feel some fierce and terrifying murderous intent. After meeting Lin Chen's eyes, he sent a voice to all the Dragon Clans. No, everyone, get out. The Dragon Kings understood in their hearts, and immediately withdrew from the battle with the Dragon Clan, and huddled into a group to start defense. The wounded Tiamazon was temporarily relieved by the short evacuation of the Dragon Clan, and when the desire was vigilant. Boom. 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 The sky trembled, the light dimmed, and a sharp aura brewing on the hot blade in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen walked with the knife and smiled sternly. There are gods in ancient times, and their tears have no traces. Amber light lingered between the 5 fingers. Lin Chen raised his hand and waved the knife. Zheng. Brush. A sword roar turned into a dragon's roar, and the snow-white jade-like sword chi crossed the sky, spinning and splitting rapidly, splitting the shadow into 5 parts. Boom. 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 When the sword light rotated vertically and horizontally, it trembled. Suddenly, exploded suddenly, and turned into tens of thousands of pieces of sword energy. At that moment, all the criminals of the holy prison, the powerful alliance, and a large number of demons couldn't help but suffocate slightly. Jade-like pieces of blade gas spread across the sky in an instant. The shards of knife gas are as magnificent as broken glass and jade, and they are so sharp. The beautiful and chilling scene made countless strong people subconsciously amazed. What a nice view. Only the powerhouses above the Holy King realm can perceive with fear what kind of terrifying power is hidden in that seemingly magnificent and beautiful shattering jade sword chi. No, not good. The situation is not good. Quickly defend. Escape into the void. Oops, it's too late. The strong men of the Alliance and the criminals of the holy prison are shocked. Especially the demon lords of the demon race. They felt a deadly murderous intent. Infinite pieces of blade gas are like a hurricane, and they are strangled too. All the criminals and demons of the holy prison at high speed. Boom. 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 The rain of blood burst from the sky, and the endless pieces of blade gas poured into the bodies of many strong people. The shards of sword energy are either condensed with pure energy, or blasted out with the invincible power of the primordial spirit, or slashed with holy energy that penetrates the heavens and the earth. There is absolutely no way to prevent it, there is no way to retreat. The blood that confuses the criminals of the holy prison and the 4 major demons is thrown into the sky, and the endless explosion resounds beyond the boundless sea. The demon body vanished, and the monstrous demonic energy disappeared. The head of the heavenly demon venerable, the peak demon venerable, all fell into a pool of blood, and was even twisted into nothingness by the fragments of the sword. Dead without a corpse. Those vicious criminals in the holy prison, who had finally obtained their short-term freedom, were scraped into powder by the shards of the blade air. Even though the powerhouses of the Alliance tried their best, many escape. Cards, medicinal pills, space sacred artifact, and defensive sacred artifact failed to survive the frenzy of flying sword shards. This scene sent chills down the backs of the holy kings in the sword domain. The powerhouse as strong as the dragon clan can't help but feel a tingling in the scalp. This killer move is too terrifying. It is simply a big killer move for a group attack. If Lin Chen's cultivation was only in the beginning of life and death, he might not have been so perverted. But in the state of God Killer, his realm has surpassed the realm of the Holy King, and he is as strong as an ordinary Holy King, and he can only be crushed in front of him, let alone the strong below the Holy King. Under the premise of such a terrifying realm, this knife, God's Tears, is combined with many orange-level talents, and it is not an exaggeration to pull out the knife and sweep the world's enemies with one sentence. The fragments of the sword chi rolled out of the boundless sea all the way, and the aftermath of the sword chi finally faded away after the tens of thousands of miles in the northern part of the sword domain were razed to the ground. The blood mist filled the sky, and the pouring blood rain poured down wildly. In the 36 regions. The vision of the fall of the Holy King. And, not just one. The Saint Kings of the Genesis Alliance have fallen by half. In the holy prison, the entire army of criminals was destroyed, leaving only 3 kings. There are only the last 2 ancestors who were seriously injured in the martial god family. Except for the 8 strongest demon lords, the rest of the demon army were completely dead. Lin Chen wiped out most of the enemies with one knife. Its main attack direction is aimed at the demons. Otherwise, if the main attack direction is the Genesis Alliance, if this knife passes, Genesis will have to move all its heads. And the 8 heavenly demon venerables who survived, the Saint Kings of the Alliance, are also hanging by a thread. Its holy body and demon body are full of shocking holes, the blood of the devil is flowing, the blood is overflowing, and the flesh and bones are torn apart. The Dragon King of the extreme prison of the Dragon Clan was stunned, his beautiful eyes trembled in fear, and his voice trembled. These are all Lin Chen's handwriting? One knife reversed the whole situation. No, look, what is that? It seems to be the avatar of the Lord. When Lin Chen's servants exclaimed, the 3 phantom clones stood near the 8 heavenly demon lords and the remaining holy kings. All the holy acupoints of the clone are drained, and the palm of the hand is in charge of the lantern-like 9-color star cluster, which is divided into 5. The horrific horror of the dying demon lord and the holy kings. Lin Chen sneered sternly, I didn't kill you with one knife, so I'll send you another ride. Annihilation, starburst. Seeing the 9-fold starlight blooming in the sky again, this time everything is silent. Battle, to the final chapter. The sky is filled with attribute light balls scattered in the void, and the number is unprecedented. Previously, Lin Chen was afraid that using his clone's starburst would drain all the holy power, resulting in too much rune energy being consumed to make up for it, so he missed the opportunity. But when the sword god tears went down, the scruples disappeared directly. And when the massive attribute light balls appeared in front of him, Lin Chen sacrificed his trump card annihilation, starburst, without a word. The Dragon Kings and Dragon Venerables of the Dragon Clan have lingering fears, full of fear and amazement. With Lin Chen's handwriting alone, their Dragon Clan's rush to help is really not a help in the snow. It can only be said that the support of the Dragon Clan has allowed Lin Chen's servants to avoid a lot of sacrifices, and they can't even control the direction of this battle. Lin Chen alone can turn the tide. Brush. 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 Countless demon blood gathered together, holy mighty, the 2 ancestors of the martial god family and the 8 heavenly demon venerables, even loomingly condensed in the void. Their broken holy bodies and demon bodies actually started to condense again. And the 100-footed worm died without being stiff. The realm of holy kings of these people is close to the perfection of the realm of holy kings. The sacred heart is immortal, and the holy body is immortal. However, because of Lin Chen's destruction and crackdown, even if they reassembled the holy body, they were devastated and their holy power was exhausted. Brothers, now is the time to assist the Lord to destroy these guys. Tiamazun is a fart, let's go. Everyone of the Dragon Clan, it's time to beat the reservoir dogs. The crowd swarmed up, besieging the heavenly demon lord and the last remaining holy kings. Is the battle in the outside world over? Lin Chen's heart moved, the holy dragon escaped, and while he plundered the attribute light ball for him, Lin Chen turned to look at the void, on the other side of the boundless sea. The battle of the 17 people in the holy prison intensified. These guys are included in the superspace, and you can't give them too much time to breathe and react. My Godslayer state can't be maintained for too long, and things will change later, and the battle outside is left to them. Waste an extra second, and the battle will change a little more. In his super dimensional plane, the most difficult enemies of the human and dragon clan are now gathered. Light flashed in the green space, and Lin Chen escaped into the superspace plane. Unbounded sea, east side. The field of mathematicians is expanding, and the confrontation between the two top mathematicians is becoming more and more intense. Almost every moment, they send battle messages to those around them, non-stop. The battle on both sides has completely entered into a white-hot. The space twisted like a spiral, and the two figures moved with the help of space, and appeared behind Long Jiushan like a ghost. The golden horn kills, and the silver horn returns to the sky. The two took advantage of Zhou Baichuan's space and moved behind Long Jiushan to attempt a sneak attack. The horns on the top of the two people's heads are filled with the sharp Gangjin aura, and they can't break the front. The next moment, when the silver light in the space flickered, the sky and the earth were destroyed. I'm late. This trick is our unique technique of storming. How can you two be able to save him when you arrive? When the two brothers laughed, Tianjin and Dimia's cold and evil faces showed an unprecedented smile. I saw that Tianjin Dimia Chao Tian waved his hand and shouted ah. Sword come. Zheng. The space split open, and the two dark blue swords came from like the breath of death entangled in hell, splitting the sky, and the clank swords were drawn out of their scabbards and roared into the palms of the two. What? The two brothers were shocked. You two killers will still be swords, so you learned the wrong trick, right? Tianjin Dimia held a sword with a violent slash, and the sword technique used was the extreme Keikai Tianjin style. Sigh. Boom. Boom. When the two gold and silver horns were cut off by the lightning, even the horns on the top of the head were cut off and exploded on the spot. Holy blood spurted out. The two brothers screamed while covering their heads, and Jin Jiao set in disbelief. This sword move belongs to that guy Feng Ling. How could you? Killers are good at assassination, and rarely have the ability to attack. Tianjin came to kill with a sword and laughed sternly. In front of my lord, nothing is impossible. Your biggest mistake is not against us, but against our lord. At this moment, the temperament of heaven and earth is completely changed. They are no longer like king cobras lurking in the dark night, but mad panthers with ferocious temperament, violent and brave. The two brothers, the golden horn and the silver horn, were completely terrified. What's the situation? Aren't these two killers just like them? Boom. An explosion in the boundless sea. In the fierce battle, Long Jiushan's tiger body trembled, and he was bombarded to retreat step by step. Long Jiushan's always fierce eyes became deep and excited. Qing Wangu said with a wicked smile, "Little devil, don't think that you are also the holy king of body refinement, so you can get close to this king." This king took the heavens and the universe to refine the body, and from beginning to end, it is not a grade better than you. The holy light of the world-destroying thunderhammer skyrocketed, and Qing Wangu wrapped his hands around a dragon-like energy storm, slammed the hammer suddenly, and smashed the top of Dragon 9 mountains. He laughed arrogantly. Long Jiushan, this king had a great time, now you can die. At this time, the blood flashed. Clang. The world-destruction thunderhammer was blown away, and the energy lingering In Qing Wangu's hands dissipated. Qing Wangu's arms are numb, and he, who is respected by his strength, can't even hold his holy weapon. Qing Wangu looked at Long Jiushan in disbelief. At this time, he was full of blood and energy, blood-colored flames burned his whole body, and even hundreds of holy acupoints poured into the blood flames. Dragon 9 Mountain is like an angry dragon crouching down and ascending to the sky, with pure power soaring to 8 million dignities. He was only the energy of the rushing and burning blood, and he actually burned the void into a sea of fire. Boom! Long Jiushan slashes horizontally with an axe, the world is reversed. Bang! Qing Wangu was slashed into a blood man by an axe, and when it was blasted away, the blood on his shoulders was like a pillar. He said incredulously, You still have reservations? This trick is the forbidden technique called Ji Wuchen. How could you possibly learn it? Long Jiushan grinned, overflowing with arrogance. Qing Wangu, have you softened so soon? I just finished the fucking warm-up. Long Jiushan takes a step, and the void bursts. The battle has changed suddenly. Tear. Another 2 arrows collided with divine light, the thunder and fire intertwined, and the arrows entwined by the power of wind and thunder shattered Qi Fian's arrow and swept straight towards him. Tang Fenglei raised the corner of his mouth. This arrow was made by me with Jiuyin Fengsha and Lei Sha to deal with you. You are proud of yourself. Die. Qi Fian. The wind and thunder passed by, the blood light burst, and Tang Fenglei was shocked. Avoided? Tang Fenglei pulls the bow and shoots again. I saw that Qi Fian stepped on the cloud shadow, and his body was in the sky. And he turned into countless blood light afterimages to avoid the opponents. Offensive. It is Yun Tianguang's Yinying Tianguang movement technique, which is so fast that it is dazzling. The most important thing is that his body technique is so strong that he is so eloquent and superb. Brush. Boom. A Fenchen arrow that stirred the fiery cloud like a tumbling shot burst out. And Tang Fenglei was caught off guard, barely firing another arrow. When the 2 arrows exploded and offset each other, Tang Fenglei immediately retreated, his face dignified. How could he learn such a mysterious movement technique? The combination of Yun Tianguang's movement technique and Qi Fian's Peerless arrow skills is simply even more powerful. LOL. Boom. At this time, the thunder light was like a dragon, flashing repeatedly, cooperating with the silver light in the space to cross the space, and swept through the space defense of Zhou Baichuan. Zhou Baichuan vomited blood and retreated, with a terrified expression. The white jade fairy shall linger in front of him, holding a holy spear with thunder and lightning in his hand. The thunder and lightning dance gracefully. With the skirt fluttering around the fairy's body, the fairy hair flutters like a generation of female gods of war, standing proudly. Xiao Linger has transformed from a gentle and refined fairy into a heroic goddess of war. Zhou Baichuan's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. Are you good at marksmanship? Impossible. With such a powerful marksmanship, you can still maintain the same level of space magic as me? Xiao Linger stroked her blue silk and smiled mysteriously. As a holy king who is assisting, I will be able to do a few attack techniques, which is very logical, isn't it? Zhou Baichuan? Xiao Linger's space magic is combined with Dark Thunder Wanjun, the power of each shot has the divine power of jumping the space trajectory. It is simply impossible to guard against. I don't know where she will attack. It can be called a dragon entering the sea, with absolute hegemony of battle system. It's not that Zhou Baichuan doesn't know how to attack. It's not that Tang Fenglei doesn't know how to move. But if the top powerhouse wants to be proficient in one field to the top, and always maintain the most advanced state, it is difficult to take into account the cultivation of other exercises. If you try to practice other exercises, you must keep your field of expertise at the top, and at the same time, you must keep practicing the exercises in other fields and keep cultivating to perfection. In this way, it can only be regarded as not increasing the burden, and it may not necessarily become much stronger. The half-hearted turn to practice will not only not increase the combat power, but will create flaws. It's like a saint who is proficient in defense-type exercises to practice strong attack exercises. If he turns to practice the strong attack type, if he can't cultivate the strong attack type to the same peak, at that time it will be better than a strong attack, but not an opponent of the strong attack system. Compared with the defense system, and weaker than the enemy of the same realm. It belongs to the extent that both are useless. As for the so-called talent for competition, who can become a holy king, which talent would be worse? Therefore, there are very few examples of peerless powerhouses who are proficient in all fields. Each strong person will only keep practicing his top skills to the extreme at all times, which is the best choice. In the field of the top powerhouse, if the ability is divided into 1 to 10, it is a numerical value. The so-called turn to practice, there is no value between 2 and 9. Even if you cultivate to 9, you can only add an ability that is not cumbersome. In fact, there is only a value of 0 or 10. Either don't practice. If you want to practice, you must practice to a value of 10 or more. And Lin Chen's system enhancement and system inheritance can not only allow the servants to reach the value of 10 in a short time, but also easily surpass it. This is the trump card that Lin Chen left to his servants, learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They learned each other's stunts from each other, except for Xiao Linger's space magic that requires special bloodline to use, or Jiang Taishu's ability that requires a fortune teller to activate. The rest can be taught with all your might. After the servants make up for their shortcomings, not only will they not become weaknesses, but they can also become stronger killers with their own characteristics. Not to mention, Lin Chen also equipped them with enhanced plus 17, 9th rank holy artifact after making up for their shortcomings. This is not half-hearted cultivation, but a complete trump card added to the servants. Xiao Linger bundled up 3,000 blue silk, holding a gun in her jade hand, as cold as the dust, like a clanging rose, when she smiled sweetly. My lord Lin Chen is unparalleled in the world. What God can do, he can do. 2. What God can't do, he can do too. With him, there is no God in the world. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Linger pulled up her gun and picked out a beautiful and deadly arc towards the sky. Zhou Baichuan was about to retreat in awe, and the silver light flashed in the space entrained by the lightning, and it came from behind. LOL. Boom. This shot hit Zhou Baichuan's back again, his back was charred black, and he screamed in pain. There is such an operation? At this moment, heartbroken Red, whose face was slightly pale, finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Yu Linglong, who was on the side, immediately flicked his fingers, and the light of the blood moon bathed and dotted down, making up for his consumption of holy energy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Taishu's whole body glowed with 5-colored streamers. He consumed a lot of breath, and he recovered a lot quickly. It's actually Fei Wushuang's ambolite. Are you so special? Heartbroken Red was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Taishu laughed loudly, the real battle has only begun now. Boom. 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 The most fierce battle group in the sky, the world is turned upside down, and the sea is turbulent. 4 figures flashed one after another. The waves and rains rolled over and the knife light smashed and stirred up. The silk and the speed of the sword light flashed and stabbed. Sword, light and sword intent fight into a chaotic storm. In this scene, the holy kings in the sword domain were shocked. Unprecedented chaos. Since the creation of the holy realm, there has never been a simultaneous battle of 4 supreme swordsmen who are immersed in the spirit of the sword. And those who can communicate with the spirit of the sword. This is the only time in the history of the holy world. Fang Ling stepped on the cloud shadow and slashed with his sword. The waves turn over the clouds, and the body is in the sky, and the sword is like a dragon. The 2 swordsmanship, sword intent, all the way hurricane. At the beginning of the Jin dynasty, the sword intent was sacrificed, and the sword was cut horizontally. Fang Ling's fighting intent was violent, his sword intent poured out, and he stabbed with a sharp sword. Sword tip to sword tip. With a puff, the 2 of them vomited blood at the same time. The waves turned the clouds and slashed the top of Jiang Pui's head. Jiang Pui slashed with both hands horizontally with the sword. Intent shot in all directions, the heavy sword shadows were impenetrable, and the sword was cut across the sky. Clang. Boom. Jiang Pui stepped back, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Lang Fanyun's arm bleeds, and his eyes are rising all the way. As soon as the movement changed, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun attacked again. At this moment, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were burning with qi and blood. Activating the forbidden technique underworld blood escape, and the surface of their bodies was filled with the splendor of ambolite. The holy bodies of the 2 have both the Balong Huang body of Long Jiashins. Qi and blood refining, and the pupils of Sidu Chongqing's 5 gods know the pupil's light. He wears the unique secret method of Xiangxiamen, Zixia is rising to the sky. At the cost of vitality, he quickly recovers the consumed holy power, and keeps his firepower on at all times. Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling's hair was gradually dyed white, and the corners of their eyes gradually became scarred. It seemed slow, but it was actually visible to the naked eye. This is a complete fight with life. You can even see the trend of getting older. Shangguan Wudi, Qi Fian and Long Jiushan's opponents may be extremely strong, but they can still deal with them. But Lang Fanyun is different from Fang Ling. Even though Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun have broken through the realm of sword intent and sword intent, their accumulation of becoming saint kings is far inferior to that of their opponents. Their opponent is known as the strongest holy king under the god realm. It is much stronger than the Heavenly Sword King and Heavenly Butcher Sword King, who guard the sword domain's monopoly of luck. It is definitely not an opponent that can be defeated by controlling 1 or 2 stronger exercises. They even control the unique skills that the entire team can cultivate with each other. If you don't dare to gamble with your life, you will never see the possibility of winning. Jiang Pui's stern demeanor showed a trace of solemnity and shock. Is this the courage to challenge this seat? Jin Taichu was moved by it. These 2 people didn't plan to leave alive. A scholar who died for his confidant is truly a hero in the world. The confrontation between the 2 sides has ushered in the final end. In the superspace plane, a pair of giant colored claws rolled over, mixed with the power of pushing the 1,000 planes, but even the space here could not be torn apart. Zhu Jiuxing's anger skyrocketed, and he scolded, "What a strange place this plane is, and there is a space holy artifact that can trap this seed under the sky." Wu Pianzhi glanced at him and sneered, "Demon race, don't waste your energy. In this plane, apart from defeating the caster, I am afraid that there is no power that can break it from the inside, at least it is impossible under the true God." Wu Pian was absolutely indifferent to the demons. If it weren't for the common enemy Lin Chen, he would have attacked this demon clan long ago. The Crimson Moon Demon Ji said gloomily, "Does he want to trap us here just like that?" Wu Pianzhi sneered, "It's impossible, such a powerful space plane, he can't display it without a price. Besides, there is no creature to deal with us here, I'm afraid he will show up automatically soon." The calm demeanor of the true dragon Saint King hides a touch of hysterical madness, biting his teeth and speaking savagely. "As long as he appears later, we will join forces to kill him. I don't believe that he can deal with all of us alone." Wonderful. At this time, there was a mixture of applause and applause. Lin Chen's figure appeared, with a gun on his back, his silver robe rolled up. His eyes fell on Wu Pianzhi, and he said with a smile, "Your Excellency Wu Pianzhi really has a vision, I am sure I will appear." Before Wu Pianzhi could respond, Ying Jiufeng's power skyrocketed. Head after head of divine bird phantoms perched on top of his head, roaring in the sky. There are colorful peacocks haunting the clouds. The mighty Kuanping who threw thunder and fire. The flaming phoenix of true flames, the golden phoenix of Tianqi dazzling the world, the azure phoenix that burns with azure flames. There is also a cold moon snow phoenix whose breath is snow and feathers are like frost. That gorgeous and eye-catching, primordial spirit's power is like a sea of tidal waves. There is a sturdy pheasant with a stature like Wanyue standing like a pheasant. There is also a bird with a body like an eagle, feathers like black iron, a big wing-shaped hurricane, and 1,000 catastrophe winds that are surrounded by endless storms. Every phantom of the divine bird shows the history and majesty of the Feng clan. The phantoms of the 9 divine birds appeared behind Ying Jiufeng, respectively. At this moment, Ying Jiufeng's divine brilliance is shining, the divine light is covered, dressed in white clothes fluttering, Jiufeng's wings spread behind him, his divine nature is strong, like a divine bird, descending to earth. When he opened his eyes, his golden pupils were full of terrifying oppression. At a glance, it rolls to smash the vast coercion of the stars. The current Ying Jiufeng actually has an aura that is even more fierce than Wu Pianzhi. The eyes of the 4 demon emperors were slightly solemn. This guy is going to work hard. This coercion, this human race has no doubt that it has the combat power of a quasi-god. It is comparable to the clone of our demon emperor. Quasi-god. Ying Jiufeng made a killing move. Lin Chen, Ying Jiufeng's voice sounded like a phoenix, and spread throughout the superspace plane. "I have no interest in playing games with you anymore. I will do what I say, this time, you will definitely die." As soon as the words fell, the phantom of the great Kuanping above Ying Jiufeng's head suddenly burst into divine light. Boom! A fierce claw wind carried the divine power of thunder and fire, instantly cutting Lin Chen's position. It seems to appear out of nowhere. Laugh. 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 Lin Chen's defense was broken, and blood was rushing. The Holy Dragon King and others subconsciously retreated. Even Wu Pianzhi didn't react. If he faces this move, I am afraid that the end is similar to Lin Chen. Quick. Too fast. It's really perverted, this guy's strength is even stronger than the dragon clone I met in the dragon world. On the other side of time and space, in a very distant position, Lin Chen's figure appeared again. It was his clone who was cut earlier. If he had rashly attacked just now, I'm afraid his body would have been injured. Ying Jiufeng's eyes narrowed. He and Lin Chen had played against each other a few times, and he had a certain understanding. The Lin Chen he hit was not the body. At this time, Lin Chen observed Ying Jiufeng's phantom light behind the strong Kuanping dimmed a bit. I'm afraid it will be gone after one more mobilization. Lin Chen analyzed, this is comparable to the quasi-god's attack, and the number of uses should be extremely limited. Ying Jiufeng frowned and said, this is not the body. Wu Pianzhi raised his brows, and immediately stepped out of the martial arts. Swept to the top of the clone's head, and wanted to smash it with one palm. When the energy fluctuates, all the holy power of the clone is evacuated. 5 lantern-shaped 9 light star clusters suspend the top of the phantom avatar, suddenly bursting. Not good. Wu Pianzhi felt the dangerous breath. Boom. Another ferocious annihilation starburst. With the current cultivation level of the clone, even if there is no god killer, an annihilation starburst combined with an instant light splitting shadow is enough for him to drink a pot of Wu Pianzhi. Yes, is this guy's clone so strong? Wu Pianzhi was caught off guard, covered in embarrassment, and it took a lot of holy energy to completely block the damage of this blow. Brush. 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 At this time, the divine light fell into the world, and 7 phantom divine lights descended. All Lin Chen's phantom clones are here. Saint-level rune energy, tens of millions of points were consumed all at once. I don't believe that I can't kill you guys. Lin Chen's 7 clones, all cast annihilation, starburst. The holy power of a clone can be compared to the holy power of 6 million gods. 7 casts at the same time, it is simply a world-class killer. Not good. He wants to kill us, don't let this guy succeed. Knife intent screening. At this moment, the descendants of the 4 great demon emperors and the 6 great sages, Nangong Jichen, Wu Pianzhi, the true dragon Saint King and the 1000 Fox Saint King, all launched their defense together. Boom. 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 The starburst power, that is enough to destroy a quarter of the sword region, blooms in the superspace plane. When the aftermath of the energy disappeared, everyone was in shock, except that the consumption was a little violent, but they were unscathed. At this time, a radiant flame arrow shot at extremely fast. Arrows are pouring down like rain, burning the 9 heavens and 10 places. The holy power spread like a sea of fire and burned into one piece, forcing everyone to defend again. Lin Chen's body held the Jiuxiaxing furious bow with an extremely fast burst of fire, disrupting their rhythm. Then, the clone took the opportunity to restore holy power, and it was another starburst. When the terrifying explosion sounded past, everyone's defense was still safe and unscathed. Can you stop? Lin Chen frowned. Nearly 40 million holy rune energy was consumed in the blink of an eye. Even if it kills a large number of enemies from the outside world, the attribute light balls dropped are massive, but the energy of the unique runes is still limited. Your uncle, this war of attrition won't work, you have to change your strategy. You have to be flexible, you have to learn to be flexible, just like changing your posture, you have to be diverse, think about it more, it's all fighting. In essence, bed skills and combat skills are not difference. The body is overloaded and use the 9 tribulation star again? Or use The body to cast the strongest starburst, these will make me fall into a weak state, instantly become a 5-second man, can't be too violent at one time. Keep the output the rhythm, to maintain the mighty strength and the strength of the combination of hardness and softness. Lin Chen's clone is powerful, but every one of the powerhouses present is an existence beyond ordinary holy kings. If they join forces, there is almost no way to kill them except the true gods in the world. This is also the reason why Lin Chen pulled them into the superspace plane. Every strong person here, if one runs away, will be a big trouble in the future. Wu Pianju smiled scornfully. Lin Chen, it's almost time to show up. Your clone is useless to us, hiding behind your back and shooting arrows. Is this your strategy to fight against us? Become powerful and transform into a unique skill. Can you support us until you consume us? Wu Pian is no longer as mad as before, he seems to understand everything, and he is confident, not afraid of Lin Chen at all. Wu Pianju, don't be in a hurry, everyone present today is a lucky audience. Lin Chen walked out of the void step by step, wearing a 5-piece suit of the god of war, and a faint divine brilliance shone around him. In the pupils of Yang Qianfan and Nangong Xianyuan, scorching greed flashed. The Red Moon Demon Princess giggled and chuckled, as expected of a human being. Named and wanted by the Devil Emperor, he is truly amazing. Throughout the history of human races, the AI family has never heard of a human race that defies the sky like you. The true Dragon Saint King and the Thousand Fox Saint King were shocked when they heard this. Lin Chen, what the hell did he do to get such attention? He even asked the demon emperors of the 4 major demon races to name someone, even at the expense of sending so many demon powerhouses to go deep into the holy world. Lin Chen smiled. Oh? The demon emperor actually called me by name? Could it be that my handsome name has been passed on to the demon race? The Crimson Moon Demon Princess seemed to be light and calm, but in fact she was secretly afraid and covered her mouth with a smile. Your Excellency Lin Chen, now you and I can't help each other, why don't we take a step back? Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Each one step back? No, I've always looked down on life and death. When I do things, I'll do it if I don't agree. My request today is very simple, or I'll be beaten to death by you guys. Someone Lin smiled innocently. Or, I'll kill you all. Boom. 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 The time and space trembled, and the god of war 5-piece set released the invincible divine light that swept the heavens. Lin Chen's pure power is soaring all the way. God Killer, plus God of War 5-piece set. Desperate life and death. Lin Chen ignited orange flames all over his body, and choosing Jiufeng, who turned out to be a godslayer superimposed with a life and death talent. Lin Chen, are you finally real? Ying Jiufeng stepped out in one step, and the phantoms of the 9 divine birds behind him skyrocketed, and their power was monstrous. Lin Chen's pure power has been superimposed by God Slayer and Desperate Life and Death, and the God of War set has increased all the way to 18 million powers, and it is still climbing unstoppably. Boom. 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 With Lin Chen as the center, a terrifying wind pressure formed, pushing everyone back a small step. This wind pressure, derived from Lin Chen's pure power, temporarily broke through a new realm. Boom. The multicolored peacock phantom on the top of Ying Jiufeng's head was suddenly incorporated into the Eucharist. Then, the beautiful and colorful peacocks opened their screens and bloomed. And the Changhong was magnificent, emitting a magnificent rainbow light all Over the sky. Every rainbow light contains the attack power to easily crush a supreme holy king. It is not at all the attack power of the holy king level. Lin Chen stepped out one step at a time. Divine brilliance was unparalleled in the world. Lin Chen's whole body's pure power exploded in an instant, and his fists slammed out like a violent storm. Boom! 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 One after another golden light after images radiate in all directions. When the sky-filled Changhong shattered, Lin Chen urged pure force to crush it, and came to the top of Ying Jiufeng's head. Luan destroyed. The divine bird Qingluan phantom entered the body. Ying Jiufeng opened his mouth to the sky and let out a long, sharp whistle, like a roaring sound. The divine bird Qingluan opened his mouth and spit out a bunch of blue flames. God of War golden body. When the God of War's characteristics are activated, when the radiance of the gods is dense. Lin Chen raised his leg, the God of War's leg armor flashed, and his leg smashed down like an angry hammer, bursting with pure power. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The blue flame storm was torn apart, and when all bursts, everyone's faces were moved. Lin Chen's pure power has actually reached the realm of quasi-god in the early stage. The cultivation of holy power is comparable to the power of tens of thousands of gods, which is the consummation of the holy king realm, and after the 10 million gods, it is beyond the category of holy kings, and begins to enter the quasi-god, and the holy power begins to undergo qualitative changes. This process is called by the holy king of the human race, the holy land of reincarnation. Entering the holy realm of reincarnation is basically beyond the category of holy kings. Moreover, there is no holy king who can enter the holy realm of reincarnation. Only the saints who enter the holy realm of reincarnation have the possibility of having a first glimpse of the realm of the gods. Of all the strong people present, currently only Wu Pianju has entered the holy realm of reincarnation, all relying on cheating fathers. In the holy land of reincarnation, it is necessary to return the holy power from the 100th holy cave to the first holy cave, and recondense the holy power. Only after 10 reincarnation baptisms, the holy power has reached a certain level of qualitative change, until it is comparable to the lethality of 20 million gods. It is the realm of quasi-gods. Seeing that the phantom of the azure blue and green Luan dimmed a little, Ying Jiufeng suddenly drank it coldly. What are you waiting for? This guy burns his vitality to fight now. It's the best time for us to join forces to take him down. If we keep it, there will be no chance in the future. Ying Jiufeng woke everyone up. Nangong Xianyuan and Yang Qianfan looked at each other, the heat in their eyes said everything. The power that Lin Chen's quasi-artifact brought him can actually cross the boundary of this sacred realm of reincarnation. It is enough to show how rare it is. If you can get it, it is not impossible to spy on the realm of the gods in the future. Ying Jiufeng's will of the 9 divine birds was originally used to deal with Lin Chen's image and divine fragment to destroy the holy prison, but it seems that he can't wait for him to use that move right now. Cuckoo. At this time, Wu Pianju's body swelled first, and his height was pulled from 8 feet to 10 feet huge. His divinity suddenly skyrocketed, and there was a peerless divine might that a martial god descended into the world. If an ordinary holy king was in front of Wu Pianju at this moment, I am afraid that he would have to kneel on the spot. This father's divine blood is really not difficult to control. After this battle, I'm afraid I have to fall to the realm of ordinary holy kings for hundreds of years. Wu Pianju exhaled like a dragon, and his breath became the same level as Ying. Jiufeng. Even better than that. Without saying a word, Lin Chen smashed away with a backhand punch. Tear. Wu Pianju stepped on the martial god step, and the speed was not at the same level as before, and even flashed in front of Lin Chen before he punched. Wu Pianju probed with 5 fingers, and with a bang, he actually blocked Lin Chen's punch at close range. A savage smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen, you won't be the only one. What the heck? Lin Chen raised his leg and hit the knee with pure force that crushed thousands of stars, and instantly pushed him against Wu Pianju's dantian. Boom! Wu Pianju was blown away. He vomited blood in horror, and vomited out a large piece of attribute light balls, colorful and very funny. This time, he almost shattered his internal organs. The pure power of this guy is still rising. Lin Chen sneered and sneered. I don't know what you are pretending to do. If I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. The next moment, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned around abruptly, and a group of behemoths appeared in the superdimensional plane. I saw that the descendants of the 4 great devil emperors were full of demonic energy, and every strand of demonic energy was like a sea. Among them, Zhu Jiuxing, the descendants of the demon emperor buried heaven, had the strongest aura, and the terrifying demonic energy poured into every pore of them, and the demon body was dozens of times stronger than before. You can crush the stars, between exhaling and taking in. Lin Chen said excitedly, it turned out to be the original devil energy of the devil emperor. The source of the devil's magic energy. This is the original devil energy that can only be used by descendants of devil emperors whose cultivation base is close to the supreme devil king. A wisp of demonic energy from the demon emperor can transform all demons, not to mention the most powerful source demonic energy, ordinary demons. Even if they absorb even a little bit, they will explode and die. The reason why Lin Chen is excited is because the attribute light on these guys has suddenly skyrocketed by several grades. The true dragon Saint King turned into a blue true dragon, and turned into a true dragon with a human body. Lin Chen felt that this dragon was different from ordinary dragons. Its horns were like oxen, its head was like a crocodile, its scales were snow white, and its body was slender. The flame rings are wrapped around, and the layers of holy clouds are rising. The dragon's head is steaming with clouds, and the dragon's tail is swinging flames, releasing a prehistoric pressure that has commanded the 8 wastes for eternity. It seems that it is not the dragon family of the holy world at all. The real dragon holy king who turned into a dragon said in a loud voice, the divine fate that this seed obtained from the ruins of the god emperor can be used to deal with you, Lin Chen, and it can be regarded as giving you enough face. Today is either your death or my death. The fox tail on the other side swayed slightly like a peacock opening its screen. This is the trump card of the 1000 Fox Saint King. Although it is not as good as the true dragon Saint King, it can also temporarily possess the combat power of the sacred realm of samsara. And the other 5 saints are equally ferocious. The holy king of the 9 suns, Jin Tai, transformed into a 9-winged golden crow. The 9-fold absolute sun burns the sky, and the vast Shenwei town is in all directions. Yaoiwu Chonger turned into an 8-armed ghost, with 4 heads and 6 ears, and a heavy death energy entwined under his feet, as if he was possessed by ghosts and gods invited from hell. A sword in the world, Nangong Shenyuan, whirling around the body like a vortex of sword chi relics, and each sword chi contains a kind of unparalleled sword technique and supreme divinity. This is the aftertaste of the sword energy hidden in the God of Swords legacy scroll he obtained. It contains the remaining swordsmanship tricks that the God of Swords practiced hard before the God of Swords was completely consecrated. Sunflower Evil Monarch Jin Wuxia was even more bizarre. He actually turned into a huge and rough devil of 8 feet. His hair was like black iron and his eyes were as big as a cylinder. Overlord Yang Qianfan's appearance has changed the least, but he is also the most terrifying. His halberd shrank rapidly, beating like life in his palm. Time and space stood still, and there was an aura of divine blood surging. Yang Qianfan's halberd hides the blood of the true God. The terrifying power seems to tear the world apart. This group of superpowers standing at the peak of the holy world were all forced by Lin Chen to make the last move. The superspace plane makes them unable to retreat, especially the background displayed by Lin Chen is enough to make them bet everything. All the members broke out the trump card and ultimate move that surpassed the boundary of the Holy Realm, except for 1000 Fox, Holy King. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were shining brightly. Do you still have such a killer move? Silence. A brief, eerie silence. This, you fucking don't think it's too little? Everyone present now has the power to raise the sword region to the ground. This is completely a quasi-god level battle. Without a true god, no one dares to say that they can be suppressed. Ying Jiufeng laughed in anger. Lin Chen, I think you've lost your mind. Die. He stuck out his claws again, and the Kuimping phantom above his head ruthlessly crushed Lin Chen. His heart was beating with hot and excited blood. Lin Chen's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his cerebral cortex was hot. Since you guys are done with your trump card, I won't hide it anymore. System, open the top talent of the orange rank, God's Rebellion. The host opens the top talent of the orange rank, Divine Rebellion. Number of divine enemies, 11. Consume 90 million top-level talent points. Start to activate the God-defying talent, increase the host's power, and enter the God-defying talent state. Cooldown, 119 days. God-defying talent state, when the host is in the talent state, if all attacks can hit the enemy's body, it will cause the truest damage of the attack to hit the enemy. The talent of God's Rebellion is almost useless to target creatures below the gods. It can be aimed at creatures above gods, especially true gods. The higher the divinity, the stronger the power. Demon Emperor level powerhouses, possessing the same magical energy as gods, will also be judged as god-level powerhouses by talent. Boom. On Lin Chen's head, an orange burning talisman suddenly bloomed, depicting an ancient talisman with the word reverse. When the talisman exploded, it instantly melted into Lin Chen's body. At this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation, pure strength, skyrocketed in an instant. His holy acupoints were broken to 124 in a row, breaking through the holy state of mind in an instant. The most terrifying thing is that Lin Chen was wearing the God of War suit. And after the third surge in the foundation of pure power, the 5-piece suit of the God of War was recharged, showing for the first time the power of 1/10,000,000 when it was the closest to the complete suit. God's Rebellion temporarily improved Lin Chen's cultivation and pure strength, and had an effect similar to the Godslayer talent. Lin Chen took advantage of the increase in the talent of God's Rebellion, and raised the promotion limit of the God of War suit for himself, and the attack can also have the natural attack characteristic of Shen's Rebellion. He even has a whole card? Shoot. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The sons of the four great demon emperors, Wu Pianju and Ying Jiufeng, reacted the most quickly, and they all resorted to killing moves. The 9 gods and phoenixes fused together, the 9 phoenixes fused together. And 10,000 birds faced the phoenix. When a sound wave roared in anger, a frenzy of energy mixed with 1,000 feet swept in. Wu Pianju threw out a sword, which was purely made up of semi-divine power and semi-sacred power, and slashed down with a high sword. Nangong Jichen and Nangong Xianyuan condensed all the sword intent to kill. The strongest sword. The afterimages of the 4 great devil emperors show endless afterimages of the devil's prison. There are the extinct 9-headed demon snake, the headless and 8-armed demon that disappeared in the long history of the demon race, and so on. There are many kinds of vast demon bodies that appear in the superspace plane. One move is comparable to the shocking blow of a quasi-god, and they all rushed towards Lin Chen. If this erupted from the sword territory, this wave of offensive would be enough to sweep away more than 80% of the creatures in the sword territory. A domain is vast, and it takes decades for saints to travel through the void. And God, only one move is needed. God can create and destroy the world. Quasi-God has begun to approach this field. Of course, Lin Chen pulled his fingers horizontally as if following instinct. This pull, the divine power, is shocking. The ghosts and gods are dead. The power subverts Xingyu, and the peerless power to destroy ghosts and gods erupts between the 5 fingers. 5 golden radiants flashed from nothingness. Boom. 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 All the offensives were torn into pieces at once, and withered and scattered in the superspace plane. With a bang, the powerhouses retreated violently. Ying Jiufeng and Wu Pianju at the front were the most miserable, and they spat out a large blood clot. The 2 of them were horrified. It is obvious that the body has the divine blood defense and the divine phoenix will to protect the body, but after being swept away by the aftermath, why did it break into the body directly? How is this possible? What realm has his power reached? This sense of oppression has only been felt by the true God of the human race. His attack can penetrate my divine blood defense? Only hard attached, not hard blocked? Before the words were finished, King Qianhu and Nangong Jichen's faces were stiff and full of disbelief. Click. Click. Boom. The 2 exploded on the spot. The holy body, the primordial spirit, and the ashes are gone. So strong? Even Lin Chen was full of shock, looking like he had found a treasure. He can't even perceive what realm he has achieved with pure power now. Lin Chen suddenly felt that his pure power had broken through to a very mysterious realm. In the past, he had obtained a substantial increase in pure strength, and his body seemed to have skyrocketed by a large amount. But now the most direct feedback to Lin Chen is that the power is transfiguration. For example, Lin Chen can control the power of a full-strength punch and condense it into 1 finger. It even took a little time to condense all the pure power and burst out with a single glance. This is a realm of absolute transformation, and it is by no means a simple increase in power. It's more like the concept of pure power has been transformed into a new realm. Rising strength is not just about growth, it's about mastery. Lin Chen raised his hand, aimed at Ying Jiufeng, and shook it in the air. He was still vomiting blood, and immediately froze in the void, making a weird "gugaga" sound in his throat, like a chicken caught by Lin Chen's neck. An indescribable pure force suppressed the Jiufeng phantom behind him, pressing it to death, unable to move. The descendants of the 4 great demon emperors have numb scalps. The will of the 9 dignified phoenixes was actually picked up by Lin Chen. Like a chicken. What realm of power does his grandma possess? I'll let you be possessed by a phoenix. Lin Chen smashed it with a punch. The fist style penetrated through the 9 heavens and 10 places, and penetrated through Ying Jiufeng. Ying Jiufeng's bones exploded with a cracking sound, and his eyes protruded. I'll kill you. Lin Chen's left fists came one after another, the golden light sword, the divine brilliance flashed, and a fist hit Ying Jiufeng's handsome face from the air. Lin Chen, we still have to talk. Genesis, and Ying Jiufeng tried her last strength to transmit a voice to beg for mercy. What are you doing? Lin Chen thundered angrily, your Genesis alliance was sent back to your hometown by the young master, and he forced Lai Lai to die. For me. Lin Chen smashed his fists violently, and the light was distorted, and even the light was shattered into nothingness by him. The superspace plane can be described as chaos. If you don't do the top 10 on the list of good saints, you have to kill mortals. Without that bit of luck, can you eat shit? Is it so difficult to give us mortals a way to survive? Lin Chen tried his best, punching punch after punch. A terrifying gust of wind rolled up between his arms, and slapped Ying Jiufeng fiercely in the air. Ying Jiufeng was completely beaten to pieces by him, his flesh was torn apart, and the holy bones were shattered. At the moment when the phantoms of the 9 gods and phoenixes disappeared, Ying Jiufeng was crushed by Lin Chen with one punch, and she was smashed to the point of not even slag. The descendants of the demon emperor were dumbfounded. You mortals? Is this Lin Chen still claiming to be immortal? What kind of combat power can mortals have? Ying Jiufeng's air transport capsule was blown up by Lin Chen, and a large number of treasures were reduced to burial debris, which was smashed into attribute light balls by Lin Chen. A azure radiant attribute light shot up into the sky. After Ying Jiufeng died, a cyan treasure chest was dropped. One was caught by Lin Chen and started. Congratulations to the host, get the treasure chest of Godhead attributes. Open it and get, Undead Godhead Fragment, 1/3, Energy Godhead. When the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen didn't even care about what he had obtained, let alone the surrounding attribute light balls. Divine Rebellion and Godslayer talent have a time limit. He wants to beat all these guys to death, before the talent's time limit expires. What is the strongest descendant of the Devil Emperor, the top 10 on the list of saints, all crushed into slag? If the time limit of the 2 major talents ends, and the 2 killer talents are lost, Lin Chen's basic cultivation will return to the original realm. Only relying on the foundation of the holy body and cultivation base at that time cannot support the pure power of this level of the God of War set. Tear. At this time, Yang Qianfan was the first to adjust. Holding a halberd burning with divine blood in his hand, he dared to take the initiative to attack Lin Chen. He stepped on a flame of rage, bursting out at a speed that surpassed all holy realms, and came to the top of Lin Chen's head in the blink of an eye, and slashed down with a halberd. Lin Chen raised his head, his eyes shone with orange divine light condensed. Pure power condensed into 2 huge walls, and he closed Yang Qianfan's halberd to the left and right, and suddenly stopped in midair. You idiots, come on soon. Waiting for him to kill us. Yang Qianfan shouted angrily, and woke everyone up. They haven't had time to cooperate. Lin Chen swung his leg like a battle axe in the air, and smashed Yang Qianfan with one leg, crushing one of his arms on the spot. The 8 great swords of the martial gods. The 8 gods flashed like clouds and light, and Wu Pianzhi launched the attack very fast, and the non-quasi-god powerhouse had no time to react. Clang! Clang! Lin Chen was cut back thousands of meters away, and the golden light spread. But Lin Chen was unscathed. Playing sneak attack? It's a pity that I'm tougher than you. Lin Chen slapped away with his 5 fingers, bursting out the power of ghosts and gods, destroying Wu Pianzhi with 1 palm. Not good. Wu Pianzhi raised his sword to block, and when he was illuminated by the golden light, the martial god sword in his hand suddenly shattered. His martial arts sword is similar to the martial arts unique technique created by the martial arts, and it is not a real divine weapon. After the offensive was suppressed, it was smashed by Lin Chen with 1 palm. Lin Chen's palm slammed into Wu Pianzhi's chest like a wild dragon, pierced through all his defenses, shattered his ribs, and completely penetrated and crushed his sacred heart. Wu Pianzhi's eyes were sluggish, and he was unbelievable before he died. Why was his divine blood body protection penetrated again? Why is this? I have already obtained my father's divine blood, I should have one. Wu Pian was destroyed, and a huge amount of attribute light balls were dropped, as well as a snow-white special attribute treasure chest. Lin Chen grabbed the attribute treasure chest. Obtain special treasure chests of Godhead attributes. When the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen swept it roughly, as if struck by lightning. His face was full of ecstasy. A hexagonal crystal-like treasure jade Godhead fragment, with half an elephant body sealed inside, a mighty god, immortal and immortal, suspended in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Congratulations to the host. After opening it, you will get deity fragments. 3/3, deity-like Godhead. The complete Godhead has been automatically put into the Godhead slot, and it can be used after the cooling time expires. The 3rd idol, the Godhead fragment. Wu Pianzhi's demise this time actually allowed Lin Chen to obtain the last fragment of the idol. Breaking out the divine blood of Wu Pianzhi, it really fell out of good things. Lin Chen was ecstatic, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, swept his eyes, and looked at the other saints. Wu Pianzhi's death completely made the remaining 5 saints, the descendants of the 4 devil emperors, the real dragon saint king, all terrified, and felt the fatal crisis and fear. You will be injured when you hit it, be careful. What kind of monster is this guy? Ijia wants to go back. Why do I want to provoke this monster? He is not human at all. Entering the state of divine rebellious talent, the enemy will either avoid Lin Chen's attack to fight him, or take his attack 100%, and cannot be swept away by the aftermath of any attack. Otherwise, being hit is all defense. Invalid. This is simply bullying. No, bully God can fight but can't defend. But he, Lin Chen, can still defend. Isn't this kind of bullying God? Lin Chen was aggressive, stepped out in 1 step, rolled away the billowing waves, his hands pierced through Jin Tai's 9-winged golden crow-like sharp knives, and pulled across the sky. Tear. Boom. Boom. The golden light collapsed and exploded continuously, and Jin Tianyi burst into a shrill scream. No, Lin Chen. This young master admits defeat. You are the number 1 saint. Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped it abruptly. He patted it on Jin Tai's Tianling Gai, and it turned into a human skin on the spot. A pile of attribute light balls exploded, and 2 attribute treasure chests, gold and orange, were suspended. The host opens 2 special treasure attribute treasure chests and obtains a top-quality gold-type heterocrystal and a top-quality fire-type heterocrystal. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The 8-armed troll transformed by Yaoiwei Chong'er roared in rage, waving its demonic arms like a giant pillar, and smashed it down on Lin Chen's head. The 9-headed devil snake transformed by the Red Moon Devil Princess spit out a giant storm-like corrosive poisonous mist, and the Holy King died, and it was hard to resist the cultivation level lower than the holy realm of reincarnation. The heaven-burying demon Qi, in charge of Zhu Jiuxing, condensed into an endless giant palm that covered the sky, smashing it. Is it all crazy, just in time to solve you all in one go? Lin Chen pushed his palms up to the sky, his divine radiance soared, and the divine power of the 3,000 realms exploded, smashing the 8 demon arms of Yaoiwei Chong'er head-on. Lin Chen pinched his 5 fingers and completely crushed the 8-armed troll. With a backhand slap, he slapped Chong'er and he was crippled. At the same time, Lin Chen inhaled and condensed his breath, swallowing mountains and rivers for hundreds of millions of miles, and even the light was sucked away by him. The next moment, when Lin Chen opened his mouth and exhaled, he spit out a raging gust of wind, like a storm in the universe, blowing away all the corrosive poisonous fog. The Red Moon Demon Princess was overturned and flew out. Her seductive face was unbelievable, and her 9-headed demon snake was overturned by just a mouthful of Dantian energy. Lin Chen turned around like lightning, whipped his legs to the sky, and crushed the shocking palm of the son of the heaven-burying devil emperor. Jin Wuxia and Nangong Xianyuan attacked again, from left to right. If the momentum is crazy, go forward. Lin Chen smashed their offensive with 1 finger and 1 palm. The other 2 descendants of the demon emperor attacked again. Lin Chen's momentum rose steadily, and he beat him all the way, as if he was in a no man's land. All red eyes. In a state of madness, the remaining saints and descendants of the devil emperor have lost their normal sense and mood. They are not ready to die. I didn't even think about the possibility of I might die in this siege against Lin Chen. As the peak powerhouse of the human race and the demon race and the most noble existence, they are almost the most powerful beings under the gods of the human race and the emperor of the devil race. Even if you encounter an invincible strong enemy, running away is not a problem at all. Therefore, they have not yet prepared the courage and preparation to die in battle. But this time against Lin Chen, they really felt the fear of death. You can't escape, you can't defend, you can only fight. To win, to eradicate the enemy. If you lose, you will be doomed. Lin Chen punched like a star, and the attack by everyone was torn open by him. First, the Red Moon Demon Princess was photographed into a layer of skin by Lin Chen, and it was broken into pieces. Then there was Nangong Xianyuan, who exploded his body with 1 punch and vanished into nothing. Immediately after that, he slapped Zhu Jiuxing, the son of the heaven-burying devil emperor. Boom. 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 The demon body exploded, and the demon body of Zhu Jiuxing was broken like glass, and was smashed into pieces by Lin Chen. The human race named by the father is actually powerful to such a degree that they all say that the human race is cheating on me, and my clan is cheating on me. I am unwilling. Absolutely 9 lives to end with hatred. Perish. Perish. Crazy dead. Lin Chen beat all the powerhouses in the superspace plane to death. Whether it is the human race holy world or the 4 major demon worlds of the demon race, at this moment, they all exploded. As soon as this group of powerhouses die, the pattern of the 2 races will Change drastically. Wild Demon Realm. The eastern part of the demon realm is filled with endless battles and various domains, burning, killing, looting, and fighting against each other. The traditional characteristics of the Mozu have always been civil wars. Boom. Boom. The magic cloud condensed, and the dozens of stars in the demon world, the most dazzling 4 stars suddenly dimmed, until they disappeared. At this moment, the group of demons shook. The civil war came to an abrupt end. Countless demons were stunned and shocked. The star of the demon emperor is the symbol of luck for the son of the demon emperor of the demon race. The strong fall, and luck returns to heaven and earth. And there are only a few strong people, when their potential and strength are so powerful that they affect their race, their own luck will be linked to their race. The two are connected by luck and complement each other. Moreover, this existence can affect the luck of the race. This kind of extraordinary talent. The human race is also called the list of saints. Only the geniuses who have been recognized by the heaven and earth are eligible to be on the list of saints. And the demon race is the descendants of the demon emperor. Now, the luck of the demons has weakened, and the stars of the descendants of the devil have perished. What does this mean? Total death. Boom. 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 In the extreme northern galaxy of the wild demon world, a terrifying magical power erupted, shattering countless stars and planes. Jiuxing died in the human race? Could it be that the old guys from the human race were born? Or are those true gods returning? Even the quasi-god old ghosts of the human race are not qualified to kill Jiuxing. Could it be that it's Lin Chen's son? Holy world people, Lin Chen little devil. This account, this emperor has written down. Bloodthirsty demons. The ninefold sea of blood rages on the sky. A roar tore apart the layers of plain space. The heavenly demons of the bloodthirsty demon realm were shaken by the blood. And they knelt down in horror. A hoarse and vast demonic sound spread throughout the bloodthirsty demon world. Hangyue died in the holy world of the human race? Who is it? Who has such combat power? She has the origin of the emperor's magic energy, and she can evacuate even if she encounters a quasi-god. Let this emperor find out what happened to the human race. The 4 major demon races, from this day onwards, are beginning to enter the omen of rampage. The human race holy world, the oldest Qinyu. On the top of the mountain, a blood-clothed boy opened his eyes, and the world was pouring blood. The sky and the earth whistled a sinister hurricane, and the blood-clothed boy muttered to himself. Saints fall? Holy realm, holy king domain, the heroes shake. The dark vicissitudes of the ancient tower top. A group of superpowers, the lowest is also the realm of the holy king. At this moment, they are staring at the holy talent list in the palm of their hands. The name of the list of saints is rapidly fading and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. One by one the peerless names, one by one, the names that have been immortalized and created history, are completely withdrawing from the stage of history. This situation is unprecedented. The list of saints has been overthrown. There are hundreds of saints who have completely fallen to the sword domain. This has never happened in history. I am afraid that there is only one person who does this kind of bloodbath on the list of saints. Lin Chen. However, this seems to be just a prelude. A blue-eyed old man with a numb scalp and a chill down his back pointed to the name at the top of the list of saints and trembled. Ying Jiufeng's name has disappeared. The supreme overlord of the top 10 in the list of saints has perished. Moreover, He is also the leader of the Genesis Alliance, Ying Jiufeng. In other words, the result of that battle has passed the list of saints and announced to the world. Brush. Then, another name dimmed. 8th on the list of saints, a knife in the world, Nangong Shenyuan, die. Reason. The strong backs are chilled. Another death in the top 10 of the saint talent list? You must know that each of the top 10 saints on the list is a peerless figure who has created a precedent. The lowest achievement in the future is also the holy realm of reincarnation, which is the pinnacle of the saint kings. Moreover, the top 10 saints of each generation are generally stronger than last generation. The top 10 of the list of saints who die is already half the sky, and 2 deaths? The entire holy world has to be shaken 3 times. However, as if things are not surprising and die endlessly. In the 36 regions of the Holy Realm, under the watchful eyes of the top powerhouses from all walks of life, the top names on the list of saints actually dimmed rapidly in a series. 7th on the list of saints, Sunflower Evil Lord Jin Wuxia, die. The 6th on the list of saints, Yaoiwa Chonger, die. The 5th on the list of saints, the King of 9 Sons, Jin Tai, is still dead. 4th on the list of saints, Overlord Yang Qianfan, die. Many strong people witnessed this strange scene on the list of saints, and they fainted on the spot. In the entire holy world, the situation changed suddenly. The luck of the human race has been weakened again and again. Dead, all dead. In addition to the 9th in the list of saints, Li Ziki, and the top 3 in the list of saints, the top 10 people on the list of saints, a full 6 died. Is this son Lin Chen really still human? This kid is going to pierce the holy world. A strange silence filled the hearts of all the powerhouses at the top of the tower. After a while, I don't know which my dear brother is rude. Damn, so good, what are they doing to provoke Lin Chen, a lunatic? In the superspace plane, Lin Chen's pure strength and cultivation level suddenly dropped a lot, and the time limit for God's Rebellion talent state just ended. As for the talent of God Slayer, there is still a short period of time left. Acquired 2 million rune energy points, 1.2 million holy level martial arts. Essence, 900,000 top level, Heavenly Dao points, 32.9 billion points of suit. Essence, 100 million top level talent points, 19.3 billion intermediate level. Strengthening points. Lin Chen's attribute value is soaring. The attribute value dropped by the descendants of the great saints and devil emperors is terrifying, unprecedented. Even though activating the God Slayer talent will not drop growth attribute values, Lin Chen's harvest is still very terrifying. When the clone frantically collected the attribute light ball, Lin Chen took away more than a dozen types of rich attribute treasure chests floating in the void. Open the special treasure attribute treasure box and get 1 top quality gold type heterocrystal. Get 6 exclusive orange rank talent treasure chests, 1 permanent orange rank talent enhancer, applicable to talents below the advanced orange rank, and 3 orange rank top alchemy fingerprint fragments, 3/5. Currently holding special treasures, 3 top quality gold type heterocrystals, and 1 top quality fire type heterocrystal. Lin Chen said in surprise, the top 10 on the list of saints are all good things. Orange level top alchemy handprint fragments are also available. You must know that in the entire holy world, there are very few powers with orange level advanced alchemy handprints, no more than 3. And the orange level top alchemy handprint is completely a legend. It never showed up at all. If Lin Chen can get this grade of alchemy fingerprints, the background of alchemy will advance by leaps and bounds. Then, Lin Chen opened the 4 black attribute treasure chests that were filled with magic energy, and the magic energy was rising. Open the 4 Devil Emperor attribute treasure chests to obtain 400 trillion holy level blood, 600 billion holy level spiritual power, and 40 million top level Heavenly Dao points. Boom! The massive amount of qi and blood properties rolled into Lin Chen's body, and he subconsciously urged his clone to help him absorb it. What is this? Then, the last attribute treasure box attracted Lin Chen's attention. This treasure chest is entwined with dragon patterns and contains a mysterious atmosphere. This attribute treasure chest made Lin Chen feel an inexplicable dragon power. But it was not like a bloodline attribute treasure chest. This item is an attribute treasure box dropped by the true Dragon King after his death. When opening, the host opens the special energy attribute treasure box, the heir of the Real Dragon God. Boom! A mass of milky white energy in the form of a real dragon hovered in Lin Chen's palm, lifelike, like a rudimentary dragon. Lin Chen felt that this group of energy gave birth to a new force. What pure energy! This is the attribute treasure box dropped by the real Dragon Holy King. Maybe I can let my holy dragon absorb it, and there is another adventure. Lin Chen collected the energy, and seeing that all the attribute values were collected, he teleported away from the superspace plane. Unbounded sea. Just after Lin Chen sent it out, he felt the world churn, as if the whole world was tilted for a moment. A fist wind smashed everything in the world, passing Lin Chen's distance. Boom! When the space fragments of the unbounded sea scattered and swayed, a figure, soaked in blood, stood tremblingly in the void. It's Qin Jiuxiao. He was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his body was like a bloody man. His eyes lost the light, and he muttered to himself. This punch, this fucking Jin. Fortunately, I still managed to block it. Qin Jiuxiao rolled his eyes, and fell in the air. Brush. The colorful streamer swept past, and Fei Wuxuan arrived with his body technique, immediately catching Qin Jiuxiao, healing his injuries, and protecting his lifeline. Lin Chen immediately looked around, and all the remaining heavenly demons were besieged by the Dragon Clan and their servants. In the duel with the Holy Prison, the 17 members of Lin Chen's team almost won. 15 people were wiped out. Only the last Jin Taichu and Jiang Pui are left. Of Lin Chen's 17 servants, 10 were seriously injured and unconscious. And 7 were able to move, and they were being surrounded. A sword light smashed through the encirclement, and the sword light flashed randomly, rushing out of the encirclement of everyone. Jin Taichu and Jiang Pui ran in different directions at the same time. The Holy Dragon King is dead. Now is the time to be free. Now is the time, great time. The 2 were seriously injured and fled in a frenzy. When everyone wanted to chase, Lin Chen's voice sounded all over their minds. Don't chase, go to heal first. Leave the rest to me. Thousands of Zhang cloud shadows shuttled across the sky. Lin Chen rolled away. The billowing waves held Jiuxiao Xingfu, and shot an arrow at Jin Taichu. Jin Taichu's expression was startled, and when he wanted to mobilize the last trace of sword intent to resist, the arrow light was divided into 5, and Jin Taichu's pupils shrank. Boom! On the other side, Lin Chen mobilized the last clone that could only move, and attacked Jiang Pui. 5 groups of lantern-like 9-color divine light bloomed between heaven and earth. Jiang Pui and Jin Taichu were intercepted by Lin Chen and the Phantom clone at the same time. In the end, when the blood rain and the raging wind roared, the 2 sons of The era with the names of the strongest holy kings of the human race fell. Completely. Lin Chen stepped in the air and took away the attribute light balls dropped by. The two of them, at the end of the two strong arrows, if you let you run. Away, Brother Chen, I don't need to mix. Lin Chen, who is in the state of being a godslayer, has the combat power to rival the holy realm of reincarnation. The two were not in their prime, so naturally they couldn't get out of Lin Chen's tricks. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses in the sword domain have mixed feelings. The holy world has completely changed. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that the Genesis Alliance would lose. Moreover, even if they lost, Lin Chen's people might fall into a long-term tug-of-war with the Genesis Alliance, Holy Prison, and other forces. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen actually uprooted Genesis with this battle. Such means are unparalleled in the world. The next trend of the holy world, is it a blessing or a curse? A fierce tiger fell, and another, more ferocious dragon, was born. Lin Chen, a young man who can change the existing power sector of the human race. Unless the gods are born, no one can suppress his edge. No, by his means. I'm afraid even the true gods have no absolute certainty. When the powerhouses in the sword domain were talking about hum. At this time, the light from Lin Chen's extra holy cave gradually dissipated. And the talent state of God Killer was lifted. Lin Chen's body flashed from the sky, and when he returned to the servants, they were either seriously injured or coma, or had consumed 99% of their holy power, and their appearance was particularly penetrating. In this battle, they did everything they could. Especially Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun, the two seemed to be 30 years old, with gray hair and cold and determined faces showing signs of old age. When they first became holy kings, the two of them were radiant, as if they were back in their 30s, but now they are like old people who are 10 years old. Lin Chen didn't say much, grabbed the palms of the two, nodded and said, "Everything is over." Fong Ling smiled knowingly, "Master, don't worry, we had a great time in this battle." Lang Fanyun coughed blood and laughed, "Happy, there is no more enjoyable battle than this. Lord, when we can see you as king in our lifetime, we have no regrets." Lin Chen smiled boldly, "It's better to be a king of ass, and it's better to be at ease. I'm not interested in ruling." The three men looked at each other and laughed. Immediately, Lin Chen glanced at Yu Xingxing and Fei Wuxuang, and both of them understood. Lin Chen bowed to Li Ziki in the void with a slight smile. Li Ziki immediately clenched his fists at Lin Chen, and respectfully respected him. Lin Chen turned to face all the servants, the hidden powerhouses, and the Dragon Clan, and said loudly, "In today's battle, the top level of the Genesis Alliance has been destroyed. You, in coordination with the forces of various domains, will liquidate all the Jioping sects and the remaining parties that have joined Genesis." Lin Chen then looked at the strong man of the dragon family and smiled knowingly. "Everyone of the Dragon Clan, you help my people to eradicate the 9-rank sect that is part of the holy world, which is a disaster for the world. No problem." The great dragon king of the extreme prison water dragon clan bowed his hands generously and said earnestly, "There is absolutely no problem with contributing, but the human and dragon clans have regulations not to interfere with each other's forces." Lin Chen raised his hand to interrupt and smiled lightly. "Rules? Starting today, I, Lin Chen, are the rules. Whoever dares to talk about the rules, let them come to me, Lin Chen. How about it, your dragon clan's answer? Overbearing, strong, The courage displayed by Lin Chen is simply resolute, which makes the strong men in the sword field change their color. There is already a force of ignoring other ninth-grade forces, and he has the aura that Lin Chen will do things to the end. The prison water dragon king fell into contemplation, and his beautiful eyes flashed brightly. She is in charge of the family, how could she not understand Lin Chen's intention this time? This young man is really interesting. I want to take this opportunity to replace the old with the new, smash the previous rules of the two races, and let us stand by him completely. Furthermore, he borrowed the hand of my dragon to annihilate the ninth grade sect of the human race. The potential ratio is equivalent to announcing all the strong men of the human race. He has the relationship of my dragon race to form an alliance. If the forces of the human race move him, we must weigh most of us. The weight of the ancient dragon clan. 3 birds with 1 stone. The prison water dragon king and the other dragon kings looked at each other, tacitly knowing the result is self-evident. Our dragon clan is willing to help. Follow little friend Lin Chen. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, everything was expected. Tai Su, you go with them. The troops are divided into 3 groups, the main force is to attack the 9-rank sect that joined Genesis, and the sub-department takes care of the remnants of Genesis arranged in various domains. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Taishu, although his breath had consumed more than half of it, it was no problem to simply calculate the general trend. Accompanied by a Xeon calculator, clearing the remnants of Genesis will only be more handy and even more powerful. Yes. Taishu leads the order. Jiang Taishu put away a ring. That was the mysterious ring that he obtained, the Heartbroken Red, which contained some absolute secrets recorded by the Heartbroken Red. The same is true of all the servants. After killing such a formidable opponent, their harvest is not small. Lin Chen waved his hand, destroy the remnants of Genesis, and your dragon clan will come to Chiyu to find me. The clans you are participating in the war today have 20 opportunities for each clan to improve their bloodlines. As soon as these words came out, the dragons were ecstatic. Each clan has 20 opportunities to improve their bloodline. This fight, they are settled. At this time, Lin Chen realized that Lin Pingyan was gone. He was stunned and said, "Where is this girl, Pingyan?" Jiang Wanner smiled, "She went to copy the Genesis Alliance's property." Lin Chen pretended to be serious and said, "What? Running so fast?" As soon as I get to the house, I don't see any shadows. I don't know who to learn from. Any bad habits. I will criticize her later. Jiang Wanner. The bloodline supernatural power of immortal creation maintained the lifeline of the seriously injured servants, and Lin Chen was temporarily relieved. The descendants of the 4 great devil emperors have never appeared again. The real Dragon King of the Holy Prison, in all likelihood, is also on the street. In the top 10 of the Saint Talent list, there are actually 4 dead. Why didn't Lin Chen make it to the list of saints? His luck is nothing, and he can't connect with the holy world one after another. The powerhouses in the sword domain are hotly debated. Some holy kings have quietly left and began to tell the truth for their own forces. Next, the holy world will usher in an unprecedented shocking change. Lin Chen's every move will affect the general situation of the holy world. When the dragon clan set out on the expedition, Lin Chen's servants who still had the power to fight decisively followed him. Hundreds of the most powerful people from the ancient dragon clan, Long Zun, and dragon kings are in groups, and it is not a problem to destroy a ninth rank family. Unless the family or sect has some big killer, it is basically a wave of horizontal push. 9-rank sects with this kind of background will not join Genesis. Those who joined the Genesis Alliance were basically 9th-rank forces like Xinyan Palace, which had entered a dead end. And Lin Chen's domineering has been witnessed by countless powerhouses. If those 9th-rank forces dare to draw reinforcements and form an alliance with other 9th-rank forces, then Lin Chen's background can also shock them. It's very simple. If Lin Chen killed a Ying Jiufeng, he might not be able to hold back. But he overcame the 6 saints on the list of saints. There is also another Wu Pianju who is comparable to the top 3 of the saint talent list. This is the foundation and courage. In today's holy world, there are not many who can fully oppose Lin Chen's forces. Lin Chen only dispatched a clone and a large team to carry the house and blew up all Genesis dens in various domains. As for Lin Chen's body, he personally returned to Chiyu. He didn't go to the Holy King's domain, and he could be regarded as leaving the last trace of affection for the forces of all parties. It shows that he has no intention to dominate the holy world. Time passed, and a month later, Lin Chen's servant team all recovered Chiyu, the former site of Bingxin Palace. On the top of a mountain, Lin Chen opened his eyes, spit out a strong breath, and crushed a large void. I have finally finished refining the spoils of this war. Just by killing a few descendants of the demon emperor, my pure power has broken through to the body of a holy king with 2 million powers in one fell swoop. In this battle, Lin Chen's pure power broke through the limit by relying on the massive qi and blood attribute values dropped, reaching to 0.2. Only to Long Jiushan. Lin Chen released the holy dragon at once. When the holy dragon in human form stood in front of Lin Chen, his face was as bright as jade, his face was immature, and his body was surrounded by white dragon energy. From the appearance, Lin Chen's holy dragon turned into a human form, and he looks much younger than someone else in Lin Chen. Lin Chen was amazed. Your uncle, if it weren't for the temperament that I have a bit of prestige, this fine-skinned and tender meat, I'll give you a basketball. I think you'll be able to sing and debut, 2.5 years left. If the holy dragon before was a sharp sword unsheathed, now it is a peerless sword completely silent in the scabbard. If it is not sheathed, it is already, and if it is sheathed, it is earth shattering. Speaking of which, the spirit of this real dragon's fetus is really enlightening. It even allowed my holy dragon to reshape the realm and reach the mark of 10 million respectable powers. Lin Chen shook his head in amazement. 10 million honors. This limit just broke through the holy king realm. The current holy dragon has the combat power to rival the holy realm of reincarnation. The number of reincarnation holy lands is extremely small. As strong as the ancient dragon clan, most of the great dragon kings only stayed in the realm of the peak of the holy king. Absorbing the breath of the real dragon, Lin Chen's holy dragon has the opportunity to reshape its origin. At first, seeing that the holy dragon absorbed the real dragon god embryo and changed from the adult form back to the young dragon form, he almost didn't scare Lin Chen. There is a chance that one of the holy kings will enter the holy realm of reincarnation, and the holy power needs to be reincarnated and condensed in the 100 holy acupoints. The same is true of dragon cultivation. It is necessary to fuse the dragon veins, reshape and expand the energy of the dragon veins to accommodate more, which is similar to the cultivation of the sacred cave of the human race. If it is simply to increase the power of qi and blood, it is difficult for Lin Chen's holy dragon to have such a fast breakthrough. Dragon vein remodeling, even if it accumulates to the breaking point, it will take a certain amount of time to complete. And the chi of the true dragon god embryo bred the pure energy of the young dragon embryo, both gentle and powerful. You can easily reshape the dragon veins. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Early Stage 6th Stage of the Holy Land, Holy. Level Essence, 2,293 trillion points. Ultimate Strength, 2.05 million, Zuanli, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 500%, Saint. Level Chi and Blood, 1895 trillion points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 5,822 billion, Middle Stage of Yuanshan Realm. Saint Level Exercise Essence, 3.1 billion points, Holy Level Rune Energy, 1.8 billion points, Top Heaven Value, 1,915.29 million points. Top Talent Points, 900 million points, Intermediate Set Essence, 780,000 points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 1,988.4 billion points. Holy Elemental Energy, Fire 89 billion, Earth 87.2 billion, Wood 81.2 billion. Gold 83.6 billion, Water 83.5 billion, Thunder 89 billion, Wind 85.7 billion. Light 88.4 billion point and Dark are 88.4 billion points. Set Column, Gold God of War Set 5-piece set, incomplete. Treasures with special attributes, 3 top-quality Gold-type eccentric crystals. 1 top-quality Fire-type eccentric crystal, 7 pieces of no holy weapon upgrade. Coupons, Random Orange Level Top Alchemy Handprint Fragments, 2/5, and 6. Orange Level Exclusive Talent Treasure Chests, 4 if there are more than 10. Treasure chests, there will be high-level orange talents. There is a very small probability that top-level orange talents or top-level one-time talents will appear. If there are more than 10 treasure chests, there is a high probability that top-level orange talents will appear. Talent Bar, Bloodline Status Bar, Exercise Status Bar. Life Awakening Column, Characteristic Rune Column. Godhead Column, Idle Godhead, Cooling, Remaining, 103 days, to activate. Undead Godhead Fragment, 1/3. Undead Godhead, Nirvana Rebirth, Undead Recreation. It consumes a lot of Heavenly Dao to activate, and has the ability to instantly heal wounds. The Complete Immortal Godhead can heal the wounds caused by God-level creatures. And the Godhead fragments can heal the injuries caused by quasi-God level powerhouses. Unless the host is instantly smashed into nothingness, any injury or undead spirit can also be recovered instantly, provided that it has the corresponding Heavenly Dao value attribute. Immortal Godhead. Lin Chen blew up Ying Jiufeng's Will of the 9 Gods, and obtained a new ultimate move. In the past, there were undead creation bloodline supernatural powers, and there are undead godhead fragments. Lin Chen licked his lips. Now I'm a strong soldier, and I have a bunch of killers, and it's not even a crooked melon that can kill me. Lin Chen's Yin and Yang creation divine dragon bloodline, possessing the bloodline supernatural power of immortal creation, is also a trump card for healing injuries. However, there is a big difference between the two. No matter how strong the recovery ability of the bloodline magical power of immortality is, it will take time. This is no match for the instant recovery of undead godhead fragment. As long as Lin Chen has enough Heavenly Dao value, he is not beaten into nothingness by one move, and if he does not have the Heavenly Dao value attribute, even if his heart is hit, he will not die. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Chen is invincible, and he has to rely on himself when the attribute value is exhausted. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "Okay, your system, I just mentioned Wu Pianju's trump card of swindling corpses last time, and this time it was arranged immediately. System, your uncle is always your uncle." Lin Chen took out a roll of fluorescently flickering space jade slips. This space jade slip was gifted by the girl in the star skirt beside Lin Wanner that day, and the material was the same as the ordinary space jade slip. In the holy world, the creatures of the three-dimensional universe, without special transfer, cannot use the items of the four-dimensional universe, and even the space jade is made of the holy world. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his heart throbbing, and it was difficult to calm down. In this space jade slip, it is very likely that Lin Chen's life experience is hidden. Open it, maybe a new story begins. It is also possible that it is the beginning of his own death. Previously, Lin Chen was approaching the battle, so he didn't dare to be distracted to open this thing. Now that the war is over, he finally wants to reveal his origins as told by the girl in the star skirt. Do you really have family members? If this is the case, is the family of the God realm safe? How should I face them myself? With a complicated heart, Lin Chen opened the space jade slip. A piece of spiritual voice transmission and memory poured into my mind. The human race God realm, a four-dimensional universe. It is divided into two major domains, the nine-layered world C. The first is more chaotic than the other. The world of chaos and opportunity coexists in the strong and weak world. It is the sea of space that exists after the ancient times, and the gods dominate. Shenhuan Galaxy, the galaxy at the junction of dragons, beasts, asuras, and demons, the largest area. It is not in the control of the human race. A scroll of majestic and magnificent momentum is slowly unfolding, and Lin Chen seems to be able to perceive the magnificent four-dimensional universe, which is full of endless history. The five continents galaxy is the main territory of the human race God realm. 100 schools of thought contend, and all the gods are alive. The human race is over half the gods gathered in the 5 continents, and above the 5 continents is the divine domain. Lin Chen's mind poured into a huge amount of memories, and a spiritual sound transmission informed Lin Chen of the existing situation in the realm of the gods. The Lin family once came from the god realm above the 5 continents. The Lin family in the god realm has been an aristocratic family for generations. But in the last era, it gradually came to an end. The first message made Lin Chen be struck by lightning. The Lin family turned out to be from the top realm of the god realm. Before the Lin family fell, the most outstanding Lin Xiaoyao and the Yi families Zhou Tianzuan, Yang Meng, who had won the most outstanding. They tied the knot and became a story in the realm of the gods. I thought that after the Lin family reunited with the Yi family, it gradually returned to its heyday, until one day, the Lin family gave birth to a world-shattering genius, shocking the past and present. His talent is superior, far surpassing any human monster in the history of the God realm. The vision of luck is so strong that even the Lin family has not been able to completely cover it up, and the secret has leaked. This son's name is Lin Xingchen. Birth determines the future, shocks the gods with talent, and shakes the world of gods with divine gifts. Unanimously recognized by the gods, the future first genius of the god realm. After that, the realm of the gods was in turmoil, and the Lin family was coveted by thousands of families. In order to save the stars, Lin Xiaoyao quietly took him away from the realm of the gods and hid in the Sea of 9 Realms. He wanted to raise the stars outside the realm of the gods. The family secretly sent the gods to hunt them down. The 9-layer boundary sea is the most chaotic and vast and mysterious area in the god realm, and no one force can penetrate it. But this matter is a change in the realm of the gods. All the forces of the realm of the gods participated in it, mobilized the forces and relationships under the door, and searched the Juzhongji Sea. After the two were discovered, they were not allowed to bring the stars into the lower realm. Coming to the lower realm in the form of a god will inevitably stand out from the crowd. It is only a matter of time before it is discovered. And the powerful blood potential of the stars is difficult to completely hide, and it will definitely become the target of public criticism in the lower realm. In order to protect the descendants of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoyao, Lin's father, used his own blood as a guide to extract the essence of the blood of the stars, and the root and bone qualifications were all hastily erased by Lin's father, making it an extremely ordinary qualification equivalent to the qualifications of mortals. He became the most ordinary member of the vast netherworld. I just hope that one day, after getting rid of the crisis, I will take back the stars. Unexpectedly, in the follow-up incident, Father Lin spent a lot of divine power in order to refine the blood of the stars, and was besieged and destroyed by the strong who came after the major forces of the gods. Lin's mother Yi Hongming was imprisoned. With her own influence, the Yi family went to the realm of the gods and regained Yi Hongming, but Lin Chen became a piece of history that the realm of God will never look back on. As the name suggests, born as a star, death as a star. A flash in the pan, like a shooting star. The Lin family, after losing Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Chen, was completely suppressed by the various forces in the realm of the gods, gradually declined, and finally lost the qualification to enter the realm of the gods, was expelled, and became an aristocratic family in the 5 continents. After reading all the contents in the space jade slip, Lin Chen lowered his eyebrows, his lips trembled slightly, and his breathing trembled. If I am really Lin Chen, then my father has passed away. Lin Chen's heart could not be calm for a long time. It was as if the entire chest was burning with a mass of anger that engulfed the world. What a ruthless means. I would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. God realm, only because of a baby. All benevolence, righteousness, and morality are like shit, and he can be so mad that he can chase and kill. All the way to the lower realm. After closing the space jade slip, there was a hexagonal star-like mark on the back of Lin Chen's hand. The voice transmission of the primordial spirit of the girl in the star skirt reverberated. This is the unique bloodline mark of the Lin family. If you push it, you can send a mark, which means that you are a member of the Lin family. If you go to the realm of the gods, you can use this mark to return to the Lin family. And use this mark. The imprint, you can use the starry sky stone to go to the realm of the gods. This thing is a thing from the 3-dimensional universe, you can use it. A star stone with purple light flowing, shining with stars, lying quietly in the jade slip. After the anger, Lin Chen looked down at the mark on the back of his hand. With mixed feelings in his heart. With his temperament, if it wasn't for his own life experience, I'm afraid that after finishing everything in the holy world, he would never be born again, and he chose to retire and live happily. But he still knew his origins. God realm. Those who secretly intercepted the Lin family back then were all the powerhouses in the God realm, and they were all the top forces in the God realm. Above the realm of the gods, they are all his enemies of Lin Chen. How many true gods are waiting for him, Lin Chen? How many forces that are so powerful against the sky are Lin Chen's enemies? If he returns to the god realm, how many unimaginable powerful enemies will stand in front of him? Lin Chen's enemy is not one or two true gods, but the entire god realm. Another doubt arose in Lin Chen's heart. If Lin Xingchen is me, what happened to Lin Xingchen before? Lin Chen shook his head and said, having a great background but not having a great talent. Lin Chen doesn't have much affection for the so-called Lin family. What really touches his heartstrings is only the biological mother and biological father in the sense. Although he came for the earth, his body is still the original Lin Chen, but the emotion connected by blood cannot be cut off, and instinctively he still maintains a little affection for his parents. After overturning the holy realm, is the next stop the god realm? Well, when the holy realm is over, I want to see what bluffing is in this four-dimensional universe. Lin Chen put away the starry sky god stone, which was made temporarily by a woman in a star skirt, and even a three-dimensional creature like Lin Chen could use it. The only downside is that the starry sky god stone will randomly take Lin Chen to any place in the 5 continents of the god realm. Pure random, playing is the heartbeat. I'm back. On the top of the mountain, a group of figures suddenly came, headed by a peach-skirted girl jumping around, her jewel-like eyes flashing with excitement and happiness. It's so fun to raid a house, I'll go next time. It was Lin Pingon. Lin Chen raised his eyes and looked, and everyone from the Dragon Clan had returned. This means that the mission has been completed. 12 ninth grade sects that have joined the Genesis Alliance have all been wiped out. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone, we will be allies in the future. Have you thought about the ownership of these 20 places? The Dragon Kings were ecstatic, and they were represented by themselves and the descendants of the dragons. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen officially opened the bloodline enhancement for them, and the bloodline level soared. Hundreds of Dragon Clans, Dragon Kings, Shenlong's descendants, and other Dragon Clan powerhouses received Lin Chen's reward in situ, and there were even many Dragon Clan breakthroughs on the spot. Then, Lin Chen looked at the extreme prison Water Dragon King and said, seriously? This Dragon King, I don't know where in the Shenhe galaxy is there the whereabouts of the top-quality gold-type heterocrystals? If Lin Chen wants to cast the final piece of the God of War armor, he still needs 7 top-grade gold variant crystals. This thing has a price and no market, and it is hard to find in the holy world. If Lin Chen wants to collect enough in a short time, he can only turn the major galaxies upside down. When the Water Dragon King of Extreme Prison was pondering, Jiang Taishu and the others stepped out of the air. Jiang Taishu said with a smile, if the Lord wants to find the best quality variant crystal, the Jiang family of the 9th rank family in the Heavenly Sanctuary has a handed-down variant of the crystal, which is of the gold type. Lin Pingon's eyes lit up, then let's go grab it. Lin Chen gave her a hammer and glared at the girl. What to rob? They didn't recruit us and didn't provoke us, you just think about robbing all day long. Didn't I say it? It's the enemy who wants to kill them all, it's a friend. Please be polite. Lin Pingon covered his forehead, pouted his lips in grievance, and made a face as if he was dissatisfied with Lin Chen. Lin Chen said solemnly, Tai Su, you bring people to Zhang's house and say that we are willing to pay a lot of money to buy their top-quality heterocrystals, and we will meet any of their conditions as much as possible. After all, they are family heirlooms, and we can't treat them badly. Jiang Taishu took the lead and said, yes, but what if they insist not to sell? Lin Chen coughed lightly, if we don't sell it, we can't rob it either. We are honest people. If they don't sell you, you will tell them, Miss Ping'an, who is suffering from disaster, will come to Zhang's house to stay for a while. Until they have an idea. Look, what is an honest man? Jiang Taishu held back his laughter, and clasped his fists, pretending to be serious and said, take orders. The corners of the prison water dragon king's mouth twitched slightly, this young man. It's so honest. In the case of top-quality gold-type heterocrystals. Gu water dragon. King said with a slightly solemn expression, I remember that my ancestors mentioned that there may be multiple top-quality gold-type heterocrystals in the Gingjin Shenqi of the Hell Galaxy. Jiang Taishu was surprised, Gingjin Shenqi? It is said that it was the place where the last dragon of the ancient Songjin dragon family of the dragon family fell? The storm in the universe is terrifying, and even the Holy King is not qualified to come close to it. Hell Galaxy? Isn't it the demon race's territory? Lin Chen looked at the water dragon king of Extreme Prison, and said, seriously, is the news confirmed? The water dragon king turned his eyes and nodded seriously, in all likelihood, that was the ancestor's friend, and the ancestor's memory is not wrong. Jiang Taishu hurriedly said, my lord, think twice. That is the territory of the demon race. Lin Chen glared at him old-fashioned, what about the demon clan's territory? I have slept with the most powerful demon clan, it's just a hell galaxy, I'm going to find my woman, I'm not afraid of eating me. The crowd was stunned. The pretty faces of Luo Shueiyue and Princess Xingyue of the Dragon Clan changed slightly. Have you ever slept with the most powerful demons? Are you still a person? Jiang Taishu opened his mouth slightly. The devil can fight the most? Is it? Only then did Jiang Taishu suddenly realize that he clapped his hands in amazement. No wonder the Lord can sneak into the holy prison. There is even such a relationship. Ji Wuchen couldn't help but laugh at the disrespectful old man. My lord is really a role model for my generation. Someone Lin said solemnly, it's really a bit of a loss. Last time she slept with me, this time I'm going to sleep back. Shangguanju. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Linger and Zi Qianqiu who had just recovered, and the two were helpless. Well, the Lord is going to take off from the demon race next. I'll leave it to you next. Our second station is in Chiyu. Taishu, we will also create a force next. Lin Chen handed him 2 books, this is the cultivation method of middle grade and low grade different crystals. Join our forces, and you can teach them this secret as appropriate. Jiang Taishu understood and took it solemnly, Taishu will definitely live up to the master's trust. This time, I'll take Linger and Qianqiu, and the others will sit in Chiyu. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Xiao Linger waved away a space tunnel. Wait. Princess Xingyue was about to speak when Lin Chen and the 3 entered the space tunnel and disappeared. She clenched her teeth lightly, stomped her feet in anger, her phoenix eyes were full of anger. What are you doing running so fast? This princess and the royal father broke up and came to help you, and you didn't even take a thank you, so are you in such a hurry to find a woman? Humph, it's better to die over there and not come back. Luo Shueiyue smiled, he died, didn't he have a chance to thank you in his life? Princess Xingyue snorted coldly, not uncommon. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled knowingly, with the appearance of someone coming over Long Jiushan was amazed, and Ji Wuchen smirked. You said that the efficiency of the Lord is too high. How did you get so many girls in such a short time? This dragon princess is hooked. Princess Xingyu Shuatu blushed and said angrily, who do you think was hooked? Long Jiushan laughed. Ji Wuchen touched his chin and smiled wickedly. The Lord hides a murder weapon and has great power in his heart. He acts arrogantly and fights domineeringly. Who doesn't like it? But any woman with a little vision can't escape. It's a pity our Lord, it's just a show, not a stallion, and a famous gun has its own master. When Luo Shuiwei heard it, she suddenly said, where is the one he likes? The crowd was silent. Ji Wuchen laughed. Naturally, it is the safest place in this world. Long Jiushan whistled. The Lord is really strong. I went to the Dragon Realm. A series of 2, let's not talk about it. The Hell Galaxy is a distant star region north of the Kamigawa Galaxy. At that time, the demon race was expelled to the Hell Galaxy, where the living environment was the worst. The powerful cosmic storms in this star field are the most frequent and terrifying. Resources are scarce, and there have been many wars. The living environment is extremely harsh, like hell. It was not until the Demon Empress was born and led the Demon Clan to open up a new world that the Demon Clan could inherit it. However, until now, the Hell Galaxy is still one of the sites of the 4 elders of the demon race. This is the Hell Galaxy? Lin Chen hovered in the air, walked out of the space passage, and stared at the area where multiple space storms were raging in the distance. The vast astrolabe is purple-like, gorgeous, and magnificent. When you look closer, many stars are exploding. The afterglow of the stars that died hundreds of millions of years ago is shining on Lin Chen's face. Zi Qianqiu said solemnly, my lord, shall we escort you there? Lin Chen shook his head. No, it's enough to escort me here. You all come into my air transport capsule. If there are any battles or accidents, I'll solve them. You just need to save up the back tricks for me to run away. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger looked at each other, only to turn into a stream of light and enter Lin Chen's Qi transport capsule. Lin Chen touched his chin, frowned and said, the number of demon masters that my primordial spirit perceives is a bit terrifying. There are already no less than 20 demons of rank 9 saints outside the star territory. If this is inside the outside world of the Hell Galaxy has such a strong hand, I am afraid that the strong inside the galaxy is like a cloud system. I want to use the permanent orange rank talent enhancer. Lin Chen also obtained a permanent talent enhancer when he killed the top 10 talents on the list of saints. Before, he was still struggling with which talent to strengthen, but now he has decided. Permanent orange rank talent enhancer can strengthen permanent talents. Once, only valid for orange rank advanced talents. Which talent should the host strengthen? Strengthen Godslayer talent. The intensifier that circulated orange divine light rose from the system space like a gourd, and was embedded with an orange talisman. After a slight throbbing, it suddenly disappeared. The enhancement is successful, the enhancer disappears, the God Killer talent level is strengthened to the orange level advanced talent, the effect is strengthened, the range is increased, and the cooling time of the original judgment base is halved. Lin Chen's God Killer talent has soared. Moreover, the original remaining cooldown of 22 days has also been reduced and can be activated again. If you use it in the future, the cooldown time will also be reduced. System, consume half of my existing enhancement points to strengthen my Annihilation Starburst exercise. Lin Chen's annihilation starburst has not been strengthened. Before the Armageddon with Genesis, he used most of his buffs on his servants. Start to automatically strengthen the annihilation starburst. Exercise, strengthen +1 successfully, consume 11 billion intermediate. Strengthening points. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Orange rank top-level exercises are really abnormal. Strengthen and add 1, and start tens of billions. Who can stand it? Lin Chen consumed nearly 1 trillion intermediate enhancement points, and Annihilation Starburst was strengthened to +13, and the total power was increased by 240%, more than double. With these 2 trump cards, Lin Chen will be able to grasp and gain 1 more point in his journey through the Hell Galaxy this time. Laugh. 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 Lin Chen suddenly burst into a large amount of demonic energy. His temperament has changed, his head has horns, his body is covered with scales, his appearance is cold and evil, and he has become a demon. The magic seal that Yaoer gave me can still be used. There shouldn't be many demons who can see through the disguise. As long as they encounter the demons of the holy level of reincarnation, they should not be discovered. Lin Chen mobilized pure power and swept into the Hell Galaxy. There are also a lot of strong body refiners in the demon race. As long as Lin Chen doesn't use holy power to fight, with his body refining power, he can hide the sky and cross the sea and pretend to be the most like demon race. In the Hell Galaxy, a gray-white storm is raging, and a blood-colored continental plate is suspended in the center. My Lady Empress has been there for 3 months. Haven't the 4 senior elders been ready yet? Dare to let the Empress wait for 3 months, aren't you afraid that she will kill all of us with 1 knife? As expected of the 4 great elders, the courage is extraordinary. Courage? Hee, things here are probably not that simple. In the Blood Continent, the powerful demons gather together. There are hundreds of many devil kings, each of which can match the supreme power of the Holy King realm. For the first time in history, the demon race has gathered so many people. Boom! The black clouds rolled in the sky, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. Like the sun and the sky, many demon kings looked up, and when they stared at the void, they all showed a solemn expression. The 4 elders of the demon race are here. Standing in the center of the Devil's Hall of Heaven and Earth, the female Emperor Luo Yaoer sat alone on the top of the hall, still wearing a veil, not showing her true appearance. Her autumn eyes were like water, but it was extremely cold, and the wide black robe could not hide her stunning and exquisite figure. A burst of demonic energy swept into the hall, and 4 figures appeared out of nowhere in the 4 seats of the demon hall. It's like sitting there all the time. The 4 great elders of the demon race. These 4 are old and young. The appearance of the human race coexists with the charm of the demon race. Apart from the Empress, after the birth of the demon race, there are only 4 existences that can compete with the gods of the human race and the dragons of the dragon race. This is the highest meeting of the demon clan, and ordinary demon kings are not even qualified to attend. Luo Yaoer said coldly, "You are 3 months later than the agreement. Are you floating, or this emperor can't lift the knife?" The young man wearing the silver scorpion mask respected the old man, with a ferocious scorpion tail swaying under his feet, and a centipede-like blue vein crawling on his forehead. He said with a smile. It took a little time to coordinate the manpower. After all, the matter of attacking the human race is no trivial matter. The only female demon who respects the old, the enchanting figure, is the old man, with a snake-like face, a dignified murderous intention in the charming. And charming, looking at Luo Yaoer, 3-point jealous, 7-point jealous. Giggling. Why do you need to be in such a hurry, Lady Empress? Even if all the gods of the human race come out, there are a lot of killer moves hidden in the holy world of the human race. If you don't prepare well, you might overturn the ship in the sewer. A one-eyed old man, leaning on a cane, with a demonic eye hidden in a demonic prison, is strange and unpredictable, and the sound is hoarse and gloomy like fingernails scraping against a wall. It's more of a miracle, to be able to raise people in 3 months. Luo Yaoer's eyes flashed through the strange magic light, and she said sternly, this emperor sent an envoy to send a notification 10 years ago, asking you to assemble a good man, and you will mention it for 3 months. Bang! Luo Yaoer smashed a large piece of the void with one palm, and suddenly stood up. The magic light of Qiu's eyes bloomed, and the terrifying magic power was suppressed by Wanyue, instantly pressing on the 4 elders. It seems that you didn't take me seriously, Luo Yaoer. The old man who looked like a young silver scorpion stood up. If you have something to say, is it possible that you still want to ride on our heads? Hum. 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 Time and space were distorted, all the light in the world began to be eaten away, and a blood-colored machete that was as monstrous as the moon appeared in Luo Yaoer's slender hand. The complexion of the 4 elders changed slightly. She actually completely broke through that realm. The current Luo Yaoer is the strongest in the history of the demon race. Luo Yaoer held the magic saber in her hand and glanced at the 4 elders. This emperor is here to inform you, not to discuss with you today's example. There will be no next time. Whoever dares to disobey again has no sympathy to talk about. The atmosphere in the entire demon temple was cold and tense. Luo Yaoer alone shocked the 4 elders. The atmosphere was icy, and arrows were drawn inside the demon palace, for demonic energies like a sea of abyss rose and disappeared. Luo Yaoer's Qiu eyes narrowed. If you don't obey this emperor's arrangement, don't you think you and the demon race are of one mind? Senior Silver Scorpion sneered, we are not of one mind. Why don't you say that you are alone? The beautiful woman with a snake body, Zun Lao, took a step back. Unconsciously, that's right. It's okay if you want us to go to the human race, but it's impossible if you want to deploy our people together. If you let our subordinates take the lead and die, or even let us attack first, if you wait for it to be ready, won't you take all the benefits? One-eyed Zun laughed strangely. Everyone is worried about your rebellion, Empress. The black mist shrouded, and a pair of eyes as black as jade opened from the black mist. This is the 4th respected old man of the demon race. He didn't show his body, and said slowly, Empress, if you want to use us, you have to show your sincerity. Luo Yaoer frowned slightly, and the atmosphere was deadlocked for a while. In the Scarlet Continent, the demon kings of all parties felt the terrifying coercion that erupted in the demon palace, and their bodies retreated for a long distance. The aura of the 4 great elders and the Empress is something that extraordinary powerhouses can approach. At this time, a pretty boy passed by in the Scarlet Continent. He was covered in scales, with silver horns on his head. He smiled and patted the shoulder of a demon king standing in the army. Brother, where is the golden belt going? That greenhorn demon king is furious. What is his identity? The dignified generation of demon kings, the elder brother of the demon clan, who is comparable to the holy king. He is very energetic, except for the powerhouses of the same level, who would dare to talk to him in such a tone? When he discovered that the pure power of the demon body of the visitor seemed to be stronger than him, he respectfully smiled and said, "This friend, the Gold Zone is traveling thousands of miles behind the 300th star in the north of the Hell Galaxy." The Greenhorn Devil King said calmly, "My friend's face and aura are a little unfamiliar." Under the Green Devil, "Where are you from?" The Silver-Horned Demon King smiled casually, "I've been with Empress Luo, and I've been in retreat recently, and I'm only going out now, so I'm not familiar with the neighborhood." As soon as this statement came out, the Green Devil was shocked. Empress Luo? The real name of the Demon Queen can only be known by some core cadres and the Demon King. Even he didn't know about it until 3 months before the war was called. How could this guy even know? This guy's background is not small. You have to lick it, make a good relationship, maybe you can hug your thighs on this battlefield. Big brother wants to go to the Gold Zone, it's easier for the younger brother to lead the way. "Come here, please." The Green Goblin smiled and led the way. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart. Yaoer's name really works, this trick is the information he only knew when he knocked out a few demons just now. This Silver-Horned Devil King was disguised by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes had insight into a distant demon temple in the Scarlet Continent. The magic seal in his palm can be faintly sensed. Luo Yaoer, it's in the magic palace. In the same way, he can also feel the 4 powerful pressures that are no less than the dragons of the dragon race. Lin Chen pondered in his heart, the other 4 auras must be the well-known Demon Clan elders. Now that Yaoer has not been seen in the past, we have to find a suitable opportunity. Go to the Golden Zone now and explore Longqi. After all. Lin Chen calmly nodded to the Green Devil. "Well, your path is widening. If there is any problem in attacking the human race in the future, this king will take care of you." "Thank you, bro." The Green Devil stepped into the air and led the way for Lin Chen. Lin Chen can perceive Luo Yaoer's position through the magic seal, and the same is true for Luo Yaoer. At this moment, she also sensed Lin Chen's position, but since she was confronting the 4 great elders, she was immaculately concerned about what happened to Lin Chen's appearance. Her impression and memory did not engrave demonic energy into any living being. However, since she has her own magic seal, she should be her own person, but Luo Yaoer didn't show up to look for Lin Chen first. With the Green Goblin leading the way, Lin Chen traveled unimpeded in the Hell Galaxy, saving a lot of trouble. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at a golden nebula. This vast nebula is beautiful, and the golden streamer is like the most gorgeous and dazzling blade in the world. Under the splendid beauty, the center of the nebula seems to hide a dark and azure color, which is as strong as Lin Chen's current realm and has not found it. Wait a moment. This place is forbidden by the demon race. You are not allowed to enter without a hand instructing you to respect the old man. 2 demonic energies descended, the 2 demons with blood-red skin and feathered feathers stood in front of Lin Chen and the green demon. They were the 2 half-step demon kings, with strong cultivation base. The Green Devil whispered to Lin Chen, "It's an old man, they guard the forbidden area, and I can only escort you here, eldest brother." In fact, the Green Goblin could use some connections to try to enter, but he threw the question to Lin Chen. He wanted to test Lin Chen's strength, whether it was worth his licking. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose faintly. He knows the rules of the demon race. Boom. 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 Lin Chen slapped his hand, and his 5 fingers exploded with power to suppress ghosts and gods, knocking over the 2 demon race powerhouses like lightning, vomiting blood and retreating, terrified. He raised his voice and roared, you are forcing lie. This king uses you to teach things? Go away. The Green Goblin was amazed. Ruthless. Strong enough. Domineering enough. The demon race has always been a race that eats the weak to the limit. When doing business, your fists are hard enough and your attitude is ruthless enough to stand on your feet. The more ruthless the Demon King is, the more likely it will attract his subordinates to follow. This point perfectly inherits the consistent tradition of the demon race. Which old Demon King are you? Dare to come here to be savage? Those who dare to beat Lao Tzu, peel him off. The temper is very explosive. I don't know if the strength is explosive or not. 6 demons descended behind Lin Chen, and 6 tyrannical and ferocious demon kings appeared. They are all under the command of the 4 great elders. The 6 devil kings, either covered in feathers or armor, swallowed the mountains and rivers with their breath, and when they exhaled, they were swept away like a typhoon, cruel and violent. The 6 kings surrounded Lin Chen. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the Green Devil immediately said with a smile, everyone, let's just take a look at the scenery. Really, just rub and don't go in. While chatting and laughing, the Green Goblin quietly retreated a short distance, neither expressing his position nor observing Lin Chen's reaction. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, arrogant and cold. Oh? So many people are sent to the door to seek death? I will enter this forbidden area. And I don't have to talk about it. What a big breath. Who can't brag, take him down and leave it to your boss to fall. The 6 demon kings were shocked. The monstrous demonic energy surged with terrifying pure power, and there was a holy cave similar to the human race all over the body. The body of the demon race, the cultivation system of the human race, the demon race, really scary. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, boom. His pure power suddenly soared to more than 7 million. Continuous shooting with both hands, pure power like a dragon's roar, crushing all attacks. Not good. The 6 kings feel bad. What is the origin of this guy, to have such terrifying strength? When the azure vortex rotates, the surrounding time and space collapse, and all bend and twist into a paste. Lin Chen urged the god of war golden body again, and swept into the azure vortex. The energy of the Gengjin Shinqi has been taken away by me. It is only a matter of time before the demon race discovers this place. When Lin Chen, who was fully armed, penetrated into the azure vortex, the powerful spatial turbulence was like a storm, and a terrifying force broke out to pull Lin Chen, dragging him into the deepest moment. What a heavy space, what the hell is this place? Lin Chen was about to subconsciously punch a few punches for self-defense, and a mighty dragon of great vicissitudes rushed toward him. Lin Chen appeared in a brand new time and space. When urging Yuanshan to glance, Lin Chen was completely shocked in place. His Yuanshan strength has been increased by Tai time and space, far exceeding the middle period of ordinary Yuanshan. The perception range is extremely wide, and even if you cannot fully perceive a small galaxy, you can roughly deduce the range. But this piece of time and space, he only perceives infinity. Lord, we have fallen into a zone of time, space, and near stagnation. Xiao Linger's voice was both excited and a little trembling. After defeating Zhou Baichuan, she obtained the legacy of the time and space. Silent God, and her understanding of time and space improved to a higher level. Otherwise, she wouldn't find it here. Lin Chen tried to move his body, and sure enough, the space here is very frozen. The flow of time is infinitely close to stagnation. I can't move? It won't be so nonsense. What the hell is this place? Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. Xiao Linger's voice was surprised again. My lord, look below. When Lin Chen lowered his head to stare down with difficulty, he was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils shrank. The blue-green incomplete dragon claws are as huge and vast as a nebula, tearing apart countless star fragments and floating in the void, lying quietly in the endless void. The source of the shining attribute light also came from that stalwart and terrifying dragon claw. This is a piece of dragon claw that still retains its divinity. This kind of dragon power is exactly the same as the dragon monument space on that day. It is an ancient dragon of the universe. Lin Chen raised his brows and grinned. Damn. Mr. Lu Sun is right, handsome. Good luck. He heard that the wills of the dragons in the Shenlong ruins mentioned that the ancient dragon of the ancient universe disappeared in the Hell Galaxy during a time and space trip, and it is very likely that it has fallen here. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen found a Gingjin Shenqi, and even the place where the ancient dragon of Taizhou died was touched by him. The problem is, I can't make it through now. Lin Chen tried to break free from the stagnant void, but found that he couldn't move. He couldn't help but scolded. This system, what version is it, and I have to pick up the attributes, can't you let it be sucked by me? System, this system has no function, carry it away, next. Lin Chen, you are cruel. Lin Chen thought about countermeasures and released Xiao Linger, or Z Qianzhou, which would also be restricted by the stagnant time and space. Right. Use my Dragon King. In Lin Chen's thoughts, the Dragon King left the body. The 5-piece golden light of the god of war skyrocketed, rapidly increasing Lin Chen's power. Lin Chen's body is 2 million powers, and if he does not increase to 10 million powers to activate the golden body of the god of war, he can't prevent the space coercion here. Boom. Lin Chen's Dragon King's majestic dragon body is displayed. The dragon body is shrouded in a layer of red gold divine light, and the endless dragon body floats in the still time and space. When the magnificent dragon tail stretched out, it just touched the incomplete Taizhou dragon claw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient dragon bloodline. Attribute, Taizhou ancient dragon bloodline. Bloodline attribute value, 5 billion points. Boom. 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 A mysterious dragon-shaped coercion rose into the sky, shaking the still time and space. The azure dragon energy lingered right above Lin Chen's holy dragon. Lin Chen is feeling that the Dragon King is quickly absorbing the blood of the ancient dragon. 2 ancient dragon bloodlines, how strong can my Dragon King be? Lin Chen was shocked and looking forward to it. I saw the red gold dragon scales on the whole body of the dragon, and a dragon pattern began to appear. The yin and yang double-colored dragon pupil, the dragon's pupil is flowing with a deep azure brilliance, with the Taishi ancient dragon as the dominance, and the dragon body attached to the heavenly dragon, the extreme prison water dragon, and the yin and yang good fortune dragon. The characteristics of the ancient dragon of the universe began to emerge. Suddenly, Lin Chen's whole body felt like an electric shock. A whole new kind of perception came to my mind. Through the dragon eyes and perception of the Dragon King, Lin Chen could actually see the strangeness of this space-time. In the endless void, there are countless flowing blue light lines, like the silver threads of jade belts, the threads of spring silkworms, and the threads of silver bars. These finer lines than the hair make up this world. There are countless blue lines all over the time and space of the whole world. And there are purple in the blue. Lin Chen was shocked and muttered to himself. These lines lingering with blue light actually constitute this universe. Could it be that the ancient dragon of the universe has the ability to see through the essence of space and time in the universe? See through the nature of the universe? This ability is too terrifying. Congratulations to the host, the bloodline of the ancient dragon has been fully integrated, and the bloodline ability is no different, and it can be strengthened at any time. Note, Taizhou Ancient Dragon is one of the top ancient dragons in the dragon race. If the host wants to strengthen, it needs to consume a higher strengthening attribute value. When the system light screen just popped up, time and space vibrated. The world haunted by the blue light lines in Lin Chen's eyes began to violently turmoil. How many years? A hoarse dragon roar echoed slowly. That is the language of the ancient dragon clan, and Lin Chen specially asked Princess Xingyue and Luo Shueiyue for advice. Zi Qianqiu, with a hint of panic, said to Lin Chen through a voice transmission, Lord, that dragon claw doesn't seem right. The divinity has changed, and it seems that there is still a trace of consciousness. Zi Qianqiu could not understand the language of the ancient dragon clan. If the dragon claw is still conscious, it is probably 100 times more difficult to deal with than the top 10 of the Saint Talent list. 1. The descendants of the human race and our clan have come. Everything, there must be cause and effect, that's all. This king will pass on the last dragon body to you. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief when his heart shook. The dragon claws of the ancient dragons in the universe have their divinity, but their spiritual wisdom is already incomplete. If not, with its vision, it is enough to see that Lin Chen's dragon king and his human body are one. Presumably, the younger generation of our clan can come here, and have the qualifications to deal with it. When the low and hoarse dragon roar echoed, the dragon's claws shone brightly. The majestic dragon claw, like a nebula, began to transform into an infinite stream of light, which was incorporated into Lin Chen's left claw of the Dragon King. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be fusion. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon King's left paw was like the sun and the sky, and the dragon scales transformed into a deep blue-green color, shining with divine brilliance and radiant light. System prompt: the dragon claws obtained by the host from the ancient dragons of the ancient universe are fused into the dragon body life of the host. The dragon body life of the host cannot completely refine the dragon claw. Every time it is used, the dragon body life will be overloaded once. Reasonable use may lead to the complete collapse of the host's dragon life, so please use it with caution. System prompt: the dragon claws obtained by the host from the ancient dragon of the universe are fused into the dragon body life of the host. The dragon body life of the host cannot completely refine the dragon claw. Every time it is used, the dragon body life will be overloaded once. Reasonable use may lead to the complete collapse of the host's dragon life and death. Please use it with caution. Lin Chen felt that there was a strange disobedience when the dragon claws of the Taizhou ancient dragon merged into the dragon arm of the Dragon King. And an overwhelming sense of power. When the system light screen popped up, a series of memories quickly merged into Lin Chen's Yuanshan mind. Peerless dragon blood, supernatural power, a flash of the universe. driven by the dragon's blood and the blood of the dragon, it exerts a flash of stagnation in time and space, and moves, and the moment it is activated, it can be stationary in a large range of time and space. If the cultivation base is high, if there is a multi-level strong enemy, the range will be limited. Minimum cultivation base limit for activating bloodline supernatural powers. The foundation of 10 million holy dragon veins. The vein of a holy dragon represents the power of a deity. 10 million holy dragon veins is just 10 million powers. Lin Chen's Dragon King just met the standard. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. By the fusion of the dragon claws of the ancient dragon, the new ancient dragon's bloodline supernatural power, the universe flashed. Good guy, this time it's not just a pair of good things, it's a quadruple. The best quality gold-type heterocrystal, the blood of the ancient dragon, the claws of the ancient dragon, and a bloodline magical power. A trip to the golden zone, in vain, picked up 4 waves of opportunities. Lin Chen suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't respond when I first came in. It turns out that this Taizhou ancient dragon was only passed on to his descendants. The Dragon King absorbed the bloodline attribute light ball and obtained the bloodline of the Taizhou ancient dragon, so it caused the dragon claw to have the last reaction. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger were dumbfounded. Such a tyrannical and mysterious ancient dragon claw has been integrated into the Lord's Dragon King's body without any hindrance. Zi Qianqiu couldn't help sighing, my lord, it's really eternal. Xiao Linger was full of admiration, who would have thought that in this hell galaxy, so many Dragon Clan secrets would be discovered by the Lord. Lin Chen's opportunity has taken advantage of the right time and place, and it is difficult to encounter a similar situation again. When the dragon claws of the ancient dragon of the ancient universe merged into the Dragon King's body, the nearby time and space began to disintegrate. Time flowed, and it was no longer static. And Lin Chen gradually broke free, and just as he was about to withdraw, a horrific chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Lin Chen was startled and said, why did the Yubei feel a chill in the cold and the crisis was terrifying, and I thought it wasn't the case, why? A sudden thought appeared in Lin Chen's mind in the flash of light and flint. Why, such a strong existence as the ancient dragon in the universe will also fall here. This is an ancient dragon that ranks among the best in the Dragon Clan. Even in the ancient times, it is the invincible level that traverses the major star regions such as Shinha. What kind of strong enemy can beat it to the point where the dragon's body is mutilated, with only one claw left? Also, its last ray of will actually said, is it qualified to deal with it? Who is it? At this moment, someone Lin was struck by lightning. Oops, it's too much to analyze any further. Lin Chen lowered his head suddenly, when the stagnation of time and space dissipated, a mysterious starry sky picture scrolled into Lin Chen's eyes. It was a pitch-black giant tail, like a keel, full of barbs, and the devilish energy shook the sky and town for eternity. Suddenly, the giant tail opened a pair of blood-colored demon pupils. Boom! The magic power that shatters time and space is like a smashing mountain. Bang! Lin Chen, who covered the golden body of the god of war, was knocked out on the spot. When Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, his pupils shrank. Master, run! Master, leave this space, we can open up the formation for you to escape. Xiao Linger and Zi Qianqiu sent Lin Chen with trembling voices. The two of them have never felt this kind of magic power, never before. Lin Chen is at a level that even the coercion and divine might of the devil Emperor can't suppress. This was the first time he was bombarded by the enemy with Yue. Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet, his divine brilliance flashed, and he rushed to the golden zone in an instant, escaping this piece of time and space. His pure strength is surging all the way, the higher the strength, the faster the moving speed. What the hell is this guy? Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had felt it from the descendants of the 4 great devil emperors, and even the coercion of the devil emperors was not terrifying at that level. The demon pupil on the black giant tail was a little surprised, as if spiritually surprised at why Lin Chen didn't die. The next moment, it trembled and disappeared. A divine radiance rose into the sky, and Lin Chen rushed out of the azure vortex of time and space. Almost at the same time, the majestic and violent jet-black giant tail attacked with monstrous momentum, appearing tens of thousands of meters away from Lin Chen. It is like a giant that covers the sky. In front of it, Lin Chen is not even the difference between an elephant and an ant. Tear. Time and space were torn apart, and the dark devil tail smashed down at Lin Chen. Zhou Tianma moved to the top 10 formations of the return sect. Superdimensional teleportation magic. Around Lin Chen, red clouds with powerful energy rose up, flying like a jade dragon, and when they were entrenched on top of Lin Chen's head, a heavy circle of silver light rose up under his feet, blessing Lin Chen's whole body. The red glow flashed, and when the silver on wheel was spinning, Lin Chen's figure trembled. Boom! The dark devil tail crushed countless powerful gold energies, but did not hit Lin Chen. The blood-colored demon pupil flickered, slightly stunned. Lin Chen disappeared into the inner area of the gold flow zone. You have the smell of it. Damn it, dragon. A ghostly thought came out of the devil's tail, muttering to himself. The magic pupil turned and stared at another space. In an instant, the giant tail, which was so huge that it was difficult to speak, escaped hundreds of thousands of miles away in an instant. Gold zone, outer zone. The red glow disappeared, and the silver glow shattered. Lin Chen's figure appeared in the void, and the voice transmission of the two echoed in his mind. Master, the energy here is too powerful, we can only move such a long distance at the fastest speed. It will take a quarter of an hour before the formation can be activated again, and the energy of the formation has been exhausted. My lord, something is wrong, that thing seems to be catching up again. Run away. Linger's cultivation base is overwhelmed, Ling can't use it a second time in a short time. The voice transmissions of the two sounded at the same time, and Lin Chen had a consonance, and immediately lifted the God of War suit. Without the need to resist the erosion of the surrounding powerful energy, the fastest movement speed is his movement technique. Ambilight, cloud shadow skylight. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and the radiant aurora spread all over his body, rushing out of the gold zone very quickly. Lin Chen ran for his life frantically. He realized a certain terrible name. The ghost just now, it is very likely that the ancient god mentioned it, the Devil King. The demon emperor of the demon race is the most powerful person in the demon race today. All devil emperors pursue a realm, that is, the Devil King. There is only one demon king in history, and that is the monster that broke into here from a higher universe and alarmed the realm of the gods. His uncles. I said, who the fuck can kill the Taizhou Gulong? Feelings are this ghost. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Sure enough, the more the chance is, the more outrageous the risk factor is. Good things are really not so easy to get. This time, I have provoked a demon king. This time I can run away, all in ashes. If you can't run away, there is not a box of ashes left. That jet-black giant tail is most likely part of the Demon King. If it is a complete Demon King, Lin Chen might not even be able to rush out of the Golden Zone. Moreover, the Demon King who was wounded by the wolves and fled to the Kamihi Galaxy had to gather the power of the messengers of the gods to encircle and suppress them. In the heyday of this thing, I couldn't believe it at all. Lin Chen once heard that the ancient god confessed the origin of the demon emperor. Except for a small number of demon emperors who were born with supreme blood, the current demon emperors of the demon race basically broke through by absorbing the remains of the Demon King. The fragments of his own wreckage can create a demon emperor, and the wreckage can cause the ancient dragon to fall. This thing is simply the strongest creature in Lin Chen's known concept. No. 1. This thing should be a wreckage of the Demon King. The power is too terrifying, and I can't win with the God of War suit, yo-yo. Outside the gold belt. The Green Devil frowned suddenly. How could he feel a trace of holy power? Fluctuations from the human race? Feeling a trace of human race in the demon race forbidden area? Delusion? A silver-robed figure swept past the Green Devil and other demon kings in an instant, traversing the void. He was in the sky, and his silver robe was rolled up, making the Green Devil think he had seen the wrong eye. Human. Boom. In almost no reaction time, the 6 demon kings and the Green Goblin were crushed and exploded by a demonic energy. He didn't even have the reaction time to perceive his own death. As powerful as the Demon King at the top of the Demon Clan, he is so powerful that he can suppress one side. At this moment, he can't even react before his death. Lin Chen was horrified and stood upside down. This damn thing is so fast? The monstrous demonic energy rolled in and spread all over the sky and starry sky, obscuring Lin Chen's perception at once. The sky-covering golem like a skeleton opened its bloody mouth and attacked Lin Chen. Swallow, swallow. The dark giant tail's demon pupil let out a low growl hoarsely. Lin Xia's chrysanthemum was cold. This feeling of being targeted, it was like being stripped off at any time. Phantom clone starburst. Lin Chen released all the phantom clones in an instant. All the clones condense the new power of annihilation starburst, and the gorgeous 9-color star cluster rises in front of the frenzy of magic energy. And suddenly blooms. OM. OM. Time and space trembled, heaven and earth turned upside down. Is it so hard? Lin Chen's face changed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, even if it is the annihilation and starburst after strengthening, all the clones are cast together, this move can only stop the other party for a moment. The enhanced annihilation starburst has more than double the power, and a clone blessing instantaneous shadow is 5 moves. The 7 phantom avatars use instant light splitting, which is 35 strokes of annihilation and starburst. The power is far beyond the past, and even the Holy Land of Reincarnation has to lose a few layers of skin. There is no doubt that this is not the power of the Holy Land at all. It was the 1% moment of this pause. Dragon King, Taizhou Dragon Claw. Lin Chen released the Dragon King in an instant, and the majestic dragon body was born. The Dragon Dynasty roared furiously, the imperial power urged the left claw. And the dark blue divine radiance flowed over the dragon claw, shaking the skeleton golem violently. Lin Chen, as soon as he met face to face, he used the most powerful trump card. He just won, the claw of the ancient dragon of the universe. Sigh. Tear. Boom. 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 The golem burst open and continued to burst, and the demonic energy collapsed and exploded. Outside the golden zone, thousands of stars collapsed and burst. The blood-colored demon pupil swept across the strange light, as if surprised at why Lin Chen could take this blow. Then, its bloodthirsty and murderous meaning is even more three-pointed. Click. 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 At this time, Lin Chen's Dragon King's body suddenly changed, the flesh under the dragon's scales cracked, python-like cracks spread all over the dragon's body, and the dragon's body was full of blood. Lin Chen was swept away by the aftermath, and he retreated step by step. When he activated the defense, the holy energy quickly dried up, and his ears and nose bleed. Qi and blood are dry, bad, this thing is too heavy to use. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and the Dragon King possessed his body for a moment. Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the yin and yang dragon pupils reflected the azure light, staring at the majestic demonic energy. The scenery between heaven and earth changed again, becoming like endless blue light threads. Boom! The pitch-black giant tail swept in, crushing countless star fragments along the way. A large vacuum turned into chaotic nothingness. The space was completely shattered, and it smashed towards the space above Lin Chen's head. Immediately, Lin Chen clasped his hands together and pouted abruptly, and a faint light surged between his eyebrows, which was released at once, covering the heavens. At this moment, time and space seemed to stand still, and the black giant tail stopped in the sky. The universe flashes. The endless blue light threads of the heavens converged into a straight line. And Lin Chen's body flashed along the straight line and disappeared without a trace. Boom. Boom. The dark giant tail hit the air, and the explosive force divided the starry sky into two parts, sinking into the sun, moon, galaxy, and annihilating everything in the universe, as if a universe storm was raging. Brush. Blood continent, in the Supreme Demon Palace. The things you are worried about are completely unnecessary. When Luo Yaoer alone shocked the four elders, they gradually dispelled their worries. As I said earlier, the army to which this emperor belongs will lead the first striker, and will only select the holy kingdom that is difficult to beat in the holy world of the human race, to launch the first attack. In addition, as long as you four teams do not violate the agreement, this emperor will not interfere in any way. The command is entirely in your hands. But Luo Yaoer's cold eyes swept across Hanmang. If this emperor wants you to launch an attack in the various domains of the human race and fight together on behalf of the demon race, if you have other changes, don't blame this emperor. The magic sword will treat you and that human race equally. Luo Yaoer's concessions and threats caused the four elders to change slightly. However, before the four respected elders could answer, a special and sharp long hell penetrated time and space. Dragon race, die. The long hell made the entire blood continent tremble, and many demon kings felt a lingering fear. It seems that some irresistible supreme beings have awakened. Hearing the long hell, the faces of the four elders changed in horror. Damn, how did this thing wake up? Isn't that place forbidden? Even the demon king can't get in, right? The expressions of the four elders changed several times. Luo Yaoer's eyes suddenly changed slightly. She raised her brows coldly, and her voice was cold and solemn. What is this? The demon race has such a demon race, but you haven't made it public? The expressions of the four elders were different. Luo Yaoer said coldly, you don't want to say it, this emperor has the opportunity for you to say it. Brush. Luo Yaoer disappeared, and immediately swept to the position of the gold zone. Don't let her touch that thing. Oops, save it first and then talk about it. The four elders followed suit. On the other side, Lin Chen cast Flash of the Universe and shuttled to a star outside the Blood Continent. The Dragon King's dragon veins are 90% empty. In addition to pure power, the current Dragon King's combat power has been reduced a lot. One is that the load is injured, and the other is that the dragon's veins are consumed violently. Only pure power is left, and only possessing Lin Chen is the best choice. Xiao Linger had lingering fears and hurriedly said, "My lord, its speed is too fast. Let's escape into the special space before." The special space mentioned by Xiao Linger is exactly Lin Chen's superspace plane. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, overflowing with arrogance. Escape? Escape. People who are beaten and can't fight back, the young master is still a dark horse organization. Lin Chen looked at the vast and splendid bright red continent in the distance and said with a wicked smile, "I don't know, if I declare war on the demon race, how sour it will be." Zi Qianchao? Xiao Linger? Lin Chen, look at life and death, just do it if you don't agree. Luo Yaoer slashed the dimension with a wave of her hand, tearing apart time and space. When she first came to the outside of the gold zone, the jet-black giant tail that was like the sea suddenly stopped. Obviously, the two supreme powerhouses of the Kamigawa galaxy encountered each other from this moment and sensed each other. The dark giant tail sent out a thin will, "You are inferior product." Luo Yaoer frowned under the veil, "Remains of the demon race?" With such a powerful aura, it must have been above the demon emperor during his lifetime. Why is there no record of the demon race's history? Immediately, Luo Yaoer held the knife and pointed at the dark devil's tail, scolding coldly. "Regardless of your origin, this place is the territory of my demon race. If you leave calmly, this emperor will not hurt you a hair. This thing is strange and unpredictable, and the most important thing is that the high-end power of the demon race gathers here. If there is a big war, it may hurt the strong people of the demon race. When this battle starts, there will be many unfavorable factors before the war on the human race." The pitch-black devil tail was violently twisted, and a blood-colored head emerged from the starry sky, and said hideously, "You are not a devil, you are incomplete." Luo Yaoer said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether it is incomplete or not. This emperor is the strongest, that's enough." As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Luo Yaoer's eyes were completely stunned. In the starry sky on the other side of the dark devil tail, a star floated, and a silver-robed boy stood on it, which completely attracted her attention. It's hard to look away. Under Luo Yaoer's veil, Yingyi eyes showed a trace of mood swings, revealing uncertainty, and secretly thinking, "This is a human race? How can there be my breath in this human race?" Lin Chen also saw Luo Yaoer's eyes, and his eyes were facing each other, and he couldn't look away. Lin Chen's face was moved. The current Luo Yaoer is not at the same level as when she went to Chiyu to roll bed sheets and exercise in person before. Moreover, her temperament has undergone a great change. If you say that the oppression she gave to ordinary creatures before was cold and indifferent, like an iceberg, now it is fierce, sha, and a look at it can give people a sense of majesty and oppression. Demon Queen, well deserved. Now she is more like a generation of queens who are high above and forever out of reach. The two finally meet again after many years. She's getting stronger. Compared to the time when she forcibly broke into the holy prison, she is now the pinnacle of life I have seen. Qianzhou and Xiao Linger also witnessed the peerless appearance of the Empress at this moment. They once had a hurried relationship with Luo Yaoer when she forced her way into the holy prison. Now she is better than the past. Even if she doesn't show her true face, she can feel the different changes just by virtue of her awe-inspiring and dignified temperament and coercion. Lin Chen's lips moved slightly, and finally he opened his voice transmission. Yaoer. The Empress said coldly, do you know this emperor's name? Human race, who are you? Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a tingling pain in his heart, and couldn't help staring at him. What? You really don't recognize me? Stop playing with amnesia, it's not fun. Although the Empress hated the human race, she didn't know why she couldn't have any disgust for the human race youth in front of her. He was obviously full of flaws and weak, but he couldn't do anything. The demon Empress said, you. Lin Chen interrupted her directly and said, don't you mind, you've changed. You've become so ruthless. That night, I didn't reject you. I exhausted my Dark Horse Club's lifelong skills, and you still boasted. I have good skills. Enough scale, enough time, and good health, and I also said that we are going to make a pair of little birds that are kakaka during the day and slapped at night, and you don't recognize me now. The two servants, Qianzhou and Xiao Linger, were dumbfounded at the Qiyun planting capsule. This amount of information is too large, shocking the two of them for a whole year. The demon Empress said in surprise, Someone Lin was filled with righteous indignation. Don't say it, you think. You are the Empress of the demon race, you just want to mention your skirt and don't recognize people? What do you think of someone Lin? Chen is not a casual person. The Empress wanted to say, but Lin Dashui forced a look of grief and indignation. Is this your way of flirting with people? Bah, a scumbag who plays with other people's feelings and bodies. Don't think that you can do whatever you want as an empress. The most taboo thing in my Dark Horse organization is that white, visit a prostitute. Empress Luo, who was inexplicably dubbed a scumbag, was trembling with anger, and almost pulled out a knife and slashed over with a flick of her jade hand. This emperor really wanted to slash him with a knife. But what's with this irritable mood? When Empress Luo was startled, Lin Chen observed his words, and felt a chill in his heart. She won't really forget me, will she? Do you really have no memory at all? Lin Chen thought to himself, I don't believe it. If she really forgets me, then I can only use my marksmanship to make her remember. Brush. 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 At this time, the space was torn apart, and 4 magic lights traveled through the void. Boom. The majestic and endless magical power enveloped the heavens, and the 4 elders came. Huh? Human race? When Senior Silver Scorpion descended, seeing Lin Chen in the distance was like seeing a ghost. You know, this is the Hell Galaxy, not to mention the scene where the 4 elders gather together. Ordinary human race, even the true god of human race, would not dare to set foot here lightly. But here is a human kid? Isn't this a hell of a life? The most important thing is that this child can actually withstand their coercion? This is too weird. Another respected old man said solemnly, how did it come out? Could it be this human race kid who let it out? Impossible, this human race does not have this strength. If you want to forcibly take away that space, at least the powerhouse of the human race god level can do it. Could this sun be helped by human race gods? Otherwise, how did he get in? Could it be that the dragon corpse completely died out? Don't worry about that human bastard, this thing can't let the Empress. The eyes of the four elders met and they understood. Bang! At this moment, the demonic energy exploded, and when the blood-colored heads on the pitch-black demon tail saw the four elders, they seemed to sense something important from them, and they shot violently. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his feet changed, and he raised his eyebrows and said, "The situation is right, it's now, yo-yo." He was in the sky, and his body was fully opened, and he immediately rushed to the blood continent. The queen wants to stop Lin Chen. The wreckage of the demon king growled lowly. Bloodline, despicable, defiled holy relics, damn. The blood-colored head shaped by the pitch-black devil tail opened its bloody mouth, and the huge blood-like mouth suddenly roared with a gust of wind, and a blood-colored storm swept through the sky. This offensive is completely different from the one that blasted Lin Chen just now. There is an all-out rage offensive that will end in death. Facing the remains of the demon king, the Empress frowned. Since the shot has been made, there is no need to talk about it. The Empress waved her hand, and the magic knife cut off a blood moon-like sword light. Wherever the blood moon sword light passed, when it was beheaded, the sword light erupted with terrifying suction. The swirling sword light devoured everything. Light, space, time, life, stars, energy, everything is sucked into the sword light, all swallowed up, no trickle left, all things wither, swallowing the sky and starry sky. The four elders understood in their minds, and then each made a move, and they smashed the offensive of the wreckage of the demon king head-on. Boom! 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 A big explosion occurred around the starry sky, the stars turned into dust, and the space collapsed into a chaotic vacuum. With the top fighting strength of the entire demon race, the demon kings will, with only the wreckage left, can't be an opponent. Let Lin Chen escape, the Empress's heartstrings are unprecedentedly irritated. Go away. Under the veil, came the Empress's cold scolding. She used a bit of strength with rare seriousness, and suddenly cut off. Tear. The magic knife pierced the night sky, and the sky suddenly burst into a rainbow of blood, traversing the sky. The terrifying suction force of the blood rainbow erupted, attracting the dark demon tail that covered the sky, and the defense was broken, and the demon blood rushed out. The complexion of the four elders changed greatly, and he almost even tried to protect it. If it is slashed by the Empress, the trouble will be big. The Empress strikes again. The majestic sword glow contains the power to destroy the world, and even light cannot escape its swallowing range. Seeing this, the old man's demeanor changed slightly. He immediately revealed a half-magic body, covered with a scorpion shell, and the magic cave was splendid. With the sole of his foot, he traveled through the void, surpassing the speed of light. The next moment, Senior Silver Scorpion suddenly turned around and swept away. A scorpion tail ran across the sky, the demonic energy rolled, and the blood-colored sword light slammed into the front, actually blocking the queen's sword. Senior Silver Scorpion shouted steeply, "Empress, this thing involves a lot. You can't kill it." The Empress said indifferently, "Why can't you kill the things of the demon race? This thing has nothing to do with our demon race. Our demon race has to go our own way, not to explore their blood-filled history along the road of the demon race." Silver Scorpion. Revered old man, if you don't get out of the way, this emperor will cut you down. Brush. 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 The other three venerable elders stood in their way, and quickly spoke out to dissuade the Empress. We know very little about the demon race, this thing can help us understand the demon race better. We can't kill it. Empress, could it be that you can't do anything? This thing is a treasure of the demons. Maybe we can use this to coerce the demons. The four great elders discouraged the Empress, and the wreckage of the demon king will not force Lai. Its hideous blood-colored head wriggled violently, trying to create a stronger body. In the next moment, the pitch-black devil tail curled up, shattering the light, like a storm in the universe, crushing the four elders. It's a mess. The four elders blocked both the Empress and the wreckage of the Demon King. And the wreckage of the Demon King is fighting against the Empress and the elders, and the offensive is full of murderous intent, as if to vent the anger that has been accumulated for endless years. The Empress was limited by the overall situation of the demon race and did not show her true strength. Even she didn't realize that while she was dealing with the wreckage of the Demon King, she was also doing two things with one mind, distracted to search for and perceive Lin Chen's breath. Somewhere she felt that this young human race must have something to do with herself. He would actually engrave a unique magic mark on his body. Who is he? Do you really have a relationship with the human race? Impossible. The Empress's perception was released at once, and she found that Lin Chen had rushed to the blood continent, and she couldn't help but feel a little stunned. That human race went to the demon temple? What does he want to do? The high-level power of the entire demon race is now gathered in the blood continent. That is a lineup that matches the high-level forces of the 36 domains of the enemy clan. Enough to attack the human race, the combat power of the genocide level. Isn't he afraid of death when he goes to the holy land of human race alone? Brush. The Empress Cheniying turned slightly to the side, and actually escaped and left. The four elders were stunned. That arrogant Empress, who was ruthless and despised all living beings, escaped. At such a moment? Now, suppress this guy. Don't let this crazy woman be exposed before she recovers. Go all out to suppress it. Under the veil, the Empress looked at herself in surprise and astonishment. I just acted instinctively? I actually wanted to protect him? This incredible act made even the Empress herself feel more and more outrageous. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow and swept toward the blood continent frantically. He even flipped through a few classic books in his hand, such as 100 Ways to Use the God Killer, fancy pretending postures from a single Machine King, how to correctly urge women's clothing, and the dominance of the Dark Horse organization, speech and the like. The men who saw it were silent and the women were crying. The way to get out right now is really only this one. The moment Lin Chen closed the book, he unbuttoned his robe and was topless. Boom! A meteor-like ray of light fell on the blood continent, like a divine light. Descending, alarming the entire blood continent. What happened? One wave has not settled, another wave has risen. Zun Lao just went out, did he come back? No, it seems to be the breath of the human race. Many powerful demons and demon kings were in shock. The mighty army of the four elders and the strong men under the female emperor all looked in the direction of the demon temple. I saw that above the demon palace, a handsome and strong back, naked and facing all the demon race. His mighty power sinks into the sun and the moon, swallows the world with anger. His sword brows are flying high, his star eyes are full of sharp edges. And a cynical smile hangs on the corner of his mouth. With his back to all the demon race supreme powerhouses, he still has no fear. Countless powerhouses were horrified and dumbfounded. Turned out to be a human race? A lot of powerful demon kings suddenly have the will to fight. What a big dog. How dare the human race come here? Who gave him the courage? The true god of the human race would not dare to go here alone. The moment before the outbreak of the Great Encirclement and Suppression, Lin Chen mobilized Yuanshan and holy power, and suddenly drank it coldly. Listen to all the demons. The cold drink billows like a dragon's roar, overwhelming the mountains and the sea, destroying the dead, spreading all over the blood continent, and resounding under the stars. I saw that Lin Chen's left thumb was facing his tiger shoulder, and the shallow bite mark like a crescent moon was looming. Then, behind Lin Chen, a burst of purple light suddenly lit up, and the ancient talisman carved by the Empress herself was revealed. The entire demon race was shocked. Was it actually engraved by the Empress? What is the relationship between this sun and the Queen? I saw that Lin Chen pointed directly at the sky, the corners of his mouth were raised with madness, and he shouted loudly. I, the most handsome man in the human race, Lin Chen, hereby announce, your demon empress, my lord, I'm sleeping. Silence. Eerie silence. At this moment, in the continent of blood, there is no sound. Godslayer talent reminder, currently hostile to the host, demon race. Quantity range, all. After Lin Chen's 53rd holy acupoint at this stage, it is the holy acupoint that was temporarily broken through by the increase of the Godslayer's talent. Holy power. Sevenfold star realm, fully open 61 to 70 holy acupoints, which can double the total base of holy power. At the same time, it is a holy power of the 30 million level. 8th layer sacred mind, fully open 71 to 80 sacred acupoints, can double the total base of sacred power, and gain the powerful recovery ability of sacred heart. Just being temporarily promoted to the holy state of mind can explode the holy power equivalent to 60 million gods. The holy state of mind is complete, which is comparable to the late stage of the quasi-god. However, the current Lin Chen is in the open heaven realm. Saint 9th layer, open heaven realm. Open the 81st to 90th holy acupoints. According to your own potential and background, each opening can increase more than 400 holy powers, and the top is not capped. Even Lin Chen couldn't estimate how strong the last two heaven opening sacred case he temporarily opened with, God Slayer. Perhaps only in actual combat can an answer be drawn. The next moment, Lin Chen's whole body bloomed out of thin air, and 1,000 layers of magic moons bloomed out of thin air, and the moonlight filled the sky. Thousands of demon moons. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure and a charming charm held a magic wand and scolded coldly. Her cultivation level far exceeds that of most demons. The high priest has taken action. Follow the high priest and destroy this human race that pretends to be a ghost. The army of the four elders was boiling in an instant. The high priest of the demon race, surpassing the demon king, is a powerful existence second only to the four great elders and empresses. In the human race, only a very small number of people can fight. They have the same combat power as the human race's reincarnation holy realm, and each one can match hundreds of holy kings. Boom. 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 Led by the army of the Empress, a large number of demon kings took the lead in launching the first wave of offensive. Immediately afterwards, the four senior men followed closely behind. While Lin Chen was talking and laughing, with a flick of his finger, the holy force was activated, and a streamer of 9 colors flashed. Tear. The 1,000-wheeled devil moon sank, the magic light shattered the sky, the Enchanting and beautiful high priest squeaked in the throat, his figure was repelled, and his face was pale. A full-strength blow that ripped the demon high priest between the fingers. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Hum hum hum. The power of the primordial spirit trembled, swept away like a hurricane, and turned into a burning dragon of the primordial spirit. The burning dragon, who was burning with the flame of the primordial spirit, opened the dragon's mouth and moved towards all directions around the blood continent. Boom. 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 The sonic boom is rolling, and a terrifying energy storm is coming from the Hell Galaxy. Lin Chen stepped on his body, threw his fist to meet him, punched out to shake the galaxy, swinging his legs like a dragon, stepping on the sky and breaking the sky. Countless devil kings attacked and were repeatedly blown up by Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his fist to shatter the galaxy, swinging his legs to sweep the universe, pure power like a dragon descending into the world, and destroying all the way. With only the power of the primordial spirit, the pure power of the body of the holy body, and even the use of a few exercises, he will blow up the huge offensive that has gathered the entire high-level demon race. Lin Chen's pure power surpassed the range of 50 million gods, a true quasi-god training posture. This is still under the premise of not using the god of war suit. Yes, why is this kid so fierce? He was able to smash all the attacks of the high priests and us head-on? It's a master, not an opponent. Why don't you go quickly? Fuck it. He can suppress us, but it's not like this motherfucker's scattered sand. It's not like that. Priesty, try to cut him in the middle. Cut a ghost, this priest can't even see his ghost. The continent of blood and the nearby stars exploded, and countless armies of the demon race began to fly out, but they became a mess, and it was a complete mess. Zi-Qian-Chou and Xiao Linger, who were fortunate enough to witness this moment, were stunned. Although the upper echelons of the demon clan could not be unified, the Lord, by his own strength, actually involved the highest-end combat power of the entire demon clan. One-on-one against the demon race? This is too ridiculous. Just as the high priests of various races were preparing to bring out stronger weapons. Stop. When the indifferent and majestic voice of the Empress echoed in the minds of every demon race, many demon races stopped fighting. A snow-white wrist that was as delicate as sheep's fat appeared in the void. Like a ghost, and slender jade fingers grabbed Lin Chen's arm and stopped him. The figure of the Empress appeared, and Lin Chen's eyes flashed in a trance. For a moment. The large black robe, wearing a cloak, a veil, does not show the true face, as if it is eternal. The Empress said coldly, no matter what your origins are, this is not the place you should come. If you dare to take action again, no matter what secrets you have known about this emperor, you will be the soul of the next demon race. It's not the place where your human race is wild. Lin Chen laughed at himself. It's really indifferent, Lady Empress. The Empress's heart trembled inexplicably, hearing his self-deprecating, faintly tingling pain. Her fingers loosened slightly. Boom. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and was in the sky, got rid of her shackles at once, and swept in the direction of the Demon King's wreckage. He still has a lot to say to Luo Yaoer, and he can't wait to pull her over and tell her everything. But now she can't remember herself, everything is just nonsense. Lin Chen wants to destroy the wreckage of the Demon King first. You. The Empress was furious, and the Demon Kings of the Blood Continent took off. One after another, wanting to join the Empress in battle. The Empress said solemnly, all of you step back, there is no room for you to take action here. You will only affect this emperor's strength here, and what happens next will be handed over to this emperor and the four elders. The high priests and the demon king looked at each other and knelt down to take orders. Yes, subordinates, take orders. After the instructions, the empress flashed and chased after Lin Chen. Lin Chen is urging his movement techniques at full speed. His current cultivation is particularly terrifying, and his movement speed has risen, far exceeding the space magic used by Xiaolinger at this stage. The movement of the movement moves 1,000,000 miles in an instant, surpassing the speed of light in just an instant. The four elders of the demon race are in charge of the Hell Galaxy, and it is impossible for them not to know that the ancient dragon of the universe has fallen here. Lin Chen's Yuanshan consciousness was scrutinizing rapidly, and now the situation of the demon race is becoming more dominant, and the goal is directly aimed at the human race. Logically speaking, it is the right choice to immediately dominate and gather forces to attack the human race. This choice is beneficial to all demon races. There is no reason for the four elders to delay meeting with Luo Yaoer until now. It's unrealistic to attack the upper echelons of the demon race, and Yaoer is there to protect them. Lin Chen's palm was swirling with a faint 9-color starlight, the holy cave was turbulent, and the source holy energy was condensed. Lin Chen sneered, these four old people saw the wreckage of the demon king. It's like the abandoned son found the wild father on the roadside, they want to monopolize this thing, Brother Chen, I won't let it go, let's blast it. First. Say it again. Hum. 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 Lin Chen's palm was surrounded by a magnificent 9-color starlight, and it was slightly rotated like a roulette wheel to the palm. Almost in a blink of an eye, Lin Chen stepped on the cloudy sky and arrived at the chaotic battle circle of the four elders and the remains of the demon king. At this time, the wreckage of the demon king fell to the ground and was suppressed by the four great elders. The rotating roulette of 9-color starlight condenses in an instant. Lin Chen swung out with a single hand, and the stars of the 9 tribulations flashed out of his hand. Laugh. Laugh. A gorgeous 9-color star pierced the night sky, pointing directly at the wreckage of the demon king. The complexion of the four elders changed slightly. Human race? 9 robbery stars. Lin Chen slammed out with one hand, and the stars of 9 tribulations flew away. Laugh. Laugh. A gorgeous 9-color star pierced the night sky, pointing directly at the wreckage of the demon king. Things happened too fast, the four elders were still focused on the wreckage of the demon king, but they didn't realize Lin Chen's approach for the first time. Although Lin Chen's current cultivation is terrifying, in front of the wreckage of the demon king and the four elders, everything is still unknown. You must know that the 4 great honors are always equal to the level of the true gods of the human race. For a creature of this level, ordinary combat skills and exercises are useless. Unless Lin Chen also reaches the level of the gods, otherwise, the shot is left to the other party. If you don't make a move, it's already a killer. Using the 9 tribulation star with Lin Chen's current cultivation level, even the quasi-god peak has to be treated seriously. At this moment, a dark red blood chain is wrapped around the dark devil tail, binding it tightly. The blood-colored head formed by consciousness was imprisoned, twisting constantly, roaring in anger. Demonic blood flowed, and demonic energy was overwhelming. Every drop of demon blood seems to contain 10,000 demons, which can create a demon, or even a demon. when the Silver Scorpion Elder and the other 3 elders were barely holding onto the wreckage of the Demon King. His vast and stalwart demon body turned, hooked a silvery scorpion tail. Facing Lin Chen's 9 robbery stars, smiled evilly. The little trick of carving insects is also delusional. Before the words were finished, the 9 robbery stars that cut through the night sky trembled, and the shadows were split into 5 in an instant. What? The corner of Silver Scorpion Zun's mouth twitched, and it was divided into 5 parts. And this kind of magic? This old man can't help being an old man of the demon race. Poisonous miasma. Elder Silver Scorpion opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of poisonous tide that enveloped the heavens. 9 robbery stars slammed into the poison tide head-on. Boom. 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 The 9-color starlight that penetrates the sky and the earth blooms, illuminating the entire Hell galaxy. 5 magnificent and majestic 9-color beams of light are in full bloom. Like 5 star guns running through the dimension, slowly rotating, and silently swallowing all energy. When the energy fluctuation of the annihilation came out, it was only a little aftermath, shaking a large number of stars in the center of the Hell galaxy, and quietly turned into powder. Lin Chen was blown away by the aftermath of the impact, and the void took several steps in a row, stabilizing his body, and said in surprise, "What a powerful power! God killer, always drop God." The next moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed a crazy and sharp light. A series of attribute light balls flashed under the starry sky in an instant. The appearance of the attribute light ball means that someone is injured. Take advantage of it now. Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet, and Ambilight activated, and his body flashed and swept away from the sky. The Empress who had just chased her face changed slightly. "Human, stop your actions immediately. Otherwise, don't blame the Emperor for being rude." The Queen scolded Lin Chen coldly, shaking the starry sky. Lin Chen turned his head, and said incredulously, "You actually yell at me? Empress? Why is this person so shameless and shameless?" In the face of the 4 elders, if she disagreed with each other, she directly drew the sword. A person is warned many times, and he is already alone. Lin Chen casually threw a word at her, "Believe it or not, I'm helping you. Now." Boom. Lin Chen formed a seal, and the 132 6-pointed stars all over his body flickered violently, shining like stars and shining like red sun. His holy power began to condense frantically. The Empress Chio's pupils shrank. What did he want to do? All his holy power started to riot. After a few flashes, Lin Chen swept to the top of the Demon King's wreckage. 5 lantern-like 9-color star clusters were swirling around Lin Chen's palm. His face was pale, but he was extremely excited. The beam of light of the 9 tribulation star was torn apart with a sound, and was torn apart by the hands of the 4 great elders. In the splendid starlight that was shattered all over the sky, the scolding and angry shouts of the 4 elders echoed. "A mere human kid who hasn't become a god, get out. My demon race, it's not a scum like you who can break in and disrupt the situation. Before destroying the holy world of the human race, let's take a knife on you, young man." Among the 4 elders, only the elder Silver Scorpion suffered a slight injury. He, who was about to suppress the wreckage of the Demon King, was distracted and resisted Lin Chen's main offensive, and he was injured for the first time in countless epochs. Silver Scorpion Zun grinned, and said cruelly and viciously, "Grab that kid. I'll take him." Lin Chen's laughter came, "What about me? For old ghosts, if you can protect it once, can you protect it a second time?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's eyes locked on the enchanting old man. With a human face and a snake body. Enough, this emperor will not let you do whatever you want. With a sigh, when the space was distorted, the slender jade hand was soft and boneless, and the fingertips were surrounded by purple-black magic light, and gently grabbed Lin Chen. At that moment, the space near Lin Chen seemed to freeze. Even better than Lin Chen's cultivation level now, he can't move. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, and whistled frivolously. Lin Chen, will always like Luo Yaoer. Behind Lin Chen, the Empress's shoulders trembled slightly, but the movement didn't stop. The host has selected a target, consumed 50 million top-level talent points, and activated the talent for shapeshifting. Brush. Lin Chen's figure trembled, the space twirled, and the orange space light flashed away. The Empress saw with her own eyes that the young man in front of her immediately became one of the 4 respected elders. Where did he go? Surprised again by Lin Chen's methods, when the Empress and the Elder Dragon and Snake looked around, they found that he was actually in the position of the Elder Dragon and Snake. The 3 senior elders were horrified by Lin Chen's position swap. Between the light and flint, Lin Chen snapped his fingers and detonated the Annihilation Star cluster in his hand. Annihilation Starburst. The Hell Galaxy flashed the ultimate light like the burst of star veins in an instant. Next moment. Boom. 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 Most of the Hell Galaxy, trembling violently. An unprecedented energy storm has swept through the heart of the Hell Galaxy. Countless stars were affected and turned into dust. The 4 elders were repelled. Elder Silver Scorpion was the most serious. The second time he was attacked, his injuries were even more severe, which triggered Lin Chen's destruction. Crack and destruction explosion, talents in a chain-like manner, causing the blood to rage. This is the first time for Lin Chen to use Annihilation Starburst with his body, still in the form of a Godslayer. However, the price to be replaced is that Lin Chen's holy acupuncture point is gone. The main body is not a phantom clone. The phantom clone only needs rune energy to restore holy power, but the main body cannot. To restore the holy power of his current 132 holy caves, using conventional methods, it would take 500 years. Therefore, this starburst will cause Lin Chen to be unable to use holy power to fight next time. It's so uncomfortable. This is the feeling of being hollowed out. I just don't want to experience it a second time. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, but it doesn't matter. My trump card is more than this one. Brush. A ray of divine radiance illuminates the sky and the earth, and the golden light of the god of war reflects the universe. The whole body of Lin Chen was shrouded in the radiance of the gods. The radiance of the gods danced like a dragon, the clouds steamed, and the power was soaring all the way. God of War set, open. This time, Lin Chen launched the God of War suit with the pure power base of 50 million body refining, which will make the God of War 5-piece suit reach an unprecedented height. Oops, we won't be able to keep this magic tail. Protect yourself first. The 3 respected elders who are far from the center of the annihilation starburst must not withdraw the surging demonic energy, incorporated into the demon body, and fully resist Lin Chen's starburst frenzy. When the dark red blood chain was broken, the wreckage of the Demon King was freed. However, it was also completely hit by Lin Chen's annihilation starburst. The terrifying energy achievement ripped apart all its broken scales. Oops, his holy power is completely exhausted. The stunning beauty under the veil appeared a little panic. The queen felt that Lin Chen's move was his full strength, draining all the holy power of the 132 holy acupoints. Losing all holy power, she knows very well what this means to the saints. However, the Empress hadn't had time to look for Lin Chen's figure. Boom! The airflow collapsed, the hurricane set off, the galaxy disintegrated, the golden light overflowed, and the infinite divine radiance shone on the starry sky. When the Empress stared at her, she was stunned in place for a while. The vast and huge devil tail erupted with a series of disintegration explosions. Endless golden light radiated out, bursting out wisps of dazzling divine brilliance. The tall figure in golden armor slammed down like a torrential rain with his fists. Unparalleled fist strength, invincible fighting power, all the way to the wreckage of the Demon King hit the 9 layers of the sky. Boom! 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 Every punch of Lin Chen burst out the divine power that disrupted the galaxy, smashing the wreckage of the Demon King to pieces, and his flesh was torn apart. The aftermath of the collision of fist strength is like a storm that terrifies the world. When the aftershocks of the fist slammed outwards, wherever they passed along the way, the stars melted and the star cores shattered. From a distance, it looks like a dazzling fireworks blooming in the sea of stars. The fist opens the 3,000 worlds of the universe, and the god of war fights the mighty world. This offensive, first glimpse of the god of war, one of the billions of divine might. When the 4 elders witnessed this moment, they were dumbfounded. The huge wreckage of the Demon King was torn apart. The host obtained 950,000 high-level holy level blood, 230,000 high-level holy level essence, 42.2 million top-level heavenly points, 22 million holy level rune energy. The wreckage of the Demon King, crazily dropping massive attribute light balls. The high attribute value is a level that Lin Chen has never seen before. Even the Qi and blood attribute values dropped directly become high-level saint level. The high attribute value dropped, which stimulated Lin Chen's punching speed to increase by 1 point. After the previous war, the current 5-piece set of God of War, the 5-piece charge has exceeded 99%. The recharge of each piece of the God of War suit, since 90%, every 1% increase is particularly difficult. In addition, Lin Chen is dressed on the basis of a god killer, and his pure power is enough to shake the true god. The real magic power. Lin Chen laughed heartily, happy. This is the pure power that can be equal to the true god, so very happy. This is the first time that Lin Chen has the power to match the true god. This is not just as simple as the increase of the God of War set, the most important thing is the terrifying increase brought by the advanced orange level, Godslayer, talent. After all, this is the power exchanged for the enemy of all the upper echelons of the demon race, superimposed on the God of War suit, breaking through the last obstacle. Otherwise, using the God of War suit with Lin Chen's normal body refining power would not be able to achieve this level of pure power. Boom. 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 Lin Chen swung his fists wildly, and each punch penetrated the defense of the Demon King's wreckage. The previous 4 great elders took into account its value, and even if they injured it, they were only imprisoned. Lin Chen wouldn't be polite to it, he just beat him with murderous intent. Lin Chen punched through the giant tail again, and his flesh and blood split. Grumble. The wreckage of the Demon King broke out with a sharp scream, and the demon race of the Blood Continent felt an inexplicable throbbing. Break me. Lin Chen pulled his hands horizontally, and his divine power exploded. Sigh. Tear. The wreckage of the Demon King burst into cracks all over his body, and the giant python-like cracks filled the entire demon tail in an instant. The attribute light ball that filled the sky was released by Lin Chen's dragon king, and he took it all in one sweep. An attribute treasure chest with a flowing green and yellow divine light fell into the void, and Lin Chen grabbed it with one hand. The host obtains the treasure chest of the Godhead attribute, open it and obtain Energy Godhead and Immortal Godhead Fragment, 2 of 3, which can instantly heal the injury, and Nirvana will not die. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, as expected of the wreckage of the Demon King, such a top-quality treasure dropped before he was completely dead. The second undead Godhead shard is in hand. Stop. Don't let the sun continue to act recklessly. The real body of the devil. When the 4 elders saw this, they were completely furious. Boom. The monstrous coercion is like the brilliance of the devil, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. 2 of the 4 elders actually showed their bodies. The true body of the devil is a realm that only the 4 elders can display. Once used, it means to use real combat power. Even the demon emperor doesn't dare to despise the true form of the 4 elders of the demon race. The real body of millions of meters is like a star, and the real body of the silver scorpion is like a sinister and ferocious silver scorpion. The real body of dragon snake Zun Lao is a 2-headed dragon and snake, one is a dragon and the other is a snake. Phantom clone. The phantom lights came one after another. Lin Chen dared to fight, but was rational and clear. The moment the 4 great elders aimed at him, they immediately activated the phantom clone and plundered the attribute light ball dropped by the 4 great elders for themselves. Dragon Snake Storm. The old dragon and snake opened his bloody mouth, and the wind was like a tide. A storm that breathed into a million zhang came, and the dragons and snakes danced wildly, with monstrous aura. The terrifying coercion was rolling in. This was the first time Lin Chen felt the battle force equal to the true god of the human race pressing towards him. The old thing of the demon race, I want to try to see how strong you are. Lin Chen's eyes shone with golden light, his shoulders trembled, and a layer of divine radiance enveloped his body. The golden body of the god of war. Lin Chen urged the characteristics of the god of war, and instead of pursuing the wreckage of the demon god king, he turned around and punched the elder dragon snake. Sigh. Boom. The fist wind runs through the galaxy, and the front and the old dragon and snake are evenly divided. The old silver scorpion crawled, moved with great speed, and stepped on the sharp-edged silver clouds toward Lin Chen. When Lin Chen was about to make a move with Elder Silver Scorpion, Lord, be careful! Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger suddenly exclaimed. Brush! The space is distorted, and a knife light flashes. The blood-colored sword light opened up the sky, flashed like a ghost, jumped into the void, slashed from behind Lin Chen, and hit Lin Chen straight. Clang! 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 The sword light strangled, and Lin Chen's whole body erupted with an explosion. Like the collision of gold and iron. Pfft! When Lin Chen vomited blood, the radiance of the golden body of the god of war all over his body dimmed, his divine brilliance faded, and his whole body fell into the sky like a shooting star. One moved to force Lin Chen back. It was the demon empress who did it herself. Previously, she had been observing. When Lin Chen was blown away by a knife, Silver Scorpion Zun chased after him. And the demon empress stopped in front of him and said coldly, "Leave this person to me, and you are responsible for solving that monster." After he finished speaking, he swept away without waiting for Elder Silver Scorpion to agree and chased after Lin Chen. Silver Scorpion, ignore that kid for now, this damn bottom line is about to split and run away. The dragon and Snake Zune shouted coldly. The four elders did not chase Lin Chen with the Empress. Their eyes met, but instead they chased after the wreckage of the Demon King, who was seriously injured and fled. The other side. Lin Chen was blown away by the Empress. If it weren't for the golden body of the god of war to protect his body, the knife would have killed him. The Dragon King in Lin Chen's body frantically motivated the bloodline magical power of immortal creation, and the blood in his body was surging with pure yin and yang dragon qi, which healed Lin Chen's wounds. After finally stopping, Lin Chen, who was floating in the void, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, panting and breathing quickly. Lin Chen couldn't help cursing and said, "Damn it. Is this woman really crazy? It's okay if she doesn't understand, it's true. This knife almost took my life. That knife, but endangers the level of the true god." It stirred up Lin Chen's meridians and qi and blood for a while. Almost died. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the black robe and cloak appeared in front of Lin Chen like a ghost. Lin Chen gritted his teeth in anger. "Oh? Her Lady Empress didn't kill me with a single strike. Do you want a second strike to make up for it?" The Empress was neither salty nor indifferent. "Your special artifact has a very good defensive power. This Emperor will not let you die if you take good care of it." Lin Chen laughed angrily and said, "So, I have to thank you?" Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger in the Qi Lut capsule couldn't help but hold their breath. Although the Lord has left the previous battle circle, he is facing the most powerful opponent, Devil Queen. Although the relationship between the Lord and the Empress is ambiguous, the previous knife was not at the level of mercy. "Don't talk about winning, can you leave alive today, or two?" Facing Lin Chen's questioning, the female emperor said indifferently. "It's up to you. If it wasn't for me, you would have died in the previous battle. If you don't act like a little bit, you won't be able to hide from the four elders." Yingyi Inkyu's eyes under the veil looked at Lin Chen with a slightly complicated look, and the Empress said again, "You can escape while the four elders are still free." Lin Chen was in shock. "Acting? You won't kill me? Yower, do you remember?" Lin Chen was ecstatic, and when he wanted to rush over to a beautiful woman in his arms, a ray of blood jumped, and the magic knife pointed directly at Lin Chen. The Empress said indifferently, "This Emperor doesn't know you. No matter what. Your relationship was with me in the past, now I am the Demon Empress, and everything is not as important as the revival of the demon race." Lin Chen clenched his fists and said seriously, "Yower, give me some time, I will make you remember." The Empress sighed, "I remember, so what?" Lin Chen was stunned. The Empress laughed at herself, "Even if I really remember it, so what? Even if I really love you, so what? The demons have been bullied for countless years, and the expectations of thousands of years are only on me." Her jewel-like eyes flashed a bit of cold light. "I will never allow it. There is any possibility of interfering with the revenge of the demon race. I only give you one chance. If you don't escape, you will die." Awe-inspiring murderous intent enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He could feel that Luo Yaoer had already moved to kill. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent and did not express his position, the Empress twirled her slender hand, and the blade of the magic knife was full of demonic blood, nibbling away all the energy of everything in the world. Lin Chen's whole body was involuntarily attracted by the magic knife. The tip of the knife pointed directly at Lin Chen, and the corners of his mouth twitched in shock. Clang! Lin Chen folded his hands in the air, and was forced to pick up the magic knife with his bare hands. Even as strong as the golden body of the god of war, he couldn't resist it completely. When the corners of his mouth continued to bleed, Lin Chen was hit hard. If it goes on like this, the undead creation can't stand it anymore. System. Activate the undead godhead fragment. As Lin Chen thought about it, the shards of divine sparks that circulated in the system's green and yellow divine light suddenly shone brightly. Consumes 100 million top-level, Heavenly Dao points, activates the undead godhead fragment, has healed the host's injuries, and the healing is complete. Lin Chen's injury almost recovered in a blink of an eye, and finally he couldn't help but scolded, "Damn. Come on." The Empress scolded coldly, "Then let's go." Lin Chen gritted his teeth and fell into a stalemate. Luo Yaoer didn't remember herself. Moreover, even if she really wakes up the memory of the past, she may not stop the progress of the demon race for herself. Wait a minute, what is that? Lin Chen stared at the eyes under the veil. Luo Yaoer's eyes were one blue and one purple, and the beautiful side face was looming with a bit of struggling pain. Lin Chen was shocked. Her primordial spirit will be mixed with other things. With the blessing of Lin Chen's God Killer talent, the temporary breakthrough to the realm of primordial spirit is no trivial matter. In the case of the Empress being in close contact and unprepared, Lin Chen sensed a variety of completely different Yuanshan wills from her. Through the pupils under the veil, Lin Chen felt a cold, angry, killing hostility. This hostility, like raging waves, like mountains and seas, is vast and endless, not accumulated in a day, as if it has been silent for thousands of years, and it is about to erupt from the present. There is no way to restrain it. 2 kinds? No, 3 or more. There are many kinds of primordial wills in her body. Could it be the devil's ghost? Speaking of which, Yaoer said frankly, when she left last time, and it was only when she met me. It is the purest self, and after leaving, the self returned to the demon race to accept the inheritance. What kind of inheritance is this? Lin Chen was shocked. A variety of primordial spirit will coexist as one? Taken? Not right either. If there are many kinds of primordial spirits coexisting in one, then she should not let herself go after losing her memory. The situation seems to be far more difficult than Lin Chen expected. Don't make me. The Empress muttered to herself, her jade hand swayed, and she suddenly hit with a palm. He hit Lin Chen on the chest and blasted him away from the shackles of the magic knife. Lin Chen's figure retreated from the void, gritted his teeth fiercely, and the golden light of the god of war soared again. Come on. The Empress scolded Lin Chen coldly, and the Shuiyu under the veil showed a poignant smile that was almost desperate. What's the point of fighting against me here? Boom. At this time, the end of the battle came from a distance. There is not much time left for the two of them. Lin Chen realized that now there is no possibility of taking Luo Yaoer away or changing her determination. Once the 4 elders gather together, unless Luo Yaoer is on his side. Otherwise, it is one thing whether he can win the fight with his own strength. But once the time limit of the God Killer talent disappears, Lin Chen has no chance of winning. Lin Chen is very clear that now he can temporarily match the enemies of the God's level, all relying on the foundation supported by the Godslayer's talent to superimpose the combat power of the God of War suit. Lin Chen suddenly said, "You demons, the next goal is the Holy Land of the Human race. He grinned, since you can't remember, then next time, we can only meet on the battlefield. The Empress' face softened a little, and she pretended to be indifferent. I will not be merciful at that time. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, maybe, the one who will show mercy will be me. The Empress was silent and sighed. Lin Chen took a deep look at her. It was you who saved me before, but next time, it will be my turn to save you. Now you are still the Empress of the demon race, and I still prefer my Yower. Lady Empress, let's see you on the battlefield. Lin Chen stepped back, stepped on a radiance, turned into golden light and traveled through the void, disappearing. The Empress stared in the direction he was leaving, without speaking, standing quietly in place. After a long time, the arrogant and icy aura reappeared, and the appearance of the little daughter who had previously displayed the attitude of the little girl no longer reappeared. I hope we don't meet again. In the high-speed moving formation space, Lin Chen's God-Killer state was released, the God of War gauntlet was retracted, and he sat cross-legged on Xiao Linger's space holy artifact, Silver Snow Treasure Gourd. Lin Chen urged his clone to refine the massive attribute values he had previously obtained. His dry holy cave quickly filled up, and in a very short period of time, it recovered to its heyday, and he rushed towards the 53rd holy cave unstoppable. Lin Chen was amazed, as expected of the strongest of the demon clan, the 4 great elders. There are also the remains of the demon king. Just the attribute light ball that fell can easily make up for the consumption of my annihilation and starburst, and also I don't know how many times it overflowed. Lin Chen felt that the opportunity to break through the realm was approaching. As long as he absorbs the attribute value of this drop, he will continue to explode. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh again. The high-level God-Killer talent of the orange level is really against the sky. The talent not only raised a grade, but also made up for the previous shortcomings. During the use of the previous God-Killer talent, Lin Chen would not obtain any growth-type attribute light balls. Now the shortcomings disappear, which means that every time Lin Chen uses God-Killer to fight in multiple realms, defeating or wounding a strong enemy, he will drop the same growth-type attribute light ball. How could it be an ordinary person who could let Lin Chen use the God-Killer's opponent? This time the Godslayer's talent has been improved, and it will be a snowball that will get bigger and bigger. Zi Qianqiu said worriedly, my lord, the demons gather their strength, to attack the human race, and the holy world will surely face an unprecedented catastrophe. Xiao Linger's eyes wandered and she looked at Lin Chen. My lord, do we want to avoid the edge this time? The scale of this war is too big, shall we leave the Shinhe galaxy? Infiltrating the Hell galaxy this time, the two witnessed the plan of the demon race with their own eyes, and felt an unprecedented sense of oppression for the entire combat power of the demon race. That's right, even if their protagonist has the appearance of defying the sky. This kind of genocide-level battle is definitely not a level that can turn the tide with individual power. At least, now is not the time. Even the gods of the human race may not be able to control the direction of this war. The genocide war will affect the whole body. The existing demons and dragons will never stand by and watch. It is even possible to join forces to deal with the human race. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger knew very well that their protagonist was still very young, but he possessed an ultimate move that could rival the power of a true god. This kind of background is unprecedented. It should even be said that Lin Chen may be the only possibility for the holy world to come back. At the very least, if Lin Chen is willing to go to the Holy King realm before leaving the mountain, then the Shinhe galaxy may be invincible again. Lin Chen said in astonishment, "What are you running?" "Don't care what kind of demons and demons he is, come 1 for 1, 2 for 1 pair. Shall linger. Zi Qianqiu, just get used to it." After several days, Xiao Linger and Zi Qianqiu took Lin Chen across most of the galaxy, and finally returned to the Shinhe galaxy. Lin Chen spent several days absorbing attribute values, and was about to find a place to retreat. Gotcha! Suddenly, a Na ring in Lin Chen's arm suddenly shattered. Lin Chen was surprised. "Oh? Is this the summons ring that Xiao Qianqian gave me?" The summoning of the broken ring means that this girl, Bai Qianqian, is in danger. Bai Qianqian is just a lucky beast, and doesn't have much combat power. Before the last battle of Genesis, she had received a communication from the family, left Lin Chen's side, and returned to the family's unique space plane. Lin Chen threw the broken Na ring to Xiao Linger, and immediately said, "Linger, go to the space plane marked by the Na ring immediately." Xiao Linger took a look and saw a faint silver glow in her palm. After a while, she nodded and said, "Okay, it seems that it is not very far from the Holy Realm, and it will be there in 2 hours. Lin Chen knew that although Bai Qianqian was quirky, cunning, and cute, she could distinguish the importance of things. This girl will inform herself in this way that something big must happen. In the extreme north of the Shinhe galaxy, in a star vortex, the star sand is gorgeous, and the faint red sun shrouds like a star ring, covering up a lot of chi. A huge star shone with golden color suspended, golden branches, and jade leaves. Adorned with snow dew, the holy light of the flower sea surged, the Ling Hai Yinchuan, the clouds steamed and the clouds, and the luck condensed like a huge funnel. In this astral land, almost even a sliver of lust shines with the luster of gold, like holy soil, bred with endless vitality. That incessant spiritual spring, if mortals take it, it will prolong life. Consolidate one's roots and cultivate one's vitality, and become an emperor. And become a saint. The entire planet is almost full of treasures. This kind of handwriting is unique in the world. This place is the only plane of rune beast. Its aura is covered up, its aura disappears, and almost very few strong people can find it. For a mathematician as strong as Jiang Taishu, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to deduce such a magnificent Fuyuan cave. Rune beast is one of the most special species between the orcs and the dragons. They can affect and mobilize chi fortune, and are the rarest living beings between heaven and earth. Except for auspicious beasts, no creature can breed a star into such a miraculous existence. Just encountering one auspicious beast is enough to create countless creatures, but there are tens of thousands of auspicious beasts in this plane. At this time, tens of thousands of auspicious beasts that turned into humanoids gathered in the Kangming mountain, all with solemn expressions. The headed old man leaned on a cane and sighed softly with a dragon beard on his face. The barrier is about to be broken. Unexpectedly, we will usher in this day. The enemy who came this time is no trivial matter. Even the space channel of their auspicious beast plane was cut off. This is not the handwriting of ordinary powerhouses. No way. A crisp, tender, and sweet voice sounded, and among the auspicious beasts, a petite and exquisite girl in a white skirt stood out. The girl's sapphire-like eyes were full of spiritual energy, her red lips were lightly opened, and her white teeth were biting lightly. Qianqian has informed the master, he will definitely come to rescue Qianqian. The girl is by Qianqian. Her words caused 1,000 waves. Expecting the Terran to save us? By Chanshan, you were knocked on the head. By the Terran, right? You actually exposed our plane coordinates to the race? That is, have you forgotten the greed and inferiority of the human race? The human race will come to save us? It's almost as if he came to enslave us. We would rather die in battle than fall into the hands of the human race. The auspicious beasts reacted violently, and Bai Chanshan suddenly became the target of public criticism. Bai Chanshan's pretty face was pale, and she wanted to step back. When she recalled Lin Chen's appearance in her mind, she felt a fearless courage in her heart, pouted her lips, and shouted with courage. Master Lin Chen would not do such a thing. The voice just fell. Boom. Boom. The black hurricane devastated and withered, and the shadows that covered the sky tore the solid plain entrance. All the auspicious beasts immediately waited, breathing a storm-like breath. Even if you try your best, you have to fight a bloody way. However, when the shadows of the sky descended on the plain, all the auspicious beasts realized just who their opponents were. A pair of scorpions opened their eyes from the darkness of nothingness, covering the entire plain, and bursts of hoarse voice transmission came out. If all the auspicious beasts gathered here, if they surrender, this seat can save your lives. It turned out to be, the Shadow Clan attacked. The shadows covering the sky are all over the plain of the auspicious beasts. As if even light cannot escape the space. Auspicious beasts, surrender, there is still a chance of survival. Your abilities will play an important role in the revival of my shadow tribe. The dark and grand sound transmission is like a rolling thunder, and the space around the auspicious beast plain is shaken. Rue beasts are desperate. No wonder they get discovered. Actually, the Shadow Clan, the innate and unique talents of the shadow race, can freely travel through the void, and they are the most flexible creatures in the three-dimensional universe. No wonder our plane is exposed. The shadow race is the only existence that can ignore our enchantment and travel through the void. The Shadow Clan, who came today, are all strong. At least thousands. With such a large range of Shadow Clan powerhouses, they didn't even have a chance to escape. In this world, there are few creatures of the same level that can compete with the Shadow Clan in speed. The long-bearded old man frowned, and when he stared at the top of the sky, the old face shrugged and sighed with a low eyebrow. This day has finally come. I waited for a family, and finally settled down. For a period of time, do I want to become a slave of another race? The next moment, the eyes of the old man with long beards burned with rage. Everyone, although our ancestors came from different galaxies, they settled down here. This place has long been our homeland. We auspicious beasts have long been fed up with the history of letting them be slaughtered and being slaves. Today we only die standing, not kneeling. A living auspicious beast. The old man's roar awakened the fighting spirit of countless clansmen. Old Ji Fujing, aiming for 1,000 miles. Brush. A shadow took shape, and the ink-like dark wave twisted into a human form, turning into a cold black-robed man, smiling evilly. It's stubborn, I don't know what to do, come on. Catch thee alive. Boom. A bunch of shadows descended into the void, like countless black ink pouring down from the sky, twisted into a void monster, and quickly swept towards the auspicious beasts. The auspicious beasts have transformed into shapes one after another, some of them are mysterious turtles, exhaling vigorously, and the turtle shells are like Qingshan Gaoyue. Some are like unicorns, with wild postures, ferocious and majestic scales and horns. Some are Pishio, with dragon horns on the top, wings, ridges, and long tails. And the body shape of 100,000 zhang goes straight to the sky. The shape of the auspicious beasts is different, even if the combat power is not the same as the dragons or beasts. They can obtain a large amount of resources for a long time, and the realm is not low. Tens of thousands of auspicious beasts stood up and resisted desperately. For a time, the Shadow Clan failed to suppress it, but the endless shadows kept slaughtering down, and it was impossible to see the exact number. The headed black-robed shadow laughed evilly. No one who dares to disobey the new king of shadow will have a good end. It turned its gaze and landed on the last group of old, weak, sick, and auspicious beasts, and finally locked on a beautiful figure in a white and soft white dress. The black-robed man grinned evilly. Come on, let Uncle check your body for you. I haven't tasted the taste of a female auspicious beast. It's time to expand my experience. A bunch of black shadows flashed, and all the auspicious beasts of the older generation were shocked. Oops, the leading innate shadow is coming towards them. The long-bearded old man took a step forward with a stern face. You didn't take me as a veteran in your eyes. Congenital shadow laughed loudly. Old thing, it's up to you? Climb for the Lord. The innate shadow sticks out a claw like lightning, and the black claw that covers the sky tore apart the space, cut off all connections with the outside world, and enveloped a group of old and weak auspicious beasts. Bai Qianqian's tears flickered, her red lips opened slightly, her face flushed, and she shouted with all her strength. Master, if you don't come again, I won't turn your little tree into a big tree in the future. Boom. Time and space shake. The dark claw that ripped apart the void was actually stopped by the sky. A golden light fist fell from the sky, slamming through the shadow claw. You auspicious beasts can't help but stare blankly. That innate shadow, the cultivation base, is equivalent to the peak of the holy king, surpassing the existence of the holy king of the human race, the god of the devil, and even the dragon king of the dragon race. His blow was so easily deciphered? The black-robed man who was stopped by the void lost his voice in horror. How? Holy! Dare to hinder the Shadow Clan from doing things, believe it or not, I will let you clean up tomorrow, and steal your family into bankruptcy. The darkness melted away, and the sky shone with a golden glow that bathed in the auspicious beast plain. In front of Bai Qianqian, dressed in a silver robe, the young man straightened his handsome back, giving all the auspicious beasts an inexplicable courage. It seems that there is only one person who can open up the world. Lin Chen turned around, stood in front of her, and said with a joking smile. Xiao Qianqian, there is progress. I have just arrived, yet you dare to threaten me. If you don't fight for 3 days, go to the house and uncover the tiles. Bai Qianqian jumped forward and slammed into Lin Chen's arms, making Lin Chen's heart rippling. This little girl's growth speed caught up with Shen Ling Shuang. Bai Qianqian cried until the pear blossoms brought rain. Smelly master, if you don't come again, Qianqian will be eaten by this bad guy. Lin Chen laughed. Then you are not afraid of being eaten by me? Bai Qianqian burst into laughter, made a mischievous face, and smiled slyly. You don't dare. Sister Crimson said that you have a color gun, but no courage. A little bit. Lin Chen pretended to be furious. What? You actually doubt my courage? Let's see how I deal with you later. The girl's face was like peach blossoms, and her cheeks were pink. I don't believe it. He, I'm your #1 hero, you can't bear it. Besides, you don't dare to ask for it when someone brings it to your door. When Bai Qianqian's mother saw the relationship between the two, she was surprised and said tentatively, You are Your Excellency Lin Chen mentioned by Xiaoqian? Lin Chen smiled and said, Auntie sees outside, Xiaoqian and I are familiar with each other, just call me Lin Chen. The long-bearded old man snorted coldly with a prejudice, humans don't have a good thing, humans Lin Chen, don't you also think about the ability of our auspicious beasts when you save us? Do you also want to arrest us and go back to be slaves? Lin Chen's cloud was light and windy, his eyes were as deep as a galaxy, and he waved his hand while chatting and laughing. Senior, I don't care about your prejudice. I'm here this time just for this girl, Chan. As for you, I'm just saving you by the way. Whether you want to run away or commit suicide later, I'm not interested in learning about it. You just need to stay away, otherwise it will explode later, and the consequences will be at your own risk. Lin Chen's attitude and temperament slightly surprised the old man with long beard, and his impression changed greatly. He is also an old monster who has lived for a long time. He observes Lin Chen's words and looks, his strength and temperament are definitely not treacherous and false. The auspicious beasts obeyed the order and immediately retreated. Lin Chen stood on the top of the mountain, and after losing his hands, it was completely a sign that a master was invincible. His eyes stared at the innate shadow in the void like sharp swords, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The black-robed man was surprised and frowned. Lin Chen? Could it be the human race that the new king of shadows knows? He laughed in anger. Human Lin Chen, do you also want to fight with this seat? This seat is acting this time, but under the order of my new king, all the auspicious beasts must be brought back. Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulder, and threw out a sentence. Can't the Shadow Clan urinate, take care of yourself? Fight me, you deserve it. Lin Chen's whole body suddenly burst into a killing intent. Don't talk about you, even your new Shadow King is here, and you are a younger brother in front of me. The black-robed man was furious. What a big breath. This human race is crazy. Dare to humiliate their new Shadow King, this guy, take him down first. Brush. The three groups of shadows twisted and turned into human figures, and they turned out to be three congenital shadows that were not inferior to the men in black robes. One of them even had a very mysterious sense of oppression. By Qianqian's mother's worried voice transmission reminded Lin Chen little. Friend Lin Chen, be careful, the innate shadow in the middle has half-footed into the throne of the innate shadow monarch. The innate shadow monarch is equivalent to the level of the Holy Land of human reincarnation and the high priest of the demon race. 3 Holy Kings peak, 1 half-step shadow monarch. This lineup, combined with the strange and unpredictable talents of the shadow clan, is more than enough to sack several 9th-grade sects of the human race. The black-robed man looked at the half-buried monarch headed by him, and said, in surprise, Sir, why did you even end up in person? The half-step monarch who turned into a teenager, sneered, Idiot, look around. Only then did the black-robed man notice that the entire auspicious beast plane, in addition to their shadow army, was also covered with a layer of azure blue dragon breath prison, and the surface was even covered with a layer of silver-white space light. The blue waves are like waves, and the water dragons dance wildly. The surging rivers roll up the sky curtain, and the water leads to a prison and swallows the 9 seas. Extreme prison. The unique talent of the Shadow family to travel through space is hard to guard against. When Lin Chen arrived in the vicinity of the Rue Beast Plain, he set up a prison in the first place to prevent the Shadow army from escaping. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. He actually blocked our retreat? Pa. Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The divine brilliance appeared out of thin air, and the golden divine brilliance of the red glow shrouded the surroundings, protecting every auspicious beast. Lin Chen said indifferently, I have never taught this kid Lin Chen to invade other clans. If he does, I will teach him a lesson. But before that, I, Lin Chen, will give you all the Shadow Clan who are here today. Last class. The half-bull monarch who looked like a sick boy sneered, Human Lin Chen. Don't talk about this idiot. Today, my shadow army is all elites. There are 10 people who can match your human Saint King alone. Want to beat us? Lin Chen TSK amazed, winning you? Stop putting gold on your faces. I can withstand my vision of breaking through the realm, and I will let you go. Immediately. Boom. The holy light that shines on the world blooms from Lin Chen's body, and rises slowly. The entire plane began to tremble, ushering in a wave of holy power that shattered thousands of stars, suppressing the ages. All the shadow tribes were shocked. They sensed an unprecedented wave of holy energy from Lin Chen's body. Human races of all dynasties do not have this level of holy power at all. Mountains and rivers fall, and the crest changes. The stars are crumbling, and the solid plane begins to dim. The 9-color holy light vortex appeared like a roulette wheel. A group of congenital shadows are afraid. There seems to be a world-destroying energy brewing in the dark. Not good. All speed gathering, protection. The half-step monarch who looked like a teenager trembled and lost his voice. Almost unable to maintain his shape-shifting posture, and a huge amount of shadow surged all over his body for protection. Next moment. The holy power fluctuations centered on Lin Chen are rising steadily, and the Shanghai prison cannot match 1/10,000th of it. It's like billions of volcanoes erupting. Like billions of dragons born out of the sky. Lin Chen's whole body reflects the inextinguishable holy power, all accumulated, all rushed to the 53rd and 54th holy acupoints. Lian, open it for me. Lin Chen shouted angrily. Boom. 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 A dazzling hexagonal star shone around Lin Chen's body, illuminating the entire plane. The holy energy fluctuates like a storm in the universe, erupting in an instant, sweeping away the sun, moon, and stars. Boom. 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 9-color holy light roulette, a series of crazy explosions. Lin Chen's 53rd and 54th holy acupoints were flushed out at the same time. All the shadow tribes were almost blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Of the holy force frenzy. All the auspicious animals have numb scalps and cold feet. It was just a vision brought about by breaking through the realm, and it was enough to shock the holy king to death. What kind of monstrous destruction is this? It's not over yet. After accumulating the attribute value dropped by the true God level, it can be even more fierce. Lin Chen laughed loudly. He was full of anger, and he was absolutely domineering. When he opened his hands, the situation changed again. The 55th and 56th holy points, for the young master, open. The vortex of 9-color holy light trembled, and the half-step monarch was almost scared to pee. The fuck is still here? What kind of monster is this guy? Boom. 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 The terrifying aftermath of the energy seemed to explode into the sky, and the entire auspicious beast plane was completely smashed by Lin Chen. All the treasures on the rune beast plane turned into attribute light balls and fell into the void. All the auspicious animals have lingering fears. Fortunately, this divine light protects the body, otherwise, with their cultivation base, there are only a handful of people who can survive that vision explosion. Lin Chen's 55th and 56th holy acupoints opened in response, and the aurora, like six-pointed stars, shone under the starry sky. In Lin Chen's Tai time and space, the corresponding Tai sacred cave broke through and appeared. A total of 112 holy acupoints, shining like stars, twinkling around Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen mobilized the qi and blood power of his whole body, condensed the last holy power of the high-level holy essence, and poured into the holy cave. In the future, boom, bang, the shocking explosion was raging, and the Shadow Clan couldn't hold on until the last moment. A large number of shadows subsided, and the Shadow family is not good at defense. This wave of aftermath swept away, and the entire Shadow army was hit hard. When the auspicious beasts witnessed this moment, they were shocked and their backs were chilled. Too monstrous. What the hell is this human race? If it is said that he turned the tide and killed all the Shadow Clan, perhaps they would also be amazed at the abnormality of his combat power. But this guy was able to severely damage the Shadow Race army by relying on the aftermath of the vision caused by breaking through the realm. How could such a monster be born in the history of the human race? Bai Qianqian straightened her proud chest. The girl was proud of her spring breeze, and her beautiful eyes did not hide her longing and pride for Lin Chen. The girl thought proudly in her heart, "Did you see that, my master Bai Qianqian is 10,000 times more powerful than you expected. Good eyesight." Nothing to say. The Shadow Race army wailed, and there were many people who were seriously injured by the bombing. If it was a group of human saint kings or dragon kings with the same cultivation level, they would not end up in such a miserable end. The innate advantage of the Shadow Clan is not in the defense of the living body, which led to Lin Chen's explosion this time, and almost was shocked to death. This is still under the premise of a half-step Shadow King. Lin Chen took a deep breath, exhaled like a dragon, and took in the air in a whirl. When he returned all the holy acupoints to the holy acupoints, 116 holy acupoints shone all over his body, shining brightly and radiantly. Lin Chen arrived at the late stage of life and death. Perfect ending. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he said with excitement, "In the late stage of life and death, there are 58 holy caves." The attribute light ball dropped by the old man of the demon race, and the remains of a demon king. After a battle, help me break 5 holy caves in a row. Originally, Lin Chen had 52 sacred acupoints on his body. If it hadn't been for the battle of infiltrating the demon race, he could only break through to 53 sacred acupoints on his body at most. The holy cave is broken, and a holy cave is opened in the realm of life and death. The increased holy power and magnitude seem to be the same, but the difficulty of opening the acupoint is much higher than the previous one. The higher the foundation, the more vigorous accumulation is required. But with the attribute light ball picked up in that battle, Lin Chen made a qualitative leap. It is conceivable that if Lin Chen can kill a true god-level opponent over time, it will be a continuous breakthrough in the true sense. Lin Chen clenched his fist. "TSK exclaimed, "Life and death, every time you open 2 holy acupoints, the total basic holy power is doubled, and my basic holy power in the condensing realm is comparable to 1,000,000 gods, and opening 2 is doubled, counting the enhancement of the mind and the talent of the ultimate god. The 2 holy acupoints can obtain the holy power equivalent to 5,000,000 gods. In Lin Chen's life and death, every time he opens 2 holy acupoints, he obtains a holy power equal to 5 million gods. Because this is not a holy acupuncture point for temporary breakthrough of talent state, but a real cultivation base to obtain the Tai Fu Tian art and the increase of the supernatural possession. Lin Chen broke through this time, breaking through 6 holy acupoints in total, and the holy power he obtained was comparable to 15 million gods. Coupled with the original foundation, Lin Wang is a holy acupoint, and he can explode the lethality of more than 20 million gods. The battle power of life and death surpasses the holy realm of reincarnation. Directly rushed to the level of the early stage of the quasi-god. Throughout the ages, in the three-dimensional universe, only Lin Chen, a monster, can make such a perverted leap. In addition to the high-level holy blood obtained from the wreckage of the Demon King, the Dragon King's holy dragon pulse just reached the 19.99 million mark, and the body's body refining power has also been promoted to 4 million. Which is a true god-level opponent. Fighting, it's really soaring across the board. Lin Chen sighed slightly, and retracted his mind in a blink of an eye. He turned his eyes, and glanced at the shadow race. Lin Chen hovered in the air, and smiled at the leading shadow clan. How, I didn't kill you. Are you touched? The trembling half-step monarch hurriedly kowtowed. Impressed, moved. Lin Chen, what? Dare to move? Half-step monarch, no no no. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Lin Chen, huh? Not touched? Little brother, something is wrong with you. Half-step monarch, I was wrong, brother. Lin Chen smiled like a rose, well, looking at your sincere eyes and offering up the ring, I'm considering to spare your life. The Shadow Clan has a lot of background. They traveled all over the world, and the treasures they looted far exceeded the powerhouses of the same level. Therefore, someone Lin accepted it full of goodwill. In the end, Lin Chen even imprisoned the entire Shadow Army with the extreme prison heaven prison, and his life and death were left to him. Lin Chen looked at the auspicious beasts. The crisis is settled, you can leave whenever you want. Lin Chen's eyes swept away and relieved the sultry light that was all over their bodies. The auspicious beasts looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, and even had a trance. Like a dream. They were also facing the crisis of genocide before. Is this settled? The long-bearded old man looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Human Lin Chen. You. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. Don't force lie, I'm not interested in you. By the way, the demon race is about to attack the human race. Even if you have to run away, don't get close to the human race sacred realm area now, or I won't be interested in saving you next time, and the price of my shot is very expensive. The auspicious beasts looked at each other, their hearts filled with disbelief. This is the first time they have seen a human race that does not covet them. An auspicious beast can double the heritage of an 8th-rank sect of a clan. The auspicious beasts who are present now have gathered the accumulation of the inheritance of the Kamigawa galaxy from multiple eras, and the number is tens of thousands. With this method, they can be forcibly suppressed and enslaved. The old man with long beard said in disbelief, Lord Lin Chen, are you really going to let us go like this? Lin Chen glanced at him. Otherwise? The world is going to be in chaos right now. I'm not interested in taking you oil bottles, how far you go. Lin Chen is not interested in Rue Beast? Not so much, on the contrary he knew their value. But now that he is wanted by the Demon Emperor, the entire demon world is eyeing him, and the demon race is about to kill the army. How can he have time To deal with these guys. Bai Qian stood proudly beside Lin Chen, patted her chest, swayed in waves, and said proudly, "Look, what am I saying? Master Lin Chen will not enslave our auspicious beast family." When all the auspicious beasts looked at each other, Lin Chen said nothing. "Xiao Qian, there's no time to talk nonsense with them. You go back on the same route. You know the route of the Xianxia monument. Take your family there too. Take refuge." Bai Qian happily, along with calling her mother. Staring at the sky prison floating in the sky, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with war intent. "I'm going to the Shadow Clan myself." According to Lin Chen's understanding of Lin Can, if he becomes the new king of the Shadow Clan, it will be impossible for him to order the Shadow Clan to invade the plane of the beasts. Little Shadow Lin Can, who followed him Lin Chen, no one knows his character better than Lin Chen. And Lin Chen confirmed with the half-step Shadow Monarch that it was indeed an order from Lin Can. Then, since this is the case, the Shadow race must have a shocking change. He must go, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After the clone took the attribute light ball of the auspicious beast plane, Xiao Linger flew over from the sky, saw so many auspicious beasts, and said solemnly after a little exclamation, "My lord, I have already explored the route of the Shadow race, and you can leave at any time." Lin Chen waved his hand, "Let's go. Play the Shadow family." The distorted space directly below the Kamigawa galaxy is dark and secluded, as far as the eye can see, as if there is no end to it at all. This place is like the boundary of the space universe, covered by a shadow. On the other side of the twisted space, it is a paradise-like paradise. Lingji stands like a forest, shadows are like tides, and countless treasures are piled up here. This place is one of the hidden base camp planes of the Shadow family. Altar of innate shadows. The young and handsome Lin Can sits high on the altar, refining countless rare treasures, incorporating them into the vortex-like shadow body, and finally swallowing everything into nothingness. His pupils were filled with blood, and Lin Can was full of intoxication. This young body and bloodline are really unstoppable. It is indeed the ultimate product of this seat. It has all the qualifications of the ultimate shadow, and has the fastest growth shortcut between heaven and earth. It integrates the demons, shadows, and dragons. The advantages. Lin Can sat high on the altar, stood up, opened his arms, and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha. Can't think of it, you can't even dream of it, this seat can count to this step, the ultimate shadow of the 14th period, the ultimate shadow of the 15th period, you are all stepping stones for this seat. Become the only king of this Shadow Clan, and next, the Kamikawa galaxy will be in the hands of this seat. The holy world of the human race, my Tuashing, is back. Holy Tua. The human race recorded in the history of the human race who only liked the idle clouds and wild cranes and traveled around the holy land of the human race had long since disappeared in the long river of history, and now reappears in the world. He came back to the world with the help of the little Shadow Lin Can's body. In other words, he was already planning. As early as the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow earlier, the moment he took away his dead body, began. Lin Can laughed frantically and said, "This seat uses the primordial spirit to refine blood, and the blood is used to transform the body. In the shadow of the 15th phase, the blood of this seat was planted. In addition, the guise in the 14th phase took over the body of this seat. The primordial spirit of this seat is integrated into the body. When the two meet and devour it, it is the day of fusion and recovery, ha ha ha. It's a desperate gamble, it's all calculated by this seat. The guy in the 14th period is talented and intelligent. This seat is sure that he will covet the body of this seat after his death, occupy the accumulation of this seat, and cleverness will be mistaken by cleverness, and cleverness will be clever. Wrong. Ha 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 ha. The fatal flaw of the 15th phase of the ultimate shadow just needs to be filled by the lifeblood of the 14th phase, so that the rebirth of the new ultimate shadow is really a perfect ending. The current little shadow Lin Chen is tuashing. The real little shadow may have already dead. The layout of tuashing is so deep that it is terrifying. He refines blood with his primordial spirit, and has planted his own bloodline since little shadow's egg-laying state. And he also concluded that the ultimate shadow of the 14th phase will definitely take away his body. In this way, both ultimate shadows have the existence of he. Once the ultimate shadows of the 14th and 15th phases fight and devour each other, no matter which side wins, he will also be the ultimate winner. But all of this must be based on the premise that the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow will take away his body. If the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow does not take away his body, everything will be empty talk. However, Tuashing still won the bet after all. A generation of heroes, well deserved. Moreover, Tuashing had planned well for a long time. After he succeeded in winning the house, he immediately became the new king of shadows at the fastest speed, and launched the powerhouses of the shadow family to search for the plane of the auspicious beasts. Auspicious beasts can affect the luck of heaven and earth, and complement the spiritual plant of air, like a tiger with wings, a dragon entering the sea. Massive resources can be produced. But the auspicious beast is good at deceiving the fate of the heavens, and it will not be easily discovered by the creatures of all races, but it cannot hide the carpet surge of the Shadow Clan. Therefore, when Tuashing took charge of the Shadow Clan, the first thing he wanted to do was to control the auspicious beast, and his thinking and calculations were particularly clear. If he wants to be at the source, he will cut off the survival of other races. The Shadow Clan is good at collecting treasures and cooperates with auspicious beasts. There is no clan in the world that can compare with it. The previous Shadow Clan did not unite because of the delayed civil war. Because there was no Shadow King who could rule them. Now that the king is born, he will be invincible. Tuashing's eyes flickered, and his handsome face was slightly distorted. He was still unable to completely control this body, and it only took a few months from taking the house to suppressing Lin Chan's primordial spirit will. Lin Chan's will still has a certain residue in the deep part of his body, and he needs enough time to completely assimilate it. Tuashing exhaled, dark tides surged all over his body, and when the distorted shadows floated, he muttered to himself. According to the original plan, the ultimate shadow of this seat should be the existence with the strongest potential between heaven and earth. Tuashing's eyes were particularly deep, pitch black as abyss, but this time Lin Chen was killed. Tuashing occupies Lin Chan's body, and also incorporates a lot of his memories. He is no stranger to Lin Chen. This human race, Tuashing, who has experienced as much as he has traveled to various ethnic groups for decades, has never seen or heard of it. Its growth arc is simply not the height that the human race can achieve. In this world, who can expand acupoints tens of thousands of times and condense acupoints tens of thousands of times? Is this Nima still human? When Tuashing merged some of Lin Chan's memories, he almost dropped his jaw. He has been dead for a few generations. Are young people now so terrifying? Starting to expand acupoints 10,000 times, and condensing acupoints 10,000 times? If the holy world is full of such monsters, isn't his ultimate shadow a younger brother? Fortunately, after some comparisons and investigations, Tuoshing just knew that Lin Chen was a different kind, and he was the only one in the holy world. The biggest variable now is to temporarily avoid Lin Chen. This child is the only variable in this seat. Now, at any time, you should avoid this child's edge. Boom. Time and space trembled, and the altar shook violently. Tuoshing frowned. Who dares to offend this altar? King, there are foreign enemies breaking in. The dark body of the 5 congenital shadow monarchs emerged, and the dark curtain surged, like a bird with dark feathers. The shadow monarch headed by stunned, yes, it is the human race. Tuoshing's heart moved. How could the human race discover the location of this seat? How many people came? The shadow sovereign said, 3 people. Moreover, all the shadow warriors we sent to the rune beast plane were all captured. What? Tuoshing was furious. The shadows rolled like a tide, and the shadow hall behind the altar trembled violently. Boom. Boom. The 4 distorted shadows turned into a dark light and shot into the altar, smashing into the ground one after another, blood flowing, screaming again and again. The shadow monarchs take a closer look. It is the 4 innate shadows that were sent out to encircle and suppress the auspicious beast plane before. Tuoshing got up angrily, and he turned into a human figure. His eyes were as black as ink jade, staring at the outside of the altar, an aura that made him both unfamiliar and familiar appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Chen, I never taught you to invade other clans. When the contemptuous jokes and laughter echoed, the silver-robed figure stepped on the shadow altar and walked slowly. It's you, Lin Campio, or I, Lin Chen, who can't lift the knife. Could it be that you become the new king of the Shadow Clan? Have you forgotten what I taught you? All the shadow monarchs released the shadows in the sky, and immediately protected Tuoshing and guarded Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen calmly, and said with a smile, why don't you speak? The different lights in the pupils changed rapidly, and Tuoshing pretended to be reunited, and said excitedly, brother, why are you here? There is a deep connection here, and I will explain it to my elder brother. It reprimanded, this is the king's elder brother Lin Chen, you must not be rude. The 5 shadow monarchs were amazed. Human Lin Chen? Could it be the one the elders said some time ago? In order not to make Lin Chen suspicious, Tuoshing waved his hand, causing the shadow monarchs to step aside with a little doubt and withdraw their defensive posture. It quickly stepped into the air, and when it hovered in front of Lin Chen, he grinned and said, brother, the reason why the plane of auspicious beasts. The holy light suddenly soared, and the 5 fingers of Lin Chen's raised hand ripped apart the void, bursting out the Peerless holy power to suppress the eternity. A flash-like palm slapped down towards the Shadow King's head angrily. Tear. Boom. This palm piled up thousands of afterimages, breaking the space crystal wall. And enchantment. The terrifying power penetrated the ground and spread all the way, blasting the entire shadow altar to the ground, and the fragments were scattered and flying. All the shadow lords are shocked. The new king of shadows was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. It turned into a unique shadow dragon and was crushed into the ground. Lin Chen clapped his hands and said calmly, remember, it doesn't matter if you are Lin Chen or Tuoshing. You are always just a younger brother in front of me. On the plane of shadow, the overwhelming darkness seeps out from the surface. Sky, mountains, and rivers and seas. Outside the shadow altar, Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger stepped into the air and suspended in the air, waiting for them. The two of them were calm on the outside, and Mount Tai collapsed in front of them without changing their face, but in fact, they had already set off a storm in their hearts. My Lord is playing too much. The Lord wants us to block these innate shadows outside. I really look down on us. When Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger transmitted the voice, they smiled bitterly at each other. In other people's base camp, stop all the innate shadows? This is impossible. Even though the Shadow Clan has gone through many battles in the era and is now in decline, the camel is bigger than a horse. There are dozens of innate shadows gathered in a short period of time, each of which is comparable to the Holy King of the human race. In addition, there are some shadow clans that are more terrifying than ordinary Holy Kings, obviously touching the threshold of the monarch level. Although the two of them are among the best among the Holy Kings, and their means are extraordinary, in the face of such a terrifying enemy, they can be drowned just by the number of them. The most important thing is that the task given to them by the Lord is to guard the outside. They can only fight and cannot escape. If there are only the two of them, this battle is obviously a surefire situation, a matter of time. However, the two of them were definitely not confused. They have entrusted their lives to Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen wants them to die, there will be no other words. The red glow rose, and the faint red golden divine light embraced the two of them, forming a circle of light. Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger said in surprise, "It's the Master's absolute defense." The divine light descended, and the Dragon King, with a majestic dragon body like a galaxy, appeared directly above the shadow plane. It is Lin Chen's Dragon King. After obtaining the Qi and blood attribute value of the Demon King's wreckage. After the Dragon King's use of the Taizhou Dragon Claw has been fully repaired, it has reached the critical value of 19.99 million zun. The Dragon King's body, if displayed in full, is as huge as several stars. It opens a large dragon's mouth. The blue waves are like tides, the rolling shudders of the angry sea, and the 5 water prisons cover the altar of the shadow plane, and it begins to gradually block the space edge of the plane. The innate shadow has a very strong ability to travel through the void. In order to prevent the Shadow Clan from wanting to escape, the shadow plane must be imprisoned by the Dragon King's extreme prison. The Shadow Clan exuded a very mysterious wave from each other, the language unique to the Shadow Clan, and began to act violently, attacking the extreme prison of the Dragon King. They are aware of each other's intentions. Zi Qianzhou shouted coldly, "Let's go up and assist the Lord's actions." With a flick of his finger, the 12 palace formations appeared, and the vast array of star palaces enveloped all directions. Xiao Linger nodded and said, "The priority is to stabilize the space near the altar, and do not let them destroy the structure of the sky prison." The Lord specially instructed that the new King of Shadows must not escape. The two have their own unique skills, and with Lin Chen's Taishi Divine Light, they can ignore all attacks. Inside the shadow altar, Tuoshing was slapped in the head by Lin Chen. His head blossomed and he was almost seriously injured. Its eyes are full of disbelief. After this seat becomes the new King of Shadows, even the holy realm of reincarnation of the human race can be suppressed, but this child slaps me with a palm? The most terrifying thing is that Tuoshing is very familiar with the realm of saints. He perceives Lin Chen's realm, but he only cultivated the energy of life and death. In other words, with such a terrifying and powerful Ade holy force, his actual cultivation level does not exceed the Naxing realm. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's not a leapfrog at all, but a cross-border battle. Completely surpassed a big realm. A level that even the Holy King can crush. Reaching the combat power above the holy land of Samsara. By the way, he just mentioned the name of this seat. Before Tuoshing could react, Lin Chen stomped his foot. Boom! The sky swayed, and the holy light soared into the sky, rushing towards Tuoshing from right below the ground, penetrating the surface like a mad dragon. The 5 congenital Shadow Kings swept away, and the speed of twisting the space was particularly terrifying, and they rescued their new king as if the space was reversed. Boom! Boom! The altar was completely torn apart and turned into dust. Wherever the holy light passed, it illuminated the dark underground. Lin Chen and Tuoshing looked at each other. Tuoshing said incredulously, "Do you recognize this seat?" Lin Chen sneered, "Lin Chen is the guy who has passed through half of the holy world with me. Will I not recognize my brother?" Indeed, the current Tuoshing occupies Lin Cen's body, and no matter what kind of secret method he uses, he can't tell the difference, because the two are essentially the same creature. But Lin Chen felt the fear and precaution of the new King of Shadows from the first time the two sides met. You must know that the little shadow Lin Chen will not be wary or afraid of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knows how many times they have fought side by side and gone through life and death. Even Lin Chen still has a certain respect and admiration for Lin Chen. These are completely absent from the current new King of Shadows. This is the feeling that the two brothers only understood when they were born and died. It is stronger and more effective than any identification technique. In this case, there is only one possibility left, Tuoshing. If it is said that the inheritance of the innate Shadow King is to seize the small shadow, it would have been shot long ago. You could attack Lin Chen as early as the 9 clan battlegrounds, so why wait until now? Combined with Lin Chen killing the ultimate shadow time of the 14th phase, the only possibility is Tuoshing. The new King of Shadows in front of him is genuine to the Shadow family. For Lin Chen, it is a fake. Lin Chen grasped with 5 fingers, and the dark red holy saber appeared. Wait a minute. Little friend Lin Chen. Tuoshing suddenly said, "Why do you and I kill each other? My old man has been immersed in the lives of all ethnic groups, and I finally left a way for myself. Anyway, this little guy brought you a lot of benefits before he died. Didn't he?" Lin Chen's expression was suddenly gloomy, and a crazy killing intent was brewing in his pupils. Tuoshing secretly transmitted Lin Chen, since this seat has been resurrected. It is just around the corner to completely control the Shadow Clan. Little friend Lin Chen, with your ability and talent, why not join forces with this seat? You will have half of what the Shadow Clan can have in the future. As long as you are willing to join forces with this seat, you can also have half of the country that the Shadow Clan sits on. Tuoshing actually threw an olive branch to Lin Chen. They control the multiple spatial coordinates of the universe, know a lot of secret realms, and hold incomparable wealth and resources of all races. The Shadow race is indeed the race with the most growth potential. This is the reason why they will be targeted by various ethnic groups. Lin Chen said slowly. Tuoshing, you will always be you. He will always be him. If my brother dies, you must bury him with him. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, his body was in the sky, and he held Juyan and suddenly cut vertically, slicing out 1,000 layers of fierce flames. Laugh. 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 Violent black smoke corroded, and the shadow that covered the sky stopped Lin Chen's knife. "Shame on your face!" Tuoshing scolded angrily. It said to the shadow monarchs, "You listen to the order, the first elders will go out of the customs and take the sun." The 5 shadow monarchs were stunned for a moment. Although this human race is strong, there is no need to let the first elders go out to deal with it. Right? Tuoshing was furious and scolded angrily, "What, a bunch of idiots! There are 7 more hanging like him." Almost as soon as the voice fell, the sky was falling, and phantom lights descended on the altar. The 7 phantom clones directly surrounded Tuoshing. The shadow monarchs take a deep breath. Are there really 7? The host synchronizes the phantom clone and activates the phantom rune, which consumes 1.47 billion points of holy rune energy. Lin Chen instantly reduced a lot of rune energy. The main body has broken through the 6 holy acupoints in a row, and his cultivation has skyrocketed, and the rune energy that the phantom clone needs to consume to synchronize the cultivation of the main body will also skyrocket. In a straight line. My cultivation base has repeatedly broken acupoints, and my realm has skyrocketed. It takes a battle to gradually break in, and I can just try these shadow tribes. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, staring at Tuoshing. Tuoshing's primordial spirit will still be a little incomplete. If so, I don't know if this little guy, Lin Chen, is still saved. Lin Chen kept his mind. The Dragon King in the outside world was always ready for another trick of divine dragon blood and supernatural powers. Tuoshing looked around, his heart sank. Did he plan to surround this seat? Why can't the subpoena be sent out? Something's wrong, our altar space is blocked. The shadows from the outside world can't get in and are surrounded. The 5 shadow monarchs looked at each other, and the body of the distorted void began to gradually reveal. The eyes of the shadow clan sway like ghost fires in the dark night. Their bodies are like bats, with wings like shadows on their left and right claws. Every beat can roll up a tidal mist. A phantom avatar draws out the consonants, the thunder, and the burning knife. 3 strands of sword light flashed instantly, tearing apart the darkness, covering Lin Chen's body and rushing towards Tuoshing. Don't let him get close to the new king. Beat him to death. The 5 shadow monarchs were facing Lin Chen's clone, and the phantom clone easily blocked the 5 kings. Even though the talent of the shadow race is good at traversing the void, Lin Chen has 7 clones. In a face-to-face, Lin Chen killed Tuoshing. Roar. Long Xiao shook like a thunderbolt, and Tuoshing finally revealed the body of the ultimate shadow. It was an unprecedented behemoth that opened up the space of the altar. Its head was like a unicorn, its claws were like eagles, its body was like a long snake, its demonic energy was scaled, its shadows condensed into wings, and the dark air around it absorbed all the light of the world. It sticks out a claw and moves slowly, like a giant beast with difficulty. However, bang! Lin Chen fell like a shooting star, and he was hit by the movement technique. The ultimate shadow raised the dragon claws, crossed and swung horizontally. Dark energy surged, and the energy of the 2 dragon claws ripped apart the void, attacking like sharp scissors. Lin Chen held a knife and slashed violently in the air. Clang! Boom! 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 The aftermath of the collision set off a wave of air, destroying everything in the altar space. Everything turned into powder, and there were only multiple battle circles left in the vast altar space. The mouth of that strange giant dragon opened wide, and when the dark purple Evil energy condensed, it was actually condensing the breath of the demon race. The next moment, Lonko spit out more than a dozen storms that devoured the sky and devoured the earth, shattering the rays of light, and destroying Lin Chen again. This time, Lin Chen didn't use the knife, instead, he used the devil Slayer spear, which has the strongest effect on the demons. Lin Chen pulled the gun body with both hands, thousands of thunder surging. The electric snake danced around Lin Chen's body, and when it was incorporated into the gun body, Lin Chen stabbed with a neat carbine. With a swing of the dragon's body, Tuoshing disappeared strangely at the moment Lin Chen took over the offensive. With a flick of its dragon tail, the mighty force sinking into the 1,000 layers plane hit Lin Chen from the air, and the dragon tail rolled in. Boom! Boom! Just as Lin Chen fired a shot, he was caught off guard and was repelled again. He stepped on a dozen steps in the void, his eyes swept away, and he stared at the behemoth in front of him. The attack just now crossed the space? The power of the Dragon Clan and the space talent of the Shadow Clan make space without a trajectory at all. This is the ultimate result of Tuoshing. Lin Chen had to be amazed, he had never seen a more perfect creature than this. The lofty dragon head was slightly tilted back, breathing in and out. Swallowing the storm sweeping the sun and the moon, Long Tong glanced at Lin Chen, arrogant and conceited. Tuoshing urn sounded the urn-like way. Human Lin Chen, have you seen the great cause of this seat? This is the supreme masterpiece of life, and this is what belongs to this seat. No matter what the Shadow King is, the first in the world, sooner or later, it will belong to this king. This innate shadow demon dragon, transformed by the ultimate shadow, is the strongest of this seat. Killer. Innate shadow demon dragon. The killing of the demon race, the body of the dragon race, and the talent of the shadow race. In the past, Lin Can's cultivation was still too weak to show the heaven-defying qualities of this powerful talent. It's different now. Having passed the assessment and inheritance of the previous generation of Shadow Kings, and living in the Shadow Clan with almost endless resources, his cultivation base has skyrocketed, and this advantage derived from the essence of life has begun to be magnified infinitely. The previous Shadow Kings had fatal flaws, but this generation of kings will be impeccable as long as they grow to the same height as the true gods of the human race. It is simply the incarnation of the devil. It perfectly makes up for the shortcomings of the congenital shadow, and no attack in any field can easily find a breakthrough. The frantic Tuoshing smiled and said, I originally planned to give you some face, and I wanted to join forces with you because of your aptitude. Now, it seems that there is no need for it. If you give shame to something, this seat will kill you personally. Boom. The dragon tail stirred and smashed at Lin Chen angrily. The dragon's tail absorbed a spiral-like storm of evil spirits, and it devastated Lin Chen like lightning. Lin Chen's body was in control of the skylight, his body was fully opened. And he stepped on the clouds and shadows, just when he avoided this vicious blow. After the dragon's tail that released the spiral storm fluttered into the air, the space was suddenly distorted, and the dragon's tail, which was calculated by tens of thousands of meters, appeared strangely behind Lin Chen. It seems that it is jumping into the void. Lin Chen said in surprise, can't escape? Boom. Boom. Lin Chen was hit again. However, Tuoshing's face changed suddenly. His dragon tail was controlled by a peerless holy force that suppressed all saints, and he couldn't move. Lin Chen's 5 fingers were inserted into its dragon tail, his flesh and blood split open, and he sneered indifferently. Tuashing, dance, why don't you dance? Didn't you dance a lot just now? Tuashing pupils shrank. The huge dragon body trembled suddenly, and Tuashing said shiveringly, you actually have hidden strength? Lin Chen has a variety of killer moves, he has seen it from Lin Can's memory. But now Lin Chen doesn't use those powerful killer moves. Even, he suppressed himself with one hand. How strong is this guy? OM. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen's holy power is fully activated. The color of the world changed, and the shadow plane trembled. When he saw Lin Chen flashing 116 six-pointed stars all over his body, Tua Shing was stunned and completely dumbfounded. 116 holy acupoints? This guy a reincarnation holy realm or a life and death realm? But, that's not right. The Holy King does not have more than 100 holy caves. Throughout the ages, no sage has surpassed 100 holy acupoints. Could this son still create his own cultivation system? Lin Chen said flatly, after the warm-up, you can receive 60% of my holy power. Your growth rate is the first. 60% of holy power? Tuashing was shocked. The innate shadow demon dragon, who had been arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, suddenly softened at this moment. Feeling, Lin Chen has not used all his strength yet? Is this still human? Lin Chen needs a battle until he can run in his own combat power. During the battle, he is also observing Tuashing. Killing Tuashing is not Lin Chen's primary goal, but saving Lin Chen is. Lin Chen pondered in his heart, sure enough, Lin Chen has not completely dissipated. If you want to save him, you can only gamble. He Tuashing, this lunatic, can't give in. Once he gives in, this guy will have nothing to fear. Tuashing forcibly calmed down, don't think that only you, Lin Chen, have the trump card, the shadow monarch of this seat is also. Lin Chen sneered jokingly, oh? Is that so? Turn around and take a look. What? Is a surprise? Tuashing was stunned for a moment, and when he turned to look back, he couldn't help shrinking his demon pupils, and the dragon's mouth was spitting out a baleful aura, and his face was full of disbelief. Its 5 shadow monarchs were all held by Lin Chen's phantom avatars like chickens in their hands, unable to move. Repression in all aspects. Lin Chen had previously broken through the 6 holy acupoints in a row, and the ending was perfect. 58 holy acupoints superimposed 58 Tai holy acupoints, and the combat power has surpassed the level of the holy realm of reincarnation. It is equivalent to that his avatar's combat power is far from the ordinary reincarnation holy realm, and it is equivalent to the level of the initial stage of quasi-god. In other words, the current Lin Chen, including the main body, is equivalent to 8 quasi-gods descending on the Shadow Clan. The blood-colored cloud shadow was disillusioned at the bottom of the foot. And Lin Chen was in the sky, and afterimages erupted in the sky. This time, Lin Chen's speed completely smashed the previous grades. Tuashing's huge dragon body suddenly retreated, his scalp tingling. Where will he attack from? The right side, or the top? It's too fast, even if it is predicted. Boom. Boom. An anger-like killing fist hit the top of the dragon's head, the whip legs swept like a dragon, and one leg hit Feitua Xing's dragon body, falling into the endless void. The surface was turbulent, and all of them turned into powder. Lin Chen attacked all the way, and even suppressed Tuashing just by urging holy power. Unpredictable. Even Tuashing, who is stronger than the ultimate shadow body, can't predict Lin Chen's position. He is so fast. When predicting 10 positions, his indistinguishable after images will appear from almost 100 or 1,000 directions. Lin Chen's figure from all directions of Tuoshing's dragon body, fists violently, palms turned into claws, tearing apart all its defenses. What frightened Tuoshing the most was that his injuries had not recovered. In the memory of Lin Chen, this is a trick that I remember clearly. It's Lin Chen's familiar trump card, the incurable attack. Therefore, the former Lin Chen will always be in awe of Lin Chen. Big brother, it will always be your big brother. Tuoshing, who was beaten and attacked violently, didn't even have a chance to scream. Between ghosts and gods, his mind recalled Lin Chen's previous words. In front of me, you will always be just a little brother. Little friend Lin Chen, I surrender, I surrender. This seat would like to call you king. Tuoshing raised the dragon's claws high, clutching the dragon's head and screaming. His eyes were cracked, the dragon's eyes burst with blood and tears, and the dragon's scales cracked. The huge pain made him growl and beg for mercy. Stop fighting, the old man is finally resurrected. You young man can be merciful. The old man is willing to promise you any conditions. Lin Chen sneered and said, my condition is that you rush to the street. Tuoshing hurriedly said, if you come to be the king of this shadow clan, the old man is willing to submit to you and do anything for you to control the shadow clan. The gloomy dragon eyes flashed with obscure light, like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for the chance of a fatal blow. This generous condition must be difficult for Lin Chen to refuse, right? Controlling the shadow clan, the dream of many creatures standing at the top of the race, is now in front of Lin Chen. It's fake, isn't it? Did not know. Boom. Without hesitation, it was another punch entwined with 9-color holy power, which directly pierced Tuoshing's dragon body and spat out a large amount of blood on the spot. Tuoshing screamed in horror, Lin Chen. Are you crazy? This is your brother's body. If you break it, it will never be resurrected. Tuoshing still has a vicious vision, and he is old and mature, and he sensed Lin Chen's intention. Lin Chen's goal has not given up on Lin Chen. Therefore, Tuoshing concluded that Lin Chen would not kill himself. But what is happening now has begun to exceed his expectations. Lin Chen didn't show any mercy, he attacked and beat him all the way. This is completely aimed at killing yourself. Don't give him Tuoshing and Lin Chen a way out. What is Lin Chen's intention? Kill yourself out of anger? They all come out to mix. Can you talk about the benefits? What is the old man trying to do? Mad, you are a lunatic. The old man fought with you. Tuoshing showed weakness, and became mad. The dragon's body twisted and danced, the suffocating energy condensed like a flying dragon, the blood of the dragon race burned violently, and Tuoshing released the shadow that covered the sky and traveled through the void, and his figure retreated violently. Lin Chen was chasing after the bloody skylight. The congenital shadow demon dragon roared up to the sky, and the swinging dragon tail was smashed. The power of this blow was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the entire altar space sank into nothingness. Demon Dragon Dark Bite. This is the strongest killing move that Tuoshing can launch after controlling Lin Chen's body. Zheng. Sword unsheathed. Lin Chen didn't use his spear, his hands were full of brilliance, and when the brilliance burst into view, Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed furiously. The sword edge slashed vertically, and cut out a giant sword that opened the sky. It fell from the sky, and the shadow was split in an instant, and the giant sword was divided into 5. Divine power, open heaven sword. Sigh. Boom. 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 The open sky sword easily tore the blocked space, and smashed the shadow demon dragon tail with a violent smash. The aftermath of the collision between the two sides completely exploded the entire space of the altar, and 2 of the 5 ghost prisons specially used to imprison this space also exploded. A series of energy explosions, the dragon's tail completely exploded, turning into sky fragments and attribute light balls. No, no. Tuoshing burst out with a horrific scream of pain. In an instant, Lin Chen touched his waist with his palm, and the streamer flashed instantly. Knife out of the sheath. Lin Chen's 3 peerless flying knives, Ben Lei, Burning God, and Lingxi, all fired at once. The 3-handled flying knives are like swirling flashes, and the triangular shape of the knife swirls into the flesh and blood of the shadow demon dragon, crushing the dragon scale demon body and destroying the dead. These flying knives actually destroyed my bloodline, and even the primordial energy in the bloodline was burned into nothingness. Tuoshing was horrified. Lin Chen really planned to kill him completely. Laugh. 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 Throwing the flying knife, all the shadow demon dragon body of Tuoshing was twisted into a large number of pieces of flesh and blood. Lin Can's body was completely destroyed. This body can't be wanted anymore, it's completely dead. A silvery white light was separated from the flesh and blood, and it was the last ray of Yuanshan's residual thoughts of Tuoshing. Tuoshing's primordial spirit finally escaped from Lin Can's body. No, to be precise, it was Lin Can's corpse. The current Lin Can was completely shattered. Old thing, are you finally willing to come out? Lin Chen smiled scornfully. He concluded that this old thing would have no fear, and felt that he could not kill Lin Can. But I'm sorry, what someone Talon is best at is not playing cards according to the routine. The hands are sealed, the vast primordial spirit burning dragon rises above the head, the 8 dragons dance wildly, and the power of the primordial spirit burns the world. Sigh. Boom. The 8-headed burning dragon roared into the sky, bursting out the sound of the Yuanshan dragon that burned all the spiritual power, destroying the dry and pulling the rot, penetrating time and space. Lin Chen. Tuoshing was attacked and penetrated by Yuanshan Longyin, and he cursed sharply. This seat, and you have no grievances or enmity, why do you want to kill them? All waves of Yuanshan dragon sounds tore the sky and the earth, roaring the space and time again and again, to tremble and twist. The 5 shadow monarchs who were suppressed from the side were completely dumbfounded when they looked at the primordial spirit who emerged from the body of their new king. Then what? It turned out to be the primordial spirit of the human race? How could the new king be entangled in such a strange thing? The 5 shadow kings were in disbelief. Destroyed by waves of Yuanshan dragon sound, Tuoshing, the last ray of Yuanshan, completely perished. In the end, a generation of heroic Tuoshing completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Without time to consider the surrounding attribute light balls, Lin Chen lowered his head and stared at the space below, shattering into pieces of the dragon's body. System, remove the talent effects of extinction, fissure and destruction. Explosion of the specified target. Lin Chen activated the system in a single thought, releasing the effect of the extinction rift. In the battle just now, he fought with killing intent. If not, then there is no chance to even gamble. Immortal creation. Lin Chen immediately activated the bloodline magical power immortal creation. that he had prepared in advance. The yin and yang dragon energy that is like a wandering dragon, with different black and white rays of light, seeps out from the extreme prison and feeds back into the wreckage of the dragon body. The yin and yang dragon chi wrapped every inch of its flesh and blood, and fused it frantically, healing its wounds. Lin Chen pierced his palm, and a large amount of yin and yang creation divine dragon essence blood was integrated into the yin and yang dragon energy, and transported it. In the wreckage of the dragon body, the last line of survival was stabilized. But life was still hanging by a thread. Lin Chen was too ruthless this time. Broken Lin can. But if you don't do this, you can't completely force Tuoshing out. Tuoshing's method of seizing the house is different from ordinary strong men. He integrated his own primordial spirit into his own blood. Then, he refined the bloodline with primordial consciousness into the ultimate shadow egg of the 15th phase. In other words, from the very beginning, Tuoshing's bloodline was part of Lin Can. Using ordinary methods to force Tuoshing's primordial spirit out is absolutely impossible. Lin Chen had no choice but to take the risk, smashing Lin Can's body, and attacking the blood essence of Lin Can's body wreckage with a scorching flying knife with a collateral damage primitive spirit effect, completely burning Tuoshing's primordial spirit power and destroying it. Get out of your body. This is a dangerous move. A little careless, Lin Can will be doomed forever. Lin Chen broke out in cold sweat, and was terribly focused. He sent a large amount of yin and yang dragon energy with both hands, making every inch of the wreckage's flesh and blood stabilize, and continuously treated. Lin Chen's undead god fragment is only applicable to the host and cannot be used by other creatures. At the beginning of the system version 8.0 update, it was stated, Godhead is the power of the exclusive host. Even if there is an attribute transfer function, it cannot be used on other creatures. The only thing Lin Chen can rely on is the blood of the yin and yang creation dragon. When I saw that Lin Chen didn't even care about them, he was concentrating on healing the body of the new king of shadows. In this scene, the 5 shadow monarchs experienced the old man, understood it, and understood the situation. Human Lin Chen seems to be saving our new king. He fought against the new king in order to force out the Yuanshan of the human race? It's possible. The old man has long heard from the elders that the new king and the human race Lin Chen's feelings are like brothers and sisters, a life and death relationship. At the beginning, even this human race Lin Chen risked his life to enter the battlefield of the 9 clans, and brought the new king to the previous immortal kings of our clan. All mysteries solved. I see. If not, Lin Chen really wants to be enemies with them, so why suppress them now and kill them decisively? Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. Oh, the injury is too serious. Even if this little guy has the blood of the dragon family, he can maximize the absorption of the blood of the yin and yang fortune-telling dragon. The injury will be connected to the injured body and come back. If this goes on, Lin can't even save his life. At this time, a shadow monarch immediately said, "This human race, if you are saving the new king of our clan, you should take him to the tomb of the shadow kings of all dynasties. There is my family's shadow king pool, which has accumulated the lifeblood of the kings of all dynasties, and can reshape the body of any generation of shadow kings." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He ordered the clone to let go of the shadow monarch and said solemnly, "Where is the tomb of the shadow king?" The shadow sovereign led the way for him. Lin Chen unlocked the heavenly prison, took Lin Can's wreckage, and followed him to a twilight and ancient Mountain Gorge. Although this may be a trap, Lin Chen can no longer care about it. The most important thing is to save Lin Chen right now. Inside the gorge, there are 15 crystal jade ponds. The mysterious thing is that the crystal jade pond is filled with heavy shadows, and the black smoke like ink entangles the void, as if the interior of the jade pond is an eternal abyss. The crystal jade pond is connected to the black pond in the center. The overflowing energy distorts time and space. It is stronger than the current. Lin Chen. The energy that he perceives has only one concept: it is endless. This is the accumulation and heritage of the Shadow Kings of all dynasties, as well as their will to belong after death, all condensed here. The Shadow Monarch said seriously, "Please put the new king's body in. With his cultivation, he should be able to survive the baptism of the previous king." Lin Chen's eyes were cold, looking directly at the Shadow Monarch, and said coldly, "I believe you once, if you dare to lie to me, and cause my brother to have any accident, I will let your Shadow family be buried with you." The icy voice was as sharp as a knife, passing through the Shadow Monarch's heart. He couldn't help throbbing. How could this human race value the life of their new king so much? However, there are surprises in addition to the shock. If the new king can be resurrected and befriend this human race, with his current combat power and potential, he is definitely the strongest ally of the Shadow race. No one. The Shadow Monarch nodded and responded in an obscure human language, "This monarch guarantees his life, and nothing I said is false." Lin Chen took a deep breath, raised his hand, and put all the remains of the dragon's body into the largest black pool. Laugh. 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 A large amount of black smoke suddenly rose from the black pool. At the next moment, the light will shine, and it will be like a miracle. A large number of Lin Chan's remnants began to heal frantically, and the flesh regenerated and reshaped. What's even more surprising to Lin Chen is that his undead magic power can continue to be used. Lin Chen sighed, "Little guy, this is a miracle that only you can have. It can not only absorb the blood magic power of the dragon family, but also refine the life energy of the king of the Shadow family." The fate is preserved, but whether Lin Chan's future potential will have a huge impact is completely unknown. After all, this is the rebirth of Nirvana, and it can be regarded as the level where Lin Chen fell once and was beaten alive by Lin Chen. All the process of Lin Chen's explosion of Tuashing and saving Lin Chen was recorded by a light screen unfolded by a shadow. Two distorted shadows suspended in the void of nothingness, and one of the shadows laughed. "Is that why you don't go out and help, old man?" Another group of shadows said indifferently. "Only one, the new king has a problem, the old man has already noticed it. However, this problem is not something we can change. Second, the old man wants to see the methods of this human race. So, what is your opinion of him?" Long time ago, the Shadow Kings of all dynasties have reigned in any era of the Shinha galaxy. Every true god can be compared to the human race, but unfortunately, the Shadow race is difficult to have a large number of superpowers due to the cultivation method, and the difficulty of reproduction has never become the top race. Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen, who was repairing very fast, and couldn't help but sighed at the power of Haichi's energy. Big brother? What's wrong with me?" At this time, Lin Chan's incomplete consciousness came out from the black pool. Lin Chen heard Lin Chan's voice, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. He joked and said, "You were beaten by me, but don't worry, I will take care of it. I'm still treating you now, and you'll be able to come out in a while." Lin Chen shrugged, but instead said happily, from now on, if you get rid of the threat of Tuoshing, you will no longer be burdened, and be your shadow king with peace of mind. Tuoshing. Lin Chen said intermittently, when a large number of residual bodies began to piece together to heal, and when he reintegrated into his body, he remembered everything. He was taken away. He remembered all the time Tuoshing occupied his body. Lin Chen hurriedly said, brother, Lin Chen raised his hand, it's useless to talk too much, so handsome is forcing himself to know. At this time, the shadow monarch next to him whispered, this Lin Chen friend. I am afraid that the potential and strength of the new king will be affected. Even if the new king is reborn, he may not be able to convince the public. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a joking smile, convince the public? My brother is the Shadow King, who has an opinion, who dares to have an opinion? Let him come to me. As long as anyone has an opinion. Lin Chen stretched out his fist and pretended to be serious, my fist is bigger than an opinion. If anyone has an opinion, the Dark Horse organization will find Lin Chen. Shame on the Shadow Lord. This guy is so overbearing. Lin used to be obedient and needed all kinds of calculations in the face of the Shadow Clan. Now, he hits hard. Anyone who disagrees will be called until he agrees. After confirming that there was no problem with Lin Chen, Lin Chen left the tomb of the Shadow King. When he stepped into the air and swept to the outside world, the war in the outside world had been stopped, and a large number of innate shadows were guarding Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger. Lin Chen said to the two, it's done, we should go. Zi Qianqiu was stunned and said, it's done, it's done? My lord, the new King of Shadows. Lin Chen nodded, being beaten up, be honest. Xiao Linger. The clone took away all the attribute light balls dropped by the battle and swept back to Lin Chen. Everyone, these human races are friends rather than enemies. They are here to help me, the new King of Shadows, to overcome difficulties. Now the new king has fallen into a state of retreat, please stand by in this clan. The 4 shadow monarchs appeared, transmitting voices to all shadow tribes and giving orders. The innate shadows all looked at each other. The new King of Shadows had to attack the plane of the beast before, why is he going to retreat now? Lin Chen said to the monarchs, no matter what happens, my brother Lin Chen is still the new king of the Shadow Clan. If you dare to do anything out of the ordinary to him while he is healing, in the end, you are new. Lin Chen handed them a meaningful smile, as if telling the Shadow Monarchs, don't think that you are the Shadow family and can escape from his Lin Chen's palm. The monarchs nodded like chickens pecking at rice, they had already seen Lin Chen's methods. Except for a few first elders who can compete with him, no one can be his opponent. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, he took Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linger away, and the Dragon King roamed the sky and carried Lin Chen. After several shadow monarchs watched Lin Chen leave, they finally couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This human race is really a pervert. His clone is also so powerful, it is equivalent to having the strength of the main body, and he alone can pose a huge threat to my Shadow Clan. However, vice versa. He can do this for the new king of our clan. In some respects, if he is an ally, he will be the most powerful ally of our Shadow Clan. The monarchs looked at each other and made an abacus in their hearts. In the tomb of the Shadow King, Lin Chen didn't find it before he left. The energy surging in the black pool changes drastically. Lin Chen's body was remodeled, ushering in an earth-shattering change. The Dragon King galloped under the starry sky, destroying countless meteors. Along the way, galloping through the Kamigawa galaxy all the way, and returning to the holy world of the human race. Lin Chen didn't have time to wait for Lin Chen to repair his body before leaving. The cold wind swept across his cheeks, reflecting Lin Chen's eyes filled with urgency. I am afraid that the army of the demon race will come to the Holy Realm soon. And a catastrophe is inevitable. Lin Chen looked down at the top-quality heterocrystal in his hand, muttering to himself. Whether it's a God-slayer talent or a God-defying talent, the combat power that I can have may not be enough. Because this time Lin Chen's opponents and enemies are far more than ever before. The entire demon race, the demon race, and even the dragon race's Shenlong might not necessarily be his allies, and the possibility of becoming an enemy cannot be ruled out. It's not enough to just temporarily have the trump card against God to surpass the combat power of ordinary true gods. Lin Chen sighed, the turbidity and confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. Sure enough, the only answer to this battle, the decisive killer, is the complete set of the God of War. If he can provoke the hostility of the entire race as last time, the Godslayer talent can temporarily enable Lin Chen to have the same combat power as an individual true god. But a true god cannot turn the tide in this situation. Now Yaoer, I'm afraid I won't listen to anything. The only solution is for me to end this war and stop the demon race. In order to save Yaoer, the power of the God of War is essential. If there is any way to make the arrogant demon empress stop her revenge, the only option is to defeat her head-on and end the war. Only by becoming her enemy can you talk to her. Lin Chen pondered in his heart, in the last war, I accumulated 3 top-grade gold-type metamorphic crystals in my hand, searched for Gingjin Shenqi, and obtained 6 top-grade gold-based metamorphic crystals, and now I have 9 top-grade metamorphic crystals in my hand. Gold variation crystal, there is still one last piece. That's right, there is still one last top-grade gold-type heteromorphic crystal, and Lin Chen can cast the last part of the God of War set. And in the Holy Realm, there is also news of a top-quality gold-type heterocrystal. When Lin Chen rushed back to the Holy World ushered in a shocking change. Wuji Tiangong Minji Weitai. Today, 100 schools of thought gathered together, and a large number of ninth-rank forces were born unprecedentedly and gathered together. This time, more than 2/3 of the representatives of the ninth-rank forces in the 36 domains of the Holy Realm were present. There are also mysterious families and mysterious sects that are even more secretive than the 9th grade sect, and they are also present. 1. There is only one person in the world who can invite so many strong and powerful people. The number 1 mathematician in the Holy Realm, the Promise Old Man. The old man Wuji walked onto the bright moon platform with a whisk in his hand, immortal style, and long beard fluttering. He looked around in a circle, and many familiar faces came into view, with a solemn expression and a loud voice. Thank you very much for giving this old man this face. You have come to my Wuji temple from thousands of miles away. Today, you are summoned just to discuss one thing, join forces. As soon as the word jointly came out, the strong men immediately frowned. They have always been rivals with each other. Except for a few major events in history, there is almost no such thing as a joint effort. An eccentric old man in a blood-red cloak, his eyes were hollow, and a sharp, strange light flashed between his eyebrows, and said coldly, Old man, it's not practical for us to join forces. You invited us here today for such a boring thing. The golden light is bright, a golden armored man with a golden spear pointing diagonally at the sky. He is very handsome. He sits cross-legged on the clouds, as if the heaven and the earth are propped up. I agree with this old ghost, old man Wuji, let's get straight to the point. What's the matter, is it for the former little ghost Lin Chen? Everyone looked at the Wuji old man in unison. The old man Wuji took a deep breath and said loudly, "Since this is the case, this old man is straight to the point. Since the last omen deduced by this old man, the biggest catastrophe in the human race holy world has come early due to some uncontrollable factors." The old man Wuji did not explicitly say that the reason why this omen was brought forward was because a certain human youth who could not deduce his destiny had contact with the Empress. The omen arises from the Hell Galaxy in the extremely difficult southern position. 9 disasters have come, and bad luck has come to the sky. 99 magic stars have reappeared in the world. The devils have risen together. And the queen has come. The demon race will launch a general attack on the human race. The words of the Wuji old man caused 1,000 waves. All the strong stand up. His eyes were full of shock. The demon race launching a general attack on the human race? The golden armored man, who had been calm before, heard this, his sword eyebrows immediately raised, and he glared at him. "Old guy, can you guarantee the accuracy of what you said? This is no trivial matter, it is a racial war. And it should not be sloppy." The old man Wuji nodded slightly. "The old man dares to call all of you together, so I have enough confidence. This time, the old man has invited a special holy king to go to the Hell Galaxy, which belongs to the area of the for great elders of the demon race to explore the way. Many demon tribes have all disappeared and went to the total star field of the Hell Galaxy. With a flick of his finger, countless streams of light shot at the strong men. It was a space jade slip. The powerhouses opened them one after another, and the jade slip contained a lot of information on the reconnaissance of Hell Galaxies. When they saw the details, many strong people were shocked. Come on. The combat power of the demon race is unprecedentedly concentrated. This is not the scope of an ordinary civil war. If so, there is no reason to mobilize a large number of demon king-level powerhouses. The powerhouse of the Holy King realm is the existence that truly destroys the world. Known as the site of the 4 elders of the demon race, all the demon kings known to the human race have been mobilized. This cannot be a civil war. The old man Wuji said solemnly, "In order to collect this information, I have lost 3 holy kings in Wuji Temple, and the authenticity of the information is self-evident. Most of the gods in the holy world of my human race have left the holy world. Some of the guests present must have a good idea. This old man will not go into details about the reasons for the departure of the gods. This time I gather everyone to discuss and fight against the demon race. One thing." Bang! Someone threw a cup and left. What a joke, join forces to deal with the demon race? The demon empress is powerful enough to force the gods back. If she comes back unharmed, and kills the old man with the demon race, and the gods are not there, can we fight with the head? Well, whoever of you likes to fight, I'm gone. It's impossible to want us to be the substitutes for the gods. Immediately, some people chose to back down, or even directly escaped. The old man Wuji looked at all this calmly, as if he had expected it. Until the first batch of powerhouses left, the remaining powerhouses in Minji Weitai were only half of the number just now. Those who remain are all the ruthless characters of the major sects. Patting his blood-colored cloak, the frail old man smiled indifferently. Then, old man, what do you think we should do? The old man Wuji said, coordinate the combat power and join forces to deal with the demon race. The golden-armored man raised his brows, with all due respect, even if we join forces and the gods are not there, if we fight head-on, we probably won't even have a 10% chance of winning. The old man Wuji nodded and said, indeed, this is a situation that is bound to be defeated. So we want to advance by retreating. At the beginning of the war, the signs of the demon race will definitely target our human race, so we have to withstand the first wave of offensive and take out the biggest feint. The strong men were stunned. Fake combat? In the face of absolute strength crushing, there is no possibility of a comeback. The old man Wuji picked up a blue chess piece and said indifferently, this action will move the whole body with one hair. The demons have hated the human race for a long time, and this action will trigger continuous reactions. The demons have coveted the human race for many times, and they will definitely invade the holy world after the holy world of the human race is broken, or when the two sides are defeated. The old man has already deduced that the high-level demons have already acted omens, and invading the holy world will only be inevitable. What we have to do is to pretend to be defeated by the first wave of offensive. Let the demons come in first, and then wait for the demons to kill them, so as to use the hands of the four major demons to inflict heavy damage on the demons. Then look for opportunities to fight back. Furthermore, the dragon clan will not sit back and watch. It is very likely that it will evolve into a melee between the top powerhouses of the three clans. My human clan can only wait for the end and wait for the only possibility. The blood-colored cloaked old man covered his clothes, covering his mouth and nose, and his old eyes flashed a deep light. If you want to deceive the high-level feint of the demon race, the risk is very high, and it may be wiped out. The old man Wuji said bluntly, you are right, maybe we will be defeated in the first wave of feints. No matter what the result is, it must be a waste of life. Maybe this is the history of the holy realm, the human race. Last battle. But no matter what the outcome is, I hope you will keep it in mind. The old man Wuji's voice is sonorous and powerful. When the demon race invades the holy realm and fights with the demon race, when the two powers compete, it is our human race, the last hope. It may be sad, but it is the only possibility now. 3 days later, a shocking news spread to the 36 domains centered on the Holy King domain. Human race holy world, the world is in chaos. Demon world, the high-level bloodthirsty demons gather together. Today is a major event in the demon world of all races. The Devil Emperor personally summons to coordinate the battle. A generation of bloodthirsty Devil Emperor appeared in person. He turned into a boy in human form, dressed in the armor of the Demon Emperor. Wrapped in blood like a dragon, wearing a demon crown, his eyes were scarlet. And he sat high in the hall, facing the powerhouses such as heavenly demons, etc. Under his command, he lightly played with a glass of wine containing the blood of the Holy King of the human race, drank it all, and immediately smiled evilly. Everyone, thousands of years have passed, and there has never been a better time than now. Bloodthirsty demons, the whole clan obeys. Follow this emperor's order and go to the holy world of the human race.